Chapter 1. The Great Road Survival. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never be caught in traffic. The Great Road Survival game is loading 6869. A peculiar sound caught Wen Lan's attention, prompting her to glance around. Recycling old trash, recycling unwanted waste. Boss, how much for this dish? Is it homegrown? Delicious chicken frames. If it's not tasty, you don't have to pay. Observing the bustling scene around her, Wen Lan eased off the throttle, securing the plastic bucket between her legs, and delicately pushed aside a broom that obstructed her view, carefully navigating around the throngs of marketgoers. Spring had already made its presence felt, and at her grandmother's behest, Wen Lan took advantage of the market day to sell the vegetables, chicken eggs, and duck eggs from home, while also intending to purchase some tools and fertilizer. 50 chicken eggs, 40 duck eggs, and with the vegetables, she made nearly 200 in total. With this money in hand, she set off to shop. Just 4 days prior, a wild dog had interrupted her broom while it was on guard against chicken theft. The chickens remained unscathed. The dog fled, but the broom was broken. Alas, dear chickens, you are simply too delectable. She also needed to acquire a plastic bucket for the fertilizer, as plastic tends to degrade with age. The fertilizer shop offered a variety of seeds, and Wen Lan pondered whether she should buy some to learn the art of vegetable gardening. Frequenting this fertilizer shop, the owner had generously gifted her some tomato and carrot seeds, encouraging her to experiment a bit before returning for more once she gained experience. While purchasing fertilizer, she discreetly bought a bottle of soda from the neighboring convenience store. As soon as she made her payment, she took a refreshing sip, cold and effervescent. It was delightful. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, 100. The Great Road Survival game has loaded completely. Welcome to the Great Road Survival game. You are in Region 6666 of Huagua, with a population of 100,000. Bang. Maintaining her riding posture on the electric scooter, Wen Lan suddenly found herself tumbling to the ground after losing her vehicle. The plastic bucket tipped over, the broom slapped her, and a windbreak blanket fell over her. Before she could rise, the strange voice echoed once more. Welcome, everyone, to the Great Road Survival game. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. The players selected this time are Blue Star humans aged 18 to 56. Each player will be randomly assigned an initial vehicle sometimes. Luck is indeed a part of skill. Cherish your vehicle and upgrade it promptly, as it will offer you a measure of protection. 2. All players must meet the daily travel distance requirement. Each time you traverse the road, the black fog alongside will recede by 1 meter. Conversely, it will advance by 1 meter. When the black fog engulfs the entire road, welcome to becoming one with the fog. 3. Supply crates will randomly appear along the roadside, whether they bring opportunity or danger. That depends on your fortune. 4. Remaining players will enter the game after the next map update. Death within the game equates to real death, and resurrection is not an option. 5. The game updates its map every 30 days. This current map represents the season of frigid gales. Players strive to survive. Gentle reminder. 1. Congratulations to all players for triggering the 7-day novice protection period. During these 7 days, players are not required to meet mileage requirements. Monsters will not attack, and there will be no dangers at night, ensuring absolute safety. Please take this opportunity to diligently search for survival supplies, as after 7 days, you will enter extreme cold mode. 2. Upon entering the game, all players will restore their health status and will have an opportunity for talent awakening. 3. When your family enters the game, you will have a chance to decide whether to merge the roads. For the sake of family reunion, all players must strive to survive and overcome challenges. 2. D. 6. During the novice protection period, there will be no special drops, no first-time rewards, and no platforms or service areas. Wen Lan sat dazedly on the ground, gazing at the seemingly endless straight road before her, flanked by dense, dark mist that exuded an oppressive aura. Survival on the road? Isn't this the very theme of the novel she has been recently following? It was never mentioned that following a novel could manifest into reality. Wen Lan pushed aside the wind-blocking quilt covering her head and slapped herself. The crisp sound echoed, and it didn't hurt. Or so she thought. That hurts. This was indeed not a dream. Wen Lan scrutinized the rules. Feeling an inexplicable sense of disconnection, how could such a powerful force draw every inhabitant of Blue Star into the game, yet still experience network lag? Perhaps a partnership with Huawei's 6G network should be considered. The gentle reminder was indeed warm, if only there were more. No worries. According to the novels, protagonists often possess various golden finger systems. I must have one too. System. Here. Well, I have a system, this wretched survival system. Truly, not everyone is destined to be a protagonist, and I certainly am not. When Lan was picked up by her grandmother from a garbage heap aside from her rather extraordinary origins, everything else about her was quite ordinary. She was of average appearance, height, weight, and academic performance. Determined not to disappoint her grandmother's frugal efforts and the sacrifices made to support her education, she strived diligently and remarkably gained admission to a prestigious university, becoming a source of pride for her grandmother. After graduating from university and working a mundane job for a year, she found it uninteresting, realizing that serving her boss and customers was far less fulfilling than returning home to care for her grandmother. Thus, she resigned and returned to the countryside, where she lived a simple, ordinary life with her grandmother. Although her grandmother occasionally expressed disapproval, believing the child should venture out into the world, there were moments when her joy and need for companionship were palpable. She had assumed they would continue their simple lives together, but unexpectedly, she found herself in this survival game. If all of this were true, it meant that in 37 days, her grandmother would enter this game as well. Regardless of the challenges ahead, for her grandmother's sake, she must strive to forge ahead. Yes, first, let me draw for a suitable vehicle. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, supreme Lao Jun, grant me your favor, and let me draw a magnificent vehicle. Player's choice to draw a vehicle. Yes, vehicle, drawing in progress. Please wait. Congratulations to player Wen Lan. You have obtained the initial vehicle, the ever-unobstructed electric scooter. A charming little object appeared beside Wen Lan. She gazed tenderly at her initial vehicle, a yellow shared electric scooter without a helmet. Indeed, both reality and the game can only afford electric scooters. It pales in comparison to her own little electric steed. The novice protection period lasts a mere 7 days, and after that, the cold wave season will commence. Wen Lan felt a flicker of helplessness, yet the thought of her grandmother, who would soon join her in the game, ignited a spark of courage within her. She hoped that both she and her grandmother could endure well. No worries. There are still 7 days left. So much can be accomplished in 7 days. Oh, right. The gentle reminder mentioned awakening talents, which seemed rather impressive. Wen Lan silently recited her personal information, and a virtual light screen materialized before her. The personal information section displayed. Player, Wen Lan. Nickname, unnamed. Vehicle, the ever-unobstructed electric scooter, current battery 100, can travel 40 kilometers. Upgrade to the next level requires iron pieces 5, plastic 3. Region, Huawei 66 district. Talent ability, not awakened. Level, LV0 experience 01000. Strength, 11 you can barely lift a knife. Stamina, 9 takes 3 breaths after 2 steps. Agility, 7 a turtle moves faster than you. Mental power, 11 your mind is empty. Upon reviewing her personal information, Wen Lan felt as though she had been reprimanded. Feigning ignorance of her attributes, she swiped the screen upward to set her nickname, as if you stare, I'll devour you, conveniently hitting the 7-character limit, and then proceeded to hide her personal information. Now, to awaken her talent. Chapter 2, Awakening Talent. Would you like to proceed with Talent Awakening? Confirm. Talent Awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Congratulations to the player for awakening the talent. What did I plant? The plants you grow may differ from your expectations, filled with surprises or shocks. Are you serious? Is this talent for real? The name seems rather unserious. Talent Awakening sounds so impressive. Yet, what appeared was utterly unremarkable. In novels, powerful talents often inflict excruciating pain on the protagonist, leading to a transformative journey and eventual triumph. But this feels far too casual. Is it simply because I am not the protagonist? Wen Lan fumbled with the system screen, exited personal information, and the entire light screen now displayed the time, temperature, and date. It was now 9:08 a.m., 26 CE with a gentle breeze, the first day of the novice protection period. On the right side were sections for channel messages and private messages. The channel messages displayed everyone's communications, while private messages could be sent, though the functionalities appeared limited. Upon entering the chat channel, the interface at the top revealed Huagua's 66 district population 100,000. Clicking in, it already showed unread messages exceeding 999 Wen Lan. Feeling disinclined to sift through them, merely glanced at the current conversations. Pure love warrior. Before coming here, I was still asleep, albeit wrapped in a blanket. However, I am accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Is there anyone who could sponsor me a pair of undergarments? I shall offer myself in return. Strawberry bobo milk. I only brought a keyboard I am, but a laborer burdened with inner strife. Had I known, sneaking off to the restroom with a roll of paper would have been more prudent than lugging this keyboard. Mine's blanket. Goodness, what is happening? Where is this bizarre place? Surely I am not dreaming. Why have I been thrust into this nightmarish game? I demand an explanation from the authorities. I refuse to partake in this ordeal. I wish to withdraw. Heavenly dumpling. Do not entertain such thoughts above the means to gather so many individuals here surely exceeds our blue star's current capabilities. Fluffy ice lamb. Kind-hearted souls, is there any food available? I have yet to have breakfast before being brought here. I am quite famished. Wang Jiping. Is Wang Jiangwo or Wang Igua present? I am their father. Is my wife, Su Qing, here? If so, please contact me. Proud Sky. I have awakened my warrior talent. It suits me perfectly. Fluffy ice lamb. Brother Outyin, how impressive. Will you protect this fragile little lamb? Moi Wang Jiping. Brother Outyin, you are remarkable. Might I inquire how one awakens this talent? As the conversation unfolded, a lengthy message suddenly scrolled up. Li Guiqiang, greetings, citizens of Huagua. I'm a government official from H province. This survival game has appeared unexpectedly, and the formidable energy behind it is beyond estimation. The path ahead is fraught with peril and uncertainty. But who says danger and opportunity cannot coexist? The nation is striving to gather more information in hopes that each of you will utilize the 7-day novice protection period wisely in preparation for the impending cold wave, thereby securing a chance at survival. Below is a summary of the known information, which I hope will assist you. 1. Please awaken your talents promptly, familiarize yourself with them, and devise a development plan. 2. After acquiring a vehicle, set off without delay and upgrade your vehicle as soon as possible. The boxes refresh randomly, and each box will certainly contain monsters. However, during the novice protection period, these monsters will not attack players, and defeating them will yield experience. 3. Do not approach or touch the black fog along the roadside. Doing so will result in being consumed. 4. The materials obtained from treasure chests are likely related to your talents, implying that each individual's development may possess certain limitations. You may trade through private messages to acquire desired materials, but such transactions lack security, so proceed with caution. 5. At the bottom of your personal information, there's a novice gift pack related to your talent. Claim it promptly. Ein's blanket. What on earth is this game about? Is this some scheme concocted by your officials? You must take responsibility. Iron Crutchley. I'm grateful for this game. I finally possess legs. Adorable. So am I. After being diagnosed with cancer, I have endured daily pain. My body has not felt this comfortable in a long time, which makes me somewhat unaccustomed. Ein's blanket. Spare me the irrelevant anecdotes. What does this have to do with me? Officials, come forth. I shall message you privately. Do not feign ignorance. Heavenly dumpling. Ignore the fool above. He shall be the first to perish. Pure love warrior. Everyone, let us cease the idle chatter and replicate the leader's message, ensuring it reaches as many as possible. What follows is a multitude of copies. It appears that the officials are not fully acquainted with the origins of this game. Nonetheless, the officials from Huagua have proven to be quite reliable, swiftly acquiring a wealth of information. Beginner's gift package. I immediately accessed my personal information and scrolled to the bottom, where I indeed found a small gift box awaiting collection. Congratulations on receiving a basic potted plant 1, basic soil 1, basic growth agent 1. The potted plant is modest in size, fitting comfortably in one hand, and upon grasping it, the item's details appeared beside me. Basic potted plant. Remaining uses 10. Basic soil. Remaining uses 10. Basic growth agent. Reduces plant growth cycle by 24 hours. This truly relates to my innate talent, but why was no seed provided? Fortunately, I have managed to procure some. I rummaged through an overturned plastic bucket, extracting a package wrapped in white plastic. This was a gift from the fertilizer shop owner, who noticed her interest, containing 20 tomato seeds and 20 carrot seeds. I took a single tomato seed, placed it into the soil-filled basic potted plant, and added the basic growth agent. Tomato ripening countdown, midnight. Conducting mental energy grooming or conveying emotions will influence the plant's developmental direction. What is mental energy grooming? Such an abstract concept. Did my university professors neglect to teach this? Perhaps I chose the wrong major? I am familiar with conveying emotions. Tomato, grow quickly. So I may feast upon you, The more fruits you bear, the more resources I can exchange. By tomorrow, I shall savor sweet tomatoes. The time is now 9:20. By this time tomorrow, I shall reap my harvest. I began to organize my existing supplies. Current supplies: plastic bucket 1, broom 1, carrot seeds 20, tomato seeds 20, a half-consumed bottle of cola, helmet 1, electric scooter windbreaker 1, a set of provincial clothing, a set of autumn clothing, a pair of underwear, cotton slippers 1, cotton socks 1, 86 yuan. Fortunately, the new year has just passed, and I have yet to change out of my pajamas, which accompanied me through the transfer, alleviating some of the pressure of facing the cold wave. It is somewhat regrettable that the groceries and snacks purchased today remain in the seat and trunk of my electric scooter, untransferred. Yet, I consider myself fortunate. Had I not been sent out by my grandmother's shop today, I would likely be nestled in bed, indulging in slumber. While I may not be as exposed as one who sleeps bare, at least my supplies are plentiful. Grandmother, you are my savior. I packed all my supplies into the bucket, placing the potted plant atop for easy observation. The plastic bucket wedged between my legs, while the windbreaker could not fit and was placed beneath me. Brave dog, fear not the challenges ahead. Let's embark. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never be caught in traffic. Chapter 1. The quest for survival on the public highway. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never be ensnared in traffic. The game Survival on the Public Highway is currently loading. 68-69. A peculiar sound seemed to echo in the air, prompting Wen Lan to glance around curiously. Recycle your old waste, discard, unwanted refuse. How much for this dish, boss? Is it homegrown? Delicious chicken frames. If it's not tasty, there's no charge. Observing the vibrant scene around her, Wen Lan eased off the throttle, securing the plastic bucket nestled between her legs, and gingerly pushed aside a broom that obstructed her view, deftly maneuvering around the bustling crowd at the market. Spring had already graced the land for some time. Acting on her grandmother's behest, Wen Lan took advantage of the market day to sell the vegetables, chicken eggs, and duck eggs from her home, intending to purchase some tools and fertilizer in the process. With 50 chicken eggs and 40 duck eggs alongside the vegetables, she managed to earn nearly 200 in total. With this sum in hand, she set off to shop. The broom at home had been broken 4 days prior by a wild dog that had come to pilfer the chickens. The chickens remained unharmed. The dog fled, yet the broom lay in ruins. Alas, dear chicken, you're simply too delectable. She also needed to procure a plastic bucket for the fertilizer, as plastic tends to age with prolonged use. The fertilizer shop offered a plethora of seeds, and Wen Lan pondered whether she might purchase a few to learn the art of gardening. Frequenting this particular fertilizer vendor had earned her a gift of tomato and carrot seeds from the proprietor, who encouraged her to experiment first in return for more once she had gained some expertise. While purchasing fertilizer, she discreetly acquired a bottle of soda from the adjacent convenience store. Having just completed the transaction, she took a refreshing sip of the fizzy beverage. What a delight. Riding my beloved little motorcycle. 100. Survival on the Public Highway game has completed loading. Welcome to the game. You're in the Huawei 6666 district with a population of 100,000. Oh, bang. Wen Lan, maintaining her posture on the electric scooter, was abruptly thrown to the ground as her vehicle vanished beneath her. The plastic bucket tumbled over, a broom struck her, and a windbreaker enveloped her. Before she could rise, the peculiar sound resonated once more. Welcome to Survival on the Public Highway. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. Players selected for this round are Blue Star humans aged 18 to 56. Each player will be randomly assigned an initial vehicle sometimes. Fortune is a facet of skill. Cherish your vehicle and upgrade it swiftly, as it will offer a degree of safety. 2. all players must fulfill the daily travel distance requirement. For each completed stretch, the ominous black mist will recede by 1 meter. Conversely, if it advances, it will encroach upon you. Should the black mist engulf the entire highway, well, welcome to the realm of shadows. 3. Resource boxes will randomly appear alongside the highway. Whether they bring fortune or peril is contingent upon your luck. 4. Remaining players will enter the game upon the next map update. Death within the game equates to true mortality, with no possibility of resurrection. 5. The game updates its map every 30 days. This iteration is set in a season of bitter cold. Players are urged to strive for survival. Warm reminder. 1. Congratulations to all players for triggering the 7A novice protection period. During these 7 days, players are not required to meet mileage requirements. Monsters will not attack, and there will be no dangers at night, providing absolute safety. Please strive to gather survival resources during this protection period, as after 7 days, the game will enter extreme cold mode. 2. Upon entering the game, all players will have their health restored and will be granted 1 opportunity for talent awakening. 3. When your family enters the game, you will have the option to merge roads. For the sake of family reunion, all players must endeavor to survive and overcome challenges. Joe, D. 6. During the novice protection period, there will be no special drops, no first-time rewards, and no platforms or service areas. Wen Lan sat dazed on the ground, gazing at the seemingly endless straight road before her, flanked by ominous, black mist that instilled a sense of oppression. Survival on the road? Wasn't this the theme of the novel she had been following recently? Who would have thought that pursuing a novel could turn into reality? Wen Lan pushed aside the windproof blanket that covered her head and slapped herself. The crisp sound echoed. It didn't hurt. Or did it? It hurt so much. This was not a dream at all. As she meticulously reviewed the rules, an inexplicable sense of disconnection washed over her. It was astonishing that the entire Blue Star populace could enter the game, yet there were still instances of network lag. Perhaps a collaboration with Huawei's 6G could be considered. The warm reminder was indeed comforting, if only there were a bit more. No worries. According to the novels, protagonists possess various golden finger systems. Surely, I have one as well. System. Here. Alright, I have a system, this cursed survival system. It seems that not everyone is destined to be the protagonist, and I certainly am not. Wen Lan was picked up by her grandmother from a garbage heap. Aside from her rather unusual background, everything else about her was quite ordinary. She looked average, stood at an average height, weighed an average amount, and her academic performance was unremarkable. Out of respect for her grandmother's frugal efforts and her determination to support the child through college with the money earned from selling vegetables, she worked hard and managed to gain admission to a prestigious university, becoming her grandmother's pride and joy. After graduating, she held a mundane job for a year, but found it unfulfilling. Serving a boss and customers was less appealing than returning home to care for her grandmother. Thus, she resigned and returned to the countryside, living an ordinary life with her grandmother. Although her grandmother occasionally expressed disapproval, believing that the child should venture out more, she could still sense her grandmother's happiness in having someone to keep her company. She had thought they would continue living a simple life together, but unexpectedly, she found herself thrust into this survival game. If all of this is true, it means that in 37 days, her grandmother would enter this game as well. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, for the sake of her grandmother, she had to strive to persevere. Yes, first, let me choose an excellent vehicle. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, great Lord Taishang, please reveal your power and grant me a remarkable vehicle. Player's choice of vehicle, yes, vehicle extraction in progress. Please wait. Congratulations to player Wen Lan for obtaining the initial vehicle, the unstoppable electric bike. A charming little object materialized beside Wen Lan. She gazed fondly at her initial vehicle, a yellow, shared electric bike sans helmet. Indeed, both reality and the game could only afford electric bikes. This was hardly superior to her own little electric scooter. The novice protection period lasted a mere 7 days, after which the harsh winter would ensue. A twinge of helplessness washed over Wen Lan, yet the thought of her grandmother, who would soon enter the game, rekindled a flicker of courage. She wished for both herself and her grandmother to thrive. No worries. 7 days could encompass a myriad of possibilities. All right, The friendly reminder had mentioned awakening talents, which seemed quite remarkable. Wen Lan silently recited her personal information, and a virtual light screen appeared before her. The personal information panel displayed. Player, Wen Lan. Nickname, unnamed. Vehicle, the unstoppable electric bike, current charge 100, capable of traveling 40 kilometers. To upgrade to the next level requires 5 iron sheets and 3 plastics. Region, Huawa District 6666. Talent ability, unawakened. Level, LV0 experience 01000. Strength, 11. You can hardly lift a knife. Stamina, 9. 2 steps leave you breathless. Agility, 7. Even a tortoise outpaces you. Mentality, 11. Your mind is vacant. Upon reviewing her personal information, Wen Lan felt as though she had been reprimanded. Pretending to overlook her attributes, she swiped the screen upward to set her nickname as if you stare, I'll devour you, conveniently adhering to the 7-character limit, and then opted to hide her personal information. Then, it was time to awaken her talent. Chapter 2. Awakening Talent. Would you like to proceed with Talent Awakening? Confirm. Talent Awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Congratulations to the player for awakening the talent. What have I planted? The plants you cultivate may differ from your expectations, filled with surprises. Or perhaps shocks. Are you serious? Is this talent for real? The name hardly inspires confidence. Awakening a talent sounded so impressive, yet the outcome seemed rather mundane. In novels, powerful talents often inflicted excruciating pain on the protagonist, leading to profound transformations and ascension to greatness. But this felt far too casual. Was it merely because she was not the protagonist? Wen Lan fumbled with the system screen, exiting personal information to reveal the display featuring the time, temperature, and date. It was now 9:08 a.m., 26 with a gentle breeze, marking the first day of the novice protection period. To the right were sections for channel messages and private messages. The channel messages showcased everyone's communications, while private messages allowed for correspondence, though the function seemed limited. Upon entering the chat channel, the top of the interface displayed Huawa District 6666, population 100,000. Upon clicking, it already indicated 999 unread messages, and Wen Lan, feeling disinclined to sift through them, glanced at the current conversation. Pure love warrior. Before I arrived, I was still asleep, though I came wrapped in a blanket. However, I am accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Is there anyone who could sponsor me a pair of underwear? I shall offer myself in return. Strawberry boba milk. I only brought a keyboard. I am but a worker burdened by my thoughts. Had I known, sneaking off to the restroom with a pack of tissues would have been far more prudent than lugging around a keyboard. Mine's blanket. Goodness, what is this place? Am I dreaming? How did I end up in this bizarre game? I demand an explanation from the officials. I do not wish to partake in this game. I wish to withdraw. Heavenly dumpling. Do not entertain such thoughts. Above the means to gather so many individuals must surely be beyond our capability here on Blue Star. Fluffy ice lamb. Kind souls, is there any food available? I arrived here on an empty stomach. Having skipped breakfast, I am quite famished. Wang Jipeng. Is Wang Jiangwo or Wang Igwa present? I am their father. Is my wife Su Qing here? If so, please contact me. Proud heavenly. Haha. I cannot believe I have awakened my warrior talent. It suits me perfectly. Fluffy ice lamb. Brother Outyin, how impressive. Will you protect this delicate lamb? Moi Wang Jipeng. Brother Outyin, you are formidable. Might I inquire how one awakens this talent? As the conversation continued, a lengthy message suddenly flooded the chat. Li Guiqiang. Greetings, citizens of Huagua. I'm a government official from H Province. The emergence of this survival game has taken us all by surprise, concealing immense power behind it. The path ahead is fraught with peril and uncertainty. Yet who is to say that danger and opportunity do not coexist? The nation is striving to gather more information and hopes that each of you will make the most of the 7-day novice protection period to prepare for the impending cold wave and secure a glimmer of hope for yourselves. Below is a summary of the known information, which I hope will assist everyone. 1. Please awaken your talents promptly, familiarize yourself with them, and devise a development plan. 2. Once you have drawn your vehicles, set off swiftly and upgrade them by opening chests. Chests respawn randomly, and each chest will contain monsters. However, during the novice protection period, these creatures will not attack players, and defeating them will yield experience points. 3. Do not approach or touch the black mist by the roadside. Doing so will lead to being consumed. 4. The materials obtained from chests are likely related to your talents, indicating limitations in individual development. You may trade via private messages to acquire desired resources, but be cautious, as private messages lack security. 5. At the bottom of your personal information, there's a novice gift pack related to your talent. Claim it promptly. Ein's blanket. What on earth is this game about? Is this the doing of your officials? You must take responsibility. Iron Crutchley. I'm grateful for this game. I finally possess legs. Adorably cute, so am I. After being diagnosed with cancer, I have endured daily pain. My body has not felt this comfortable in a long time, leaving me somewhat unaccustomed. Ein's blanket. Spare me your irrelevant musings. What does it have to do with me? Officials, come forth. I will message you privately. Do not feign ignorance. Heavenly dumpling. Ignore that fool above. He shall be the first to perish. Pure love warrior. Everyone, let us cease our idle chatter and replicate the leader's message to ensure it reaches everyone. Subsequently, a multitude of copies emerged. It appears the officials are not entirely informed about the origins of this game. Nonetheless, the official representatives from Huagua have proven to be remarkably reliable, swiftly acquiring a wealth of information. Beginner's gift package. I promptly opened my personal profile and scrolled to the bottom, where I indeed discovered a small gift box awaiting collection. Congratulations on receiving a beginner's potted plant 1, beginner's soil 1, beginner's growth agent 1. The potted plant is modest in size, fitting comfortably in one hand. Upon holding it, the item information appeared beside me. Beginner's potted plant, remaining uses 10. Beginner's soil, remaining uses 10. Beginner's growth agent, reduces plant growth cycle by 24 hours. This truly relates to my talents, however. Why was no seed provided? Fortunately, I have acquired some. I rummaged through an overturned plastic bucket, extracting a package wrapped in white plastic. This was a gift from the fertilizer shop owner, who noticed my interest, containing 20 tomato seeds and 20 carrot seeds. I took out a single tomato seed and placed it into the beginner's potted plant filled with soil, then added the beginner's growth agent. Tomato maturation countdown, midnight. Engaging in mental energy cultivation or conveying emotions will influence the plant's developmental direction. What is mental energy cultivation? How abstract? Did my university professors neglect to teach this? Could it be that I chose the wrong major? I understand conveying emotions. Tomato, grow quickly, so I may savor you. The more fruits you bear, the more resources I can exchange. I shall have sweet tomatoes by tomorrow. The time is now 9:20. At this time tomorrow, I shall reap my harvest. I began to organize my existing supplies. Current supplies: plastic bucket 1, broom 1, carrot seeds 20, tomato seeds 20, half empty bottle of cola, helmet 1, electric scooter windbreaker 1, winter clothing set 1, thermal underwear set 1, underwear 1, cotton slippers 1, cotton socks 1, 86 yuan. Fortunately, the new year has just passed, and the warmth has yet to return, allowing me to remain in my pajamas, which lessens the pressure of facing the cold wave. It is somewhat regrettable that the groceries and snacks I purchased today remain in the seat and trunk of my little electric scooter, not having been transported with me. However, I consider myself lucky. Had I not been sent out by my grandmother for supplies today, I would likely be nestled in bed, indulging in slumber. While I may not be as carefree as those who sleep in the nude, at least I possess a greater abundance of resources. Grandmother, you are my deity. I stuffed all the supplies into the bucket, placing the potted plant on top for easy observation. The plastic bucket nestled between my legs, while the windbreaker could not fit and was placed beneath me. Brave little dog, fear not the challenges ahead. Let us embark. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never be ensnared in traffic. Chapter 3. Initial upgrade of the vehicle. Having traveled approximately 10 kilometers, a wooden crate appeared 30 meters ahead. Wen Lan hastened towards it, rubbing her small hands together in anticipation, and opened the first crate. Suddenly, a gray, scurrying mouse leaped out and began to circle the box. The very sight of a mouse sent chills down her spine, her skin prickling with goosebumps. In a panic, she kicked the wooden crate aside, closed her eyes, and began to stomp furiously at the mouse. Occasionally, she felt a soft sensation underfoot, which only spurred her legs to move faster. Congratulations! You have successfully slain an LV0 gray mouse, earning 2 experience points 1,000. Upon hearing the notification, Wen Lan gradually ceased her frantic movements. Realizing that the ground beneath her feet remained soft and slightly moist, with a faint hint of blood in the air. She cautiously moved her foot aside to discover the unfortunate mouse, now nothing more than a pulp. Disgusted, she scraped her shoe against the road for what felt like an eternity until the revulsion finally subsided. The overturned crate lay on the roadside, its contents scattered about. Congratulations! You have obtained 300 G of bread 1, 500 milliliters of mineral water 1, and a scrap of iron 1. How splendid! Food and water, and a piece of iron to boot. Would you like to dismantle the wooden crate? Yes. How wonderful. Just moments ago, I feared I would have to leave the crate behind. Dismantling successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 wooden planks. Although the purpose of the wooden planks remained a mystery for the time being, their utility would surely reveal itself in due time. She placed the planks on the seat and stored the other items in a plastic barrel as she continued her journey forward. While keeping an eye out for crates along the roadside, she opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Little orange cat. Hee hee. I just opened a bronze treasure chest, and a snake emerged from it. Pure love warrior. Some people are opening bronze chests, while I can't even find a pair of underpants. Eins blanket, what? They're a snake. I'm not playing this game anymore. What if it bites me? Heavenly dumpling. Little orange cat. Which number chest did you open? I've opened 10 wooden chests, and Haven Tea seen a single bronze one. Spicy tofu, brother. It's still the protection period. But once that's over, someone like you won't last long. Eins blanket. Can you not be so rude? I have money. I don't want to play this game anymore. Let me quit. Little orange cat. The monsters from bronze chests are much tougher than those from wooden ones. But thankfully we're still in the novice protection period. Everyone, let us strive to grow stronger. Let us luck. How have you opened 10 chests when I've only encountered one? Bright boy. Are you a reincarnated African? Let us luck. Why resort to personal attacks? I'm just incredibly lucky. All right. God of fortune descends. Wish for good fortune. Let us luck. Wish for good fortune. Bright boy. Wish for good fortune. Heavenly dumpling. Wish for good fortune. Pure love warrior. Wish for good fortune. The chatter continued, and she couldn't help but join in, hoping to attract some luck herself. Just as she had fortified her resolve, a wave of fear washed over her again. She could face mice, but snakes were an entirely different matter. Nevertheless, everyone was putting in great effort, and she too needed to push herself. With that thought in mind, Wen Lan silently pressed down harder on the accelerator. Before midnight, Wen Lan traveled over 20 kilometers, opened 5 wooden boxes, and defeated 5 gray mice with a broom, earning a total of 10 experience, 1,000. Currently, her supplies include 5 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 seafood-flavored instant noodle, 1 cotton seed, 1 ordinary soil, 1 regular growth agent, 6 iron pieces, 1 plastic item, and 12 wooden planks. The food obtained is not abundant, yet she is merely 3 pieces of plastic away from leveling up her vehicle. Additionally, she has acquired cotton seeds, which will allow her to grow cotton for warmth, making it easier to endure the cold wave season. The ordinary soil can only be used once, and the regular growth agent only reduces the growth time by half an hour, yet the drop rate is likely not low, given its relation to her talents. Wen Lan quickly consumed 2 loaves of bread and drank half a bottle of water before opening the chat channel. In the Huagua 6666 district, population 100,000. The following exchanges occurred. Proud sky. Look at my 40-meter long sword. I feel invincible. Pure love warrior. I envy you. All I get are materials. My vehicle has already leveled up twice, yet I haven't seen a single weapon. Iron pieces for underwear. Iron pieces for underwear. I love eating mushrooms. Any material for mushrooms, both poisonous and non-poisonous. Who understands? I opened 6 boxes and got nothing for upgrading my vehicle. I'm stuck riding a broken tricycle. It's tough. Ainsiton. Haha, I found an SUV. It somewhat fits my identity. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Pure love warrior. I'll trade. Iron pieces for underwear. Check your private messages. Pure love warrior. Thanks, brother. Finally, I don't have to walk my bird anymore. I need some edible mushrooms. Private message me. Trading had already begun. And I love eating mushrooms. Talent must be related to mushrooms. Haha. It seems Wen Lan is quite fortunate, in addition to materials related to her talents. The drop rate for vehicle upgrade materials is also relatively high. She stashed the remaining half bottle of water into a plastic container, took out a potted plant, and noticed that the seedlings had already sprouted about the size of her pinky. Gently caressing the little sprouts, Wen Lan whispered, "Grow quickly, my sweet tomatoes, so I can devour you in one bite." After bestowing a loving touch, she hopped onto her electric scooter and set off. The afternoon goal, to upgrade her vehicle. After traveling approximately 8 kilometers, she spotted a different kind of box ahead, noticeably larger than the previous wooden boxes. This must be a bronze chest. She quickly stopped the vehicle, picked up her broom, and excitedly approached the treasure chest, halting at a safe distance. The monsters emerging from a bronze chest would undoubtedly be more formidable than those from wooden boxes. Caution was paramount. With the leafy end of her broom, she pried open the chest, and suddenly a white object shot out. Thankfully, it was a safe distance away. With a swift motion, she struck the object to the ground, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a rabbit, already dazed. "One adorable bunny. How could I possibly harm it?" Wen Lan exclaimed, as she continued to strike it gently. "Congratulations. You have successfully defeated a level 1 little white rabbit, earning 4 experience, 16 1000. Would you like to decompose it?" "Can I really decompose the rabbit? Why not the mice?" "Decomposition successful. Congratulations on obtaining 100 G of rabbit meat and 1 rabbit fur. There is meat to consume." Wen Lan picked up the rabbit meat and tucked the rabbit fur into her pocket. The bronze treasure chest has been opened, and Wen Lan eagerly approached it. "Congratulations on acquiring 3 iron pieces, 2 plastics, 1 unlimited electricity card for 10 minutes, 1 pumpkin seed, 1 basic soil, and 1 self-heating rice. A bountiful harvest." The vehicle is about to be upgraded. The electric card was a delightful surprise. No wonder there was a slot on the electric vehicle. It turns out it charges directly with the card. How convenient. The current battery of the vehicle is only sufficient for less than 2 kilometers, and the power is nearly depleted. Fortunately, there are enough materials now. Let us upgrade quickly. After the upgrade, the battery will be fully restored, and I may even save electricity card. Do you wish to consume 5 iron pieces and 3 plastics to upgrade the vehicle? The vehicle upgrade will take 3 minutes. Please wait. Vehicle upgrade successful. Your current vehicle is a passenger electric vehicle. Wen Lan gazed at the upgraded vehicle before her. It had become more robust and larger, even surpassing her original electric vehicle in size. The seat cushion has widened. An additional storage space of approximately 25 liters has been created beneath the cushion, suitable for storing water and food. A rear compartment has also emerged, with a capacity of about 40 liters, barely enough to fit a windbreaker. A new seat has been connected to the right side of the seat and rear compartment, measuring about 50 centimeters in length and width, just enough for one person to sit comfortably. Truly a passenger electric vehicle, while no one can be carried. Larger items, such as plastic barrels, wooden boards, and brooms can be accommodated. Accessing personal information. Player, Wen Lan nickname. If you stare, I'll devour you vehicle. Passenger electric vehicle. Current battery 100, can travel 80 kilometers. To upgrade to the next level requires 8 iron pieces, 5 plastics, 10 wooden boards, and 2 glass beads. Region. Huagua 6666 Zone Talent Ability. Observe what I plant level. LV0. Experience 16 1000. Strength 11. You can't even lift a knife. Stamina 9. After 2 steps, you gasp for breath. Agility 7. Even a turtle moves faster than you. Mental power 11. Your mind is empty. Chapter 4. Vehicle upgrade indeed. Although the vehicles are still unable to shield against the elements, progress is undeniably being made. Perhaps next time we shall directly upgrade to a mobile home. Haha. Wen Lan possesses an admirable mindset as she bends down to retrieve the bronze treasure chest from the ground and continues her journey. Would you like to decompose the bronze treasure chest? Can the bronze treasure chest be disassembled? Observing the limited space on her electric vehicle, she decides to proceed with the decomposition. Bronze treasure chest decomposition successful. Congratulations on acquiring iron pieces 4. The reason for obtaining iron pieces from the bronze treasure chest remains a mystery. However, the materials necessary for vehicle upgrades have reached their limit. Splendid. Uncertain whether her luck had been expended on the bronze treasure chest. Wen Lan traversed over 10 kilometers before encountering a wooden box, which granted her experience 2, 1000, sunflower seeds 1, and wooden planks 2. After traveling an additional 50 kilometers without encountering any bronze chests, she came across 6 wooden boxes, yielding experience 31,000. Wen Lan is now capable of swiftly dispatching the adorable little mice, bunnies, and, even the chicks without a hint of hesitation. Current supplies: 300 g bread 3, 500 milliliters mineral water 2, 5 seafood-flavored instant noodles 1, cotton seeds 1, pumpkin seeds 1, morning glory seeds 2, basic soil 1, regular flower pot 1, regular soil 2, ordinary growth agents 4, iron pieces 12, plastic 4, glass 1, wooden planks 24, 10 minutes unlimited power card 1, self-heating rice 1, 100 g rabbit meat, rabbit fur 1. Regrettably, no further food items were discovered, yet a flower pot was obtained. The ordinary flower pot is a one-time use item, but now she can commence cultivating cotton. One can only hope for an abundance of cotton seeds to plant more cotton. By utilizing one ordinary flower pot, one portion of regular soil, and a single cotton seed, she successfully creates a cotton potted plant. Cotton remaining maturation time: 60h by incorporating her soul 4 portions of ordinary growth agents. The countdown for cotton growth has been reduced to 24 hours. Once the plant growth countdown reaches 24 hours, no further growth agents may be added. The current time is 5:20 p.m., and by this time tomorrow, she shall be ready for harvest, arranging the 2 flower pots side by side on the ground. Wen Lan takes out her self-heating rice, intending to celebrate with dinner. The bread consumed in the afternoon has long been digested, leaving her quite famished. After the rice is heated, Wen Lan holds it before the tomato seedling and gently waves it. Little darling, do you catch a whiff of that aroma? It is my favorite. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sour and sweet. I adore tomatoes. I cherish scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It is now 12:01 p.m. Wen Lan places the tomato scrambled egg rice beside the tomato seedling and snaps a commemorative photo. While relishing the delicious rice, she opens the chat channel. I love mushrooms. Various mushrooms for food and water exchange. Spicy mushrooms, sweet mushrooms, sour mushrooms, salty mushrooms, ticklish mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms, and reclining board mushrooms. Arrogant sky. Weapons for water exchange. I haven't procured a single bottle of water. I am nearly perishing of thirst. Pure love warrior. Various materials for water exchange. The drop rate for this water is exceptionally low. Mimian Islam. Is there anyone who can spare a drop of water? Sniffle bright little boy. Beggars should leave. Trade 1 5-minute energy card for 500 milliliters of water. I can't believe there are energy cards available. My vehicle's battery is nearly depleted. Should I exchange the energy card or use materials for an upgrade? Wen Lan opened the message from Pure Love Warrior, which only displayed his nickname. Hello. Can I trade materials for water? Indeed. Any 2 materials can be exchanged for a bottle of water. This is exorbitantly priced. Water is so scarce now. And you only offer a bottle for 2 materials? Do you have glass or plastic? 2 pieces of glass and 1 piece of plastic for a bottle of water. Will you trade? Sure. Let us add each other as friends for easier transactions in the future. If it weren't for the impending upgrade, I would truly hesitate. Congratulations. You have received 1 plastic and 2 glass. Upgrade conditions for the vehicle are met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Wen Lan hurriedly confirmed. Hoping for a canopy this time. Vehicle upgrade will take 10 minutes. Please wait. The vehicle upgrade time transformed into a 10-minute wait. Wen Lan opened a private chat with Bright Little Boy, trading a bottle of water for the 5-minute energy card while also adding him as a friend. After all, these are consumables. Scrolling through the public screen, she found no useful information, so she squatted down and began to play with her 2 seedlings. The tomato seedling had grown to the height of a forearm, while the cotton seedling was merely the length of her index finger. Tomorrow, they would all be ready for harvest. Hee. Vehicle upgrade successful. Your current vehicle is an electric tricycle. The new vehicle was finally fully enclosed. It resembled an elderly person's joyride, with a soft yellow hue. The 2 doors dominated the vehicle's sides, each adorned with two glass windows separating the front and back seats. Upon opening the door, the interior was completely visible. The front driver's seat accommodated one person, spacious and bright, with a large windshield providing an expansive view. The back seat was designed for two, although it appeared smaller than the driver's area. To her surprise, the driver's seat could fold back, seamlessly connecting to the rear seat. Though a tad short, it offered a place to rest. She placed the two flower pots on the driver's surface and stored the remaining items in a plastic bucket, tossing it in the back seat. Personal information player, Wen Lan nickname. If you keep staring, I'll eat you. Vehicle, electric tricycle, current battery 100, can travel 120 kilometers. To upgrade to the next level requires 20 iron sheets, 20 plastics, 1 engine, 20 glass beads, 10 screws, 10 iron nails, 10 rubber. Region, Huagua 66 talent ability. Look at what I've grown level. LV0, experience 31,000, strength 11, you can't even lift a knife, stamina 9, you gasp for breath after 2 steps, agility 7, even a turtle moves faster than you, mental strength 11, your mind is a blank slate. The materials required for upgrading have suddenly increased so much. No more wooden planks, but now there are screws, iron nails, engines, and rubber. These new materials seem quite challenging to acquire. If I end up needing a larger upgrade, I shall file a complaint. Wen Lan settled into the driver's seat, intending to familiarize herself with the new vehicle while also opening a few boxes. Unexpectedly, the sky darkened in an instant, devoid of any glimmer of light. Wen Lan steadied her racing heart and opened the system to check the time. It was already 7 p.m. In the game, dawn broke at 4 a.m. and dusk fell at 7 p.m., allowing for continued travel at night, if one was not apprehensive about inadvertently venturing into the ominous fog. The newly upgraded tricycle lacked headlights, but fortunately, there was an external searchlight, which Wen Lan activated. The faint beam illuminated the road ahead, casting a minimal light into the vehicle, yet visibility remained largely obscured. She reclined the driver's seat, spread out a windproof blanket, placed a flower pot beside her head, and curled up on a makeshift bed while activating the chat channel. The public screen was flooded with discussions about the sudden onset of darkness. Just don't die from overexertion. Why has night fallen so swiftly? Fortunately, my headlights are quite bright. If I proceed cautiously, I can still locate supply crates. Heavenly dumpling. Be careful not to drive into the fog, my friend. Just don't die from overexertion. What kind of contemporary youth sleeps at 7 p.m.? With nothing else to do, I must drive to find crates. As long as I remain cautious, I should be fine. I adore mushrooms. Exchange various materials for star mushrooms, prioritizing food and water. They are now available in the trading market. Accompanying this message was an image of a star mushroom, roughly the size of a fist, emitting a faint glow. Lettuce luck, impressive. Can I trade lettuce with you? Lettuce can be eaten raw and contains moisture. Wen Lan wished to trade as well, but alas, her provisions were insufficient. Cheerful boy, trade electric cards for gasoline. I drive a gas vehicle. What is the deal with always trading electric cards? It appeared that gasoline vehicles existed, and electric cards seemed to be somewhat easier to acquire than gasoline. After calling out in the chat channel for quite some time, Wen Lan finally exchanged 14 wooden planks for 4 pieces of glass. The wooden planks occupied an excessive amount of space, yet they were currently easy to obtain. At this moment, she earnestly wished for a trading channel. Constantly shouting was far too time-consuming, and to purchase anything, one had to keep a vigilant eye on the chaotic chat messages. As Wen Lan scrolled through the public messages, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The encroaching darkness and enveloping silence instilled a vague sense of insecurity, keeping her in a state of light sleep, her body occasionally twitching. The day's experiences haunted her dreams, flashing by in a whirlwind of images. A road that never seemed to reach its end, an increasing number of mice, and the lingering disappointment of not acquiring any star mushrooms. Tomorrow, once she gathered sufficient supplies, she would surely trade for star mushroom. Chapter 5. The glimmering tomato lantern. As dawn broke, Wen Lan awoke, discovering that her tomato seedlings had borne fruit, 7 in total, and her cotton plants had grown significantly taller. The clock read 4:05 a.m., with a pleasant temperature of 25 C and a gentle breeze. marking the second day of her novice protection period. After greeting her two seedlings, she restored her seating arrangement and disembarked, feeling stiff from curling up all night. Placing the seedlings at the front of her vehicle, she commenced her stretching routine. After 10 minutes, she began a light jog around the car. Just 15 minutes into her run, she felt the warmth and decided to shed her sleepwear, continuing her exercise for another 20 minutes until her legs began to tremble. After a brief stretch, she sat down for breakfast. She only had 3 pieces of bread. Hesitant to consume them all, she opened one, tearing off a small piece to share with her tomato and cotton seedlings, as if they were her breakfast companions. The bread was rather dry, prompting her to take a sip of cola, pouring a bit for her seedlings as well, before embarking on her journey with hopes of gathering ample supplies. By the time Wen Lan officially set off, it was nearly 5 a.m. Perhaps buoyed by a favorable mood and good fortune, she encountered a bronze chest less than 3 kilometers from her departure. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, she seized her broom and approached the treasure. Upon opening the chest, she swiftly struck at the creature that emerged, relying on her practiced aim from battling numerous mice. She dispatched the foe with haste. This time it was not a rabbit, but a rooster. Congratulations! Player has successfully defeated a LV1 rooster, gaining experience 5, 35, 1000. Would you like to decompose it? To her surprise, the rooster provided more experience than the rabbits. Decomposition successful. Congratulations on receiving raw chicken leg 1. Alas, raw meat could not be cooked. She decided to check the chat channel later to see if anyone was interested in purchasing it. Would you like to decompose the bronze chest? Yes. Decomposition successful. Received iron plate 4. Congratulations. Player has acquired 500 milliliters mineral water 1, glass 2, plastic 2, 10 minutes unlimited power card 1, iron plate 2, carnivorous plant seeds 1. The treasures from this chest were nearly doubled. Her luck seemed extraordinary today, and she was eager to open more chests. After over 3 hours of exploration, covering approximately 50 kilometers and consuming 40 of her energy, she had opened 6 wooden chests and 1 bronze chest. Total rewards included experience 17, 52, 1000. Current supplies 300g bread 4, 60g small bread 5, 500 milliliters mineral water 1, 5, 250 milliliters mineral water 4, 70g ham sausage 1, seafood flavored instant noodles 1, self-heating rice 1, pumpkin seeds 1, morning glory seeds 2, carnivorous plant seeds 1, basic soil 1, basic flower pot 1, basic growth agent 1, common soil 4, iron plate 20, glass 11. Plastic 6, rubber 2, screws 2, wooden planks 12, 10 minutes unlimited power card 2, 5 minutes unlimited power card 1, 100g rabbit meat, rabbit fur 1, raw chicken leg 1. Almost every chest yielded double rewards. Had it not been for the system notification that her tomatoes were ready for harvest, Wen Lan would have been reluctant to pause her endeavors. The tomatoes have ripened. Should I harvest them? This results in a successful yield. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Radiant Tomato Lantern. What is this? Did I not plant tomatoes? What on earth is this? Wen Lan gazed at the string of lanterns in her hand, bewildered. The Radiant Tomato Lantern, an embodiment of the Creator's most genuine hopes, shining brightly to illuminate your path, never to extinguish. When night falls, its glow scorches all malevolence, with proximity intensifying the burning sensation. Mother will no longer worry about my fear of darkness. Oh, why does one of them appear to be of a different hue? So, did I inadvertently cultivate a string of light bulbs? Wow, the little tomatoes are truly remarkable. They shine far more brilliantly than those starry mushrooms, and there are 7 of them. Fantastic. She cradled a large lantern in her hands and planted a hearty kiss on it. The lantern was substantial, too large to be held with both hands. It was strung together by a vine, resembling a series of 7, much like the gourd children. Each lantern was of similar color and size. But wait, why is this one not as bright? It feels soft to the touch. Is it spoiled? Wen Lan squeezed it firmly, and the tomato split open, releasing a familiar, cool breeze scented like cola. What a delightful surprise. A fan that blows a cola-flavored breeze. Refreshing and sweet. It seems my cola feeding was spot on. Little seedlings. From now on, if I have a bite to eat, you shall share in it. Where shall I hang it? Should I bind the radiant lantern to the current vehicle? Once bound, It cannot be transferred or dropped, and a placement position can be set. Yes, yes, yes. Binding successful. Please set the placement position. Once the string of lights is bound to the vehicle, aside from the size of the lanterns remaining unchanged, the vine can be conveniently lengthened or shortened. Wen Lan wrapped the entire string around the body of the vehicle, evenly distributing 6 lanterns around it, with a cola-flavored lantern positioned at the driver's seat to provide a refreshing breeze during moments of drowsiness. The vehicle now exuded a lively ambience, its creamy yellow body adorned with a circle of verdant vines, 6 bright red tomatoes glowing with an almost orange hue. The large lanterns made the tricycle appear even smaller. She decided to test the door mechanism. Once bound, the lantern seemed to grow from the vehicle itself, making the opening and closing quite effortless. After harvesting the tomatoes, she planted a carrot seed, consuming 1 unit of primary growth liquid, receiving a notification that it would mature in 24 hours. For the first time, Wen Lan acknowledged her innate talent, realizing that there was still much to explore within it. Indeed, it appeared exceedingly powerful and fantastical. When the system initially announced the game rules, it seemed intent on eliminating all players. Yet, it unexpectedly granted a novice period, allowing for the awakening of talents, a transition from certain demise to a glimmer of hope. A rapid shift. Nevertheless, it ultimately favored the players. The mention of psychic energy manipulation within her talent remained a mystery, leaving her uncertain if related abilities would emerge later. Yet, in any case, there is opportunity. She must strive to survive. Taking advantage of the pause, Wen Lan quickly replenished her energy by consuming a 60g piece of bread and finishing half a bottle of water, sharing the remainder with the little cotton and the small carrot. It was only a little past 9 o'clock, with over 3 hours remaining until lunchtime. In the chat channel, I called out for 100g of rabbit meat and 1 chicken leg, in exchange for a 5-minute power card, 3 iron pieces, and 2 iron nails. Were it not for the fact that the food is uncooked, and considering the current lack of conditions and energy to prepare meals, the price would undoubtedly be higher. Glancing at the battery level, it appears I can still travel approximately 60 to 70 kilometers. I aim to complete this journey before lunch and then recharge. Taking advantage of today's fortunate circumstances, I hope to gather a greater quantity of food and water. Chapter 6. As long as one survives, there's hope next. In less than 3 hours, I traversed over 60 kilometers and encountered 6 wooden crates, gaining an experience of 12, 64 1000, and 12 wooden planks. I did not have the time to sort through the other supplies, planning to assess them all at once after I finished running. Excluding today, I have only 5 days left before the onset of the cold wave season. The time allocated for preparing to confront extreme weather is regrettably insufficient, and fortune remains a fickle companion. My current vehicle is also rather inadequate. Glancing at the battery level, I estimated I could drive for another 5 kilometers before needing to stop for a rest and a meal. As I contemplated this, a sudden flash of light from the roadside caught my eye. Upon closer inspection, I was ecstatic to discover a silver treasure chest. What extraordinary luck! I hastily collected my weapon, opened the door, and exited the vehicle in one fluid motion. I knew that the silver chest would yield formidable creatures compared to the others, and I steeled myself for the encounter. However, when the monster finally materialized, it sent a shiver of fear down my spine. A full-grown wolf appeared before me, a stark contrast to the previous charming little creatures. Were it not for the novice protection, I would surely have met my demise. A mere broom would not suffice against such a large beast. I needed a proper weapon. I recalled a person who was consistently trading weapons for food and water. Upon opening the chat channel, I quickly spotted a message from the audacious player, indicating they were trading water. It appeared they had been busy indeed. Some individuals still had the means to cook, and raw meat was reasonably priced. The channel was abuzz with exchanges for food items, yet water remained perpetually scarce. I initiated a private chat, inquiring, "What is the exchange rate?" "Any weapon for a bottle of water," came the reply. "What weapons do you possess?" "Bow, dagger, sword, long knife, crossbow, axe, wolf-tooth club, nunchaku, 9-section whip." "Would a long knife and crossbow suffice for 2 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water?" "Deal." I added another friend and received 2 weapons in return. The long knife's weight was tolerable, though the crossbow was a tad heavy for one hand. Nevertheless, the crossbow was stunningly beautiful, resplendent in silver with sleek lines, accompanied by 3 reusable arrows. Cradling the crossbow in both hands, I loaded an arrow and aimed at the motionless wolf before me. Although my aim wavered, I managed to strike true. However, the beast was still alive, and my arms grew weary. Setting down the crossbow, I seized the long knife and slashed at the wolf. A thin wound appeared on its neck, but it nearly healed instantly. The challenge was daunting. The wolf's thick fur made it exceedingly difficult to penetrate, and its body felt slick beneath my grip. I had no choice but to muster my courage, step closer, and thrust the knife with all my might into its neck. The blade plunged in with a sickening squelch as blood splattered across my face. Unable to contain myself, I stumbled aside and retched for 3 agonizing minutes. At last, the system notified me that the wolf had succumbed to its blood loss. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain a level 2 wild wolf, earning 20 experience, 84 1000. Would you like to disassemble the remains? I had spent over half an hour on this solitary, motionless creature. Yes. Without a second thought for the knife, an arrow still embedded in the wolf's body, I hastily chose to disassemble it, eager to avert my gaze from that gruesome scene. Indeed, I had dedicated over half an hour to this single creature. Decomposition successful. Congratulations on obtaining wolf skin 2, 500G wolf, meat 1. The wolf skin is quite impressive. A substantial piece indeed. Is the wolf meat palatable? The exhilaration of opening the silver chest momentarily quelled the nausea and fear within as I reached into the chest. Congratulations, player. You have received Intermediate Pot 1, Basic Growth Agent 1, Fragrant Leaf Tianju Sunflower Seeds 1, 10 minutes Unlimited Power Card 2, Engine 1, 500 milliliters Mineral Water 2. Underwear 2, an engine. I initially thought this would be the most difficult item to acquire, yet it was the first to be collected. The intermediate nutrient pot can be used for planting 20 times, providing sustenance for an extended period. I even obtained underwear. Wen Lan transported all the items back to the vehicle and assessed the current supplies. Food for a day or 2 was assured, and water was amply sufficient. If I could consistently find 1 or 2 food items daily, hunger would not be a concern. Satisfied with the abundant provisions, Wen Lan noted that the only significant deficit was materials for upgrading the vehicle, along with the high-consumption power cards, as the vehicle would require recharging once depleted, unless one could perfectly time the upgrade. Wen Lan realized that such fortune was not something to be relied upon consistently. The empty silver treasure chest, sturdy in appearance, was kept for storage. With the expanded capacity of the vehicle, it could accommodate more items. After placing the scattered belongings in the chest, the vehicle appeared considerably tidier. She extracted food and items related to her abilities and placed them into the silver chest, while the remaining items and vehicle materials were stuffed into a plastic barrel. The engine was tucked beneath the seat, and the blood-stained pajamas were exchanged for a cleaner outfit. Thankful that the stains on the sleep pants were minimal, she donned the newly acquired underwear inside the vehicle, wearing only a thermal shirt, planning to change into the pajamas again during the next monster encounter since they were already soiled. What was meant to be a timely lunch turned into nearly 2 p.m. as she became engrossed in her tasks. She retrieved a 5-minute unlimited power card to charge the vehicle, using 2 5-minute cards for a total of 40 charge. She also opened a 300G pack of bread and a sausage to recharge herself and the seedlings. Strangely, the food placed in the soil vanished shortly after, as if the seedlings were sharing a meal with her. Opening the chat channel. Sushio, my bicycle has finally upgraded to a tricycle, but I still have to pedal. It's exhausting. My legs feel like jelly. Siang Young Air Sheng, SES. Hang in there. We have 5.5 days left. Pedal for a bit and then push it. There's always hope. Open more chests. With good luck, the vehicle upgrades will come swiftly. Ainsley, are you really that unfortunate? I started with a car. It was such a thrill. Nwomi Wanzi, I have no friends or family. What is the point of my perseverance? For me, there is no difference between holding on and letting go. I might as well succumb sooner. Outsider, before you give in, trade your supplies with me. It will be a contribution to humanity's survival. Sunset Dusk, Nwomi Wanzi, don't listen to the outsider. Living has its own significance. As long as there is one person left, our roots remain unbroken. Besides, you might just find friends and joy within the game. Outsider, joy you say? The joy of survival? In a world where roads are disconnected and online interactions flourish, a bright young boy cheerfully announces the exchange of electric cards for gasoline. On just the second day, he urges his friends to embrace the excitement of trading, declaring that even without fuel, one can still navigate the journey. Another user expresses a desire to trade mushrooms for vehicle supplies, while yet another seeks to swap lettuce for similar resources. Observing the lively chatter in the channel, Wen Lan feels a sense of relief. In her current zone, no one has met their demise. The presence of many brings a lively atmosphere. Although the future remains uncertain, the mere act of living instills hope, and she knows her grandmother awaits her ahead. She wishes for her little cotton to grow strong and large enough to help her endure the biting cold. After 3 hours of travel, Wen Lan is reluctantly compelled to halt, as the countdown for cotton's growth has begun to appear. Chapter 7. Harvesting cotton, watching as the little cotton plant entered its final growth countdown of 10 minutes. I decided to wait a moment longer before embarking on my journey. The cotton has matured. Do you wish to harvest? Harvest successful. Congratulations, player. You have obtained cotton. What is this? Wen Lan hurriedly checked the description. Cotton. This plant, due to its excessive intake of nutrients during growth, produces 500 g of cotton every hour. When the cotton emits a fragrant aroma reminiscent of freshly baked bread, it retains a warmth of 25 C, a gift from its creator, which envelopes and comforts. Cotton, you are my beloved. I buried my face into the plush cotton figure, as large as a basketball, and rubbed against it vigorously. System, bind cotton to my vehicle. That way no one can snatch it away. Cotton binding successful. After harvesting the cotton, both the ordinary flower pot and soil were depleted and disappeared, thankfully leaving no refuse behind. Oh, the rubbish. It was nearly overflowing. I hastily set to work with a newly acquired beginner-S pot and an intermediate pot. Pouring ordinary soil into the beginner's pot, I planted the morning glory seeds, initiating a growth countdown of 48 hours. In the intermediate pot, I added primary soil and planted the scented geranium seeds, which would mature in 72 hours. I had only 2 bottles of basic nutrient solution, which I distributed evenly between the 2 pots. Morning glory maturity countdown, 24 hours. Scented geranium seed maturity countdown, 48 hours. I placed the 3 seedlings alongside the cotton in the back seat and glanced at the time. It was already past 5 p.m., with less than 3 hours until dusk. The vehicle's battery could only carry me for another 10 kilometers, and after that, Wen Lan had no intention of continuing. If fortune favored me, I might gather sufficient materials. If not, selling cotton 5 more times would allow the vehicle to upgrade, restoring the battery to full capacity. To my dismay, not a single wooden crate appeared during those 10 kilometers, and the battery was now depleted. Wen Lan stepped out to stretch her limbs, recalling the disheveled state from the earlier wolf encounter. After contemplating, she picked up her long knife and began practicing her slicing and chopping skills, as if this would transform her into a master of the craft by the next opportunity. After just 10 minutes of practice, my arms felt sore and my waist ached, prompting me to lie down. I took the 3 seedlings out and climbed onto the roof of the vehicle to bask in the sun and feel the breeze. This was my first moment of true relaxation since entering the game. I let my mind wander freely. Wen Lan clutched her stomach, deciding to have an early dinner today. The evening-S meal consisted once again of self-heating rice. After a hard day's work, I deserved to treat myself. With joy, Wen Lan shared the rice with her little companions. She pulled out the remaining half bottle of cola, gulping it down with a satisfying belch. Delightful. Only half the bottle remained. I distributed the leftover cola among the 3 seedlings, eager to let them savor the effervescence while it lasted. Soon, it would be hard to come by. I tossed the empty bottles and bowls into a plastic bin, the scene around me appearing somewhat chaotic. It seems that tomorrow I must prepare a wooden box to store the trash. However, I have consumed everything quite neatly, leaving no mess on other supplies. Cradling 3 seedlings in my arms, I strolled around the vehicle, engaging in conversation about my life before entering the game, reminiscing about my grandmother and sharing numerous tales. As time slipped away, I entered the vehicle just before darkness enveloped the surroundings. The night was indeed pitch black, contrasting sharply with the brilliance of daylight. It was only upon the arrival of night that I realized how luminous the small lantern truly was, casting light around the vehicle and transforming it into a small sun that dispelled the darkness within a meter's radius. Inside, everything was crystal clear. The previously praised high-definition, transparent glass revealed the interior of the vehicle in its entirety under the glow of the lights. Suddenly, my mind conjured up various horror films featuring characters pressed against glass, which was quite terrifying. I requested a modicum of privacy. I eagerly anticipated the upgrade of my vehicle, hoping for enhanced discretion. Wen Lan settled into the driver's seat, cradling Yaya Cotton, and opened the chat channel. Just moments ago, she had harvested 1,500 G of ordinary cotton, and she was keen to sell it swiftly. Wen Lan opened the chat channel, proposing to exchange 500 G of cotton for any 5 vehicle materials, as she was merely short of some basic materials for the upgrade. 500 G of cotton for 5 vehicle materials. Those interested, please message me privately. Pure Love Warrior. I want it. Is the cotton quantity substantial? I can consume it all. Spicy tofu. Isn't 500 G a tad too pricey? Everyone is upgrading their vehicles right now. How about 2 for 1? Fluffy Ice Lamb. Sister, could you kindly give me some? I can provide warmth for your bed. Pure Love Warrior. If you don't want it, then I certainly do not, as I refuse to freeze to death during the cold season. Spicy tofu. What use is 500 G? Let us make it cheaper. Pure Love Warrior. Having some is better than having none. And who says I only possess 500 G? Go away with your freeloading. Heart bigger than needles, I want to see too. Private message. I'll trade underwear for materials. Strawberry boba milk. Does Wangzai still have stock? I'm currently insufficient. Let me gather more. Sky dumpling. Haha, Wangzai, wait for me. I just finished my upgrade. Outsider. Since there's so much cotton, why not sell it cheaper and benefit everyone? Sky dumpling. Bro, we're talking about 100,000 people here. How can you benefit everyone? Why don't you benefit me instead by giving me all your materials? Wen Lan chose to stop reading further, as her private messages were nearly overwhelmed. Once again, she wished for a trading post where she could filter out many individuals rather than sifting through them herself. Most were genuinely interested in exchanging, while the rest merely sought to exploit. She didn't mind assisting others when capable, but she had often lacked the means, chuckling to herself. Clear pricing was essential. Freeloading was out of the question. After filtering through her required materials, she exchanged with Pure Love Warrior for 3 iron nails and 2 rubber pieces. With Heart bigger than a needle's eye for 4 glass pieces and 1 screw, and with Lone Wolf for 3 rubber pieces, 1 iron nail, and 1 screw. Pure Love Warrior was relatively familiar, having traded before and being a friend. Heart bigger than a needle's eye she had encountered a few times in the World Channel while swapping clothing. I have yet to witness the Lone Wolf speaking in the channel. However, with a community of 100,000 individuals, it is hardly surprising that one cannot encounter everyone. Let us compile the current supplies, including those acquired through cotton exchanges, along with the experience gained from the opening of 4 ordinary chests and 1 bronze chest during the 3-hour journey this afternoon, resulting in an experience increase of 18,102,1000. Chapter 8. The Feeling of Trust. Pour a common growth agent into the pot of scented geranium, and a countdown of 24 hours to maturity begins. After calculating the materials required for the vehicle upgrade, it appears that I am still short of 5 pieces of glass, 10 pieces of plastic, 4 pieces of rubber, 5 screws, and 1 nail. Tonight, I shall sacrifice some sleep, sell cotton, and prioritize upgrading the vehicle. While waiting for Yaya to produce cotton, Wen Lan continuously scrolled through the chat channel. Flying fish. Has anyone's vehicle already reached the point of requiring an upgrade card? Ein's blanket. My SUV needs that upgrade after advancing to the next level. I've been driving it for 2 days now, yet I haven't seen a hint of the card. Little Orange Cat. What vehicle upgrade card? I've never heard of it. I'm still short 5 pieces of glass and an engine. I'm willing to trade food for vehicle materials. Please message me privately. 007. I'm also stuck on the vehicle upgrade card, but my current vehicle can barely manage the cold wave season. The fuel consumption is too rapid, I can't keep up with the oil supply. Heavenly dumplings. Some have already progressed to the next stage, while I'm still on a convertible tricycle. Vehicle upgrade card? I wonder what kind of upgrade necessitates such a card. These players are impressive. How do they level up so quickly? As she continued to read the messages, time swiftly passed, and Yaya produced 1500 G of cotton. Looking at the next offer, 500 G of cotton can be exchanged for any 5 vehicle upgrade materials, totaling 1500 G. The next round begins in 3 hours under the same conditions, and materials can be submitted in advance for reservation. Delivery will be sent via private message after 3 hours. Wen Lan contemplated whether she could gather the materials beforehand. The vehicle upgrade would take time. The last upgrade took 10 minutes, but she was uncertain how long this one would require. If possible, she hoped to avoid waiting too late, fearing insufficient sleep would affect her performance the following day. Strawberry bubble milk, wonderful. There's still cotton available. I've gathered enough materials. I'll message you, Wang Zai. Spicy tofu. Is deceiving people now done so brazenly? I knew you were not a good person, fishing during the day and revealing your true self at night. Arrogant sky. Can I trade weapons for vehicle upgrade materials? Once I've gathered enough, I'll come find you to purchase. Heavenly dumplings. Fortunately, I opened boxes vigorously this afternoon and managed to accumulate 5 upgrade materials. Hee. Fluffy ice lamb. Sister, deceiving is not virtuous. It's best for everyone to exchange money and goods simultaneously, as private transactions lack security. Outsider. This afternoon, prices were high, but now it seems materials are being obtained for free. Those who call me a freeloader should take a closer look. This is true freeloading. Mine's blanket. I'll trade you all my cotton for this Rolex watch. It's a brand name, and you'd be making a significant profit. A picture of the watch accompanied the message. Heavenly dumplings. This item holds no value in the game. I'd gladly accept it for free. Hee. Disinterested in books. Fraudulence is everywhere. Someone call the police. Pure love warrior. Wang Zai. Are you about to upgrade your vehicle? What materials do you need? I'll reserve one. Disinterested in books. I've already said it's a scam. Why are there still believers? The heart is larger than a needle's eye. I too shall make a reservation. For cotton is a rare commodity that must be seized promptly. Outsider. The nature of the proprietor often reflects the clientele. Perhaps these individuals are not remarkable themselves. Let us fortune. Mind your own business, chattering all day long. I, too, shall reserve one. Upon opening her private messages, she anticipated a barrage of insults, yet to her surprise, the majority were transactions, with numerous reservations as well. Pure love warrior. Wang Zai. Do you require any materials? I possess an abundance. Consider it my reservation fee. The heart is larger than a needle's eye. Wang Zai. I have only 3 iron nails and 2 pieces of plastic. Can these be reserved? Let us fortune. Oh, great one. May I reserve 5 pieces of plastic and 1 screw? Wen Lan felt a swell of gratitude, experiencing a sense of trust among these unfamiliar individuals. This sensation was both exhilarating and novel. After accepting reservations from Lettuce and the heart larger than a needle's eye, she messaged Pure Love Warrior and received 3 pieces of glass, 1 piece of plastic, and 2 screws. In the private message transactions, she selected 3 individuals with compatible materials, exchanging with Tion's dumpling for 1 rubber and 4 screws, with Spring Blossoms for 3 rubber and 3 plastic, and with Flower Blooming Fortune for 1 iron nail, 2 plastics, and 2 glasses. This resulted in an accumulation of, for iron nails, 13 plastics, for rubbers, 5 glasses, and 6 screws, with the current materials sufficient for an upgrade. She even had 3 extra iron nails, 1 screw, and 3 plastics. Vehicle upgrade available. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Vehicle upgrading. This process will take 30 minutes. Please wait. Fortunately, the upgrade does not require her to leave the vehicle. Otherwise, it would be quite frightening at this late hour. Wen Lan nearly dozed off while waiting. Ding! Vehicle upgrade successful. Congratulations on acquiring a medium-sized van. Would you like to make detail adjustments? There is only 1 adjustment opportunity per upgrade. Yes, is this upgrade so advanced? Can I adjust the details myself? First, the overall appearance of the vehicle is presented. A refreshing cream yellow with numerous windows, considerably larger than before. The vehicle measures 3 meters in length, 1. 2 meters in width and 1 meters in height. Besides the driver's seat and the passenger seat, there is an additional sliding door on the driver's side for entering the cabin, and the rear trunk can also be opened. A simple tap grants access to the interior, which is a 7-seater business van, almost entirely filled with seats, while the trunk space remains quite ample. Wen Lan first removed the passenger seat to create space for easy movement between the front and back. All rear seats were also removed and combined with the trunk space. It became exceedingly spacious, measuring at least 5 meters in width and sufficient length to accommodate 2 individuals lying down. She adjusted the gleaming lamp to a suitable length, leaving only a dim light in the direction of the driver's seat. After selecting the electric vehicle mode, she pressed the confirmation button, and the entire scene transformed. She remained seated in the driver's seat, yet the vehicle had changed. The general shape of the vehicle had been observed during the adjustments, and the space had expanded considerably, allowing for greater ease of movement. Wen Lan walked from the passenger seat to the rear space to organize her supplies. Food and talented materials are stored in silver chests, while other supplies are placed in plastic barrels, all stacked at the rear of the vehicle. After this upgrade, many resources have been depleted, thus I must diligently stockpile. Player, Wen Lan, nickname, I will eat you if you keep staring. Vehicle, medium van, currently at 100 battery, capable of traveling 240 kilometers. Requires 10 vehicle upgrade card for the next level upgrade. Region, Huawei 6666 zone, talent ability. Look at what I have grown, level. LV0, experience points. 102, 1000. Strength, 11, you can hardly lift a knife. Stamina, 9, you gasp for breath after just 2 steps. Agility, 7, even a turtle moves faster than you. Mental power, 11, your mind is utterly vacant. Chapter 9, Vehicle Upgrade Cards. Vehicle Upgrade Cards. Wen Lan did not expect to find herself stymied here so soon, having just acquired them. What are the previous vehicle upgrade materials? Will they still be of use in future upgrades? Generally, it is understandable for upgrade materials to undergo some changes, yet the abrupt shift to an entirely new material is perplexing. Furthermore, as for card-type items, thus far only the electric card has been introduced, leaving one uncertain about the possibility of obtaining them. Perhaps in a couple of days. If the boxes do not yield vehicle upgrade cards, it may be that they will only drop in the official game. At that point, she might sell off some of the accumulated vehicle upgrade materials in exchange for supplies. Presently, her vehicle situation is quite satisfactory, and there is no pressing need for further upgrades. The primary focus should now be on acquiring more food, water, electric cards, and warm supplies. By the time night fell, Wen Lan had gathered 3 batches of cotton to bestow good fortune upon Lettuce. With a heart larger than a needle's eye, and after sending a message to her pure-hearted warrior, she lay down in the vehicle compartment, covered by a windproof blanket, and soon drifted into slumber. Yet, whether it was the insecurity brought on by the transparent glass or the fear from the day's wolf hunt, her dreams were plagued with visions of stabbing wolves. An eternal struggle that never reached a conclusion. She often felt as though someone was watching her through the thick darkness. That night, her sleep was restless. Waking before dawn had even broken. Clutching 3 little sprouts, leaning against the cotton exhaled by Yia, she found herself lost in thought. Her body awake, but her spirit still adrift. It wasn't long before dawn broke, now 4 o'clock a.m., with a temperature of 26 C, and it marked the 3rd day of her beginner's protection period. Wen Lan sipped some water to rejuvenate herself and stepped out of the vehicle to commence her morning exercises. First, she placed the 3 little sprouts at the front of the vehicle. Having company during workouts provides added motivation. She commenced with a 15-minute stretch, followed by a 35-minute jog, concluding with another 10-minute stretch to wrap up her physical regimen. Glancing at her sweat-soaked autumn top, she felt the uncomfortable stickiness. She hadn't tea-bathed, brushed her teeth, or washed her face in the last 2 days. For her other needs, she could rely on the vehicle's windproof blanket for modesty. As for the more pressing matters, without any means of cleanliness, she could manage for just a couple more days. Today, she hoped to acquire some paper. Her stomach was beginning to swell. Due to her bloated belly, Wen Lan consumed only half of the 300 grams of bread she had prepared, sharing the remainder with her little sprouts. After finishing a 250 milliliters bottle of mineral water together, Wen Lan embarked on her third day of survival. Now it was 5:15 a.m., and Yaya had produced 2,000 grams of cotton, which still had room in the vehicle, so there was no rush to sell it. The speed of the new vehicle was exhilarating as Wen Lan opened the window, letting the breeze tousle her hair, though it failed to lift it, as days of neglect had left it too oily. In 3 hours, she had covered 90 kilometers, but luck was not on her side today, as she encountered only 4 wooden boxes and 1 bronze treasure chest, gaining a mere 12 experience points. 112-1000. Luck smiled upon her again as she stumbled upon a little rabbit, but only managed to salvage 1 rabbit fur from it. This game is so stingy. The cuts are too harsh. There were several instances previously where she received nothing at all. By the time my grandmother arrives, I shall have her do the dismantling. I'll leave you with but a bone. Oomph. The unboxing experience was quite pleasant, revealing a common flower pot and a steaming meat bun. The other items were similar to previous ones, consisting mainly of upgrade materials. As the carrots were nearing maturity, Wen Lan decided to take a break, organizing her supplies. She opened the chat channel and saw a message. 500 G of cotton for any daily necessities. Bring your trade items for a private chat. If there is demand, we will exchange, totaling 3,500 G. After sending the message, she ignored others' replies and directly opened a private chat. Arrogant Sky, are you trading weapons? Not enough for daily life, pass. Ein's Blanket, I offer you the honor of trading my Rolex. Foolish 13, pass. Shaved Ice Lamb, sister, could you spare me some cotton? Please, little lamb is so adorable. Share some cotton with me. Want to take advantage? She was ignored, pass. Wen Lan sifted through numerous private messages until she finally found one of interest. Craftsman wooden basin, retractable single wooden bed, folding wooden stool, portable wooden toilet. Along with the item names, there were accompanying images, each appearing exquisite and sturdy. The toilet was indeed desperately needed. Just for you. Can I exchange 1,000 G of cotton for a toilet and a single wooden bed? Craftsman, absolutely yes. Wen Lan traded 1,000 G of cotton and was pleasantly surprised to receive not only the toilet and wooden bed, but also a wooden stool. Just for you. Did you send an extra one? Craftsman, cotton is in such high demand now. I felt you might be at a loss. I sent a stool your way. It's not worth much, just something I made myself. Wen Lan decided not to return the stool, as it was indeed useful. She traded all the wooden planks from her backpack. Just for you. I only exchanged because I needed it. I have no use for the wooden planks. Keep them. They might come in handy. Craftsman, oh, no need for so much. I'll return it to you. Just for you. No, just share whatever you craft later. Let us be friends. With your skills, remember to message me if you have good items. Craftsman, sure, thank you. Wen Lan examined the portable toilet. It was slightly smaller than a normal toilet, divided into 2 detachable parts. Once full, she could simply replace the lower container, which was quite convenient. Now that she had a toilet, she only needed toilet paper. After a quick look around, she exchanged a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water with the sun always shines after the storm and traded her strawberry bubble milk for a set of bedding, 152.10, and a towel, leaving her with 1,500 G. Wen Lan contemplated using the towel for personal hygiene when suddenly she received a curious private message. I love eating mushrooms. Soft mushrooms for cotton. Soft mushroom. The soft mushroom can rapidly absorb dirt clinging to its surface with a storage capacity of 1L. Once its color turns gray, it can no longer absorb dirt. This was more impressive than paper. It seemed everyone had unique talents. Wen Lan promptly exchanged 1,000 G of cotton for 2 soft mushrooms. If only I love eating mushrooms had more than 2, she would have traded for more, but she planned to message her again later. She currently has 6 friends: Pure Love Warrior, Bright Little Boy, Lettuce Good Luck, Heart Bigger Than a Needle's Eye, Craftsman, and I Love Eating Mushrooms. Suddenly, Heart Bigger Than a Needle's, I sent her a private message. Wang Zai, I currently lack surplus materials for living. Would it be possible for me to make you 2 quilts in exchange for 500 G of cotton? Of course, you will provide the cotton for the quilts. I will cover everything else. You can specify the weight and size, and I will certainly fulfill your request. What a stroke of luck today. I was just considering stuffing the cotton directly into the bedding set, and now someone is offering to help. How wonderful. I will eat you up, sure. I will give you the 500 g of cotton first, and I will come to you for the cotton needed for the quilts once I have it all gathered. Heart bigger than the needles? Aye, no need to worry about it now. You can give it to me along with the cotton for the quilts later. I will eat you up. Can you make cotton-padded clothes and trousers? Heart bigger than the needles? Aye, yes indeed. It will just take some time and effort. I will eat you up. Hold on to the cotton for now. Consider a deposit for me. I will need to order cotton-padded clothes and trousers from you later, and 2 quilts may not suffice. Heart bigger than the needles? Aye, all right. Thank you so much. Chapter 10. The Carrot Knife and the Bunny Hero Splendid. In exchange for 3,500 g of cotton, I acquired a portable wooden toilet, a pull-out single wooden bed, a folding wooden stool, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, a set of light yellow bedding, a towel, 2 cleaning mushrooms, and an order for 2 cotton quilts. It was still not yet 9 o'clock, and there were over 20 minutes until the little carrot was ready for harvest. Wen Lan, holding the toilet and the cleaning mushrooms, approached the rear of the vehicle, embracing the windbreak cover and releasing a great sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, what bliss! The toilet is quite effective. The cleaning mushrooms are splendid as well. After a moment of relief, Wen Lan felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, her slight discomfort alleviated. She opened a 250 milliliters bottle of mineral water, dampened a few towels, and first wiped her face, then her hands. Oh, has it turned dusty already? She folded up the towel, for there were no conditions to wash it yet. Leaving the toilet at the back of the vehicle to air out, she dashed off to find the little carrot. She was ready to assist in its birth. The carrot is ripe. Shall it be harvested? Yes. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with delight as she focused on the carrot. A flash of light enveloped her. Carrot harvested. Congratulations on obtaining the carrot knife that cuts through steel. A carrot knife? Is it the same one that children play with? Click to view information. The carrot knife that cuts through steel. On the distant planet in G686, there exists a group of knife masters whose skills are unparalleled, and their techniques are ingrained within their very genes. Each knife master is born alongside a carrot knife. To lose this knife is akin to losing their life. During its growth, the little carrot absorbed the fervent desires of its creator, seizing the imminent carrot knife and merging with it. The resulting knife appeared to have been enhanced, capable of slicing through steel effortlessly, even infused with a touch of water spirit energy. You may choose to wield it yourself or summon its rightful knife master. Should you opt to summon the knife master, you shall relinquish your claim to the carrot knife. This opportunity is singular. Please choose wisely. Wen Lan was taken aback, overwhelmed by the delightful surprise bestowed upon her by the little carrot. One moment, it was an alien creature. The next, it was steeped in mystical water spirit energy. Is this a tale of interstellar adventure or a journey of cultivation? And what do they mean by absorbing my desires? I never wished to seize another's possessions. Could it be that my clumsy encounter with the wolf the other day moved the little carrot? How touching. A little carrot. I'm so emotional. Choosing to summon the knife master, for I would never wish for an innocent to lose their life due to my actions. Choice successful. Summoning in progress. After a flash of white light, a palm-sized rabbit appeared before her. Wen Lan nearly reacted instinctively by kicking it away, thinking the system had thrown another monster at her. Congratulations on summoning the knife master, Bunny Hero. Such a tiny rabbit? It's smaller than my palm. Are you sure it's a knife master? Wen Lan crouched down, poking at the little rabbit with the carrot knife. Hello, did you find my carrot knife? A super adorable, girlish voice chimed. Wen Lan was momentarily stunned. A talking rabbit? Just a little bunny. Who needs a knife master when there's an adorable bunny around? Hee hee. Thank you for finding my carrot knife. No need for thanks. No need at all. A talking rabbit. How delightful. Could you please hand me the radish knife? The little rabbit stood upright, its forepaws raised in anticipation. Of course. Wen Lan instinctively raised her voice and passed the radish knife over. As soon as the knife was handed, it transformed into an appropriate size, snugly cradled in the little rabbit's embrace. Ah, how adorable! In gratitude for your assistance in retrieving my radish knife, I shall henceforth become your guardian, pledging my very life to ensure your safety. Would you like to bind a rabbit hero as your companion? Yes, such a charming little rabbit must accompany me. Wen Lan dismissed the rabbit's words lightly, considering it no larger than a mouse conjured from a box, merely a good luck charm. Binding successful. Would you like to view companion information? Species, rabbit hero name, unknown weapon, radish knife. This knife, capable of slicing through iron, unexpectedly emanates a hint of water spirit energy. Is it destined to pursue a dual path of physical and magical prowess? Bound companion, Wen Lan talent ability, mastery of the knife talent level, SSS level, LV0, experience 0 1000, strength, 20 stamina, 20 agility, 20 mental power, 60. With such low mental power, the dual path may not be feasible. Talent level 3S. Its attributes surpass mine. Could this truly be a mere little rabbit? The system must be mistaken. Hello, little rabbit. Welcome to our team. Wen Lan smiled and extended her index finger. Greetings, master. Master sounds too formal. Call me sister instead. She chuckled, holding the rabbit's soft little paw. All right, sister. By the way, little rabbit, what is your name? I have just been born and do not yet possess a name. Wen Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had inadvertently usurped the essence of a life not yet begun. Allow me to name you. How about Tuji? That sounds wonderful. Thank you, sister. Wen Lan cradled Tuji and returned to the car. Tuji was undeniably adorable, though its tiny legs seemed to tire easily. Let's continue our conversation in the car. Hee. Tuji is so small. Do you still need to drink milk? Leaving your parents at such a tender age, do you miss them? Wen Lan placed Tuji on the platform behind the steering wheel. I do not require milk. Regular food suffices. We rabbit heroes have no parents. We are all birthed from the radish divine stone. Wow, Tuji will surely be formidable in the future. Remarkable indeed, springing forth from stone, much like the legendary bull. Our rabbit hero clan knows no weakness. Moreover, I can sense a mysterious power within this radish knife. It is exceptionally strong. The little rabbit's furrowed brow in contemplation was utterly charming. Indeed, earlier it was mentioned that there is a hint of water spirit energy. Do you know what that entails? Water spirit energy is a breath of air condensed from the water element. You must attune yourself to the water element in the air, draw it into your being, and consolidate it into water spirit power. When your attack possesses spirit energy, your strength will multiply exponentially. Wen Lan was ecstatic. This truly felt like embarking on a fantastical journey of cultivation. Can I learn this? I can teach you. Thank you, little bunny. I adore you. Wen Lan planted a fervent kiss on the little bunny she held, feeling as though she had struck gold. Exchanging a useless radish knife for a genius little bunny that came equipped with its own cultivation formula. No need to be polite, sister, the little bunny blushed. The formidable power I previously mentioned is not merely water spiritual energy. Rather, it is the potent, mysterious force contained within the water spiritual energy. The little bunny, her cheeks flushed, redirected the conversation. What mysterious force? Is it dangerous? Amused by the little bunny's serious demeanor, Wen Lan decided to let it slide. Generally, water spiritual energy is quite gentle, but the energy within this water spiritual knife is rather boisterous, constantly erupting. However, there is currently no danger. As long as one does not forcibly manipulate the energy within, once I mature a bit more, I should be able to learn how to harness it. The bunny's cheeks reddened. Haha, indeed. Our little bunny is so clever. She will surely learn. By the way, bunny, are you hungry? I'm not hungry yet, sister. Well, it's still early. I'll plant the seeds, and then we shall embark, continuing our conversation along the way. Wen Lan moved the immature morning glories and pest-repelling herbs, scented geranium, beside the little bunny, noting that the morning glories would mature by 5:30 p.m., and the pest-repelling herbs by 7:05 p.m. She placed strawberry seeds in the pot where she had just harvested the radish knife, pouring in the solitary ordinary growth agent. Strawberry maturity countdown, 60, 00, 00. I still lack growth agents. I had intended to plant in another ordinary pot as well, but I shall wait. She arranged a third small pumpkin alongside its two companions. Little bunny, are you ready? I am ready. Wait, my toilet. Luckily, she had not pressed the accelerator. She exited the vehicle to place the toilet in the trunk. Go. Chapter 11. The hope of departure, by the way, Rabbit. I noticed in the introduction that you hail from another planet. Correct? Do you know where we are? Is there a way out? I can only sense an overwhelming power of contract contained here. Yet the specifics of this place elude me. The strength required to shatter this force and gain our freedom seems an insurmountable distance away. But as long as there's a goal, we shall advance towards it. One day, I shall take you to see Blue Star, the place I hold dear. With a newfound sense of direction, my previously confused heart felt considerably lighter. Oh, and dear little rabbit, you have a grandmother, a rather irascible old lady, yet an excellent cook. She will surely adore you, showering you with delectable treats until you become delightfully plump. We shall meet her in due time. As a swordsman, however, one must not gain weight, as it would hinder agility. Ha ha ha! Observing the serious little rabbit, I could not contain my laughter. The joy of having someone to converse with was truly delightful. At last, I spotted a treasure chest. A bronze chest. The target ahead is the bronze chest. Charge forth. After traveling over 20 kilometers, I finally found a chest. It had been a daunting journey. Charge! The little rabbit responded timidly, and I turned back to grab my long sword from the carriage. With a swift motion, I opened the door and leaped out with an air of elegance. Little rabbit, watch as I unveil something splendid for you. Unbeknownst to me, the rabbit followed closely behind as I approached the chest, gripping my sword tightly as I opened it. Congratulations! Rabbit has successfully slain an LV-1 black-striped snake, earning experience 6,1000, and binding the partner grants shared experience 6,118,1000. As the scene unfolded before me, with the rabbit in the midst of sheathing its sword, I transitioned from confusion to disbelief, ultimately culminating in exhilaration. My expression struggled to keep pace with my emotions. Rabbit, you are incredible. Please teach me. I marveled, realizing that this little creature, despite being a mere babe, possessed strength surpassing my own. I had underestimated it gravely. Of course, every morning, I shall dedicate 2 hours to training alongside my sister, the little rabbit replied earnestly. Wonderful. At that moment, I had no inkling that those 2 hours would soon become the most arduous part of my day. It was then that I glanced down at the lifeless form of the black-striped snake. Truly, it earned its name, with its myriad of intricate black patterns dazzling to behold, and its short stature would make it a challenging target to hit when it was in motion. Now that I had a mentor, I must diligently train to prepare myself. After the protection period, I would not be facing stationary targets any longer. Would you like to dissect the black-striped snake? Yes. Dissection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained black-striped snake venom 1. Goodness. It possesses venom. Black-striped snake venom inflicts a poisoning debuff, leading to weakness, without an antidote within 2 days. Death is imminent. How perilous. Thus far, none of the chests have yielded any medicinal items. I feel rather stunted during this novice phase. Not only are there no valuable treasures, but the supplies are woefully scant. Perhaps, sensing my trepidation, the rabbit reassured me. Fear not, sister, I shall protect you. What extraordinary luck it is to encounter such a delightful little bunny capable of providing protection. Thank you, dear. I shall also strive to grow stronger. With that, I reached into the treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received 1 10-minute unlimited power card, 1 basic growth agent, 1 sunflower seed, and 1 basic hydroponic nutrient solution. Splendid. An unlimited power card and a new item. Hydroponic nutrient solution, a conducive growth environment for hydroponic plants. It should possess properties akin to that of soil. After gathering all the supplies, I returned to the vehicle, placing the gifted materials into the silver treasure chest, while the power cards were neatly organized in the drawer of the passenger seat. I set aside a portion of the basic nutrient solution to nourish the strawberry seedling. Time until strawberry maturation, 34, 57, 36. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was already past 11. No more delays. It was time to eat. I took out a once hot, now cool meat bun, tearing it in half. I offered 1 portion to the bunny. The meat bun was substantial, and even half of it was larger than the bunny's entire share. I tore off a piece from my portion, including some meat, to share with the 3 small seedlings. Observing my actions, the bunny also followed suit, tearing off a bit of the bun to place into the 3 pots. Thank you, little bunny. You truly are a generous soul. I gently patted the bunny's head as it shyly bowed down to nibble on the bun. Half a bun was insufficient, So I opened 2 bags of 60G small breads to share with my companions. The little bunny was satisfied with its half bun, while most of the bread found its way into my stomach. I even shared the remaining drops of water on my face, giving each of us a couple of sips. Alas, the provisions seemed to be dwindling too swiftly. Yeah, with her diligent efforts, produced 1,000 G of cotton. She decided not to exchange it just yet, intending to have 2 sets of cotton clothing made by Heart Bigger Than a Needle. A thinner fabric would suffice for daily wear, given the current circumstances. It was best to ensure a comfortable life. Opening the private message from Heart Bigger Than a Needle, I found a quick reply. Are you taking orders for cotton clothing? Something thinner, please. I had initially thought I would have to wait, but the response came promptly. Heart Bigger Than a Needle, absolutely. What are your charges? I inquired. Heart Bigger Than a Needle. Exchange for any 2 types of food and water or any 5 vehicle upgrade materials. Fortunately, I had just decomposed a bronze box yielding 4 iron ingots. Would 4 iron and 1 screw suffice? I asked. Heart Bigger Than a Needle. That works perfectly. I will prepare it for you this evening. No problem, I confirmed. Heart Bigger Than a Needle. Pleasure doing business. Likewise, I replied. After organizing my existing supplies, I truly felt that if this continued, life would become quite challenging. The provisions for sustenance and warmth were insufficient. Current supplies: 300G bread 3, 60G small bread 1, 500 milliliters mineral water 4, 250 milliliters mineral water 2, seafood-flavored instant noodles 1, pumpkin seeds 1, sunflower seeds 1, morning glory seeds 1, carnivorous plant seeds 1, mint seeds 1, lemon seeds 1, basic soil 1, basic hydroponic nutrient solution 1, ordinary flower pot 1, ordinary soil 4, plastic 3, iron pieces 4, iron nails 1, 10 minutes unlimited foam card 5, rabbit fur 2, wolfskin 2, 500G wolf meat 1, long knife, crossbow, underwear 1, 5, empty silver treasure chest 1, empty bronze treasure chest 3, black striped snake venom 1, 150-210 light yellow 4-piece set 1, towel 1, wiping mushroom 2, portable wooden toilet 1, pull-out single wooden bed, folding wooden stool 1. Fortunately, there is cotton. Not only has the vehicle upgraded rapidly, but also a considerable amount of necessary supplies have been exchanged. After a brief glance at the chat channel, I noticed that many people were discussing the vehicle upgrade cards. Some have already begun to trade vehicle upgrade materials for other supplies. After all, the next upgrade requires vehicle upgrade cards, which are still nowhere to be found. It is more prudent to exchange for other supplies in the meantime. This way, before the official game begins, I hope everyone's vehicles can reach the limits of the novice phase, enabling us to endure for a while. Chapter 12. Reopening the Silver Treasure Chest. A new perspective. Just as I was preparing to set off in search of the treasure chest, a private message suddenly arrived. It was from the artisan, who had sent Wen Lan 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks. The small bowl was quite simple, polished to a smooth finish. Wen Lan was pleasantly surprised that the artisan had indeed sent her something, and she expressed her gratitude before embarking on her journey. With the assistance of 2G, the pace of opening chests accelerated remarkably. Often, as soon as a chest was opened, the monsters were vanquished before they could even splatter blood. Thus, in just 3 hours, nearly 100 kilometers were covered, while the vehicle could barely manage 60 kilometers. Wen Lan considered completing the remaining 60 kilometers before stopping to recharge. But 2G urged her to disembark and stretch, as prolonged sitting could be detrimental to her lumbar spine. Embracing this suggestion with delight, Wen Lan recalled that not long ago, had finally produced the first batch of bread cotton. As they emerged, Wen Lan and 2G were instantly enveloped by the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread. Truly irresistible. However, the fragrance dissipated quickly, leaving only a faint scent of bread. The cotton felt warm to the touch, as though it had been kissed by the sun. After organizing the cotton, she began to tally the results of her 3-hour endeavor. From 7 wooden chests and 2 bronze treasure chests, she accumulated experience points totaling 24, 2G, 31,000, Wen Lan, 142,1000, along with 14 wooden planks and 2 rabbit furs. Both bronze chests were retained, perfectly suited for storing items and stacking to serve as a small table. The contents of the 7 wooden chests included 3 loaves of 300G bread, 2 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 1 unlimited power card for 5 minutes, 3 ordinary growth agents, 2 ordinary soils, and seeds for sunflowers, lily of the valley, and peppers. The 2 bronze chests yielded 1 self-heating rice, 1 unlimited power card for 10 minutes, 1 pair of cotton socks, 1 primary growth agent, and 1 dandelion seed. She poured a bottle of ordinary growth agent onto the little strawberry, initiating a growth countdown of 24 hours, the next harvest time being tomorrow at 3:32 p.m. She allocated the talent materials into the silver chest, while food, materials, and living supplies were organized into the 3 bronze chests. Stacked in pairs in the corner, they resembled a quaint cabinet, with ample space atop for her weapons. The plastic bucket ultimately served to collect garbage, placed alongside the broom in the opposite corner. The folding bed was extended and positioned behind the driver's seat, adorned with yaya cotton and cotton. The stool was placed atop the toilet, and the windbreak was piled together at the rear of the vehicle for easy access when needed. After a thorough tidying session, things appeared somewhat organized, prompting Wen Lan to step outside and stretch her limbs. Indeed, after a brief respite and some movement, her body felt significantly lighter and her spirits lifted. Though she had managed to carve out time for exercise in the past few days, she had never been particularly active. Thus, after each run, her legs would ache and swell, only to sit for another day of driving. This discomfort was barely perceptible when still, but became quite unpleasant upon movement, causing her to shiver each time she exited the vehicle. Prolonged sitting had also left her back and neck in considerable pain. After a brief respite, they set off once more. Tootie had already fallen asleep, clutching his carrot knife, alongside the 3 seedlings, resembling adorable little figurines. They drove onward until the battery was nearly depleted, yet the treasure chest remained elusive. Just as they contemplated stopping to recharge, a familiar blinding sensation washed over them. It was it, the silver treasure chest. Last time, it yielded an engine. What wondrous item could await them this time? Perhaps a vehicle upgrade card? Although the prospects seemed slim, one could always hope. Calling Tootie to join her, she decided to let him open the chest this time. After all, wasn't it said that there was a novice protection? Little Tootie had just been born. Surely that qualified as a novice? It had been nearly 3 days for her. Little Tootie, go for it. Wen Lan stood at a distance, waiting. The creatures spawned from silver treasure chests were typically larger, so she kept her distance to avoid any splatter of blood. With determination, little Tootie approached, a serious expression on his face, and promptly kicked open the treasure chest with his carrot knife. A massive yellow bowl appeared before them, then slowly collapsed. Wen Lan, standing not far off, could faintly see a narrow gash on the bull's neck, oozing a trickle of blood. Attack and defeat LV2 Yellow Bull, gaining experience 20 for Tootie, 51,000. Wen Lan, ena shist dve ena nich. Tootie, you're amazing. Little Tootie is also at level 0. To slay a level 2 creature with a single strike, without even spilling blood. Tootie, blushing, stood beside the bull's carcass, still clutching his carrot knife. Would you like to dismantle the yellow bull? Wen Lan felt conflicted. She had a fondness for beef, and such a large bull could provide sustenance for quite some time. Based on the system's deductions, she suspected that she would be left with nothing but a mere leg. However, Wen Lan wanted to test the waters. She declined the system's offer to dismantle, curious to see whether the bull would vanish or remain. After a while, the bull was still there. Wen Lan knew she had made the right bet. Opening the chat channel, she typed, "Does anyone know how to butcher a bull?" Someone replied, "Butcher what bull? Where's the bull?" "Oh, Wang Zai, you're not talking about the creature that emerged from the treasure chest, are you?" "What? It can't be from the silver chest, right? A bronze chest wouldn't spawn such a large creature." "Wang Zai, you are incredible. I've never even seen a silver treasure chest before. What's inside? Let me see what you've opened. I haven't even seen a bronze chest. This is outrageous. Isn't the focus on butchering the bull? Isn't the system supposed to dismantle it?" Whoa, a new perspective has opened up. It's well known that sometimes the system doesn't leave you even a hair. Whoa, WA. Ignoring the growing chatter in the chat channel, Wen Lan focused on the arrival of the butcher. "I was a butcher before entering the game, and my skills are quite commendable. How do you charge?" 9 to 1. You give me 9, I take 1. or we could trade for other food or water. Wen Lan hesitated. She was indeed unfamiliar with butchering a bull. But if the bull was traded away, she might never reclaim it, and that would truly leave her at a loss, for this was no small creature. The other party has been silent for a while, yet they proactively suggested reducing the amount further. I am left to ponder how I can place my trust in you. As I dissect the situation, I propose to deposit all my current resources with you. I possess an engine, and I am merely a few materials short of advancing to the next level. The other party contemplates taking a gamble. Very well, they concede, except for your single portion. I shall not claim the remaining entrails. All shall be yours. Let us proceed with the transaction at once. Impressed, I observe the finesse with which the other party operates. They strike with precision, ensuring a swift demise to the beast without a trace of bloodshed. If you have a container, I would appreciate it if you could send it to me, for this blood is highly nourishing and ought not to be wasted. I hastily arrange the items I have received from them, clearing a plastic barrel to trade the empty plastic bottles and barrel in return. I shall require this blood. Any excess can be yours. I shall send you the container for the meat shortly. They affirm. Understood, I reply, casually inspecting the resources of the other party. Apart from the engine, they possess a considerable amount of gasoline, though their other supplies are rather meager. I privately message the craftsman, inquiring, "How many wooden bowls and barrels do you have on hand?" The craftsman responds, "A few remain. If insufficient, I can craft more. With adequate materials, I can produce a large wooden bowl in 3 minutes, and my speed will increase with practice. Is your proficiency related to your skill level?" I inquire. In that case, send these containers to the other party and communicate their needs. Let me know what wooden planks you require, and I shall procure them. For your consumed materials, I can offer you 50 kilograms of beef or exchange for 1,000 grams of cotton. The craftsman replies, "Creating a bowl is quite simple. It merely requires 2 wooden planks. I can also enhance my proficiency without the need for such substantial compensation. Being old acquaintances, I do not mind being generous. I exchange 500 grams of cotton for 200 wooden planks, bringing my total to 214. I trade the remaining 500 grams of cotton to the craftsman as a deposit." Chapter 13. To collaborate or not. Wen Lan had initially intended to dispose of the decomposed meat for some supplies, but to her surprise, certain individuals had seized the opportunity presented in her channel's messages and approached her. "Chef Xiao Fu Gui, Wang Zai, shall we collaborate? You provide the beef, and I shall handle the cooking, including all materials and tools. Just share a portion of each meal with me." "Highland man, Wang Zai, do you need beef jerky? It's high in energy, easy to store, and doesn't take up much space. Would you consider giving me a pound for every 20 pounds of beef as a processing fee? We can negotiate further if that doesn't work." "Heart bigger than a needle's eye, dear Wang Zai. If you have any cowhide to spare, I would be immensely grateful. I can craft leather coats, shoes, bags, and sofas. I will process them for free. Just share a bit of the material with me, if you please. I come from the mountain city, Wang Zai. I am here to discuss a collaboration for my mother. She specializes in cured meats, and fresh beef is hard to preserve. We can turn it into cured delicacies. We only ask for a small share in return." Wen Lan felt a strong temptation, yet aside from heart bigger than a needle's eye, she hesitated to partner with the others, as they were unknown to her. Currently, there was no security in transactions. Once the deal was done, if the other party failed to fulfill their end, there was little recourse. Thus, she first replied privately to heart bigger than a needle's eye, agreeing to reserve the cowhide for her in exchange for a leather coat and shoes. After receiving a flurry of gratitude, she intended to withdraw when she received a private message and trade proposal from Chef Xiao Fu Gui. What she received was a small bowl of stir-fried lettuce strips, barely enough to be called a bowl, as it was contained within a cut half of a mineral water bottle. "Chef Xiao Fu Gui, the ingredients are simple. Please taste it first, and if you find it delightful, we can discuss further collaboration." The dish still emanated steam, and a fresh aroma of lettuce wafted toward her. She recalled that Lettuce Fortune had once sold lettuce. Opening a private chat with Lettuce Fortune, she inquired, "Have you collaborated with Chef Xiao Fu Gui?" "Lettuce Fortune, Wang Zai. So Chef Fu Gui has approached you for a partnership? He is quite renowned in reality, a famous chef in Guangdong province. I have partnered with him a few times. His specialties are Cantonese and Hunan cuisine. Quite a contrast, right? Haha. I heard he learned Hunan cuisine to impress a lady, but it is indeed impressive. Thank you for the information, she replied. Let us fortune. No need for thanks, Wang Zai. When the time comes, could you exchange some beef with me? Absolutely, she assured. Wen Lan preferred to engage in business with familiar individuals, especially in such uncertain times. She retrieved the chopsticks provided by the artisan and took a mouthful of the dish. So refreshing and sweet. The quality of the ingredients was already remarkable, but the chef's skills amplified their virtues, rendering the dish crunchy, juicy, and aromatic. Rabbit, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious. Wen Lan offered a piece of the lettuce strip. Yum. The rabbit savored the flavor, chewing with increased eagerness. Before long, both the human and the rabbit finished their portions. Collaboration. It was imperative. This was undoubtedly the most delectable dish she had ever tasted in her life. Second only to her grandmother's cooking. Wen Lan sent a thumbs up to Xiao Fu Gui, signaling her eagerness to collaborate, and they joyfully reached a mutual agreement. At that moment, Wen Lan finally realized she had yet to explore the box. This is indeed the box opened by Little Bunny. Congratulations on obtaining 10 minutes of unlimited energy cards too. A medium growth agent 1, a plush bunny pajama 1, and a vehicle expansion card 1. Bunny, you are so popular. A vehicle upgrade card. I thought such things wouldn't appear during the beginner phase. Wen Lan leaped up in excitement upon grasping the vehicle upgrade card. Wait a moment. It seems the wording is incorrect. A vehicle expansion card? Sister, is this not good? Little Bunny felt a tad anxious. All right. This is fine too. It's just that I momentarily misread it, mistaking it for something else. Their names are quite similar. Wen Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet her joy was not in vain. After all, can an expansion be considered an upgrade? This is absolutely fantastic. We still can't unlock it yet. Moreover, you also obtain the bunny pajamas, which are just like you. Soft and adorably cuddly, she lavished praise upon the little bunny. After returning to the car, with a flushed face, she began to tidy up the mess. She transferred food and water from the bronze treasure chest to the warm silver treasure chest, then swept a pile of garbage into the bronze chest. The materials from her butchery were stacked beside the car and sitting in the driver's seat. She took a moment to rest. The morning glories were nearly ripe, so she decided not to run today. Once the beef was ready, there would be plenty to keep her busy. Before long, Wen Lan leaned back in the driver's seat and fell asleep. She truly hadn't rested well the previous night, and now that she relaxed, drowsiness washed over her. Morning glory is ready for harvest. Would you like to collect it? What a refreshing sleep this was. She continued to slumber until the system woke her. Morning glory has been harvested. Congratulations on obtaining Morning Glory Soda. Morning Glory Soda. The growth of the little Morning Glory was rather ordinary until one day it tasted soda. The sweet flavor lingered in its heart, and the sensation of bubbles bursting within it sent shivers down its spine. This constant longing led it to begin producing soda within, and thus it could forever be united with soda. It generates 1 liter of soda each day and delights in sharing it with others. For its encounter with soda was born from sharing. Have I achieved soda freedom? Wen Lan gazed at the bottle she held in her hand. It resembled the old glass soda bottles, though even more compact. The bottle was transparent, revealing the bubbles within. A morning glory wound around the bottle from the bottom to the top, stopping at the mouth. A gentle twist of the flower allowed her to pour out soda, and another twist sealed it back. Wen Lan poured a bowl for herself and Bunny. Burp, how delightful. These little bubbles, oh, this sensation feels reminiscent of the energy contained in a radish knife. How exhilarating. Bunny looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Isn't it incredibly delicious? I knew it. No one can resist soda. Wen Lan poured another bowl for herself. Sister, I want some too. Sure. Let us have our mosquito-repelling plant baby and strawberry baby have a little as well. Your dear companion, the Morning Glory, loves to share by the way. Let us quickly plant our next little friend. The vacant basic flower pot can be utilized for planting 9 additional times. The ordinary soil within will vanish after this harvest. Once replenished with another portion of common soil, chili seeds are sown. The countdown to maturity is set at 72 hours. By adding a dose of intermediate growth agent, the countdown is reduced to 24 hours. Harvest time is tomorrow at 5:38 a.m. Chapter 14. Identifying collaborators upon opening a private chat. The butcher had already sent a message, indicating that he had completed his task. A single cow, once dissected, yielded a staggering 1,000 pounds, from which he retained 100 pounds, while the remainder had been transferred through trade. Upon confirmation of receipt, an array of meat encircled the vehicle, seemingly exceeding 900 pounds, with the prime cuts preserved. Surely, he did not merely take the less desirable bits, such as the hooves, tail, and head. Wen Lan traded the goods she had in exchange for his offerings, including 500 grams of freshly produced cotton. Having sliced 3 pounds of beef, she sent it via private message to Xiao Fugui as dinner time approached. She also exchanged the cowhide with Xian by Zhang Yan, who was eagerly anticipating the leather jacket and shoes. After calculating the number of bowls on the ground, she exchanged 20 pounds of beef with the craftsman. She promptly messaged her friends, inquiring if they wished to trade for beef. The pure love warrior replied swiftly, offering 2 expansion cards for vehicles in exchange for 15 pounds of beef. As time passed, others responded in kind. Chef Xiao Fugi acknowledged the receipt, stating he would arrange matters immediately. I Love Mushrooms inquired if she could trade 10 pounds of beef for 2 warming mushrooms, which had a 24-hour usage time. Wen Lan hastily agreed to the exchange, receiving a warm reminder. Press the umbrella handle below to activate heating. Press again to turn off. Once the warming mushrooms were in her possession, she eagerly tested them. They heated rapidly and provided comforting warmth, resembling lion's mane mushrooms in appearance. Soft to the touch and requiring both hands to hold. Truly a worthwhile exchange. Wen Lan sent an additional pound of beef, requesting that she be informed of any similar treasures in the future. The bright young boy traded 4 unlimited power cards for 22 pounds of beef. In return, she received an adorable wooden robot toy from the craftsman, accompanied by expressions of gratitude. The toy, small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, was delightfully square and found a fitting place beside the flower pot. The butcher also expressed thanks, followed by a surprise from Lettuce Luck. Initially thought to possess only lettuce, he revealed more valuable items. A solar lettuce lamp was exchanged for 5 pounds of beef. The 2 lamps, about the size of a small arm, were leafless, their smooth surfaces gleaming like green jade, exceedingly attractive. While she already had a nightshade lamp, some small items were simply too tempting to resist. Not to mention, the talents of these individuals were impressively unique. At that moment, dinner arrived, with 2 steaks and a serving of stir-fried beef with mushrooms neatly arranged on a wooden board. Within the constraints of their resources, they had curated a delightful aesthetic of food. Wen Lan then sent her final message: beef available for trade for any materials. Please message privately with an offer. Following this, she and Tuji began to relish their dinner atop the vehicle, evoking a sense of a picnic. If only the surrounding black mist were absent, the experience would have been perfect. After finishing, both she and the rabbit reclined on the roof to digest, while the young sprouts appeared to be quite stuffed, some languidly resting. Lying back, she opened the private chat to explore potential trades. After a careful selection, I exchanged 50 pounds of meat for a vehicle expansion card, 3 5-minute unlimited battery cards, 1 10-minute unlimited battery card, a pair of sandals, a toothbrush, a complete exquisite tea set, a yoga mat, a black short-sleeve shirt, and a stinky egg, which can be thrown at enemies to incapacitate them for 3 seconds. The player trading the stinky egg goes by the name Eggman, who seems to possess extraordinary talents. I promptly added him as a friend for future transactions. Fresh beef is not particularly easy to sell, without means of preservation. Everyone is hesitant to purchase in large quantities, and those without capacity are even less inclined to buy. I inquired with the master chef, Xiao Fugui, who can assist in air-drying the beef. His wife is also in this server and can help make cured meat. He can provide the necessary materials, but the 2 of them can only process 200 pounds at a time. Anything beyond that is unmanageable. They also need to search for supply boxes in tandem. Had their vehicles not been upgraded, they would not have undertaken this business deal. Ultimately, Wen Lan offered 5 pounds of air-dried beef and 10 pounds of cured meat along with 1,000 g of cotton as a processing fee, requesting their assistance with the meat and the bucket of cow blood. The blood should be converted into food to be consumed in the coming days, while the meat would be traded on the last day of its preservation. With less than 600 pounds remaining, Wen Lan opened the trading market to continue advertising. Fresh beef, exchange for any supplies, private message with prices. Einstein, everyone, refrain from buying. The meat won't last long, and if it spoils, it'll be a loss. Mian Islam. Sister, how can you sell spoiled meat? That is too much. Outsider. Indeed, everyone should avoid purchasing. It's expensive now, and in 2 days when it's close to spoiling, you might even get it for free. Pure love warrior. Why are you so fond of cheap goods? You're quite inexperienced. I bought it anyway. There's still a few days left. I can air dry the beef during this time. Food will be scarce in the cold wave season. Bright little boy. That's right. I've exchanged quite a bit too, fearing I might go hungry. Battery cards for gasoline. Battery cards for gasoline. Battery cards for gasoline. Pure love warrior. Exactly. I'll need to worry about power issues too. I'll privately message you to buy battery cards. Blossom prosperity. Little girl, do you need help making the cured meat? My daughter sought you out this afternoon. Perhaps you didn't TC her. I'm from the mountain city and excel at making cured meat. Coincidentally, my husband and daughter are also in this server and can assist. We can share a bit when it's done. No need for much. Just 15 pounds from 400 pounds of cured meat would suffice. If you're concerned about safety, I can offer my supplies in exchange. Wen Lan found the name somewhat familiar and checked, confirming that she had previously traded cotton with this individual. She currently has 600 units left, and if not processed soon, they would indeed become burdensome. Have your vehicles been upgraded? Can you manage 400 pounds? Blossom prosperity. My daughter and husband have already upgraded. I have the engine, just a bit more basic material is needed. They are currently gathering materials for my upgrade. We take turns searching for supplies, and with sufficient time, we can make cured meat. Moreover, we are quite skilled. Every year during the new year, we make 200 pounds just for our own family. Upon further contemplation, I shall consume you. Very well, I shall provide you with 400 pounds, and upon completion, I will allocate 40 pounds to you in exchange for the engine. The delivery date shall be set for the final day of the protection period. Flourishing flowers, no problem. My dear girl, we shall ensure timely delivery. In private messages, I sporadically exchange for 20 pounds of meat, a bath cap, 2 portable water bottles, 5 garbage bags, and 5 kilogram weighted sandbags. The weighted sandbags were specifically requested by 2G for use in resistance training, as they could be affixed to the limbs. Currently, there remain only 170 pounds of meat and 2 beef shank bones. The bones will be reserved for tomorrow's soup for Xiao Fu Gui. As for the meat, it can be sold gradually. At present, she lacks neither water nor food, and with cotton for warmth, she should be well prepared to withstand the cold wave season. Chapter 15. Intelligent curtains with her original supply. She now possesses 4 expansion cards for her vehicle. It is time to utilize them. Would you like to use the expansion card? Upon usage, the vehicle's length-height-width will increase by 10 centimeters. She opts to increase both the length and width by 20 centimeters. Expansion card successfully used. As she reclines atop the vehicle, she distinctly senses a subtle enlargement. Upon descending to inspect the interior space, it is indeed more spacious. The gap between the bed and the box is widened, which previously were pressed closely together. Now, she can navigate carefully through the space, and her living conditions are undeniably improving. She almost forgot to recharge the vehicle. It took 1 10-minute unlimited power card and 3 5-minute ones to fully replenish the energy. This resource remains rather scarce, being a high-consumption commodity. She muses about the prospect of solar charging or an endless battery, which would undoubtedly transform her into a supremely contented girl. However, using it solely for vehicle charging feels somewhat wasteful at present. It would be far more beneficial to utilize it simultaneously for cooking, boiling water, and air conditioning, maximizing its potential, given that unlimited energy only restricts usage time. She takes stock of her current supplies. There is a bit of everything, though none in abundance. Oh, and she must not forget the deposit for the blooming prosperity, an engine. Checking the time, it is nearly 7 o'clock, prompting her to swiftly close the door. The meat can remain outside. After all, there is no one to steal it, and keeping it all inside would create an unpleasant odor that would surely disturb her sleep. As night falls, the lantern illuminates the interior of the vehicle brilliantly. With the recent expansion, the distance between the treasure chest and the bed has widened. Wen Lan can now sit on the bed, sipping soda from her new tea set atop the stacked treasure chest, feeling delightful. The rabbit takes a sip, and Wen Lan enjoys a glass as well. If only some sunflower seeds could accompany this, it would be even more enjoyable. The scented geranium has matured. Would you like to harvest it? Yes. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring Intelligent Curtains Scented Geranium. The Intelligent Curtains Scented Geranium, during its growth, it sensed its creator's profound fear of being observed. It yearns to assist its creator in alleviating this distress, shielding her from prying eyes so she can sleep peacefully. It is not merely an ordinary curtain. Its blossoms offer two brightness settings. Not only can it be voice-controlled, but it also insulates against the biting cold and sweltering heat outside, maintaining an indoor temperature between 0 to 23 degrees. Furthermore, its fragrance repels insects, making it an ideal companion for restful slumber. One essential item for home and travel. The seedlings she nurtured are incredibly considerate. They have grown so splendidly, she exclaims, feeling like an exceptionally happy girl. Wen Lan begins to question whether she is truly here to survive or to relish life. Indeed, her days are becoming increasingly splendid. Would you like to bind the Intelligent Curtains Scented Geranium to the current vehicle? Yes. Binding successful. You may enter the adjustment interface for modifications. Upon entering the adjustment interface, she discovers that the curtains can cover an extensive area. Ultimately, they envelop the entire interior of the vehicle, adorned with vibrant green and purple blossoms, as if she has stepped into a fairy tale realm, beautiful and dreamlike. The lush green grass is adorned with delicate lavender flowers, exuding a charming wildness. Though the outside light is meticulously blocked, the countless small blossoms are luminous enough to brighten the entire carriage, allowing for adjustments between work or rest modes, or even a complete shutdown. It is simply delightful. Oh, how beautiful it is! My dear sister bunny is captivated by the enchanting scene, hopping before a glowing flower and taking a gentle sniff. Fragrant and radiant. Indeed, I am utterly blissful. Oh, how exquisite and practical. Wen Lan is deeply moved, knowing that every plant has been thoughtfully chosen for her, and she vows to cherish them wholeheartedly. After gathering her plants, with the flower pot now empty, Wen Lan plants a sunflower seed. As sunflower seeds pair perfectly with soda, the countdown for the sunflower's growth is set to 48 hours, and conveniently, she possesses a basic growth agent, which, when used, reveals a countdown of 2,400 hours, 00 for the sunflower. By 7:21 tomorrow evening, she shall reap her reward, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her new companion. Will it be fragrant sunflower seeds, or a plant as wondrous as the cola lantern? After placing the seedlings and bunny atop the treasure chest, she snuggles under the windbreak quilt and lies down, finding it slightly firm, suggesting she might need to craft a cotton quilt soon. The scented geranium, lights dimmed, casts a gentle glow in the darkness, infused with a subtle cola fragrance. That night, she enjoyed a peaceful slumber. However, the morning brought no chance for a leisurely awakening. As dawn broke, little Bunny leaped onto her face, rousing her from sleep. Today marks the first day of Bunny, the instructor's knife training. As Bunny ascends to the role of a responsible teacher, each passing day brings her closer to the beauty of her current life, almost causing her to overlook the impending challenges. The game has yet to officially commence. Who knows what trials lie ahead? Upon this realization, she jolted awake, dismissing any thoughts of sleeping in. The true dangers have yet to unfold, and here she was contemplating rest. Thankfully, she had already arranged for Bunny to assist with her training. This notion was fortuitously recognized in time, lest she face difficulties later on. Following Bunny's guidance, Wen Lan secured the sandbags. In this professional mode, Bunny remained serious and focused, even as she was still just a little bunny. I shall diligently learn from Teacher Bunny. Inspired by this atmosphere, Wen Lan trained with exceptional seriousness. Without the sandbags, she felt utterly inept. With them, her struggles became even more pronounced. Listening to Bunny's earnest and serious instructions, her restless heart gradually found tranquility, and she adjusted her running posture and breathing rhythm in sync with Bunny's commands. Slowly, she perceived that the fatigue was not as overwhelming as before. They ran for a full hour and a half, and, after a brief period of relaxation, they commenced practicing the knife techniques. After observing Bunny's demonstration, she thought it simple, yet to her surprise, by the 10th repetition, her arms began to ache and tremble, and her movements grew increasingly awkward. With her feet firmly grounded and her center of gravity lowered, she steadied herself. Breathe. Feel the rhythm of your breath guiding your body. Engage your core, strength to move your arms, leading down to your wrists, and swing the knife. Today's objective: to execute 100 strokes with a blade, with only the precise ones counting. T stood atop the car hood, while positioned herself beside the vehicle, both performing the same slicing motion. One was swift and vigorous, exuding confidence and ease. The other, though slow, endeavored to achieve impeccable form with each stroke. 98, 99, 100 clank. The blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. She resembled a figure pulled from water, drenched and gasping for breath. After stretching her limbs to release tension from her arms, she collapsed onto the ground at T's signal, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Chapter 16. The surge of material exchange today. My sister performed exceptionally well. The little rabbit leaped beside her, and when Lan turned to look, her eyes sparkling with delight. I concur. Though my body feels fatigued, my spirit is remarkably fulfilled. Completing a challenge brings such joy. Do not remove the sandbags. After nightfall, I shall swing the blade 100 times once more. What a charming little bunny. Why utter such harsh words? Tomorrow, I shall increase the blade count by 50. How exhilarating it is to face daily challenges. Upon checking the system, I noticed the time had reached 7:10 p.m. Today's morning exercise consumed a full 3 hours. How did I manage to endure? In my private messages, Xiao Fugue has already sent over today's breakfast. 2 small pieces of steak accompanied by mushrooms, along with a stir-fried serving of lettuce leaves, all beautifully arranged on a wooden board. Wen Lan exchanged 4 iron plates and a glass with a craftsman for 3 wooden plates, 1 rectangular and 2 round. However, the craftsman declined to accept the materials, deeming them worthless. After slicing 6 pounds of beef and 2 leg bones, I sent them to Xiao Fuge, then shivered through breakfast before hastily attending to the cotton and beef. From 7 p.m. last night to just past 7 a.m. today, I had accumulated 13 portions of cotton. The cotton weighed 4,000 g, with an additional 1,500 g of bread cotton, totaling 2,000 g of bread cotton overall. Opening a private chat with the ever-generous heart as small as a needle, I received the 2 sets of cotton clothing he had sent last night. One set is form-fitting for inner wear, while the other is loose, styled as an outer coat and wide-leg pants, both relatively thin. The inner wear is white, while the outer garment has been crafted into a black fabric, which appears more resistant to dirt. I sent him 2,000 g of bread cotton, requesting he fashion me another quilt. Heart as small as a needle exclaimed, "Wow, you actually possess such treasures. Are they for sale? I want them." I replied, "Not currently, but I will inform you when I acquire more." Heart as small as a needle responded with gratitude. "Thank you. I will process materials for you free of charge in the future." "No need for that. Simply trading materials is sufficient," I assured. In the chat channel, everyone engaged in light-hearted and pleasant conversation, as it seemed our lives were improving steadily. Within the protection period, as long as one avoids idleness and opens a few more boxes daily, basic living needs are easily met. Those fortunate enough can live quite well, especially with the aid of extraordinary talents. I remarked, 500 g of cotton can be exchanged for a 10-minute electricity card or a vehicle expansion card, but I only have 4,000 g. 500 g of beef can be traded for any item. Currently, I can gather more electricity and expansion cards, while the beef needs to be sold promptly, as I am not lacking in food for the time being. I love to eat rice, chimed in. Wonderful. Wangzai is selling cotton again. Why is there only so little cotton? Strawberry Pop Milk lamented. With so many people in our district, why is Wangzai the only one offering war materials? Only 3 days remain before the cold wave season begins. We need more supplies for exchange. Ein's blanket reassured. What is there to worry about? This game is quite simple and poses no challenge. Just call me brother when the time comes. I will take care of you. Pure love warrior. It seems you have grown too comfortable during your novice protection period. In just 3 days, we shall enter the harsh cold wave season, which will last for 30 days, accompanied by aggressive monsters. I hope you still find it manageable then. Strawberry Bobo Milk. Indeed, indeed. Wu Ai Hua. My vehicle has yet to be upgraded. Ein's blanket. It's astonishing that some vehicles remain unupgraded even now. Ha ha. Strawberry Bobo Milk? Goodness. Have you checked what supplies you could trade? Opening boxes also relies on luck. Others with unupgraded vehicles should hurry to enhance them. At least you'll have a shield against the wind and snow. Pure Love Warrior. Save more energy cards and gasoline. The official game requires daily mileage to be met. Waiwa. Alright, let me see. Heart bigger than a needle. I need assistance in crafting quilts, cotton clothing, cotton shoes, and cotton gloves. Message me if interested. Pure Love Warrior. Me. Ein's blanket. Who knows if you're truly in need of materials? I love eating mushrooms. Warm hand mushrooms for trade. Only 100 available. Strawberry Bobo Milk. What? Such a treasure exists. I want to trade. Divine arrival. Talented individuals, do not hide your skills. Whether it's making quilts, down comforters, or knitting, showcase your talents promptly. Heavenly Dumpling. Yes, the variety of materials dropped from boxes is too limited. Wu Ai Hua. I can knit. I've already crafted several sweaters. Strawberry Bobo Milk. I want to trade for a sweater. Check your private messages. Wong Defa. Flint for material exchange. Eggman. Chicken eggs. Salted duck eggs, and century eggs for vehicle upgrade materials. Lettuce good luck? Ding, ding, ding. I still have a lettuce hot water bag saved up. Hurry and gather supplies so I can sell some when I have more. Strawberry Bobo Milk. Heartache. You all are hiding your treasures so well. It seems everyone has a few essentials stashed away. 4,000 G of cotton traded for 10 minutes of radio cards 5, vehicle expansion cards 3. 100 G of beef exchanged for underwear 3. 1 kilogram sandbags 4, plastic 20, iron sheets 30, glass 14, nails 10, screws 19. And over 60 G of beef remains to be sent to Little Fugwai as the upcoming meal. Vehicle expansion card used successfully when Lan directly utilized the 3 expansion cards, increasing the length by 20 centimeters and the width by 10 centimeters, resulting in an overall length of 3. 2 meters, width of 2. 2 meters, and height of 3. 3 meters. The sweat on their body had nearly dried, so they embarked on their journey. It was now 7:49 a.m. with a temperature of 27 C and sunny weather, marking the 4th day of the novice protection period. When Lan drove very slowly, hands trembling to grip the steering wheel, and every press of the gas pedal made their legs twitch. Essentially, they glided along at a steady pace. By the time Little Fugwai sent lunch, they had only covered 20 kilometers and opened 2 wooden boxes. Originally, it was planned for Wen Lan to handle the monsters today, but their hands were too unsteady. Either they couldn't aim properly or lacked sufficient strength. Ultimately, it was the rabbit that dealt with 2 little mice. Experience gained. 4 rabbit, 54 1000. Wen Lan, mo xiao xiao, mo tong kong kong. Decomposed wooden planks 4, obtained a square handkerchief 1, scissors 1, ordinary growth agent 1, ordinary soil 1. The handkerchief, though diminutive, serves well for the little rabbit. My long hair had become greasy and unkempt, so I took a pair of scissors and trimmed it. The result resembled the gnawing of a dog, yet my head felt significantly lighter. I retrieved 4 treasure chests and stacked them to fashion a small table, upon which I arranged my lunch. The soda was poured into a portable cup I had previously exchanged. It may not be large, but it possesses a lid and a straw. Sitting on a small stool, I relished my meal, which was perfect, notwithstanding the tremors in my hands while serving the dishes. Ultimately, I transferred the food into a small bowl, picking at it until it was gone. After satisfying our hunger, my rabbit and I commenced a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. However, only when Lan felt the need to digest. Her physical discomfort intensified, prompting the rabbit to suggest she take a break, perhaps indulging in a massage to soothe her muscles. Perched on the bed, I followed the rabbit's guidance to massage my arms, while the rabbit frolicked on my legs, providing her own form of massage. The sensation was exquisite, transitioning from grimaces to sheer pleasure, and I eventually relaxed my arms, allowing the rabbit to walk upon them. The comfort lulled me into slumber, surrounded by sunlight, a gentle breeze, and the soothing massage. Everything felt remarkably delightful, if only the bed were not so rigid. I awakened once more to the disruptive sound of the system notification. Chapter 17. The Multifunctional Strawberry Shower and Sunflower Mattress. The strawberries have ripened. Is it time for harvest? Has it truly come to this hour? I rise to stretch, and the discomfort dissipates significantly. Turning my head, I see Rabbit, nestled by the edge of the bed, already asleep. I gently caress its little head, thanking you, dear Rabbit. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring the multifunctional strawberry shower. A shower? Is it the kind I am familiar with? A flash of white light envelopes me. Multifunctional strawberry shower. The beloved strawberry cherishes her creator, yet each time she approaches, an unpleasant odor wafts forth. It seems she has not changed her clothes in ages, and her hair must be in dire need of a wash. She can no longer endure this state. With her own power, she aspires to make her creator fragrant. The largest strawberry serves as a showerhead, while the others dispense shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, body lotion, and laundry detergent. During bathing, vines lower to protect privacy. It can be linked for bathroom use, with a daily water consumption of merely 100 liters. Remember to conserve water. Wen Lan gazes at the strawberry in her hand, feeling quite embarrassed. She truly is not untidy by nature. Circumstances simply do not permit it. Alas, nevertheless, one must admit, the little strawberry is exceedingly considerate, a clear indication of a sweet, fragrant girl. Would you like to bind the multifunctional strawberry shower to the vehicle? Yes. Binding successful, adjustable. Since the vehicle cannot yet drain, it is best to hang it in the trunk, alongside a tomato lamp for convenience during bathing and restroom visits. Binding successful. After constructing a bathroom, the location can be adjusted again. I planted lemon seeds in a vacant pot, consuming 4 units of ordinary growth agent and 1 unit of regular soil. By this time tomorrow, I shall reap the harvest. The flower pot has 7 uses remaining. I requested a small basin from the craftsman, taking my clothes along to wash at the rear of the vehicle. Ever since I learned that the craftsman could disassemble and recreate tools, I had given him the wooden basin previously used for meat. There simply wasn't enough room for all those basins. Before use, the shower resembles a cluster of strawberries. Pulling at the adjacent leaves, a curtain encircles me, shielding me from prying eyes. The curtain conveniently envelopes the tomato lamp, casting a warm glow within. Swiftly shedding my clothes, I squeeze the large strawberry, and a fine mist of water cascades down. How refreshing. Wen Lan pinches a small white strawberry, presumably the shampoo. The green one dispenses shower gel, and removing it reveals a bath ball. The purple one is conditioner, the pink is body lotion. The smallest blue strawberry contains toothpaste, and the yellow one is facial cleanser. A stream of gray water and bubbles spreads across the floor, soaking a considerable area. Emerging from the wash, Wen Lan feels as though she has been infused with the essence of strawberries, her skin fair and fragrant. Furthermore, the body lotion is extraordinarily effective, non-greasy, fast-absorbing, and hydrating. Dressed in wide-legged cotton pants and a black short-sleeved shirt, with a damp towel atop her head, she presents a clean and refreshing appearance. She lays out her freshly washed clothes to dry on the vehicle, greeting the awakening rabbit. Has little Rabbit woken up? Sister, you smell delightful. Huh? This is all thanks to our new companion, little Strawberry. Soon, I shall take you for a refreshing wash. However, you must accompany me in honing my precision and reflexes. Today, I struggled to strike down 2 stationary mice, missing several times. Thus, I wish to undertake specialized training. Moreover, during the novice phase, there are no special materials to be obtained, and given her current situation, it is not worthwhile to spend excessive time searching for boxes daily. It would be more prudent to swiftly enhance her abilities in preparation for future developments. All right, sister, let us commence. Tootie swiftly tossed wooden blocks, while Wen Lan focused on striking them accurately. These wooden blocks were custom-made by skilled artisans, varying in size and weight. After practicing reaction speed, we moved on to blade techniques. Once that was mastered, we practiced evasion, followed by running. Before long, night fell, and her stamina was depleted. She sat on her bed, beginning to sell cotton, while Tootie gave her a leg massage. The peppers she had planted were harvested in the afternoon, so she consumed 1 unit of ordinary soil to plant dandelion seeds, leaving 6 planting opportunities in the pot. The countdown for dandelion growth was set to 96,00,00, marking the first day of the cold wave season. The little peppers exhibited no peculiar mutations. They were merely edible peppers, yielding a harvest once a day of 5 pods. The pepper's ability to ward off cold and dampness had been enhanced, with a chance of obtaining explosive peppers upon harvest, the specific effects of which would only be known after acquisition. She exchanged 6,500 G of cotton for 7 vehicle expansion cards, 3 10-minute unlimited power cards, and 2 5-minute unlimited power cards. The 7 expansion cards added an additional 50 centimeters in height and 10 centimeters in both width and length, allowing her, at 166 centimeters, to move freely within the vehicle. The overall dimensions were 3 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 7 meters in height. The sunflower has matured. Would you like to harvest it? Yes. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining a sunflower mattress. Sunflower mattress. The sunflower, feeling that its creator is not in good health, envies the rabbit that massages the creator. It believes it too can offer such comfort. Not only can it relax and massage muscles, but it can also adjust height, automatically conforming to the body's curves, providing the gentlest care for the spine. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, a true companion for all. Wen Lan felt a surge of emotion. Who could live so well? She mused that her life before entering the game was the true struggle for survival. After securing the vehicle, she adjusted it to the size of a single bed and placed it atop her wooden bed. To be frank, it resembled a larger dog bed. The center was a deep brown, surrounded by yellow petals, and there was a root-shaped pillow to embrace, along with 2 soft, large leaf-shaped cushions that could cover her. Wen Lan quickly changed into her plush bunny pajamas and jumped onto the bed for a delightful experience. It was so soft. Alas, it was too small to roll around. She dampened a handkerchief to wipe Tootie clean and placed it on the bed, where it instantly lay down in blissful contentment. After planting a pumpkin seed, she received pumpkin remaining maturation time, 96,00,00, remaining uses of primary soil, 7. Embracing her pillow, Wen Lan reclined on the soft mattress, relishing its soothing massage. The scent of fragrant geranium lingered as she extinguished the lights, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 18. Welcome to the cold wave season. In the following 3 days, Wen Lan engaged in an extraordinarily rigorous training regimen, surpassing even the demands of the college entrance examination. Her daily schedule was as follows: 4 to 7 o'clock physical training, 7 to 7:30 selling cotton and having breakfast, 8 to 10 o'clock rest and relaxation, 10 to 12 o'clock blade training, 12 to 1400 hours lunch and rest, 14 to 1600 hours reaction training, 16 to 1800 hours blade training, 18 to 1930 dinner, shower, and selling cotton, 1930 to 4 o'clock sleep. On the final day of her novice protection period, she arose 2 hours early to train, aware that the onset of the cold wave season left little time for exploration. The past 3 days of exercise had rendered her physique more upright and her eyes more spirited. A more tangible manifestation of her progress was reflected in the modest enhancement of her personal attributes. Strength, 11.1. You can't even lift a knife. Stamina, 9.1. You gasp for breath after just a few steps. Agility, 7.1. A turtle moves faster than you. Mental fortitude, 11. Your mind is utterly vacant. Her body gradually adjusted to the training regimen, and Tootie indicated that with further practice, she would soon be ready to learn techniques. Wen Lan eagerly anticipated this day. Becoming a martial arts master was a dream cherished by every citizen of Hua country. Among her planted crops, only the lemon tree bore fruit. Perhaps due to her insufficient companionship, there were no remarkable changes. The lemons, akin to the peppers, yielded a daily harvest of 3. The lemon tree, reaching her waist, was positioned at the foot of her bed alongside the peppers. A small wooden robot sat on the ground, providing them company. Once more, she sowed mint seeds in a flower pot, coincidentally harvesting on the very first day of the cold wave season. The flower pot had 5 uses remaining. She received 25 pounds of beef jerky and 70 pounds of cured meat from a trade with Xiao Fugui, subsequently exchanging 1,000 grams of cotton in return. From a trade with Hua Kai Fugui, she acquired 200 pounds of cured meat, which allowed her to reclaim her engine. At this point, she found herself well supplied with food. With a heart as expansive as a needle's eye, she also secured traded cotton clothing, leather coats, and leather boots, all insulated with cotton, providing warmth. She produced 6,000 grams of cotton, crafting a complete set of cotton clothing, pants, gloves, hat, and shoes, while the remainder was exchanged for expansion cards and electric cards. She had amassed 29,000 grams of cotton, which she traded for various supplies. Currently, she possessed as many as 30 electric cards for 10 minutes and 21 for 5 minutes. A delightful surprise was the acquisition of a wrist arrow, compact and lightweight, which she adored, incorporating precision practice with it into her training. Following the expansion of her current vehicle, its dimensions had grown to 5 meters in length too, 4 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, providing increasingly ample space to even practice blade techniques inside the vehicle. As the cold wave season approached, Wen Lan completed her shower and returned to her vehicle. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, and the overall atmosphere was delightful, with most individuals fully prepared for the impending cold wave season. Initially, many were reluctant to exchange resources, but under the guidance of certain officials, all players have at least elevated their vehicles to the highest level within the novice phase. The novice protection period is nearing its conclusion, and players are urged to prepare for the impending cold wave, as the road survival game is about to commence. The game system has been upgraded to a wristband, linking players with their vehicles, enhancing features including a trading zone. The communication channel now supports voice and video functionalities. Additionally, the game introduces a leaderboard, special events, and platform gameplay, inviting players to explore. The updated game rules are as follows. 1. Upon the onset of the cold wave season, the total mileage required for the map will be disclosed, with a settlement every 30 days. Each day at dawn, the mileage to be completed will be announced, and a daily settlement will follow. Completing the daily mileage awards 10 points, while achieving the monthly mileage grants 100 points. 2. A leaderboard for road mileage will be established, with settlements every 30 days, rewarding the top 3 positions. 3. Every 5 days, a special event will be triggered, presenting either opportunities or dangers. The countdown to the cold wave season begins 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the cold wave season. May all players enjoy the game. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped Wen Lan. With the temperature set to a comfortable 23°C, she activated the temperature control feature of the scented geranium, swiftly dispelling the cold. A black wristband materialized on her wrist, and with a tap, a display appeared for 03. -25°C, light snow, today S mileage, 40 kilometers, this month S mileage, 2,400. As Wen Lan settled into the driver's seat, she drew back the curtains, revealing the scene outside. The sky was overcast, with light snowflakes drifting down. Within mere minutes, a thin blanket of snow had formed on the ground. Rabbit, please keep an eye out for treasure chests along the roadside. Sure thing, sister, came the reply. Wen Lan set off, simultaneously opening the chat channel. A bright young boy exclaimed, "Wow, it's freezing. The temperature outside is only -25°C. When have I, a southerner, ever experienced such low temperatures?" The pure love warrior responded, "I'm from the north too, but I can only endure it thanks to the heating. Running the air conditioning is such an energy drain." The outsider chimed in, "If you keep looking, I'll gobble you up. It's too cold. Sell me some cotton." Einstein's blanket remarked, "This game isn't too difficult. It's just a bit chilly. Running only 40 kilometers a day is quite manageable. Isn't it?" Indeed, it's easy. You can take your time," added Tion's dumpling. "I love mushrooms," declared. "Finally, this game has a trading zone. No more shouting for trades." Let us luck exclaimed. "The game has adopted a point system. Let us all strive to complete our mileage. These points must be secured." Ignoring the mentions directed at her, Wen Lan accessed the trading zone. Players can choose to trade under their real names or anonymously, with anonymity requiring a confidentiality fee. Additionally, a 10 fee is charged for each successful transaction. However, the security and convenience of trading have significantly improved. Players can search for desired items for direct exchange, specifying trades, or allowing sellers to select the final traded items. The consignment period for items is set at 24 hours, for every hour exceeding this limit. A storage fee of 1 will be deducted. At present, Wen Lan has no intention of consigning. Upon arriving at the new map, she will prioritize exploration to ascertain the valuable items available before determining their pricing. Chapter 19. Securing the first kill and opening the bronze treasure chest for the first time, sister. There's a wooden treasure chest ahead. Alright, I'll go first. If anything unexpected happens, you can follow. With urgency, Wen Lan parked the vehicle, donned her bread-like padded coat, and stepped out, enveloped in warmth. Upon approaching the treasure chest, she assumed a ready stance and deftly pried it open with the tip of her knife. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward her face. Wen Lan swiftly retreated a step with her right foot and struck with her blade. Congratulations on defeating the L1 black-striped snake, gaining 4 experience. Rabbit G, 58 1000. Wen Lan, 170-1000. Congratulations, player, on achieving the first kill in this area. Would you like to announce it to the entire server? Announcement: grant a voice assistant for vehicles 1. No announcement yields no reward. Wen Lan, taken aback by her fortune, opted to announce it, thrilled to have achieved the first kill across the entire server. Congratulations, player, for securing the first kill in this area, gaining a voice assistant for vehicles 1. Strawberry Bobo Milk. Wow, you're amazing. Proud Sky. So close. The first kill should have been mine. How infuriating. Pure Love Warrior, a voice assistant. I want one too. The rewards from the previous world were quite generous. Suddenly, she felt invigorated. Congratulations. Vehicle upgrade card fragment 2, 26, eggs 2, 250 milliliters of mineral water 1. Alright. The drops are scarce, just like during the novice protection period. What else with these upgrade card fragments? The treasure chest and the snake yielded 2 wooden planks. Once the voice assistant was bound to her vehicle, it would provide vocal alerts whenever a treasure chest was nearby. However, Rabbit G soon found itself unemployed. After hastily consuming a few bites of bread, she pressed onward, uncertain of the road conditions ahead. The highway had turned pristine white with snow, and as she ventured further, it would likely become increasingly difficult to cover the required distance. She needed to accumulate enough mileage in the preceding days. Otherwise, she feared the consequences of not meeting her monthly targets. A treasure chest ahead. Please stop in a timely manner so as not to miss it. The voice assistant provided a timely reminder. Wow, another bronze treasure chest. Is my luck truly this good today? This time, Wen Lan decided to bring Rabbit G along, knowing the monsters guarding a bronze chest could be formidable. Just to be safe, she donned her helmet. Her life was paramount, especially since no healing items had appeared yet. Maintaining a safe distance from the treasure chest, Wen Lan halted and instructed Rabbit G to open it. This position allowed her the flexibility to retreat or advance, proving friendly for a novice like her. As the chest swung open, 2 gray wolves leaped out, one lunging at Rabbit G and the other charging at her. She swiftly evaded, aiming her knife for the creature's throat. Blood sprayed, splattering a few droplets on her face. She had struck true, yet her strength was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. It was merely a minor injury. Rabbit G, let me handle this. The battle ended swiftly. She wished to take this one on herself. Novels and films often claim that only through facing life and death could one unlock their potential, and she yearned for growth. Relying on others would not lead her to the end. As the wolf turned to pounce again, Wen Lan had no time to evade. She raised her knife to block, but the force knocked her down. Feeling the rush of wind above her, Wen Lan rolled and retaliated with a swift strike, then shot a concealed arrow from her sleeve. Congratulations on defeating the level 2 Gray Wolf and earning experience points 10 and 10 bunny tokens, 78 1000, as well as Wen Lan, 190-1000. Lying in the snow, Wen Lan gasped for breath, her blood surging with exhilaration, astonished that she had accomplished such a feat, sister. You did wonderfully. Thank you, Bunny. It is because of you that I dare to give it my all. Wen Lan rose to open the chest. Congratulations, player, for opening the bronze chest for the first time. You have received a reward. This chest supplies are doubled. Would you like to announce this across the region? Refusal will result in the reward becoming void. Yes. Congratulations, player, for opening the bronze chest for the first time. Please continue to strive, fellow players. Once the announcement was made, Wen Lan eagerly examined her spoils. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Bathroom Blueprint 1, Plush Rabbit Slippers 1, Exquisite Wardrobe Card 1, Vehicle Upgrade Card 1, with the first-time doubling effect, all items 2. Wow, the little rabbit is incredibly popular. A bathroom blueprint. Mother will no longer worry about my messes. She had received 2 vehicle upgrade cards. Last time it was bunny pajamas, and now it was bunny slippers. She was transforming into a little bunny. How delightful. In a private chat, she asked if the butcher was willing to continue assisting with decomposition, but the reply was a polite decline, as they wished to conserve energy for personal development in the main game, and the cold was not conducive to decomposition. Wen Lan accepted this, and after decomposing the 2 wolves in the chest, she obtained wolf fur 4, iron sheets 4. She got into her vehicle, shedding her soiled cotton coat for a lightweight one, and then meticulously inspected her acquired materials. The bathroom blueprint required building materials: wooden planks, 620, glass, 1420, iron sheets, 3420, screws, 1920. She was still short on upgrade materials. The exquisite wardrobe card 2 would bind to the vehicle upon use, allowing for 6 customizable styles. How cool! Wen Lan decided to use one exquisite wardrobe card first, placing it at the rear of the vehicle, creating a cabinet measuring 50 centimeters in height, 2 meters in length, and 5 meters in width. Since it was bound to the vehicle, the cabinet fits snugly, ensuring stability. She transferred her sunflower mattress and quilt onto the cabinet, adjusting the mattress to match its dimensions. The previous light yellow bedding set was 1.52, 1, so she crafted the quilt to the same size. Once the setup was complete, it fit perfectly. The lower storage provided space for items, while the upper area was designated for sleeping, optimizing space usage. After placing her previously stored meat and miscellaneous items into the cabinet, the entire area felt significantly more spacious. Wen Lan took out 20 pounds of cured meat and listed 10 portions in the trading hall, exchanging them for glass 12, screws 4, and wooden planks 14. She also listed 4 portions of 500G cotton in exchange for vehicle upgrade card fragments 4. With 1 bathroom blueprint remaining, she wished to trade for another useful blueprint. Just keep at it. Bathroom blueprint, swap for another blueprint, please contact me privately. After sending the message, she disregarded the ongoing channel discussions and immediately checked her private messages. The channel's daily topics were too numerous, given the 100,000 participants. As messages flew by at an astonishing rate, she wished there were smaller groups for better communication. Few individuals send private messages to themselves, suggesting that the number of those acquiring blueprints is rather limited. I, too, have benefited from the influence of the rabbit. Nonetheless, there are 2 items within that pique her interest: the kitchen blueprint and the washing machine blueprint. After some deliberation, she opted for the washing machine blueprint. Given her inability to cook, it was only natural to choose the washing machine. The owner of this washing machine, a player known as Lone Wolf, had previously engaged in a transaction with her. He was also the one who purchased the recently listed cotton. Clearly, he possesses considerable strength. Washing machine blueprint. To craft a washing machine, it must be bound to a bathroom. Materials required: plastic 2210, glass 14.5, iron sheet 3410. While the washing machine can be crafted, the necessary bathroom binding is not yet feasible. She privately messaged the one with a heart larger than a needle's eye, offering a crafting fee of 2 wolf pelts to assist in creating a carpet and a cushion. At this moment, the cured meat that had been listed was sold out, and the bathroom was now ready for construction. Would you like to use the bathroom blueprint, consuming wood planks 2020, glass 2620, iron sheets 3420, screws 2320? Yes. Construction successful, please place. Wen Lan positioned the bathroom against the wall behind the driver's seat for convenience. It occupies a space of 3 square meters, with a layout that separates wet and dry areas. The door faces the wall on the passenger side, and the interior is divided into 2 trapezoidal sections by transparent glass. To the left upon entry is the toilet, which is rather compact, while the right side is more spacious, featuring a wash basin. Further inside lies the shower area. After connecting the strawberry shower head to the bathroom, it materialized in the shower space, now capable of dispensing hot water. Would you like to use the washing machine blueprint? Consuming plastic, 2210, glass, 65, iron sheets, 1410. Yes. Construction successful. Please place. The washing machine was nestled in the space beneath the wash basin, and it even boasts a built-in drying function. What a remarkable gain. Chapter 20. The charm rankings. Wen Lan hummed a tune as she continued to drive, while 2G remained asleep on the bed. Perhaps encountering 2 treasure chests in one go had exhausted her luck. Before noon, Wen Lan had driven over 80 kilometers, only to stumble upon 3 wooden treasure chests, yielding an experience of 12. 2G, 91,000, and Wen Lan, 202-1000. She dismantled the chest to acquire 6 wooden planks and gathered supplies. 3 fragments of vehicle upgrade cards, 2 5-minute unlimited power cards, and 1 exquisite electric cooker. The probability of encountering treasure chests had diminished significantly in the official game, and it seemed that the drop rate for talent materials was quite low. Since the novice phase began, she had not once found any medicinal items in the chests. Wang Fugui, is this reasonable? I haven't seen a single treasure chest today. Tianji Jiaozi, it's far too cold. Getting out to open chests nearly cost me my life. I barely managed to open one, and my clothes were almost eaten through by rats. If I hadn't worn layers, I would have been in tatters. Kuayao Tian, weapons have been swapped for various food items. Swan Kaiyu, after what you said, I'm hesitant to open any chests. Tianji Jiaozi, but how else will we gather supplies? Just wrap up tightly and ensure your protection. The difficulty of wooden chests isn't that great. What AI chi mushrooms? Have any of you found talent materials in your chests? Swan Kaiyu, I haven't opened any chests yet. Chaomeibo Bonai, not yet, it's all just basic supplies. Let us good luck. Neither have I. Is the drop rate for talent materials reduced during the novice phase? Outsider, it's better if they don't drop. My talents are of little use. However, I just opened a down jacket. It's worth far more than that cotton sold by Wang Zai, which is outrageously priced. Ein Tan, exactly. I also found a blanket. Fortunately, I didn't buy that cotton. Wang Zai is indeed a swindler. Wen Lan was speechless. How did this conversation revolve around her? She promptly opened the trading interface and blacklisted the 2 individuals. I'm not even considering selling yet. Wen Lan enjoyed the lunch that Xiao Fugui had traded, contemplating that she was just a table and chairs away from having everything she needed. The meat she had previously given to Xiao Fugui was likely to last only a few more days. Once it was finished, she would need to manage her own meals. It wouldn't do to continually inconvenience others. She listed 8 portions of cotton, similar to before, in exchange for 8 vehicle upgrade card fragments. She now possessed 3 vehicle upgrade cards and 3 fragments, bringing her closer to achieving a vehicle upgrade. Outside, the snow had formed a thick layer, reaching 1/5 the height of the wheels. Wen Lan drove another 80 kilometers, this time taking over 4 hours. The snow gradually covered the treasure chests, making them increasingly difficult to spot. Indeed, it was quite challenging. Even the voice assistant failed to detect them. This is outrageous. Not a single chest to be found. Oh, what is that? It turned out to be a trash bin. How splendid. She had accumulated a plastic bucket full of garbage and a box of waste. Now, she could finally dispose of them. Carrying the water tank and plastic bucket, she exited the vehicle, tossing the water tank aside and emptying the garbage from the plastic bucket. After a moment's thought, she decided to discard the portable toilet as well. Since she now had a bathroom, it was better not to keep it and take up space. Congratulations to the player who will be devoured upon further viewing. Cherish the environment, do not litter, and earn the title of Environmental Guardian, which grants an additional charm value of 3. An announcement will soon be made across the entire region. Please choose to remain anonymous or reveal your identity. Upon donning the title, a sudden increase in personal attributes was noted: strength, 11-1. You can hardly lift a knife, stamina. 9-1. You gasp for breath after just a few steps, agility. 7-1. Even a tortoise moves faster than you, mental strength. 11. Your mind is devoid of substance, charm value. 0-3. Due to wearing the Environmental Guardian title. Congratulations to the player for activating the charm ranking. Rewarded with a Space Backpack X1, with an impending announcement to the whole server. Congratulations to the players in the Huagua 6666 region who will be devoured upon further viewing. You have activated the charm ranking, leading to an announcement for the entire server. As a reward, all players in the Huagua 6666 region will receive a hot pot meal. Destined Child, wow. Thank you, esteemed one. A hot pot meal on such a cold day is delightful. I shall forever support you. I am handsome, wow. Incredible. This must be the first server-wide announcement by a player. Eins Blanket, why is it you again? Did you pay for a system announcement? Pure Love Warrior. Some are still struggling for survival, while others have already achieved various accomplishments. Strawberry Boba Milk. I checked the charm ranking, and currently, only Wang Zai has 3 points. Everyone else has 0. Is that title the reason? Shaved Ice Lamb. Wang Zai, you are amazing. Could you share how you triggered it? Outsider. Indeed, we are all from the same region. Shouldn't we help one another? Surely, the esteemed one wouldn't be so stingy. Eins Blanket. What makes her a great one? Pure Love Warrior. Here come the 3 of you again. If you have the ability, refrain from indulging in hot pot. Let us good luck, wow. Congratulations, Wang Zai. To celebrate our region being on television, I have listed 50 servings of lettuce for everyone. 1 serving each. I love mushrooms. I have also listed 100 servings of mushrooms to join in the celebration. Pure Love Warrior. Haha, I managed to grab 1 of each, haha. Strawberry Boba Milk. Me too. The atmosphere in our region is simply wonderful. Wen Lan quickly contacted an artisan to order 100 cups of 50 milliliters, prepared 20 servings of soda, and 80 servings of lemonade. She also divided 20 pounds of cured beef into 50 portions and listed them on the trading market. Upon further viewing, I have also listed some items to celebrate. May we all survive. Heart bigger than a needle. Soda. Oh my. I haven't had soda in ages. Strawberry Boba Milk. What? Mine is lemonade. Hee hee. Replenishing vitamin C. Outsider. Why can't I grab any? Eins Blanket. I can't either. What is going on? Upon further viewing. Oh, but didn't you all say I was a profiteer and wouldn't buy my items? I'm a good person, just as you wished. Outsider. All of you are esteemed ones, yet you are so petty. Eins Blanket. It's typical of women to be petty. Allowing a woman to become an esteemed one in our region is truly the end. I love mushrooms. Do not purchase any items from that woman. She has been blocked. Let us good luck, blocked. Heart larger than a needle's eye, blocked. Pure Love Warrior. Ignore those 2 foolish individuals. I've already begun preparing hot pot. Wen Lan also feels fortunate, as everyone in her area is quite friendly, aside from a few. She additionally prepared 500 milliliters of lemonade to send to the artisan, expressing gratitude for his assistance. The materials for the custom mugs were declined, as he stated it was a token of appreciation for the hot pot. She did not anticipate that her habit of not littering would earn her a title. In the end, she even unlocked the charm leaderboard. What a surprise. Initially, she had planned to abandon this habit soon, as the smell of trash had grown increasingly pungent. Chapter 21. The Traveling Dandelion O. I just activated the charm leaderboard, and it seems I received a reward. What was it again? Space Backpack. 20 slots total. Same item can stack up to 99. The backpack has a preservation function and can be linked with the system wristband. Ha ha ha. A Space Backpack. Bunny. We've struck gold. Space Backpack has been linked. Wen Lan's face flushed with excitement. Could this possibly be the first space item in the entire server? Ha! I'm finally untroubled by storage limitations. However, it only has 20 slots. I must utilize it wisely, prioritizing heavier and bulkier items. I placed all the cured meats and beef jerky inside, which took up 2 slots. I also added the cotton and cotton wool, currently occupying another 2 slots. When the bread cotton is harvested, it will occupy yet another. The crossbow and long sword were added as well, one for convenient access and the other for space management. The plastic bucket and broom each take up 1 slot. primarily because they are unsightly when left outside. Oh, I also stored the hot pot set from the system reward, pausing time as I plan to enjoy it with Grandma when she arrives. The rest of the items are not too heavy and can be kept in the exquisite cabinet, leaving plenty of space available. Currently, there are 11 slots remaining. I will decompose the empty bronze and silver chests, yielding an additional 8 iron pieces and 4 silver ingots. New materials have emerged. The materials I possess now include 2 plastics, 12 iron pieces, 1 glass, 11 iron nails, 3 screws, 10 wooden boards, and 4 silver ingots. The inventory is somewhat sparse, but there are no new blueprints at the moment, so there is no rush. I shall accumulate them gradually. My concern now is the scarcity of talent materials. I didn't gather much previously. Had I known the drop rate would be so low in the final 3 days, I would have dedicated 2 hours each day to searching for chests. Remaining talent materials: 1 morning glory seed, 1 carnivorous plant seed, 1 sunflower seed, 1 mint seed, 1 lily of the valley seed, 1 dandelion seed, 1 basic soil, 1 basic hydroponic nutrient solution, 1 ordinary flower pot, 5 ordinary soil. Basic flower pot, ordinary soil. Dandelion remaining harvest time, 028, 07. Flower pot uses remaining, 6. Soil uses remaining, 0. Basic flower pot, basic soil. Mint can be harvested. Remaining planting attempts, 5. Intermediate flower pot, basic soil. Pumpkin remaining harvest time, 230, 06. Flower pot uses remaining, 17. Soil uses remaining, 7. Currently, I have no growth agents to shorten the maturation time of the plants. I should still have the opportunity to acquire more talent materials. Wen Lan decided to wait for the dandelion before harvesting and planting both mint and dandelion together, thus avoiding the hassle of managing 3 different timers. In the afternoon, Yaya Cotton produced an additional 4 portions of cotton and 1 portion of bread cotton, which were listed on the trading market in exchange for 8 vehicle upgrade card fragments and 1 vehicle upgrade card. She opened the trading market to search for blueprints, hoping to exchange the previously acquired exquisite closet for a blueprint of a sofa or table, making daily life more convenient, as sitting on a small stool while eating was rather uncomfortable. The blueprints are few, comprising merely a single page with 6 sketches. The kitchen design I previously admired remains available, though the cupboard may not be altered. Surprisingly, there exists a blueprint for a weapon, a long spear. However, it is not my foremost choice, especially since she has yet to master the use of her blade. There is a blueprint for a booth. Hello. Exquisite cabinet card. One to exchange for the booth blueprint. Would you like to trade? The little bear plush responded eagerly, Master. Let's trade. But the blueprint requires additional materials to craft. Might that be a tad disadvantageous? No worries, I replied. Upon acquiring the blueprint, I examined the required materials. Booth blueprint, crafting requirements. Wooden planks, 1010, cotton, 05, fabric, 02. Cotton? Can it now be obtained from treasure chests? 5 pieces correspond to my own 500 G of cotton. If the treasure chests can yield cotton, that would be splendid. At least it would provide warmth and enhance my chances of survival. However, I have yet to encounter fabric. It must pertain to a tailoring-related talent. I wonder if he possesses such a skill. Do you have any fabric? I inquired. Yes, indeed. I have plenty. How much do you need, Master? Just 2 pieces will suffice. Would you accept half a kilogram of cured meat in exchange? No need. I have plenty of fabric. Are you looking down on me for such a meager trade? No worries, Master. Just remember to bring me along for any good finds in the future. Hee. I earned quite a bit from crafting quilts before, and it significantly improved my proficiency. Having said that, I promptly received fabric too. All right, thank you. I responded. The bread cotton has been sold, and I sold 2 portions of cotton, acquiring vehicle upgrade card 1 and vehicle upgrade card fragment 4. I delisted 1 portion of cotton. With sufficient materials, I can now craft the sofa. Would you like to use the booth blueprint? This will consume wooden planks, 1010, cotton, 55, and fabric, 22, to create a sofa. Yes. Construction successful. Please place it. Upon completion, I was genuinely delighted. The booth is exquisitely crafted and unexpectedly consists of 2 small sofas accompanied by a table. The sofa seats open to reveal 2 spacious compartments for storage. I positioned it against the bathroom wall, its width fitting perfectly. The table was placed conveniently by the window. The sofa is a creamy white, offering a soft seating experience, while the table boasts a cherry wood hue, matching the sofa in width. Currently, I possess Vehicle Upgrade Card 5 and Vehicle Upgrade Card Fragment 1. Dandelions have matured. Would you like to harvest them? Yes. I harvested both the dandelions and mint. Dandelion harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring traveling dandelions. Mint har vi successful. Congratulations on acquiring mint. The mint is merely ordinary, lacking any special abilities. After harvesting, it can be bound to the vehicle as a decorative piece, though it is also edible. The size is comparable to that of a basketball, and I placed it against the wall of the vehicle as an ornament. Amidst a patch of purple flowers, it stands out distinctly, fortunately, as the scented geranium blooms profusely. Otherwise, it would be challenging to locate amid a sea of green leaves. The traveling dandelion appears to possess some extraordinary abilities. This dandelion, longing for freedom, can be gently carried by the wind to various destinations. Its bond with its creator makes it reluctant to part from them and its companions. Thus, after a day of wandering, it returns at night, bringing along a gift or tale from its journeys. It has been detected that the traveling dandelion can be bound to a backpack space. Shall be bound? Once bound, the gifts from its travels will directly arrive in the player's backpack space. Binding. Could this be the plant version of the traveling frog? How delightful! After securing the dandelion to the backpack and vehicle, it was placed by the window for easy daily excursions. Wen Lan replanted a carnivorous plant seed and a lily-of-the-valley seed, utilizing 1 unit of ordinary soil. The remaining maturation times are as follows. Carnivorous plant, 96, 00, 00, lily of the valley, 72, 00, 00. The 2 flower pots were positioned on the platform in front of the driver's seat, nestled alongside the pumpkin pot. It seems that a kitchen is the only thing missing for perfection. This space is quite tidy, with all storable items placed in cabinets or the backpack. Oh, by the way, the carpet that was entrusted to Xian by Jean Yin has arrived. The white fluffy carpet measures 1.5 by 0.5 meters. She had expected the gray carpet made from gray fur to be gray, but to her surprise, it turned out white. Perhaps some technique was employed. The carpet was laid in front of the bed. Yes, it fits perfectly. The white complements the overall aesthetic, especially since her vehicle boasts such vibrant colors. Chapter 22. The Enchanted Pumpkin House. This evening's dinner was once again beef. Wen Lan paired it with a small bread roll, having distributed the soda earlier. She filled a cup with hot water from the faucet to prepare a refreshing glass of lemonade. The strawberry faucet only dispensed 100 liters of water daily, and today she had used quite a bit, so she needed to conserve it, especially since she hadn't tea-bathed yet. To add to her grievances, the bathroom had been constructed successfully, yet it lacked running water. It was said that water would only be available after upgrading the vehicle. Fortunately, there was still enough water in the strawberry faucet for her daily needs. After finishing her meal, she rested on the sofa with her companion, Rabbit Teacher. Suddenly, Wen Lan stood up. Rabbit Teacher, it's time for training. Are you ready? I'm ready, Rabbit Teacher replied with a serious expression. However, the vehicle's space remained too confined for blade practice, limiting them to simple strength and endurance exercises. It seemed she would need to acquire some expansion cards to enlarge the vehicle, allowing for more ample movement. Despite the limited training options, Wen Lan remained earnest, hoping to master the art of defeating monsters with a single strike, rather than being tossed about by their attacks. After less than 2 hours of practice, the system notification chimed. The pumpkin has matured. Dear Rabbit Teacher, may I take a short break? Let us go harvest the little pumpkins. Of course, sister. Rabbit Teacher was equally eager for the arrival of the little pumpkins, reminiscing about the wonder they had brought before. The pumpkin has matured. Would you like to harvest? Wen Lan adored pumpkins, relishing their sweet, sticky texture. Yes. Harvest successful. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Enchanted Pumpkin House. Ah, Rabbit, I'm getting a house. What? She has accomplished something. She is getting a house. What does having a house mean? It means I'm very impressive. Wen Lan hastily checked the details of the pumpkin house. Enchanted Pumpkin House. The little pumpkin feels constrained. How can such a large being reside in such a small vehicle? It cannot feel the sunlight, the gentle breeze, the raindrops, or the snowflakes. It experiences nothing here. It longs to escape this confined space and embrace the world. Its belly possesses magical spatial powers, capable of holding many things. It hopes its creator will place it atop the vehicle, thus allowing it to feel the world. The creator need not worry. It is quite sturdy and possesses remarkable resilience. No one can destroy it. All right. One must not let the child suffer. Little pumpkin, wait. I will place you atop the vehicle immediately. Enchanted pumpkin vehicle successfully bound. Please set up. Wen Lan quickly positioned it on the roof of the vehicle, and instantly the pumpkin enveloped the top. A circular opening appeared above the passenger seat, and a small swing descended. Wen Lan embraced Rabbit Teacher as they took their seats. Wow, it's an elevator. How cool. Wow. As they ascended, darkness enveloped them. Wen Lan adjusted the position of the eggplant lights, moving two closer, illuminating the entire space. It's so spacious. The area was at least 50 square meters, with a ceiling height of 4 meters. Before entering, Wen Lan had taken a glance out the window. The pumpkin, though lacking the height of a vehicle, surprisingly contained a vast interior space. Surrounding it were large floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the warm glow of light illuminated the thick blanket of white snow outside. Thanks to the binding of the fragrant geranium to the vehicle, Wen Lan still felt a comforting warmth enveloping her. The soft orange floor and walls resembled soil rather than the hardness of tiles, creating a cozy atmosphere. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wen Lan felt tears welling up. She was in the game. She had a home and a vehicle. Sister, you now have ample space to practice your skills. The little rabbit hopped down from Wen Lan's hands. Hee, you are right. Hold on, little bunny. I truly appreciate your support. In the vacated flower pot, she planted sunflower seeds. Her desire for sunflower seeds still evident. Time remaining for sunflowers to mature. 48:00:00. Wen Lan and the rabbit returned to the pumpkin house, and the training with the sword commenced. Sister, after we warm up, we can practice blocking. Today, I will take the role of the attacker. All right, finally, we are making progress. Even though the back of the sword struck her painfully, her enthusiasm surged. She focused intently, dodging and blocking, and each successful maneuver filled her with exhilaration. Suddenly, Wen Lan and the rabbit paused, moving toward the window. A wolf circled the vehicle, displaying no aggression, deterred by the radiant glow of the eggplant lantern. Its form flickered in and out of visibility within the interplay of light and shadow. Wen Lan found it peculiar. Why had a wolf appeared so suddenly? Was this a nighttime challenge? With the eggplant lantern as protection, she felt less apprehensive about its potential attack. Yet she wondered if its presence would disturb her rest. Sister, shall we go after it? Yes. Let us use this opportunity to test the results of tonight's training. Wen Lan returned to the vehicle, dried her sweat, donned a cotton coat, and equipped herself thoroughly. Once her body temperature stabilized, she opened the door and stepped outside. The night was colder than the day, reddening her cheeks, and without her bread cotton gloves, she doubted she could grip the sword steadily. Her feet sank into the snow, leaving deep imprints behind. The wolf noticed her emergence and assumed an attacking stance, yet it hesitated to approach, wary of the burning light from the lantern. As Wen Lan advanced, it lunged at her. She felt her evasive maneuvers becoming increasingly adept, although she lacked the strength for a single lethal strike. She found she could easily wear it down, and her own form became cleaner with each encounter. She sensed an improvement in her personal attributes. Congratulations! Player has successfully defeated a nighttime monster 1, gaining experience 10 rabbit, 1001000, Wen Lan, 2121000, points 10. Points awarded? Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wondered if more awaited her the following night. Decomposition successful. Obtained wolf fur 1. This system. How disappointing. For such a large wolf, I receive merely a single fur. If it weren't for the biting cold, making it difficult to manage, she would not allow such a bargain to slip through her fingers. How infuriating. Upon returning to the vehicle, I changed my attire and accessed my personal information. Level, LV0 experience points, 212, 1000. Strength 11-1. You can barely lift a knife. Stamina 9-1. You gasp for breath after just a few steps. Agility 7-2. Even a tortoise moves faster than you. Mental fortitude 11. Your mind is utterly vacant. Agility has increased slightly. Nice. Mimi and Bing Xiaoyang. Wah. Their essay towed outside the car. It's so disgusting, Wah. Wang Chong. I have one outside too. But it's a tiger. I'm too scared to go out. It keeps circling my car, and whenever I drive, it crashes into my vehicle. It's terrifying. Chu and I, Jean sure. I'm facing a wolf, but I should be fine as long as I don't leave the vehicle. The system rules state that staying inside at night ensures safety. I love eating mushrooms. Thankfully, there's only one, though it's quite noisy and pretty frightening. Quan Gao Tian. This creature 1T do this every night, right? How can we have the energy to drive during the day? The chat channel buzzed with discussions about the monsters that come at night. Zaikin Jioba and I Chi Dai. If you have the strength, I suggest dealing with it. If your strength is lacking, it's best to upgrade your vehicle quickly. This game surely 1T present a monster every single night. Quan Gao Tian. Is there any clarification on this? Chu and I Jean sure. Indeed, the system rules advise against leaving the vehicle. Zhu Ren. Can't you see? They merely want you to meet your demise. Mimi and Bing Xiaoyang, huh? Wang Zai's sister. How could you say that? That's so mean. I love eating mushrooms. Don't overanalyze. Did Wang Zai discover something? Zaikin Jioba and I Chi Dai. No, I'm just speculating that more monsters may appear later. If you possess sufficient strength, you may dare to take the risk. If not, it's wiser to stay put. Ein Si Tan. Don't spread panic among the ranks. I want to be going out. If I perish, I'll lose everything. Xin by Zhang Yenda. I believe Wang Zai's words hold merit. Those capable may dare to try, while the less capable should wait. Wen Lan refrained from mentioning the point system. Those with capability would naturally be aware. Currently, there are 100,000 people in this area, a promising start, and I hope everyone remains safe. Chapter 23. Discovery of the platform after taking a shower. She changed into her rabbit pajamas and slipped on her rabbit slippers. Embracing her plush companion, she returned to bed. With a sunflower mattress began to massage and relax her muscles. The plush toy sprawled comfortably beside her, yet clutched its carrot knife tightly. Remembering the training session with her companion, she recalled her initial belief that the knife was merely an artistic tool. However, when her plush toy wielded it, it could transform in size and length. The plush toy explained that the knife's versatility was a result of its refined energy, assuring her that she could achieve the same mastery in the future. Inspired by this notion, she felt a surge of motivation to practice, envisioning herself wielding a magnificent 40-meter-long blade. How exhilarating that would be! As the soothing massage continued, drowsiness enveloped her, with a scent reminiscent of geraniums. She turned off the lights and whispered goodnight. Sweet dreams. She had traveled 180 kilometers today. At 7 o'clock a.m., after completing her training, she placed the 13 units of cotton she had produced on the trade shelf, exchanging them for 26 fragments of vehicle upgrade cards. Breakfast consisted once again of beef. She anticipated that she would likely grow weary of it in the near future. The chat channel buzzed with discussions about the monster that had appeared the previous night, with most players expressing complaints about the lack of rest due to the creature's presence, resulting in increased fatigue levels. Ever since acquiring the sunflower mattress, she had been free from such fatigue woes. The time was now 7:34 a.m., the outdoor temperature a frigid -31 degrees, with a light snowfall marking the second day of the cold wave season. Today's travel goal remained at 40 kilometers, 6 degrees lower than the previous day. Would every day truly require traversing 40 kilometers? After charging her vehicle for 20 minutes, she consumed 2 10-minute unlimited power cards. Upon awakening, she noticed that the black mist along the roadside had expanded outward by a meter, revealing glimpses of the obscured landscape within. Curiously, after 2 hours of driving, the only wooden crate she encountered was discovered in the area where the mist had receded, with only a small corner visible. It was her voice assistant that alerted her, advising against the temptation to collect it. She felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that clearing the black mist was beneficial for players, increasing resources and allowing for exploration on foot. Suddenly, a fork in the otherwise straight road appeared before her, prompting her to hit the brakes. "Sister, there's a new road over there. Shall we take a look?" After a moment's hesitation, she decided to explore. The platform gameplay had not yet manifested, and she was uncertain whether this was related to the platform mechanics or simply a merging of roads with other players. Nonetheless, the prospect was enticing, especially with her plush companion by her side, providing a sense of security against potential dangers. As the vehicle entered the fork, a system notification echoed in her ears. "Congratulations, player. You have triggered the solo platform escape from the sewer. Platform duration, 1 hour. You must escape the sewer and return to the road within 1 hour, or you will remain on the platform forever. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience." What on earth? There is no option to refuse. The notion of escaping sounds rather daunting. "Congratulations, player. You have triggered the platform gameplay for the first time. We hope all players will strive to engage in more platform gameplay. Pure love warrior. Are you truly not a shill?" The arrogant one proclaimed. "Utilize the platform strategy. It remains uncertain whether it poses any danger. I hope the esteemed one can share their experiences with us regarding this approach." Strawberry Bobo Milk remarked. "It sounds quite formidable." Wen Lan had lost interest in the chat channel, for her surroundings had abruptly transformed, plunging her into a cramped, tunnel-like space. Were it not for the shimmering orb lights, her vision would have been severely obstructed. The rabbit stood at the helm, ever prepared, while Wen Lan cautiously navigated the vehicle, reluctant to reduce her speed. The road was treacherous, littered with refuse and murky water, testing her driving skills to the limit. As a mere electric scooter operator, this ordeal was exceedingly challenging for her. "Sister, there's movement." A vast swarm of rats surged toward her like a tidal wave. Wen Lan's pupils dilated as she pressed the accelerator, aiming to surge through the rodent horde. The resounding thuds of rats colliding with her vehicle and their piercing cries assaulted her eardrums. The windshield became obscured by a gruesome mosaic of lifeless rodents and blood, while the jarring sensation of the wheels crushing the vermin left her feeling utterly distressed. 5 minutes later, Wen Lan halted the vehicle. The rat tide had finally receded. The windshield was nearly opaque, and she hesitated to activate the wipers, fearing it would only worsen her visibility. After adjusting the strawberry sprayer, she exited the vehicle to clean up. The exterior bore the scars of impact, with the passenger side windshield cracked in several places, and charred rats clung to the headlights. Wen Lan merely rinsed the windshield, ensuring she could see the road, as time was of the essence. Despite gaining an impressive 375 experience points, she felt no joy. Her heart ached for her little vehicle. Glancing at her watch, she realized that 11 minutes had elapsed since her entry into the sewer, and she had no idea of its length, so she pressed the accelerator once more, narrowly avoiding the walls at each turn. As she approached another corner, a formidable tiger blocked her path. After assessing the size disparity between the tiger and her vehicle, she decisively came to a halt. If the car were to sustain damage, how would she escape? Exiting the vehicle, she retrieved a long knife from her inventory and charged at the tiger. The narrow passage was unkind to the massive beast, but it was favorable to her. She deftly sidestepped the tiger's pounce, utilizing its momentum to inflict a deep gash along its flank. Seizing the opportunity while the creature slowed, she lunged at its neck with all her strength. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Level 2 Treasure Chest Guardian. Experience gained, 20. Bronze chest acquired, 1. Should I open the chest? Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deconstruction successful. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a Tiger Whip 1. What on earth is this? She stored the knife and the Tiger Whip in her inventory, deciding to gift the whip to the rabbit. Returning to the vehicle with the chest, she exclaimed, "Rabbit, wasn't I impressive just now? Super impressive. I defeated the monster in just 2 moves. I've made tremendous progress." With a chuckle, Wen Lan acknowledged her own growth, never having imagined she could achieve such feats. 36 minutes had elapsed, yet the sewer remained an enigma. Moreover, Bunny, have you noticed that the water level has risen? The water now reaches halfway up the tire. Could it be that if they cannot defeat her, they would simply allow her to drown? Wen Lan silently quickened her pace. only to be confronted by an imposing wall. Could this possibly be the exit? Observing the wall before her, Wen Lan noted that it appeared to be composed of numerous pieces, the shapes of which were somewhat perplexing. Dismounting from her vehicle, she waded through the water that now reached her calves. She pushed against the wall, dismissing the possibility of breaking through. Suddenly, she realized that the positions of the two stone slabs she had just touched had swapped. Was this a puzzle? Wen Lan hastened to act, for this wall was indeed vast. She could only attempt to piece together a section to discern the shape it represented. Chapter 24. Escape from the sewers? This seems to be a network of interconnected pipes. Could it be a map of the sewers? Fortunately, she had been quite focused while driving and remembered the several turns and directions. Given her driving skills, concentration was imperative. The upper section was somewhat out of reach, so Wen Lan maneuvered the car closer, standing on it just enough to reach. Tuji stood nearby, offering encouragement. After approximately 5 minutes, Wen Lan adjusted the final stone slab. With a rumble, the wall retracted upwards, and the rising water level diminished significantly. Once the wall had fully ascended, a piece of parchment floated down from above. Upon receiving the parchment, she discovered it to be a map of the sewers, which not only marked various locations, but also indicated several treasure spots. Remarkably, there was even a hidden passage. Who could have uncovered that? There was no time to turn back now. In just 18 minutes, the platform would close. Wen Lan hastily started the vehicle and set off. Glancing at the map, she noted a level 5 monster guarding the area near the exit. That was a full 5 levels higher than her and Tuji, who were still at level 0. Inquiring with Tuji, she learned that it too felt uncertain about defeating the creature. Recalling the mist, mushroom, and the stinky egg they had previously acquired, which could immobilize a monster for 6 seconds, she resolved to gather more such items during their outing. These were crucial in critical moments. After driving for over 5 minutes, the map indicated they had arrived at the monster's location. Yet, she saw nothing. Could it be that it was taking a break from work? Suddenly, Wen Lan felt the vehicle jolt violently, lifting the car off the ground. Before her, refuse and sewage coalesced into a massive garbage monster? A stinky slime? Doubt began to creep in. Could the stinky egg really incapacitate it for 3 seconds? Quickly, she and Tuji exited the vehicle, brandishing their knives and charging at the creature. Yet, to their astonishment, they suffered no damage at all. Even Tuji's knife energy seemed to heal instantly upon contact. How were they to combat this foe? Sister, what should we do? Our attacks are ineffective, Tuji exclaimed. With a furrowed brow, Wen Lan's gaze remained fixed on the ever-shifting and elusive garbage creature, her mind racing for a strategy. Don't panic. Let me contemplate a solution, alas. Given the current predicament, even with the utmost effort, discovering an effective method seemed implausible. If only she had a powerful bomb or a cannon with fierce firepower at that moment, they could obliterate this creature into mere fragments, rendering it incapable of regrouping. They were still too weak to slice it into pieces. 6 minutes had already elapsed. If they continued to linger in this stalemate, they would truly be trapped here. Tuji, you hold the monster back for a moment. I'll get back in the car and throw an item at the garbage creature. The instant it's immobilized, you must strike with all your might. Let us gamble on whether we can break through. Wen Lan felt she had no other choice but to take a risk. She hurried back to the car, rolled down the window, and pressed the accelerator. As she neared the monster, she tossed a mist mushroom into its mouth. Tuji, now is the time. Tuji unleashed its full power, cleaving a gap. Quick, get in the car. Wen Lan's encounter with the garbage monster had taken a thrilling turn as it laid another foul egg. With a surge of adrenaline, she propelled forward, narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. However, the monster, regaining its senses, let out a furious roar and pursued the vehicle with relentless determination. Wen Lan's heart raced as she pressed the accelerator to its limit, barely evading disaster. The garbage monster's appendage grazed the rear of the car, and she felt an immense pressure before a loud bang echoed. One of the rear tires had burst, causing her to momentarily lose control. She could hear the shattering of glass as she steadied the wheel, finally catching a glimpse of daylight ahead. With a final push, she sped back onto the highway. Congratulations to the player for escaping the platform and fleeing the sewer. We look forward to your next visit. The car screeched to a halt on the road, while the other tire rolled away. Wen Lan slumped over the steering wheel, panting heavily, trying to regain her composure. What a harrowing experience. Sister, we made it out. The little rabbit showed no signs of fear. Indeed, we must prepare better next time. We almost didn't escape, Wen Lan replied, a chill creeping in as the car's condition deteriorated. With the vehicle damaged, the fragrance of the geraniums was of no use, allowing the cold wind to rush in. Are you cold, rabbit? Wen Lan hurriedly tucked the rabbit into her clothing, hoping the red cotton would provide some warmth. The sight behind her was shocking. The back of the car was crushed, the glass shattered all around, and 2 tires were missing. The vehicle was rendered inoperable, yet fortunately, the interior furniture remained intact. Currently, she needed 4 vehicle upgrade cards and 5 fragments to level up. The cotton she had listed in the trading market had sold out, netting her 26 fragments. She now possessed 8 upgrade cards and 3 fragments, still needing 1 card and 3 more fragments. Gazing at the bronze treasure chest that had fallen from the platform, Wen Lan wondered if it might yield some upgrade fragments. Rabbit, you should open it. This is the first chest we've brought from the platform, she said, feeling hesitant about her luck. All right, sister. Congratulations to the player for opening the bronze treasure chest. You have received 1 vehicle upgrade card, 1 power pill, 1 sanitary pad crafting blueprint, and 1 carrot pillow. Wen Lan had never seen such a bounty of items. A treasure chest and a sanitary pad blueprint. After several days in the game, she had almost forgotten about her menstrual cycle. Oh my goodness, Rabbit, you are on fire, she exclaimed. And there's a carrot pillow too. As expected of Little Rabbit, you always find the best treasures. Congratulations to the player for collecting the complete set of Little Rabbit pajamas. You are rewarded with an agility pill 1, and while wearing the set, your fatigue recovery rate increases by 5. Congratulations to the first player to assemble a complete set. You are rewarded with a terrace blueprint 1, and an announcement for the entire server will follow. Congratulations to the player from Huagwood District 6666. I'll eat you up for being the first to complete the set. This serves as an official announcement. All players in Huagwood District 6666 will receive a 1-hour luck doubling buff. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. Congratulations to the player Lonely Wolf from Huagwa Region 6666 for becoming the first level 1 player, activating the level ranking. In light of this announcement, all players in Huagwa Region 6666 will receive a 1-hour experience doubling buff. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. The chat channel was abuzz with excitement, resembling a festive celebration. However, Wen Lan quickly noticed a decrease in the number of players in Region 6666, with 67 fewer participants. Her exhilaration was tempered with a sense of calm. Pure love warrior, we actually have 2 remarkable players in our region. How fortunate we are. I've already reached my milestone for the day, and with this buff, I shall play vigorously. Proud Sky, this is fantastic. Thank you to both of our esteemed players. I love mushrooms. Lonely Wolf is truly impressive. It requires so much experience to level up, and I'm still in the single digits while he has already ascended. Wen Lan shared this admiration, having just entered the station herself. Her experience was still Rabbit 4951000, Wen Lan 6071000. Could it be that Lonely Wolf also entered the station? Fluffy Ice Lamb. Wow, Brother Lonely Wolf is so incredible. Can you take me along? Strawberry Milk. Wang's eyes made it to the world stage. Does that mean she safely exited the station? Please come and share your experiences with us. As I watch, I might eat you. The station I visited is called Escape from the Small Waterway. Not only must you leave within the designated time, but you also have to battle monsters, navigate mazes, and solve puzzles. The final monster at the exit is level 5, which I had never faced before. I managed to escape using some items, but my vehicle was destroyed. Everyone should carefully consider whether to enter the station. Wen Lan was more than willing to share her experiences to raise awareness among others, believing that players should never be adversaries. The World Channel buzzed with discussions about the station, and some inquired about her equipment, which she chose to ignore, as her heart ached. It was such a hard-won buff, and now her vehicle was totaled. Chapter 25, Upgrading the RV, Reactivating the Leaderboard. Fortunately, The cotton harvest has seen 3 waves, including a batch of bread cotton. I am preparing to list it in the trading post to exchange for a vehicle upgrade card and 4 fragments of such cards. Regardless of which transaction is successful first, I can immediately elevate my vehicle. The vehicle is too drafty, so Wen Lan, accompanied by 2G and 3 flower pots, took the elevator to the pumpkin house. Fortunately, I placed the seedlings in the cockpit. Had they been in the cabin, they would have surely suffered. The pumpkin house, as advertised, is indeed sturdy, showing no signs of damage. It shields us from the wind and dispels a hint of chill. Oh, how wonderful it would be if pumpkins could envelop the RV. Then, we would never have to fear damage to our home on wheels. However, one must not be overly greedy. What we have now is already quite splendid. Today has a slightly bloody undertone, but fear not, my little ones. Wen Lan provided psychological support to the 3 seedlings and 2G. Sister, I will strive to become stronger. 2G exclaimed, clutching a carrot knife with determination. Let's grow stronger together. Next time, we will reclaim our territory. We still have the map. We shall seize all the treasures within, leaving not a single one behind. Wen Lan indeed harbored thoughts of returning after gaining strength. Besides seeking revenge, there are numerous treasure chests on the map yet to be discovered, making a return worthwhile. She took out the recently acquired blueprint for reusable sanitary napkins and scrutinized it. To her surprise, it was not a disposable design, but rather one for crafting reusable napkins. However, the requirements indicated that without the relevant talent, a manufacturing station would be necessary. It seems this must be set aside for now, with hopes of acquiring a crafting station soon. There's also another blueprint, that of terrace. Terrace blueprint grants a 3 square meter terrace upon use. Require materials: wooden planks 0.5, iron sheets 12.5, iron nails 11.5, glass 1.2. So many materials required? For the time being, Wen Lan can only set this aside as well. Now, she must await the vehicle upgrade card. After finally acquiring a buff, she finds herself having squandered it. How vexing. It seems she has overlooked something. Did she acquire a pill? With the spatial backpack, system rewards go directly into the backpack, causing her to occasionally miss out on important items. How is it possible that there are 2 pills remaining? One is a strength pill and the other an agility pill. The agility pill was a reward for completing a set, and Wen Lan did not anticipate such a twist of fate. Thanks to 2G, indeed. Quickly, she consumed both pills, feeling an immediate lightness in her body accompanied by a surge of strength. Strength 11.2, you can now wield a knife. Endurance 9.1, you pant after taking 2 steps. Agility 7.3, I admit. You're now slightly faster than a tortoise. Mental power 11, your mind is rather vacant. Charm 0.3, haha. Even the evaluations have changed. Quite splendid. The weight of the sandbags feels lighter now. Perhaps I can trade for a couple of heavier ones later at the trading post. 2G, you have been a tremendous contributor today. Be sure to indulge in the good food tonight. But 2G cannot eat that much. Can I wait until I grow up to eat more? The joy of consuming attribute pills has even overshadowed the disappointment of missing out on the buff. Today can be deemed a worthwhile adventure. After checking the marketplace, I sold 1 portion of bread cotton and 1 portion of cotton. My vehicle is now eligible for an upgrade. Detected that the vehicle can be upgraded. Would you like to consume 10 vehicle upgrade cards for the upgrade? Yes. The vehicle upgrade will take 1 hour. Please wait. Her 1 hour buff duration cannot possibly keep up, alas. To prevent myself from sinking too deeply into sorrow, Wen Lan began practicing her swordsmanship to divert her attention. During training, it felt as if time stood still until the system notification chimed. Vehicle upgrade successful. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a standard RV. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first in the server to upgrade a vehicle, rewarding Space Stone 1. Congratulations on activating the vehicle comfort ranking, rewarding Strength Pill 1, Stamina Pill 1, Agility Pill 1, and a server-wide announcement is forthcoming. Congratulations to the player from Huagua Zone 6666, I'll eat you right now, for becoming the first in the server to upgrade a vehicle and activating the vehicle comfort ranking, rewarding all players in Huagua Zone 6666 with a heavy blanket 1 and an extra thick down jacket 1. Wishing all players a pleasant gaming experience. Wen Lan was left bewildered. Hadn't she just been on television? She hadn't even purchased a membership. However, the rewards this time were quite considerate. After appearing on a server-wide broadcast so many times, she wondered how the other zones were faring. The chat channel in Zone 6666 must have been buzzing with excitement. Wang Jiangwo. Sniff thank you, Wang Zai. The blanket and down jacket are truly needed. Previously, I could only manage to save up a set of cotton clothes for my mother. I could endure it, but my father and sister struggled. Now we all have them. Thank you, great one. We have hope again. Chun Wan Hua Kai. Such a thick blanket. I won't fear waking up cold at night anymore. I can also save on air conditioning costs. Thanks, Wang Zai. Tianji Jiao Z. Awesome, great one. With the down jacket. I can bear the cold when getting off to fight monsters. I was always afraid of freezing too stiff to battle the monsters. I only dared to open wooden chests. Chun Ai Zhan Sure. Words cannot express my astonishment. Great one. Please accept my kneeling. Li Jian, damn it. If this Wang Zai had upgraded a little earlier, my mother wouldn't have died. You are the murderer. You took my mother's life. You owe me my mother's life. The entire chat channel seemed to momentarily pause, then quickly return to its lively state. I love eating mushrooms. The novice period has provided ample preparation time. If you freeze to death on the first or second day of the cold wave, it indicates a lack of dedication on your part. The officials have organized several resource exchanges. If you haven't prepared for this, perhaps survival games are not suitable for you. Mien Bing Xiao Yang, Mujrom Sister. Your words are too harsh. The person just lost their mother, and you say such heavy things. It's truly heart-wrenching. Kwang Ao Tian. Come on. This is a survival game, not childish play. If you don't take responsibility for your own life, should it be entrusted to a stranger? If not for those who step up in our server, these benefits might have fallen to another server. Tian's Dumplings. Indeed, this is a survival game. One that is played with one's life. Wen Lan received numerous private messages, some offering congratulations, others expressing gratitude, and some advising her not to take the chat messages to heart. In such a vast society, there exists a plethora of individuals. One should not be overly influenced. She truly remained largely unaffected. Her hope was that everyone could survive, yet that remained merely a hope. She would not take any action to assist others in surviving, nor would she sacrifice her own interests. The only person she could aid was herself. Others were inconsequential to her. Chapter 26. Drawn into a small group regardless of the circumstances, the advantages of entering this world are undeniably substantial. This time, I was directly granted 3 attribute pills, which I consumed all at once. Personal information player, Wen Lan nickname. If you stare, I shall devour you vehicle. Standard RV equipped with an automatic water tank cleaning system. Current battery level 100, capable of traveling 360 kilometers. Upgrading to the next level requires 20 vehicle upgrade cards and 5 energy stones. Region, Huagua. Zone 6666 talent ability. See what I cultivate level. LV0, experience points. 607-1000, strength. 11-3, you can barely wield a knife, stamina. 9-2, you gasp after taking 2 steps, agility. 7-4, I concede. You are now slightly faster than a turtle. Mental power. 11, your mind is vacant. Charm value. 03, quite impressive. My personal information is becoming increasingly appealing. Though upgrading the RV is becoming progressively challenging, and I remain uncertain about the nature of energy stones. Would you like to enter the RV adjustment interface? Upon entering the adjustment interface, the RV's design unfolded before my eyes. The vehicle had indeed grown larger than before, with the rear compartment extending beyond the front. The RV now measured 6 meters in length, 2, 5 meters in width, and 1 meters in height. Its exterior remained a creamy yellow adorned with green vines and leaves, complemented by 4 eggplant-shaped lamps. With the vehicle's enlargement, the lamps appeared diminutive in comparison. A large, cheerful orange pumpkin adorned the creamy yellow compartment, adding to its charm. I commenced adjusting the interior layout. The upgraded compartment walls were now a bright creamy yellow, uplifting the mood within. I retained only one driver's seat, ensuring ease of access upon returning to the compartment. A bathroom served as a partition, obscuring part of the view and providing a touch of privacy. The seating remained in its original position, and two exquisite cabinets were placed above the seating area, avoiding any risk of bumping heads while conserving floor space. These cabinets could store food, facilitating easy access during meals. I also tucked away the beef jerky from my spatial backpack, as my food supply was limited. There remained approximately 240 pounds of dried beef, which was too much to keep in my spatial backpack. The other 4 cabinets were stacked behind another sofa, forming a small cabinet where I could display items. Inside were all construction materials except for wooden planks, talent materials, clothing, and miscellaneous items. Small lemons and chili peppers were arranged beside the seating, leaning against the adjacent wall, leaving a pathway for 2 people to walk through. Now, the entire rear section of the compartment was nearly vacant. The mattress was transferred by Wen Lan to the pumpkin house, adjusted to a spacious 2.5-meter bed. The comforter appeared slightly small, yet it posed no significant issue. I adorned it with carrot-shaped pillows and sunflower stalk cushions, instantly filling the space. A carpet was laid out in front of the mattress. It was simply perfect. Upon exiting the adjustment interface, all arrangements transformed instantaneously. Wen Lan returned to the compartment, which was now spotless and pristine. After opening the scented geranium, I proceeded to take a shower, splashing and jumping in the murky water, leaving me dirty and stinking. The adjusted aromatic geranium is merely utilized to shield the window, rather than being fully spread throughout the vehicle, as the yellow hue is also quite appealing. After donning the down jacket provided by the system, she tossed her discarded clothing into the washing machine. The color of the down jacket appears to be random. She received a sky blue one, while the Pure Love Warrior acquired a pink variant. How does she know this? It is simply because the Pure Love Warrior boasts about it in the chat channel every so often. As the duration of the buff had elapsed, Wen Lan was not in a hurry to drive in search of supplies. Instead, she opened her backpack to take stock of her resources: 240 pounds of cured beef, 1 plastic bucket, 1 broom, 1 yakan, 500 grams of cotton, 1 crossbow, 1 long knife, 1 hot pot set, 1 sanitary napkin manufacturing blueprint, 1 terrace blueprint, and 1 spatial stone. What is this spatial stone doing here? Wen Lan perused the system announcement, and it appears to be a reward for upgrading the vehicle. Spatial stone, used to expand item space, applicable items, spatial backpack, ordinary RV, pumpkin house. The RV and pumpkin house can also be expanded using the spatial stone. However, expanding the RV by 1 square meter requires 5 spatial stones, while the pumpkin house necessitates 10. For now, the spatial backpack proves to be more economical, as it can expand by 5 slots. Moreover, the spatial backpack is bound to the system for easy carrying, which is quite convenient. Would you like to use a spatial stone on the spatial backpack? The slots of the spatial backpack instantly transformed into 25. There are now 15 vacant slots. Quite satisfactory. Suddenly, a private message arrived from the Pure Love Warrior, inviting her to join a group. Just looking will get you eaten. Pure Love Warrior, Big Boss. Today, I was fortunate enough to open a group chat card from a treasure chest. Trading goods will be much more convenient henceforth. We're all acquaintances, and currently only mushroom, lettuce, and needle I are in the group. Wen Lan did not anticipate the existence of such a thing, but it is quite advantageous for future interactions. Upon noticing that the members were all familiar trading partners, she accepted the invitation. Survival Group 5-6, Pure Love Warrior. Welcome, Wang Zai Big Boss, let us applaud. I love eating mushrooms. Welcome, Wang Zai Big Boss, let us applaud. Let us good luck, wow. Wang Zai Big Boss is in the group. Does that mean I can soar to the heavens? Heart larger than needle, I. Don't disrupt the formation above. Welcome, Wang Zai Big Boss, let us applaud. Let us good luck. Welcome, Wang Zai Big Boss, let us applaud. Just looking will get you eaten. Hello, everyone. It is indeed quite embarrassing. As an individual of stature, she has already carved out a space for an RV. Let us good luck. Front row group photo, peace sign. Heart larger than needle, I. Step aside above. Take a photo with me, peace sign. Pure Love Warrior. Tone it down. Don't scare the big boss away. If you frighten them off, I will weep for you. Just looking will get you eaten. That seems unlikely. Pure Love Warrior. Everyone in this group has traded numerous times, so there's a sense of trust. Joining a group will facilitate trading when good items arise. Just looking will get you eaten. I love eating mushrooms. Do you still have your Miss Mushrooms? Any similar mushrooms will suffice. I have a profound fondness for mushrooms. Currently, there are none available, as cultivating this special variety requires considerable time. Thus, I have only managed to grow some edible ones recently. I will devour you if you keep watching. You could cultivate more. I shall collect them when the time comes. I have a profound fondness for mushrooms. No problem, my esteemed friend. I shall notify you in our small group once I have successfully cultivated them. Heart as vast as a needle's eye. If you require assistance in crafting garments or similar items, feel free to reach out to me. In reality, I am a fashion designer. It is quite unexpected that within the game, I am relegated to performing such mechanical tasks. Surely, a machine could expedite production, rather than squandering my talents. Pure love warrior, do not give me this. Allow me to earn the money. I will devour you if you keep watching. Why not attempt to design your own clothing? I previously offered a set. Perhaps players could also create their own. Pure love warrior, let us good luck. Heart as vast as a needle's eye. Oh my. Thank you for the enlightening advice. If I succeed in creating something, my first offering shall be to you. I have a profound fondness for mushrooms. Truly, you are remarkable. Your mind operates swiftly. I will devour you if you keep watching. I merely mentioned it in passing. However, even if it was a casual remark, it remains a plausible conjecture. Given her astonishing talent, it is hard to believe that other players' abilities are limited to merely serving as tool stations. There must be something worthy of exploration. Chapter 27. My love for durian in the past few days, if conditions allow, I should accumulate more mileage as the snow on the ground is thickening, and traversing may become difficult soon. The monthly mileage requirement remains quite demanding. I have ceased to pay attention to the gratitude expressed in the group. Wen Lan has also set off in her vehicle. Today, due to platform issues and vehicle upgrades, I spent the entire morning only managing to accomplish the day's mileage. I informed Xiao Fugui not to prepare her lunch, opting instead for a quick bite of bread before hitting the road. After 4 hours of driving and covering over 100 kilometers, I came across 8 wooden crates, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 2 wooden crates still shrouded in black mist, barely visible. I would have preferred not to discover the crates at all. The frustration of finding them, yet being unable to claim their contents, is truly disheartening. From the 6 wooden crates and the bronze treasure chest, I gained experience points. 50 bunny points, 545, 1000, 1 lawn, 657, 1000, along with 12 wooden planks and 2 iron pieces. Decomposing the items yielded 1 rabbit fur and 1 wolf skin. The spoils included a gourmet kitchen card 1, a durian 1, a set of women's sports underwear 1, a bath towel 1, a complete cooking set 1, glass 3, plastic 2, a popcorn bucket 1, and fertile soil 1. A bountiful haul indeed. Moreover, I even obtained a talent material. Oh, wait, this is not the soil used for talent materials. Fertile soil, suitable for terrace planting. Is this a vegetable patch? How fortuitous, as I happen to possess a terrace blueprint. What a coincidence. The materials are just sufficient. Let us construct it and see. Would you like to use the terrace blueprint? It requires wooden planks, 12.5, iron pieces, 16.5, iron nails, 11.5, and glass, 4.2, to create the terrace. Yes, terrace construction successful. Please place the terrace. Wen Lan positioned the terrace above the driver's seat, creating an entrance in the pumpkin house that leads directly to the terrace. Placing it at the back of the RV made her apprehensive. If a monster were to damage it, that would be unfortunate. The terrace measures approximately 3 square meters, resembling a large rectangular box. The lower half is made of wood, while the upper half consists of glass, which can be adjusted to open or close. Wen Lan adorned the wooden part of the terrace with scented geraniums, revealing the glass section, enhancing its aesthetic appeal and harmonizing beautifully with the pumpkin house vehicle. Would you like to use the fertile soil on the terrace? Yes. A small patch of soil appeared on the wooden board, and Wen Lan hurried downstairs to retrieve her prized possession, planting tomato seeds. Although it may not be a talent skill, the growth countdown is not visible, so I can only check on their maturity each day. Given that this is within a game, It surely won't take as long to mature as it does in reality. After tidying up today's materials, the journey concluded. 4 hours of driving is truly exhausting. Today, I also discovered a kitchen card in the bronze treasure chest, which can be utilized without materials and directly bound to the vehicle. Would you like to use the gourmet kitchen card to bind it to the current vehicle? Yes. Binding successful. Please place it. This is an open kitchen, a long rectangular design. There are 2 induction cooktops and a spacious wash basin beneath a row of storage cabinets. Placed adjacent to the lemon tree and chili plant, it greatly facilitates cooking and beverage preparation. Moreover, after cooking, one can effortlessly turn around and sit in the booth to enjoy a meal, which is exceedingly convenient. Today, a durian of prodigious size has been brought forth, and I'm unable to contain my eagerness to taste it. "You, dear sister, this thing has an awful stench," exclaimed Tuji, collapsing onto the table from the overwhelming odor. "But it is a delightful delicacy. Once you taste it, you will no longer perceive the smell." As she spoke, she scooped out 2 generous portions into her and Tuji's plates. Originally, a bowl was intended, but it proved too small. "My plate is dirty, sister. Does Tuji truly wish to eat this?" she lamented, tears streaming down from the pungent aroma. "Fear not. You may watch me indulge. And if you still do not wish to partake, I shall consume it for you." Heh. Turning to the kitchen, she prepared 2 glasses of lemon soda. With a spoon, she scooped a heaping spoonful into her mouth. How blissful! Warm tears of happiness welled in her eyes. Another sip of lemon soda. Ah, could this be paradise? "Sister, is it really that delicious?" Tuji inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wen Lan's expression. "Indeed, it is extraordinarily delectable. This is the most fragrant and sweetest durian I have ever tasted." Action speaks louder than words. Little Tuji. Tentatively, Tuji licked it, finding no peculiar taste. Upon taking a small bite, she exclaimed, "Sister, how sweet!" Her ears perked up with delight. "Isn't it so? I adore durian. Then I too adore durian." After satisfying their appetites, Wen Lan activated the system screen, which revealed a newly added leaderboard section. Upon inspection, she found 4 leaderboards. She had activated 2, but had yet to explore them. The mileage leaderboard displayed: 1. Anonymous, 450 kilometers. 2. Pure Love Warrior, 400 kilometers surprisingly. In third place was the Shaved Ice Sheep, 370 kilometers. Her impression of the sheep stemmed solely from its remarks in the chat channel. Wen Lan ranked 8th with 330 kilometers. The charm leaderboard revealed: 1. Just look and I shall consume you. Charm value: 3 points, with the rest at 0. The level leaderboard showed: 1. Lone Wolf, level 1, with all others, including herself, at 0. The vehicle comfort leaderboard indicated: 1. Just look and I shall consume you. 374 points, likely attributed to the pumpkin house and egg lantern, which added considerable points. 2. Artisan, 68 points, understandable, as one might suspect this individual could craft a home without blueprints. 3. Pure Love Warrior, 32 points. This was somewhat unexpected. With 2 first-place rankings, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Sitting on the sofa, she gazed out at the snow, pondering what the world would look like once the black mist dissipated. Survival Group, 5-6, Pure Love Warrior. Today, quite a number of people perished in our district. Heart larger than a needle. Indeed, most entered the platform and never emerged. I encountered a platform today, but dare not enter. Let us luck? Yes, now everyone seems to have adapted to the cold wave season without major issues. But these monsters are not something everyone can handle. The heart is larger than a needle's eye. Indeed, but fortunately, it can be avoided. There is no compulsion. Although resources are somewhat scarce, survival remains feasible. Let us good fortune. Yes, as long as this game doesn't play any tricks. The heart is larger than a needle's eye. Pish posh, what a jinx. Wen Lan glanced at the chat channel, noting that the number of participants had dwindled by over 200. Returning to the group chat, are there that many platforms today? The heart is larger than a needle's eye. Yes, indeed. I encountered them as well, but didn't dare approach. Pure Love Warrior. I haven't come across any yet, and I'm unsure of what lies within. It's quite terrifying. The heart is larger than a needle's eye. How did you manage, esteemed one? No need to share if it's inconvenient. Returning to the group chat replied, Charge in with vehicles. If that fails, fight back, and if overwhelmed, use items to escape. I narrowly evaded disaster by using the hallucinogenic mushroom I purchased from my beloved mushroom vendor. Returning to the group chat added, if you're feeling uneasy, it might be wise to gather similar items. The heart is larger than a needle's eye. I shall peruse the trading hall, and I'll also nudge the mushroom vendor. In truth, Wen Lan had scoured the trading hall numerous times, yet found no similar items for sale, primarily just daily necessities. Sister, look, why is this chili glowing? Bunny Tutu scampered over with a luminous chili pepper. Fiery chili, a small chili with a fierce temperament. While it lacks the explosive power of a bomb, it can certainly inflict some injury. Hee. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled. Look, an offensive item has just arrived. She scooped up Bunny Tutu and gave it a delightful kiss, truly her lucky charm. Chapter 28. The Bunny Hatches Chicks? Opening the World Channel. I'll devour you if you take another look. Fiery chili pepper, exchanged for various other types of offensive items. Arrogant Sky, what? Such a thing exists. I haven't encountered it. Heavenly dumpling. Neither have I. Fluffy ice lamb. Sister Wang's eye. Did you receive this from the platform? If we acquire these items, wouldn't our chances of survival increase? Clear skies. What a splendid item. With this, can I just stay in a vehicle and slay monsters? As long as I have plenty of chilies, I could blow them to bits. Heavenly dumpling. Did the big shot use such an item to escape from the platform last time? Wen Lan had no genuine intention of selling the fiery chili pepper, as it was her only one. She merely wanted to remind those with unique talents to gather more useful items and not remain complacent in their comfort. She also wished to stockpile more, so that when faced with a crisis again, she could at least delay the situation. Survival Group 5-6. Heart larger than a needle's eye. Big shot. So you possess such fine items. If you're selling, please sell to me. I'm not planning to sell. Replied, I'll devour you if you take another look. I just wanted to inspire others. Look, ISNT, this inspiration coming to fruition. Private chat. Artisan. Spike trap. Are you interested in this? Wen Lan clicked to view the information. Spike trap. When thrown at a target, it will create a spike trap beneath their feet, hindering their speed. Durability. 10-10. What a marvelous item. If only she had had a spike trap then, that worthless monster would have never reached her vehicle. I'll trade for a fiery chili pepper. I'll devour you if you take another look. Artisan. I would like to exchange for some cold medicine. Do you have any? I don't think I've ever come across medicinal items. Replied, I'll devour you if you take another look. Then let us trade for the fiery chili pepper. I have other chilies you might find useful. They also combat the common cold. Would you like a trade? Let's trade. One chili exchange for an item. Quite a deal. Chop it up and boil it for better effects. Do you have any other items? At the moment, only this. Applying poison to the spike trap will enhance its effectiveness. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled. She remembered she had a vial of venom. I'll need you to prepare more. There will be a demand. Said I'll devour you if you take another look. Understood. After acquiring the spike trap, Wen Lan hurriedly poured the black line snake's venom onto it, resulting in spike trap poison. Due to the added venom, the damage effect doubled, inflicting a poisoning buff that slowed movement, with death occurring within 3 minutes. Incredible. Survival Group 5-6. I'll devour you if you take another look. Heart larger than a needle's eye. Direct the artisan. He.S. selling. Heart larger than a needle's eye. Received. Thank you, Big Shot. Pure Love Warrior. Received. Thank you, Big Shot. Let us good luck. Received. Thank you, Big Shot. I love eating mushrooms. Received. Thank you, Big Shot. Do they possess the talent of replication? With more than half of the durian remaining, Wen Lan wrapped it in a towel and placed it outside the vehicle to freeze. Frozen durian is also exceptionally delicious. Its texture is delightful. Let's go, my dear rabbit, to our training. All right, sister. Will we have that stinky fruit later? What stinky fruit? That is called durian. So, shall we have durian today? We shall feast until we are full today and indulge in it again tomorrow. Tomorrow we will savor durian smoothies. Splendid. Suddenly, a tapping sound echoes against the window. Pausing her motions, she gazes outside. It turns out to be the little dandelion returning from its journey. She hurriedly opens the window to welcome it home. Brr, how cold. The gust of wind rushes in, chilling her face unexpectedly. Having dressed lightly for training, she has already broken a sweat. The perspiration on her skin feels as if it's freezing instantly. Quickly, she shuts the window. You've worked hard, little dandelion. Go rest now. Soon, I shall treat you to some sweet soda, and you, my little rabbit, should take a moment to rest as well. With that, Wen Lan hastens downstairs for a hot bath, momentarily forgetting about the supplies the little dandelion has brought back. The intensity of the training had made her momentarily oblivious to the cold outside. She must not catch a cold. Today marks Wen Lan's first foray into attack training. She had thought herself significantly improved, yet found herself utterly exhausted without even grazing a single hair on her rabbit companion. After just 20 minutes, she began to falter, realizing her physical endurance was lacking. The rabbit remarked that it was due to her insufficient control over her strength and her lack of observation, leading to excessive movements that drained her energy quickly without achieving her goal. In summary, more practice was necessary. After her hot bath and donning her pajamas, Wen Lan brewed a bowl of spicy broth as a precaution against a cold. With no medications on hand, falling ill would be quite troublesome. The heat from the broth caused her to break a light sweat, making her feel considerably better. After a quick towel dry, she began to inspect the spoils brought back by the little dandelion. Upon opening her spatial backpack, her eyes fell upon an egg. Excitement surged through her. Could this be the legendary pet egg? One that could assist its owner in battles? So adorable yet fierce, a quintessential companion for a protagonist. Clicking to view the details, she found egg can be hatched, with scarcely any further description. Yet, how could this not be considered a pet? A little chick, so charming, would cluck and lay eggs. She was on the verge of achieving her dream of making tomato scrambled eggs. The little dandelion rested in an exquisite wooden vase, a special order crafted by an artisan using a lemon, with a dandelion flower engraved upon it. Wen Lan poured a bit of soda into the vase, and the little dandelion twisted in delight. You've worked hard. Today marks your first day of adventure. Are you happy? As if in response to Wen Lan's words, the little dandelion twirled even more joyfully. Wen Lan contemplated several schemes for hatching the little chick, including having the rabbit assist in the process. However, upon seeing the rabbit's innocent gaze, she reconsidered. After all, the rabbit was still a baby itself, not much larger than the egg. It would be unkind to burden it further. Presently, she had no treasure chests, but fortunately, the newly constructed kitchen provided ample storage space, freeing up several cabinets, one of which could be repurposed for hatching the chick. Take out the previously crafted thin cotton garment made from bread cotton, fold it neatly, and place it inside. Additionally, supplement it with some ordinary cotton. At the bottom, place a hand-warming mushroom, and then position the egg on top. Subsequently, it is essential to monitor the temperature closely. If you message me expressing your fondness for mushrooms, I will exchange 3 chili peppers for 3 more hand-warming mushrooms. As of now, I remain uncertain about how long it will take for this little chick to hatch. Hurry up and emerge, dear chick. Chapter 29. The doubling of nighttime beasts. A sudden cacophony erupted from outside the vehicle, prompting Wen Lan to rise and gaze through the window. In the darkness beyond the reach of the lantern, something was drawing nearer. After a brief wait, its form slowly emerged. It was a nighttime beast, or rather 2, when only one had appeared yesterday. Surely, the monsters do not refresh in greater numbers each day. Rabbit, let me take on both today. If it proves too difficult, you can join in. Wen Lan was eager to challenge herself, having never engaged in combat against multiple foes before. Be careful, sister. She donned her padded jacket and trousers, and secured her helmet, ensuring her safety measures were in place. As she stepped into the snow, its depth nearly covered the tops of her feet. Upon noticing her descent from the vehicle, the 2 beasts gathered, emitting low growls in her direction. Yet they hesitated to approach the vehicle. Once Wen Lan had distanced herself sufficiently, they lunged towards her with fervor. Remaining composed, she sidestepped and, leveraging the momentum of the beast's charge, struck at one of them with her blade. The weapon cleaved a long gash, eliciting an enraged roar from the creature. Seizing the moment while it was still reeling, she quickly created some distance. Without a moment's pause, the uninjured beast lunged at her, while the wounded one lagged behind. Wen Lan positioned her knife to block, deftly redirecting the force aside and simultaneously aimed a strike at the injured creature. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 2 nighttime beast. Experience 10, points 10, excellent. Now only one remains. Wen Lan nimbly dodged and countered the remaining beast's attacks. After several exchanges, the creature gradually exhausted itself and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 2 nighttime beast. Experience 10, Rabbit 515-1000, Wen Lan 657-1000. Points 10, total points 30. Disassembly successful. Congratulations, you have obtained nothing. Wen Lan tightened her grip on the knife, frustration mounting. Stupid system. Are you incapable of offering any rewards? She stormed back to the vehicle. Sister, you are amazing. Rabbit promptly offered encouragement. In an instant, her irritation dissipated. The world is truly wonderful. To reward herself, she proposed, shall we indulge in some durian? Rabbit had developed an affection for the fruit, aptly captured by the phrase durian makes one forget everything. Excellent. Let us treat ourselves to a piece of durian before resting. She dashed outside to excavate the durian from the snow, extracting 2 segments of flesh and burying the rest once more. With only these 2 pieces remaining, she felt a sense of preciousness towards her treat. Now, frozen solid, they decided to wait for the fruit to soften slightly before indulging, lest it shatter her front teeth. All right, Rabbit gazed longingly at the durian, attempting to melt it with his gaze. Placing the durian on her seat, she changed into her pajamas and opened the chat channel to check on everyone's status. Su Weifena. Just yesterday, there was 1 monster, and now there are 3. They're circling my vehicle. It's so terrifying. Wong Wong Shuebing, I know. I can hardly breathe. I'm so scared they ram into my car. Is there anyone who can help me? Pure Love Warrior. Huh? How do you all have 3? I only have 2 beasts. Let us good luck. Same here. Eins Blanket. Why do you only have 2? What did you do? Why do we have 1 more than you? Pure Love Warrior. I didn't do anything. I just defeated the monster last night. Let us good luck. Me too. Proud Sky. Same here. I love eating mushrooms. Likewise. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Me as well. Pure Love Warrior. This monster doesn't accumulate, right? Oh no. This game is truly merciless. It turns out there's a huge one trapped here. And by the last day, that 30 monsters. Without items, who can endure this? Wang Wang Snookik, huh? What should we do? 3 today. And tomorrow they're 1 TB6, right? Well, what can we do? Pure Love Warrior. Fortunately, I listened to the Elder yesterday and defeated the monster, earning points. Eins Blanket, what? You colluded on purpose, preventing us from defeating the monsters for your own benefit, putting everyone in danger now. Let us good luck, no. The Elder said yesterday that it's best to defeat the monsters. If you think your strength is lacking, don't blame others for not informing you. Wong Wong Snow Cake. I really can't. Seeing such a large monster makes my legs weak. What can I do? I don't want to die. Su Weifan. I don't want to die either. Is there anyone who can help me? I love eating mushrooms. A batch of poisonous mushrooms and psychedelic mushrooms has been listed in the trading hall. Those in need can go purchase. The quantity is limited. Wong Wong Snow Cake. Thank you, Elder. I'll go buy them immediately. Eins Blanket, no. That is too unscrupulous. Using points to buy, 2 points each. Why don't you just grab them? There are always those profiting from national calamities, just like that Wang Zai. Outsider. Exactly. Everyone hurry to resist. If no one buys, the prices will drop. Heavenly Dumpling, wow. Your hands are too fast. I didn't manage to grab any. Elder, please list more. We have nearly 100,000 people on our server. Lettuce good luck. Super invincible fragrant lettuce. Monsters will be unconsciously attracted to it, reducing their pain by 50. I've listed 1 too. Everyone hurry to grab it. Artisan. Spike Trap, Survival Team, 6-6. Just looking at you will devour you. Not bad. Everyone is quite swift. I love eating mushrooms. Elder, I've saved a portion of these 2 types of mushrooms for you and have sent them over. Let us good luck. Me too. Artisan, likewise. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Elder, wait for me to finish crafting the set. Pure Love Warrior. Woo-woo. It turns out I was the only one dragging behind in the group. Just looking at you will devour you. Artisan has joined the group. I've sent you all something too. Remember to check. Wen Lan felt quite touched. This feeling of being considered was heartwarming. 2 peppers and 2 lemons for each person were sent as a token of gratitude. Pure Love Warrior, these peppers, are they effective for colds? Artisan, personally tested and effective. Thank you, Elder. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Thank you, Elder. Lettuce good luck. Thank you, Elder. I love eating mushrooms. Thank you, Elder. Pure Love Warrior. Thank you. Elder, I don't have anything good to give you. How about I just offer myself? Just looking at you will devour you. Thank you, but I must respectfully decline. Moreover, have you not already devoted yourself to the one whose heart is as small as a needle's eye? After all, is this not a debt of gratitude for the undergarment? Heart as small as a needle's eye. No. I did not consent. Return my undergarment. I love mushrooms. You all play quite flamboyantly. Please continue. I find it delightful to watch. Let us good fortune. You all play quite flamboyantly. Please continue. I find it delightful to watch. If you look again, I shall devour you. You all play quite flamboyantly. Please continue. I find it delightful to watch. Heart as small as a needle's eye. My innocence. Woe is me. Pure Love Warrior. Do not make it seem as though you are the only one at a disadvantage. Am I not at a loss as well? I never expected that replication could be contagious. I suddenly find joy in the act of duplicating. Ha ha ha. It is quite interesting to engage in conversation with this group. Thus far, my impression of her has been quite favorable, and I am open to further interaction. Chapter 30. The Great Battle with the Giant Python. She placed the items they had been given into her spatial backpack for convenient access. There was a total of 1 poisonous mushroom, 1 hallucinogenic mushroom, 1 super invincible giant fragrant lettuce, and 1 spike trap, leaving just 11 slots available in the backpack. Sister, can we start eating now? Rabbit Chi's saliva dripped onto its carrot knife. She wiped it with its little handkerchief. All right, go ahead and eat. The surface of the durian had softened considerably and was ready to be consumed. This is even better than the one we had this afternoon. It's icy and cool, and it doesn't smell foul at all. Rabbit Chi embraced the carrot knife, burying its entire rabbit head into the durian flesh, with only its ears peeking out, occasionally twitching. Blissful. Indeed, this world cannot be without durian. How wonderful it would be to achieve durian freedom. Wait, can the durian seeds be used to grow durians? How could I have only thought of this now? Rabbit Chi, once we grow durians, we can eat them whenever we want. Haha. However, they currently lack sufficient soil and would need to devise a way to acquire more. Really? Rabbit Chi raised its head in delight, its face smeared with durian flesh. Yes, as soon as we have some soil, we can plant them. Yay. After brushing her teeth, she also wiped Rabbit Chi's face. She checked the temperature in the cupboard, watered the tomatoes a bit more, and then went to sleep. Wen Lan reflected that her routine in the real world was never this commendable. She often stayed up until dawn reading tomato novels, only to rise at noon, let alone waking up at 4 for training. Nevertheless, she indeed felt her vitality had improved significantly, experiencing less drowsiness during the day and being able to concentrate her energy better. Geranium, lights out. Good night. Today's mileage reached 150 kilometers. Time, 4 o'clock a.m. Temperature, -35. Light snow. Today's mileage, 40 kilometers. Upon waking, she found the snow had accumulated up to her ankles, and the snowfall outside was substantial. Wen Lan worried that the worsening snow conditions would make travel more difficult, so she skipped training and set off directly. Little Dandelion was also eager to play outside as soon as dawn broke. After getting out of the car, she dug out the durian buried in the snow and suddenly noticed a fork in the road behind the car. Wen Lan felt a flicker of doubt. Had she missed this yesterday? The black mist expanded another meter on both sides, significantly enhancing her visibility. It seemed like today would yield plenty of treasures. After driving for over 3 hours and covering more than 80 kilometers, she indeed found more treasure chests than the previous day, a total of 8 wooden boxes. She decided to stop for breakfast. A treasure chest appeared 10 meters ahead. Just as Wen Lan intended to pull over for a break, the voice assistant issued a treasure chest notification. Never mind. Let me check this chest first before eating. She exited the vehicle and cleared the snow from a small mound, revealing a silver treasure chest inside. This was her first encounter with a silver chest since entering the official game. Using her foot, she pried open the chest. delivering a swift strike before the monster's inside could fully emerge. The blade struck the hard scales, producing a crisp sound. Wen Lan quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the chest. A massive black python erupted from the treasure chest, and upon being struck by a blade wielded by Wen Lan, it clearly became enraged. "No, brother, you haven't a single scratch on you. Do not be angry." The serpent lunged at her with lightning speed, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth glistening ominously. With a swift motion, she raised her left hand and released a hidden dart into its open mouth, darting aside to avoid a potentially lethal bite. The excruciating pain caused the python to halt its attack, only to become even more furious, thrashing its tail violently. In a moment of carelessness, Wen Lan was sent flying by the force of that tail. Coughing, she felt as if her body might shatter from the pain. Fortunately, the thick snow had cushioned part of the impact. Yet, the sting of the tail was truly agonizing. Rabbit quickly rushed in to draw the creature's ire, fearful that Wen Lan might suffer further injury. Although Rabbit could not inflict damage on the python, its agility far surpassed that of Wen Lan. While she tended to her wounds, she keenly observed the serpent for weaknesses. The python's vulnerable spot was heavily armored with thick scales, making it difficult to penetrate. "Rabbit, aim for its eyes." At this command, Rabbit darted towards the python's eyes with fierce determination. The python let out a pained roar, thrashing its tail in retaliation. But Rabbit skillfully evaded. Seizing the opportunity while the python's mouth was agape, Wen Lan hurled a fiery pepper, a toxic mushroom, and a hallucinogenic fungus into its gullet. The serpent instinctively closed its mouth, the explosion resonating within, yet it soon reopened its jaws, now a gruesome mess. The pain dulled the effects of the hallucinogenic mushroom, and in less than a second, the python regained its composure. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her chest, Wen Lan rose to rejoin the fray. The standoff resumed, with her stamina waning. Suddenly, the python's assaults grew sluggish and slow, missing their mark several times. Perhaps the toxic mushroom was taking effect. Seizing the moment, Wen Lan plunged her weapon into the creature's eye. The python writhed in agony, and she grasped her knife tightly to avoid being thrown off. Rabbit, too, recognized the opportunity and struck at the other eye. From a distance, it appeared as if a giant pendulum was swinging. But Wen Lan found this to be far more exhilarating. She wished for a safety harness. The python's thrashing weakened, and with a resounding crash, it fell into the snow. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the level 4 python, earning 30 experience points. Rabbit 577-1000, Wen Lan 689-1000. Releasing her grip on the knife, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she felt a sharp ache in her chest. "Sister, are you all right?" Rabbit expressed concern, regretting not having joined the battle sooner to prevent Wen Lan's injury. "I'm fine, Rabbit. That creature was simply too formidable. It's only a level above the common monsters, yet I must quickly elevate my own level. I still have a long way to go before upgrading. Earning experience outside the station is truly a challenge." Wen Lan lamented the difficulty of leveling up. "This lone wolf is astonishing. How did it even reach level 1? After a brief respite, she prepared to dissect the defeated beast, vowing that if the system attempted to usurp her rewards again, she would report it to the authorities. Corruption within the gaming system is intolerable. Decomposition successful. Obtain Python Scale Armor 1, Python Venom 1, the Python Scale Armor. Defeating monsters has indeed yielded equipment. Well, at least the pain endured was not in vain. Python Scale Armor. Crafted from python scales, ordinary weapons cannot inflict damage upon it. Wow, what a treasure. Wen Lan felt the pain in her chest diminish. She stored the 2 items in her spatial backpack, planning to don the python scale armor once she got into the vehicle. Rubbing her hands together, it was time to open the silver treasure chest. Bunny, go. In moments like these, one must rely on Bunny, as her luck in opening chests has not been particularly favorable. Chapter 31. As long as there are no fractures, congratulations. The player has obtained Fertile Soil 1, Vehicle Upgrade Card 1, Energy Stone 1, Stamina Pill 1, Weapon Upgrade Card 1. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. These were indeed splendid items. Just yesterday, 2G had been chanting about planting durians all night, and now this crucial soil had finally arrived. Last night, she had nearly uprooted her tomato seedlings to plant durians, dreaming of the delectable fruit. Furthermore, the energy stone and weapon upgrade card had never before graced her possession. The recent battle had even slightly dulled the edge of her long knife, making the weapon upgrade card all the more timely. As she affixed the weapon upgrade card to the long knife, a flash of white light enveloped the blade, revealing a brand new long knife before her eyes. Sharp long knife easily penetrates the defenses of enemies. To her astonishment, the upgrade came with a description, whereas it had previously been simply labeled as long knife. The next upgrade would require 2 weapon upgrade cards. Indeed, this was a remarkable item. Congratulations! The player is the first to open a silver treasure chest. Reward: Crafting Table 1. Would you like to make an announcement to the entire region? Declining will forfeit the reward. A crafting table. What a serendipitous turn of events. Congratulations! The player I'll eat you next is the first to open a silver treasure chest. This announcement is made to the entire region. Fellow players, keep up the good work. Wong Shui Bing. It's that big shot again. I've only dared to open wooden chests, while this expert has already unlocked a silver one. The monsters must be formidable. Einstein, puffed, how tough can it be? If I had encountered it, I would surely have made an announcement to the region. Pure love warrior, don't brag. Aren't you afraid to face nighttime monsters? Let us good luck. Haha, life is hard. Wen Lan was astonished. Had she truly stumbled upon such a treasure? It was already the 3rd day of the official game, and a silver treasure chest had never appeared before. However, to be frank, these monsters were indeed challenging to defeat. She would need to acquire more special items. Just this single foe had nearly drained her resources. Dismantling the silver treasure chest yielded silver ingots 4. She also consumed the stamina pill, reasoning that since it was advised not to take medicine immediately after meals, she would take it before. Strength, 11-3. You can now wield the knife. Stamina, 9-3. You can endure for a bit longer. Agility, 7-4. I concede. You're now slightly faster than a turtle. Mental power, 11. Your mind is rather empty. Charm, 0-3. Notably, the description of her stamina had also changed. Gathering her remaining belongings, she returned to the vehicle. It was time for breakfast, as the meal from the divine chef, Xiao Fugue, had already arrived. She pressed against the spot where the giant python had struck her. Ouch! It still throbbed with pain. Lifting her shirt, she discovered that the area had turned bruised and swollen. Surely, she hadn't fractured anything? She had no medical knowledge. Would a lack of timely treatment lead to lingering repercussions? Survival Team 6-6. I'll eat you next. Does anyone in this area know a doctor? I love mushrooms. Did the big shot get injured? Is it serious? Pure love warrior. Oh no. Is the big shot all right? I'll eat you next. It's not a major issue. I was just struck by the giant python. I wanted to confirm if there are any fractures, as I am not well versed in medical matters. Pure love warrior. It couldn't be the monster from the silver treasure chest, could it? Fortunately, I refrained from opening the silver treasure chest earlier. Had I done so, my life would surely have been at stake. Artisan, which part did you draw? Next time, I might just devour you, I jestingly replied. The chest area. Artisan, does it hurt when you breathe? Next time, I might just devour you, I reassured. Not at all. Pressing it does cause some discomfort. Artisan, that's not too concerning. Just be cautious and avoid touching the wound for the next few days, allowing it to heal naturally. Next time, I might just devour you, I said. Thank you. Pure love warrior. Aren't you the artisan? How come you're also tending to illnesses? Artisan, in my youth, I had a penchant for fighting, which often landed me in the hospital. Over time, I learned to treat myself and visited the hospital less frequently. Pure love warrior. I couldn't tell. Next time, I might just devour you, I replied. Really, I couldn't tell. Finally, I can breathe easy. It's not a fracture, thank goodness. Carefully removing my outer garment, I donned the giant python scale armor, feeling utterly secure. I love mushrooms, you can't tell. But honestly, does this game not drop any medicinal supplies? With all this fighting, one would surely need some, especially since so many have already caught colds. Pure love warrior. I've heard that the officials are organizing a group of doctors and players with relevant talents to develop pharmaceuticals. For now, it's primarily traditional medicine. Soon, the marketplace should begin selling remedies. However, They will likely be sold in the form of points, so everyone should earn as many points as possible in the meantime. I love mushrooms. That's reassuring. Our country's officials are quite dependable. I'll continue my research on mushrooms. My supplies have been depleting rapidly. Pure love warrior, go on, and save some for me later. Wen Lan was quite surprised, not expecting the government to act so swiftly, with such a nation behind us. It does provide a sense of security. She also needed to devise a way to accumulate more points, as the trading system had shifted from item exchanges to mostly point redemptions. Retrieving the crafting table from her bag, she confirmed, "Would you like to bind the crafting table to the vehicle? Once bound, it cannot be removed." "Yes. This binding also offers theft protection." "Binding successful. Please place it." Wen Lan positioned the crafting table at the rear of the vehicle, ensuring ample space for it to fit horizontally. She extracted the sanitary napkin crafting blueprint and placed it on the table to study. Sanitary napkin crafting learned. Crafting sanitary napkin 1 pack requires cotton 1. Each pack contains 10 pieces, and she was fortunate not to lack cotton, as 500 g of cotton can yield 5 packs. After everyone acquired down jackets, she had not sold any cotton recently. Currently, she had 10 portions of cotton and 4 portions of bread cotton. She placed the 10 portions of cotton into the crafting table. It would take a total of 50 minutes to complete all 50 packs of sanitary napkins. After a morning filled with injuries and over 3 hours of driving, it was past 8 and she still hadn't had breakfast. It was time to take a break. Breakfast consisted of steak paired with beef, a hearty portion that had begun to feel a bit monotonous. So she shared a bit more with the 3 seedlings and then divided the remaining durian and rabbit treats among them. After checking the temperature of the cupboard and the condition of the eggs, she headed to the terrace. The tomato seedlings had already grown to the height of her palm, and she set aside new soil in preparation for planting durian. The little rabbit insisted on personally planting the durians it adored, even setting aside its ever-present carrot knife. Is this not the allure of gourmet delights? The morning's harvest was considerable, so it would be wise to rest a bit longer before setting out again. Survival Group 6-6, let us luck. You're amazing. Even the monsters from the silver treasure chest can be defeated. But do you know what just happened to me? Ha ha ha. Pure love warrior. I don't want to know. Let us luck. I just gained a bit of charm. Ha ha ha. Pure love warrior. What? What did you do? Let us luck. This morning, while I was on my usual journey, a flock of ducks suddenly appeared crossing the road. Allowing animals to pass is a virtue I hold dear. So I waited for over an hour. Once they finally crossed, I earned a bit of charm. Ha ha. Pure love warrior. Is that even possible? I love mushrooms. The system mentioned that a special event occurs every 3 days. This must be one of them. You're quite fortunate. I saw in the chat channel that some bandits were robbing people, stripping them of their clothes. Pure love warrior. Don't let me encounter them. Please. Oh, there is also a special event triggered today. What can my own special event be? Chapter 32, Encountering a Player's Sister. Do you hear that sound? The rabbit's ears perked up. A series of honks emanated from behind the vehicle. Wen Lan hurried to the pumpkin house and peered outside through the window. A sleek black business car approached from a distance and came to a halt beside her vehicle. A middle-aged man, clad in a black down jacket and wearing a wool hat, stepped out of the car. The frigid air made him shiver, causing him to huddle into himself. Are you the illustrious Wang Zai? Such a splendid vehicle. It must belong to you. I am your fan. The man outside frantically waved his arms. This car of yours is truly impressive. It must be incredibly comfortable to reside in. I never expected to encounter a fellow player in this game. It has been ages since I last conversed with anyone. How delightful. And to meet someone as esteemed as you today. Could you perhaps show me the ropes? Wen Lan merely stood inside the pumpkin house, observing him in silence. Noticing her lack of response, the man, undeterred, began to take pictures of her caravan. As he snapped photos, he expressed his admiration and proceeded to operate his wristband. Li Jian, I can't believe this game allows for encounters with other players. Guess who I just met? Ha. You can probably guess from her vehicle, right? I love mushrooms. Did you obtain permission to share her vehicle-esque photo? Shaved ice sheep, wow. Is this the car of Wang Zai? It's stunning. Is the pumpkin on top a house? It must be so comfortable to live in. Einstein blanket. You're quite fortunate. Isn't the prominent figure inviting you in for a visit? Li Jian. No, perhaps they think I'm unsafe, ha. I just found it visually appealing and wanted to share this esteemed living environment with everyone to evoke a bit of envy. Shaved ice sheep. So, this means there might be more chances to encounter players in the future. How wonderful. Outsider. In my opinion, this lady is being rather stingy. If I encounter a player, I would definitely invite them for a drink. After all, we are compatriots, facing the same survival challenges together as comrades. I love mushrooms. Is it wrong for a girl to remain cautious in the presence of unfamiliar men? Strawberry bubble milk. Indeed, one must exercise caution even before the survival game begins, let alone in a game devoid of legal protections. All the ladies must stay vigilant. Li Jian, I have no ulterior motives. I'm merely a small fan of the esteemed figure. Ha ha ha. Today, I hope to follow in their footsteps and learn the art of survival. Einstein blanket. Be sure to livestream it for us later. Ha. So we can all learn together. Shaved ice sheep. Yes, I too wish to witness how the esteemed one survives. Will we perhaps see them trigger a global announcement today? Let us good luck. Do you have no shame? Have you even asked for consent? Survival Group 66. I am eating mushrooms, esteemed one. Please be cautious of this person named Li Jian. Do not let him into your caravan. His behavior is quite questionable. Looking again will devour you. I did not acknowledge him. His name strikes a chord. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Let us good luck. Really? I have not seen this individual speak in a chat channel, but one must remain cautious, my friend. If you linger too long, you may find yourself devoured. Very well. Thank you. WNL chose to disregard the man outside who was still taking photographs and returned to the driver's seat to drive away. Hey, why did you leave so quickly? The man exclaimed, noticing WNLN's car departing, and immediately pursued her. Sister, he is following us. Should we not get out and deal with him? TJ said earnestly, gripping its carrot knife. There is no rush. At present, he has not provided me with sufficient reason to act against him. Furthermore, given his previous behavior in the chat channel, should he meet his demise for any reason, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon me. Let us wait and observe his intentions. Throughout the journey, he remained closely behind her vehicle. Even when WNL exited to open the trunk, he did not leave his car. His intermittent sharing of images in the chat channel ensured that discussions rarely strayed from her. Although his behavior was repugnant, there was little she could do about it. After driving for 4 continuous hours, covering approximately 130 kilometers, WNLN finally stopped the car as it had run out of power and required recharging. The vehicle behind her came to a stop alongside hers, and the man inside rolled down his window to inquire, "Are you not driving anymore?" Truly impressive. You have driven for over 4 hours without a break. WNL chose to ignore him and began sipping a soda. The man, observing her drink, seemed to covet her beverage and approach her window. Might you spare me a sip of your drink? I have not procured any supplies today, and my water supply is running low. He appeared somewhat anxious about WNLN. If you could just open the window a crack and pour a little out for me, I would be grateful. WNLN met his gaze, intending to refuse, yet found herself unable to resist the urge to open the window. TJ sensed something was amiss, but remained supportive of all of WNLN's decisions. Suddenly, the man extended his hand and shot a hidden dart, striking WNLN in the chest. Her complexion paled instantly, yet she became acutely alert. As TJ prepared to charge forward, WNLN restrained it. At last, the moment I awaited has arrived. I nearly despaired. Do not struggle. The dart is coated with a potent poison, and you shall soon meet your end. Everything you possess will become mine. WNLN clutched her chest. Her face drained of color. Why do you wish to kill me? It is merely a game. Killing you is inconsequential. I stand to gain so much from your demise. If only you had triggered the district-wide reward sooner, my mother would not have perished. But fret not. You will soon descend to atone for her. He raised his wrist to capture one last photograph of her. WNLN turned her head, evading a shot to her face. You certainly possess a great deal of confidence, she remarked. WNLN yanked the dart from her padded jacket and hurled it back at him, launching another dart in retaliation. How is this possible? I coated that with poison. The man appeared incredulous, yet WNLN and felt no obligation to provide an explanation. Indeed, the villain perished due to excessive verbosity. She gently touched her chest. Fortunately, the scales of the giant python offered some protection, though they had inadvertently pressed against her wound, causing a slight sting. She resolved not to test others so recklessly again, for she had nearly jeopardized her own safety. Congratulations, player, on successfully eliminating player Li Jian. You have obtained all of Li Jian's points, totaling 20. You may choose to exchange Li Jian's vehicle for your own or return it to the system. Please make your selection. Wen Lan did not make an immediate decision. Instead, she approached Li Jian's vehicle and thoroughly searched for supplies before opting to return it, thus earning an additional 10 points. Her current score now stands at 80 points. Chapter 33, New Companion. Sunflower Gatling. The vehicle contained scarce resources, a mere blanket and some food, lacking even the most basic materials. Such destitution begs the question of what audacity one possesses to rob oneself. I decided to strip Li Jian of his down jacket and wrist crossbow, placing them on the trading post, each priced at a single point. Keeping them would only serve to irritate me further. The chat channel erupted with outrage, directed at Li Jian. Mian Ice Lamb. How could you commit murder? I had just thought you were a good person. Strawberry boba milk. Unbelievable. Now, not only must we contend with the game and its monsters, but also with certain treacherous compatriots. Such individuals are utterly revolting. Blossoms of wealth. How could you act in such a manner? If it weren't for that young girl, we might not have withstood the cold. Yet here you are, an ungrateful wretch. Arrogant heaven. You better hope I don't cross paths with you. Otherwise, you'll be so battered that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Truly despicable. Strawberry boba milk. From now on, we must remain vigilant when encountering fellow players on the road. We cannot afford to encounter such characters. Survival Team 6-6. I love mushrooms. Oh no. Are you alright, big shot? Let us luck. I can no longer find that person named Li Jian. The avatar of our esteemed friend is still lit. He should be fine. I love mushrooms. I saw the photo Li Jian posted in the chat. Terrifying. That man is truly sinister. Look again and you'll be devoured. I'm fine. I was merely deceiving him. Let us luck. I'm relieved to hear that. That Li Jian was just boasting in the chat, claiming your belongings would soon belong to him. What audacity. I love mushrooms. Indeed, it's a relief you're unharmed. This incident serves as a lesson to us all. Not everyone possesses your strength, so we must remain cautious when encountering other players. Let us luck. By the way, the other three in our group haven't spoken a word for quite some time. I hope they haven't triggered any special events. Having finally resolved this troublesome matter, Wen Lan felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she eagerly checked her gains for the day. Today's harvest. 8 wooden crates, 1 bronze chest. Experience points 42. Rabbit 619-1000. Wen Lan 731-1000. Leveling up was imminent. If she could access the platform once more, she would likely achieve it today. Decomposing yielded 32 wooden planks, 2 iron sheets. Opening crates produced 1 self-heating hot pot, 1 pair of socks, 1 one-piece swimsuit, 5 glass, 7 plastic, 3 iron nails, 1 screw, 5 vehicle upgrade card fragments, 1 fisherman's rod. The nature of these drops made it evident who had opened the chest. Had she not wished to conceal the rabbit, her haul could have easily doubled today. Everything that could fit in the vehicle was loaded, while the voluminous wooden planks were stored in her space backpack, which never seemed to have enough capacity. The sanitary pads at the crafting station were completed, with 2 packets reserved for I love mushrooms, while the rest were placed on the trading post, each sold for 0.5 points. This was already the lowest selling price. It was quite reasonable, ensuring every girl could afford them, especially since she incurred no cost. It was profit regardless. The wound on her chest had become increasingly swollen, taking on a purplish hue. Wen Lan hesitated to take a bath, fearing contact with her wound. Instead, she simply wiped herself down and reclined on the sunflower mattress, relishing the massage while refraining from turning over. This might have been the first time in her life she lay so straight. Due to the intense mental strain and her injuries, she soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, 2G tended to the eggs and the seedlings. Wen Lan was roused by the system's voice, and by then, night had fallen. The pain in her chest seemed to have lessened considerably. upon seeing her awake. 2G bounced over with excitement. The sunflowers are ripe for harvest. Shall we gather them? Indeed, today marked the day to reap the sunflowers. 2Yi, let's welcome our new companion. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring the sunflower gatling. The sunflower gatling. This pitiable little sunflower was nearly frightened to death by the oncoming tide of mice during its growth. It felt utterly humiliated and vowed to reclaim its honor. Its seeds are incredibly hard, capable of penetrating steel plates, and upon firing, they explode, earning it the title of the Gatling among sunflowers. It replenishes its ammunition daily. So be sure to harvest in time, lest you face a shortage. Dui, our new companion, is truly remarkable. Wow, this is incredible. A Gatling. With this, we now possess an area attack weapon. If we encounter those pesky trash monsters again, we can obliterate them into dust, as long as we have enough ammunition. Ha ha ha. Sister, what is a Gatling? Oh, little 2G, lacking in experience. It's that kind of rat-tat-tat, and then a whole swarm falls. Just like when we encountered so many rats in the sewer last time. It could clear them all in one go. Wow, so impressive. I want to work hard and become just as powerful. All right, do you wish to bind the sunflower Gatling to the current vehicle? Once bound, it cannot be removed. What a pity it must be bound. If only we could take it with us, we would be invincible. Bind. Binding successful. It can also be voice-controlled and can activate fire mode. The sunflower Gatling will automatically target monsters and attack. Once ammunition is depleted, it must be manually reloaded. Nice. If it weren't so late, I would certainly take my vehicle out for a spin. I feel, oh no, my vehicle feels incredibly strong. Ouch. In my excitement, I strain my wound. Officially, please expedite the development of medications. Once bound to the vehicle, the sunflower transformed into a hood ornament, proudly perched atop the hood, allowing for voice-controlled retraction and deployment. Even a certain golden figurine pales in comparison, as it cannot rat-tat-tat, only subjected to mere tap-tap-tap by others. Sister, little Dandelion has returned as well and is currently sleeping in a vase. 2G pointed to the vase resting on the ground nearby. Let's see quickly what gift little Dandelion has brought us today. Opening the spatial backpack, she pondered, is this a piece of cloth? Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as beautiful bodice, charm one upon use. Little Dandelion encountered a short man while passing by a manor and managed to acquire this from him. It deemed such an ugly, short man unworthy of such a lovely piece of fabric. The humid, steamy atmosphere there was quite unpleasant, and it vowed never to return. However, if you return the belly band to its rightful owner, you may receive the owner's gratitude. Wearing it may guide you to find its owner. Wen Lan gazed at the belly band in her hands, pondering what to say. It seemed to be a task item, or perhaps a key. This was her first encounter with news of a creature or NPC. It appeared to be a tale of forceful acquisition, with the sunflower Gatling at her disposal. She would witness it all tomorrow. Her variety of seeds was dwindling, so she needed to devise a plan to procure more. Rabbit, what should we plant next? Carrots. Didn't you fall in love with durian? I had durian yesterday, but I've never tasted carrots. All right then, let's plant carrots. Using a medium flower pot, basic soil, and carrots. The countdown for maturity would be 2,400 hours. 00, with 5 planting attempts remaining in the soil. Chapter 34. My unusual incident seems quite favorable. Wen Lan gently caressed her stomach, realizing that she had slept through dinner time. Now, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. I apologize, Tuji, for making you endure this hunger alongside me. It's quite all right, sister. I'm not hungry yet, Tuji replied, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I'm feeling a bit peckish now. Wen Lan opened her private messages to discover that the renowned chef, Zaya Fugui, had sent her dinner, which was now resting in her inbox. Additionally, she found a thank you note from a friend expressing gratitude for the sanitary napkins she had sent. The stock of beef was nearly depleted. She needed to devise a plan to procure some fresh ingredients to send over. Just as she had taken a couple of bites of her meal, a series of noises erupted from outside. The nocturnal monsters. The count had escalated to 3, and she was reluctant to interrupt her dining experience, for such interruptions could lead to indigestion. The sunflower Gatling activated its firing mode. The once diminutive emblem of the sunflower suddenly expanded dramatically, repositioning itself on the vehicle to unleash bullets at the trio of nocturnal monsters. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. Congratulations, player, for vanquishing LV2 Nocturnal Monsters X3, earning experience 30. Tuji, 649, 1000, Wen Lan, 761, 1000, points 30. In less than 5 seconds, the Sunflower Gatling concluded the battle. Was this the allure of firearms? She felt its impact profoundly. Once the skirmish was over, the Sunflower Gatling reverted to its modest emblem, resuming its vigilant post at the front of the vehicle with unwavering dedication. It truly deserved a 5-star rating, accompanied by a lengthy review. Wen Lan and Tuji continued to savor their dinner, leaving the corpses outside for later disassembly. After all, they were merely fur or skin. Oh, perhaps nothing at all. Wen Lan began to doubt her luck, suspecting she might be jinxed as she had not managed to disassemble anything at all. The frustration made her chest ache, even though it had not hurt before. If only I could assist you in disassembly, sister, Tuji remarked, observing Wen Lan's growing irritation. No, this isn't anger. It's merely the breath escaping into the cold air. Never mind. She had mentally prepared herself for this. Sooner or later, she would surely reap the benefits from the system. Due to her injuries, training was currently off the table. She could only stroll around the pumpkin house to aid digestion and peruse the chat channel for gossip. Wong Shu Ebbing. 3 more nocturnal monsters have appeared today. Thankfully, I managed to snag some items from the big shots yesterday, which helped me defeat the monsters. Otherwise, we would have had 6 monsters in total today. However, my supplies are running low. Big shots, please restock so I can purchase more. Outsider. You seem to be making a mountain out of a molehill. The monsters 1T attack you unless provoked. They merely howl outside. What is the fuss? Strawberry Bobo Milk. You keep those thoughts. On the final day, when you're surrounded by nearly 500 monsters, I wish you and them all the best. Big shots in our district. Please stock up on more items. Wong Shu Ebbing. Now that you mention it, it sounds even more terrifying. Big shots, do your best. Gather more attacking items. Your efforts are appreciated. Wen Lan shuddered at the thought of 465 monsters. How frightful. One monster could crush her with a single step. It was indeed better to keep the area clear every day. Survival Group, 6-6. If you look again, you will be devoured. What about those 3 individuals? Let us good luck. Indeed, if it weren't for their avatars still being illuminated, I would have thought something unfortunate had befallen them. Pure Love Warrior, Hong, have returned. Ha ha ha. Let us good luck. You finally made an appearance. What extraordinary event have you encountered that took you so long? Pure Love Warrior. I faced a landslide. Fortunately, my vehicle was nearly out of fuel, moving slowly. Otherwise, I would have been buried. Let us good luck. Then why did it take you so long to respond? Pure Love Warrior. I had to clear the road, didn't I? How else could I proceed? However, after clearing it, I gained 2 points in strength. Ha ha ha. My effort in moving stones for 5 or 6 hours was not in vain. Let us good luck. Wow. That's quite impressive. Heart smaller than a needle's. I have finally emerged. Woe is me. I encountered a ghost wall, endlessly circling in place, and I couldn't open the chat channel. Pure Love Warrior. How did you manage to escape? Heart smaller than a needle's. I thought to check what items I had that could assist me. So I dug around. I accidentally broke a stinky egg, nearly fainting from the odor, and tossed it out the window. Then the fog dissipated. Let us good luck. 6. Is it even allowed? No reward. Heart smaller than a needle's. There is hee. I received a fog pearl, which, when activated, creates mist within a 5-meter radius of any vehicle, causing anyone approaching the mist to lose their sense of direction. Artisan, are you selling it? Heart smaller than a needle's eye. Not selling. Such a splendid item must be kept for myself. Let us good luck. Hey, Artisan has returned too. Quickly share your extraordinary event. Artisan, I've ventured into a tomb and acquired a book on mechanism techniques. Let us good luck. Your expressive abilities nearly took my breath away. Pure Love Warrior, disappointing review upstairs. If you wish to write a novel on Tomato, I shall give you a 0-star rating and a 1,000-word critique. Where's Mushroom? Mushroom hasn't tea shared yet. Wen Lan is practically in tears from envy. Their extraordinary events are so splendid, yet her own was ruined by Li Jian. How infuriating. Can she request a new extraordinary event? I love eating mushrooms. I don't want to talk about it. Let us good luck, come on. I'll trade a super-duper fragrant lettuce for your story, please. I love eating mushrooms. No. Heart smaller than a needle's eye. I'll add a pillow. Pure love warrior. I'll add a vehicle upgrade card. I love eating mushrooms. I won tea. If you look again, I will devour you. I'll add a fiery chili. Artisan. I'll add a spiked trap. I love eating mushrooms. I was robbed by wild men. Let us good luck, wow. Ha ha ha. You mentioned someone was robbed today. It wouldn't TB you, would it? Do you still have supplies to survive? Would you like me to share a little? I love eating mushrooms. No supplies were taken. Pure love warrior. Is it that good? I love eating mushrooms. They wanted me to be the wife of their tribe leader. Let us good luck, wow. How thrilling. Pure love warrior. And what did you do? I love eating mushrooms. I feigned fainting and escaped. Let us good luck. Is there a reward? I love mushrooms. Yes, there's a bounty from the Alala tribe. Would you like it? I can give it to you. Let us good luck. No, I graciously decline. Thank you. I have already sent you the item. Wishing you happiness. Seeing you again. Wishing you happiness. All right. Wen Lan instantly felt no envy, realizing that encountering Li Jian was quite pleasant. After all, it had been ages since she had seen anyone. Moreover, he thoughtfully gifted her points. What a warm-hearted gentleman he was, far better than a bounty. Scented geranium. Turn off the lights. Sweet dreams for the night. Today's travel distance, 220 kilometers. Chapter 35. The hot spring resort at 6 o'clock a.m. The temperature plummeted to minus 40 degrees, with light snow falling, marking the fourth day of the cold wave. Due to her injury, she found herself in the rare delight of sleeping in. Indulging in a late morning slumber during the frigid winter was indeed a blissful experience. After meandering through her morning routine, she did not set off until after 7 o'clock a.m. Wen Lan deliberately retrieved the beauty's pouch from her spatial backpack, placing it carefully into her clothing pocket. She feared that if it remained in the spatial backpack, the system might fail to detect the item. Today, if the opportunity arose, she was determined to explore. It appeared to be a station. Moreover, if there were NPCs present, it could potentially trigger quests, which would likely yield considerable rewards. Her interest was piqued. The redness and swelling on her chest had subsided significantly, and as long as she refrained from pressing on it, normal activities seemed feasible. Whether it was due to changes in her physique after entering the game or a heightened self-healing ability, her recovery was remarkably swift. Entering the game itself was a marvel, and thus, she readily accepted the rapid healing of her wounds, even feeling fortunate that her chances of survival had increased. Despite her keen curiosity regarding the item and the station, the morning passed without any sign of a station. She had been moving at a deliberate pace, anxious not to overlook any clues that might lead her there. A sense of frustration washed over Wen Lan. Was there perhaps a prerequisite task uncompleted that was hindering her from encountering the station? Consequently, she decided not to rush her journey. After traveling for the entire morning, she resolved to take a break for lunch. In the morning, she had covered a distance of 80 kilometers, acquiring 3 wooden boxes. Gaining 15 experience points for the rabbit, 664-1000, and for herself, 776-1000. Disassembling yielded 12 wooden planks, while opening boxes granted her a fragment of a vehicle upgrade card, 3 small breads weighing 60 grams each, and 2 250 milliliters bottles of mineral water. She had now amassed 20 units of cotton, needing only 4 more pieces of bread cotton. Placing the cotton into the crafting station, she produced sanitary napkins, then listed the 4 units of bread cotton in the trading market in exchange for 4 vehicle upgrade cards. Last time, from the spoils listed by Li Jian, she earned 13 points, and all sanitary napkins had been sold, netting her 24 points. Her total points now stood at 157. Besides the trading market, where players exchanged points amongst themselves, there must be other areas requiring points, prompting her to accumulate more. After a brief respite, Wen Lan set off once more. Observing the snowfall and the thickness of the snow on the ground, she surmised that driving would soon become challenging, perhaps by tomorrow or the day after. Seizing the moment, she aimed to cover more ground. After traveling approximately a kilometer, a fork in the road appeared ahead. "Rabbit!" she exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Could this be the station that the beauty's pouch had guided her to? Or was it merely a coincidental discovery, unrelated to the item? Regardless of its significance, Wen Lan chose not to rush into the station immediately. The last time, she had been unable to access the trading market within a station. So this time she resolved to prepare herself adequately, restocking her supplies just in case. Previously, during her battle with the giant python, she had nearly exhausted all her attack items and had yet to replenish her stock. In addition to psychedelic mushrooms, poisonous fungi, and spike traps, the trading post has unveiled an array of novel items. She had never encountered these before, yet their descriptions appeared quite promising. For instance, itchy powder, a powder that falls from the filthy wretch who hasn't bathed for 10 days, causing an unbearable itch upon contact and attracting nearby fleas to take residence on you. Bear trap, when placed on the ground. This trap will be automatically overlooked by enemies, leading them to inadvertently step into your snare. Durability, 5/5, entangling yarn, a tangled mess of yarn that cannot be severed. When thrown, it ensnares all individuals within a 5-foot radius, rendering them immobile. Aside from the bear trap, which has durability, the rest are single-use items, yet their effects seem rather impressive. She purchased 5 of each item, expending a total of 30 points. Had the quantities not been limited, Wen Lan would have considered stocking up further. Points are consumables as well, and she must devise a strategy to earn more. With 1 fiery chili pepper still in her possession, she should be adequately prepared for this upcoming platform adventure. With everything in place, Wen Lan stowed all her items, weapons, and some food and water in her spatial backpack, wary of potential separation from her vehicle. "Rabbit, are you ready? We are about to embark on our second platform journey. Let us muster all our energy. Ready? Let us go. Congratulations, player. Revisit and you shall be devoured." Triggering platform Hot Springs Villa. The exploration duration for this platform is 3 hours. Please complete your exploration within the allotted time. Failure to exit the platform after the time limit will result in eternal entrapment. Will you enter the platform? Yes. Fortune favors the bold. This Hot Springs Villa must be the beauty's pouch, referenced in the item description, perfectly aligning with its portrayal. Shortly after entering the platform, a girl dressed in ancient garb suddenly dashed out from the roadside, pursued by 4 short men brandishing long knives. "Help! Help!" The girl appeared frantic. Upon catching sight of Wen Lan's vehicle, she stumbled in her haste. Uncertain of what this large object before her was, she hesitated, and the men behind her, upon seeing Wen Lan's vehicle, also paused in trepidation. Wen Lan, with a mischievous inclination, pressed the horn, startling them. "Hey, what are you up to? Playing a game?" Wen Lan lowered the car window to greet them. "Miss, run. They are not good people," the girl on the ground urgently shouted upon noticing another girl in the vehicle. "Hee, another pretty girl has arrived. Come down and play with us." The 4 men leered. "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." Rabbit stood on Wen Lan's shoulder as they both exited the vehicle. "Miss, don't come over. They are dangerous." The girl on the ground was nearly in tears from anxiety. "How shall we play?" Wen Lan approached the girl and helped her to her feet. Seeing Wen Lan advance, the 4 men raised their long knives and encircled the 2 of them. "Hee, let us have some fun together." As she spoke, a man approached the girl beside her with unwelcome intentions. Wen Lan swiftly pulled the girl aside, evading his grasp. "I do not enjoy such games. I refuse to partake in your antics," she declared. Laughter erupted from the 4 men, their lewd chuckles filling the air. "You have no choice. Those who understand their circumstances are the wise. I advise you not to resist. You may still find some enjoyment," they jeered. Wen Lan acknowledged that she was not one to harbor biases easily. Yet, inexplicably, upon sighting these 4 men, her fists clenched in readiness, as if some dormant instinct within her had awakened. "2 for each of us," one of them taunted. With determination, Wen Lan raised her left hand and shot an arrow directly at the most repugnant man's forehead, while simultaneously conjuring a long blade from the void, slashing towards another's neck. "Congratulations. Player has successfully eliminated 4 level 1 Eastern rogues, earning 20 points. Rabbit tokens, 684-1000. Wen Lan, 796-1000. Chapter 36. Accepting the mission, they are dead? The girl appeared somewhat dazed, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Dead. Are we safe now? Safe. Whoa. You frightened me to death. Thank you, miss. The girl was crying so hard that she could barely stand, nearly collapsing against her. Please, do not cry, do not cry. Wen Lan, lacking experience in comforting others, could only awkwardly pat her shoulder. I apologize, miss, for causing you distress. The girl regained her composure and managed a shy smile in response. How did you end up here? It is very dangerous now. You must leave at once. Wen Lan retrieved a pouch from her pocket. This was something I found nearby. It is an intimate possession, and I thought to return it to its owner as quickly as possible, which is why I lingered in the area. This is... Thank you, miss. I shall help you return it, but it is indeed perilous here. You should leave quickly. Upon seeing the item in Wen Lan's hand, the girl blushed slightly, fear flickering in her eyes. Wen Lan handed the pouch to her, feeling exasperated by the insistence on her departure. I should be the one to leave. Yet after encountering those men, I cannot. Why? The girl appeared puzzled. Because they once slaughtered my village, taking the lives of my family, sparing not even the children. Thus, I swore to avenge my kin by eliminating these marauding eastern bandits. Wen Lan concocted a convenient lie to persuade her to stay. Those detestable eastern bandits. Truly beasts, the girl exclaimed indignantly. However, they are numerous. You are but one person, and it may be perilous for you. I do not fight alone. Tuji is quite formidable as well. Indeed, I am very capable. Tuji raised her small head proudly. The girl seemed hesitant to voice her thoughts. Moreover, I possess a secret weapon. Did you see that contraption? It is an exceptionally powerful weapon. Wen Lan gestured toward her vehicle. Miss, I have never encountered such a bizarre contraption, yet it does seem quite formidable. The girl expressed a mixture of curiosity and fear. Therefore, you need not worry. I am confident in my ability to handle all the eastern bandits. At a critical moment, one must not falter. First, let us secure the mission. My dear miss, allow me to escort you to our matron, and then we shall decide our course of action, if that is agreeable. Certainly. Is it far? You may board the vehicle. I will take you there. This is a bit of a distance. May I accompany you? Yes, come aboard. Wen Lan took the girl's hand and helped her into the vehicle, seating her in the swing elevator. Could you please guide me from here? All right. The girl struggled to control her wandering gaze. It had moved. The girl shrank back in fright. Wen Lan was also startled by her reaction. Fear not. It has merely been activated. Think of it as a carriage. After a moment, the girl finally acclimated, her demeanor becoming more lively. Miss, I truly thank you today. Had you not rescued me, I surely, miss, I am Chun Tao. May I inquire your name? Hello, Chun Tao. My name is Wen Lan. As Wen Lan drove, she glanced back at the girl. Hello, Miss Wen. By the way, how is it that you are being pursued? Wen Lan felt it was time to inquire about the situation. It is like this. Our establishment was once a renowned hot spring resort. Although we cater exclusively to female clients, our principal owner is well versed in pharmacology. The second owner specializes in the various acupoints of the human body. And the third owner excels in the preparation of medicinal cuisine. Our resort not only boasts an array of therapeutic hot springs, but also offers various massage services and even delectable medicinal dishes. Noble ladies from the vicinity often indulge in our offerings. However, one day, a group of rogue samurai from the east invaded our premises. Fortunately, the third owner, who had just returned, discovered this in time and led us and all the guests to escape through a secret passageway, preventing any casualties. After escaping, fearing they would find us, I had no choice but to hide in a nearby cave. So how did you come out this time? After our escape, we had gone 3 days without food. Especially in this heavy snow, it is hard to find sustenance. I ventured out hoping to stealthily procure some food while they were distracted. However, I was unexpectedly discovered, but thankfully you rescued me. This indicates that we are fated to meet, and it is only right that we assist one another as women. As luck would have it, I have some provisions that can alleviate your immediate needs. Really, thank you so much, Miss Wen. You're welcome. Miss Wen, let us pause here. We must ascend the mountain from here, and the path is treacherous. With such a large burden, we might not make it. Chun Tao promptly halted her. All right, Wen Lan exited the vehicle and walked up the mountain alongside Chuntao. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they came upon a cave, nearly concealed by snow. The protruding part barely revealed a large stone. Chuntao approached the cave entrance and knocked on the visible stone surface. Shortly after, 3 knocks echoed back from within. "It's me, Chuntao." The stone shifted slightly, revealing a narrow opening just wide enough for a person to pass through. Wen Lan followed Chuntao into the cave, and the scene inside gradually came into view. Approximately 30 individuals were huddled around a fire, appearing somewhat dispirited. "Chuntao, how could you recklessly venture out? It's so dangerous." Who is this?" A man dressed in finery, whose demeanor was serious yet voice gentle, inquired. "Principal owner, this is Miss Wen. I was saved by her during my outing." Chuntao quickly stepped aside, exposing Wen Lan to everyone's gaze. "Thank you, Miss Wen, for rescuing Chuntao. However, we are currently in a precarious situation. It would not be prudent to involve you in our troubles. Therefore, you should leave at once while you remain undetected. Is the danger you speak of from those rogue samurai from the east? I hold a grudge against them, and there is no way I will leave. I must teach them a lesson." Wen Lan reiterated the fabricated tale she had spun with Chuntao to the principal owner before her. "Dear lady, it is not that I lack faith in you, but the sheer number of adversaries is overwhelming. The master of the estate harbors doubts. He finds it difficult to believe that a single young woman could contend with such a multitude, even with formidable tools, which he has yet to witness. He cannot justify placing you at such perilous risk." Wen Lan retrieved from her space some hallucinogenic mushrooms and explosive peppers, items capable of disorientation and instantaneous devastation. "I possess a considerable quantity of these." The opposition appeared somewhat intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, they proposed a challenge: 500 foes, accompanied by a minor leader. "Should you succeed in slaying 100 of them and return safely, I shall place my trust in you and offer a reward for assisting us in reclaiming the estate, a recompense for our lives. Congratulations, player. You have triggered a quest. Eliminate the Eastern Wanderers 100-100. Reward unknown. Do you accept?" "Accepted." At last, the quest has been bestowed. "Dear lady, remember that your life is paramount. Your safety must come first," the master of the estate expressed, still somewhat apprehensive. "Very well. By the way, I have some provisions and water to sustain you in this endeavor." Wen Lan extracted all the bread and water from her backpack, 60 g of bread times 6, 250 milliliters of mineral water times 4, and 300 g of bread times 2. I am truly grateful, Miss Wen." The master of the estate appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yet understanding the pressing need, he accepted her generous offer without hesitation. Chapter 37. Mission accomplished. Wait, Miss Wen, these Eastern Wanderers are not all gathered in one place. They are scattered around various hot springs. To the west of the villa, there are 2 hot spring courtyards situated quite a distance away. If you do not create an enormous commotion, it will be challenging for the other Eastern Wanderers in the villa to notice immediately. The master of the estate caught up and delivered some encouraging news. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, master." The distance to the hot springs on the western side of the villa was not far. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at 2 quaint residences nestled closely together. Wen Lan and 2G stealthily climbed the wall of one of the courtyards to observe the scene within. The Eastern Wanderers were indulging in the hot springs, with approximately 40 individuals dispersed across 2 expansive pools. "It appears they are truly relishing this," Wen Lan remarked to 2G. "Take these 2 packets of itching powder and sprinkle them into the pools shortly." She handed 1 packet to 2G, acknowledging that her own movements were not as nimble as her companioness. "This task is better suited for you." "Understood, sister," 2G replied, swiftly returning after about 3 minutes. Soon, some of the Eastern Wanderers began scratching furiously, cursing as they exited the pools and retreated into the houses. Wen Lan felt a twinge of regret for releasing the itching powder. It was rather irritating to the eyes. Can this be considered an occupational hazard? Approximately 20 Eastern Wanderers remained in the hot springs. 2G, let us each take one side. With that, Wen Lan aimed a sleeve arrow at the nearest Eastern Wanderer. We have enemies." The fall of one Eastern Wanderer seemed to trigger a frenzy among the others. who clumsily scrambled out of the spring to retrieve their weapons. Amid the chaos, Wen Lan took the opportunity to launch 2 more arrows before leaping over the courtyard wall to engage in battle. These Eastern Wanderers were indeed simpler to deal with than monsters, especially since most were unarmed. It was essentially 1 strike per adversary. As she fought, Wen Lan scattered spike traps and animal snares around the courtyard, ensnaring several in the tumultuous scene. The commotion drew the attention of those who had just entered the houses. Armed with knives, they rushed out, only to find that Wen Lan and 2G had nearly dispatched the remaining Eastern Wanderers. Wen Lan intentionally lured them towards the traps, quickly dispersing their morale as many fell to the ground, groaning. Wen Lan and 2G effortlessly defeated their foes, contemplating a request to replace all monsters with Eastern Wanderers. They were numerous but quite feeble. Congratulations, player! You have successfully defeated 42 level 1 Eastern Wanderers, earning 210 experience points. 2G, 8,000 1,000, Wen Lan, 1,000, 1,000, Gonggating. Player, you have leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. I've leveled up. Truly delightful Eastern Wanderers. Quite commendable. Personal information name. Wen Lan level. LV1 62,000. Strength 11.4. You can barely wield a knife. Stamina 9.4. You can endure a little longer. Agility 7.5. I admit. You're now slightly faster than a turtle. Mental power 11. Your mind is quite vacant. Charm value 0.3 aside from the minor increases in mental power and charm value. How can one enhance their mental strength? 2G, let us deal with the wandering samurai from the land of the rising sun in the adjacent courtyard. This will grant you an upgrade as well. Very well. Before Wen Lan and her companions could reach the other courtyard, someone there heard the commotion and came to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they turned and fled without a word. 2G, quickly pursue them. We must not alert the others in the manner. While 2G chased after them, Wen Lan hastily gathered the items scattered on the ground, most of which still had considerable durability left, intending to use them again shortly. It wasn't long before Wen Lan received a notification of experience gained from the system, indicating that 2G had already taken care of the situation. Sister, I have dealt with him. Shall we proceed next door? Do you want me to continue scattering the itching powder? No need. We shall charge indirectly. The commotion here must have attracted their attention, and they will surely be prepared. Moreover, I opted for the earlier approach out of concern for their formidable skills, necessitating a divided strategy. Wen Lan did not use the front entrance. Instead, she found a wall to scale and entered. The courtyard exuded the charm of traditional Chinese garden architecture, with winding little bridges spanning the frozen lake. Before long, Wen Lan was spotted by a wandering samurai from the east. Baka, the enemy is here, he shouted as he charged at her with a sword. With a single strike, Wen Lan dispatched him. The attribute points she gained from leveling up made her movements with the sword feel remarkably fluid, prompting her to desire to strike again. Her wish was soon fulfilled as the other wandering samurai were drawn to the commotion. The narrow bridge could not accommodate so many people, so Wen Lan tossed a bundle of entwined yarn into the crowd, instantly ensnaring a portion of them. The individuals behind were obstructed by the mass in front, with some falling onto the icy surface, momentarily slowing their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Lan and 2G swiftly dealt with a few other wandering samurai approaching from the opposite side. The environment greatly favored them, rendering the enemies unable to execute group attacks. Congratulations, player, for defeating a LV1 wandering samurai from the east, earning experience 5.5. Congratulations. 2G has leveled up to LV1. Please check the information race. Bunny Knight name. 2G weapon. Carrot knife. This carrot knife, capable of slicing through iron, surprisingly emanates a hint of water elemental power. Is she embarking on a path of dual might? Binding partner. Wen Lan innate ability. Masterful blade. Consumes 5 stamina for each use. Form 1. Rabbit hero. Consumes 10 stamina to enter rabbit hero state, gaining 20 strength and 20 agility, lasting for 10 minutes. Skill. Whirlwind blade technique talent level. SSS level. LV1 experience. 19,2000 strength. 2010 stamina. 2010 agility. 2010 Spirit. 6010. There is still a chance to pursue a dual-attack path of physical and magical prowess. Wen Lan felt a pang of envy, questioning why others received a 10 boost in every attribute, while she only gained 1 point. Moreover, they could transform and learn new skills. However, it seemed that all this power came at the cost of stamina. Otherwise, they would be virtually invincible. Rabbit, quickly test your new skill. It feels incredibly cool. Alright. Rabbit swiftly entered the state. Wielding de blad technique. Do not underestimate a small rabbit wielding a tiny carrot. It appears comical. Yet, this skill is genuinely impressive. As the technique was unleashed, a whirlwind of blade energy erupted amidst the crowd, swiftly dispatching over 10 Eastern Wanderers. This skill was both stylish and spectacular, and she longed to possess it as well. Wen Lan refused to be outdone. Lacking the necessary items for her skills, she hurled several spike traps and snares into the throng, plunging the crowd into further chaos, setting the stage for her imminent harvest. Congratulations, player, for completing the task of defeating Eastern Wanderers 101-100. The task is now ready for submission. Having dealt with all the Eastern Wanderers, the task status shifted to ready for submission. Current experience: Rabbit 189-2000, Wen Lan 301-2000. Chapter 38. A new mission. Let us proceed. Tootie. We must submit our mission. Upon completing her task, Wen Lan did not linger. She was eager to report back. This time, she was well acquainted with the route, devoid of the trepidation of being discovered. Thus, returning to the cave was significantly swifter than her initial journey. With a gentle rap on the exposed stone 3 times, the stone was moved aside without waiting for a response from within. Chun Tao, upon seeing Wen Lan, was elated. Miss Wen, you have returned safely. Please come in. The head of the estate quickly approached, accompanied by other young women who gazed at her with joy, as if she were their beacon of hope. Miss Wen is truly a heroine, capable of single-handedly facing 100 foes without a scratch. The head paused momentarily. However, even so, there remain approximately 400 Eastern Wanderers, along with a minor squad leader possessing some skills. Miss Wen, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Rest assured, esteemed head, I have a backup plan. The Sunflower Gatling has yet to make its entrance, which can be considered a formidable weapon. Moreover, Tootie has leveled up and acquired an additional skill. Excellent. Miss Wen, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. This VIP card shall serve as a deposit. It not only grants a 50% discount at the estate, but also embodies a promise from the Liu family. Even if you cannot overcome the Eastern Wanderers, should you manage to escape, this VIP card remains valid despite the fall of the Hot Spring estate. The Liu family possesses more than just this one property. No wonder she holds the title of head. Her ambition is commendable. It is indeed worthy of note for future learning. Should you vanquish the Eastern Wanderers, we shall bestow upon you even more precious gifts as a token of our gratitude. Congratulations, player. You have successfully triggered the mission to defeat the Eastern Wanderers and reclaim the Hot Spring estate. Do you accept? Yes. This VIP card is already quite valuable. There are even more treasures to be had. This mission must be accomplished. Wen Lan took the card, interrupting any further words from the head. The time at this platform was limited to 3 hours. If she continued to chat, she would surely be unable to complete her mission. With less than 50 minutes remaining, she would need to depart from his platform. She took Tootie back to the vehicle and drove towards the estate's entrance. At the entrance of the estate, a handful of Eastern Wanderers stood guard, approximately 5 in number. Upon sighting Wen Lan's vehicle, they assumed defensive stances, with one even rushing inside to alert others. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Eastern people. Do not hide. Come out at once. Upon hearing the call from the Eastern Wanderers, Wen Lan opened the car door and stepped out. The moment they laid eyes on her, their expressions brightened. Haha, it's merely a young girl. Would you like to come in and play? They even lowered their weapons. Very well. Wen Lan approached them, and as she neared the Eastern Wanderers, she swiftly drew a long knife from her spatial backpack, striking at the nearest foe. Tootie, perched on her shoulder, launched an immediate assault as well. Before the Wanderers could even react, the battle had concluded. Wen Lan, with her weapon in hand, strode into the estate, almost killing one enemy after another. Gradually, An increasing number of wandering souls from the land of the rising sun were drawn in, and upon a cursory glance, it seemed that over 50 had gathered, with even more hastening towards this location. "Rabbit, we must retreat," Wen Lan declared, deftly maneuvering while drawing them closer to the entrance of the mountain villa. Upon exiting the villa, they sprinted towards the camper, while Rabbit stealthily concealed herself in the grass at the entrance, poised to capture any stragglers. "Foolish. They can't hold out much longer. Pursue them. Do not let them escape." The throng surged forward, chasing her down. The Sunflower Gatling was activated, its firepower unleashed. Once outside its effective range, Wen Lan initiated the Sunflower Gatling. It expanded dramatically, stunning the group of Japanese wanderers into a halt, though this only served to enhance her aim. Run, run. In a mere minute, she had dispatched a significant portion of the adversaries, prompting those trailing behind to turn tail and flee. Rabbit had already been waiting at the entrance, and together with Wen Lan, they eliminated the remaining Japanese wanderers, preventing any from re-entering the villa. The ground was littered with the fallen. The next wave would likely be less gullible. Regardless, once they ventured out, they would secure the entrance to prevent any from re-entering. The mobility of the Sunflower Gatling was somewhat lacking, so Wen Lan quickly resupplied its ammunition, and she and Rabbit prepared for the next wave of enticement. They would lure out any group exceeding 50. Those fewer would be met with further combat. After deceiving 2 more waves, the enemy ceased to take the bait. Approximately 250 had perished, and with the Sunflower Gatling out of firepower, Wen Lan ceased her luring and engaged directly in combat alongside Rabbit. Exhaustion was setting in, and they were on the verge of collapse, prompting the use of items for respite. Wen Lan surrounded herself with a ring of spiked traps and snares, granting them a brief moment to catch their breath. Her arms ached, her stamina waned rapidly, and she had even sustained a cut on her back from an enemy's strike. Fortunately, her protective scales had only allowed her clothing to be torn, and yet fewer than 100 foes remained. "Who dares to act recklessly before me? Yamada Kojiro, and has slain so many of my subordinates." A middle-aged man, coiffed with a topknot, showing signs of a receding hairline, and clad in wooden sandals, rushed out from the inner room. His timing was impeccable. Had he delayed any longer, his men would have been annihilated. "Captain Yamada, the enemy is overwhelmingly formidable, wielding many peculiar weapons, and our casualties are grievous. Yet their strength is nearly depleted. We await your decisive blow." Upon Kojiro's emergence, it appeared that the Japanese wanderers had found their backbone and gathered around him. Rabbit. In an instant, Rabbit transformed into her heroic persona, launching a skill towards Kojiro. This had been their premeditated strategy. They had conserved their strength, refraining from using skills, biding their time for the boss to appear, and the proximity of the minions made it an opportune moment. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Lan hurled a hallucinogenic mushroom, incapacitating Kojiro. With a carefully prepared poison dart soaked in the venom of a giant python, she aimed directly for his chest. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying LV-4 Japanese squad leader. Gaining experience 20. Taking advantage of Rabbit still being in her heroic state, they swiftly dispatched the remaining Japanese wanderers. Congratulations to the player on successfully leveling up. The experience of over 400 individuals was sufficient for her to ascend to level 2. Player, Wen Lan level, LV2 321 4000, Strength 11.5. You are now capable of wielding a knife. Stamina 9.5. You can endure a little longer. Agility 7.6. Your speed is barely acceptable. Congratulations to Tuji on successfully leveling up. Race, Rabbit hero name, Tuji weapon, carrot knife. This knife, capable of slicing through iron, has unexpectedly emanated a trace of water spiritual energy. Could this indicate a dual path of physical and magical combat? Bound partner, Wen Lan talent ability, knife skill mastery, costs 5 stamina to execute once. Form 1, Rabbit hero, costs 10 stamina to enter Rabbit hero status, gaining 20 strength and 20 agility. Lasting for 10 minutes. Skills, Whirlwind Knife Technique talent level, SSS level, LV2, experience 209 4000, strength 2020 stamina, 2020 agility, 2020 mental power, 60-20, there is indeed a chance to pursue a dual path of physical and magical combat. Tuji did not acquire any new skills during this level up. Only her attributes were enhanced. Congratulations to the player on successfully completing the task and being able to submit it. Wen Lan gazed upon the myriad of corpses scattered around, feeling a twinge of regret. Although they were easier to slay than monsters, they could not be disassembled, leaving no additional surprises. Suddenly, a glimmer of blue emanating from Kojiro's chest captured her attention. Wen Lan approached, using her knife to part his clothing, revealing a blood-stained book. Picking it up, she wiped the blood from its surface, discovering it was a manual on knife techniques, for which a letter slipped out. Chapter 39. Receiving the reward. Wen Lan opened the letter, its script resembling Japanese. Although some characters bore a close resemblance to traditional Chinese, the meaning eluded her. She tucked the letter away and opened the manual, discovering a sword technique named Breaking the Waves. This method, designed for dual-wielding blades, promised to unleash the full potential of her attacks, each move characterized by formidable power. This was precisely what she needed, as the manual was richly illustrated and well-suited for a novice like her, who had never learned any techniques. However, the manual contained only one technique, suggesting that others likely resided in the hands of the Eastern Wanderers. After placing the manual back into her spatial backpack, she drove back to submit her mission report. Most of her supplies had been depleted, leaving her with only 2 poisonous mushrooms, but fortunately, she had completed the task. When Wen Lan picked up the young women, they finally emerged from their astonishment. They had not anticipated such a smooth progression, especially given that their adversary boasted over 400 members. Even the great landlord had prepared a VIP card for her, bracing for failure. Wow, this chair is incredibly comfortable, like sitting in cotton. What is this? Why does it emit light without fire, and yet is not hot? Huh? This tree, despite not being planted in soil, appears so vibrant, with its fruits looking exceptionally fresh. Although they remained somewhat incredulous, their attention was soon captivated by Wen Lan's vehicle. Even though over 30 individuals were crammed together, they chattered incessantly throughout the journey. Ignoring their queries was easier than responding, as each answer would lead to several more questions, many of which she found difficult to clarify, prompting her to fall silent. The RV halted at the entrance of the manor, revealing a scene strewn with corpses through the windows. The women felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. They no longer had to hide and could finally return home. Chun Tao, please arrange for the young ladies to be settled, Wen Lan instructed. Miss Wen, could you accompany me to the reception room? Certainly, Wen Lan replied, her excitement palpable. At last, was she about to receive her reward for the mission? The great landlord whispered a few words to the young woman beside him, then led Wen Lan into the manor. The reception room appeared somewhat disheveled, with chairs and tables overturned. Wen Lan assisted the landlord in righting a chair before taking a seat herself. I apologize, Miss Wen. The current circumstances of the manor are rather unusual, and I hope you can overlook any shortcomings in hospitality. It's quite all right, Wen Lan reassured him, noting the landlord's upright posture and composed demeanor even in such disarray, silently taking mental notes to learn from him. At that moment, a young woman clad in a green cloak entered, carrying a small box, which she placed on the table beside the landlord. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with recognition. Could that be for me? It must be my reward. Upon witnessing Wen Lan's expression, the great landlord couldn't help but chuckle, and his tone softened as he addressed her. Miss Wen, this is your token of appreciation. He raised his hand to open the box, revealing its contents. Inside lay a vial and an egg. Miss Wen, this potion was developed by my sister. It is beneficial for strengthening the body and clearing the meridians, particularly advantageous for practitioners of martial arts. Simply place a single pill into the bathtub each day and soak for a quarter of an hour. Quite splendid. It suits me perfectly. This egg was brought back by my husband from Ponlai. It is said to be an egg of the azure-winged golden eagle. This majestic eagle is imbued with spirit and possesses remarkable speed. Its claws and beak are extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through the fur of animals, and its attacking prowess is formidable. Furthermore, it is rumored that upon reaching maturity, it can carry a person aloft. I see that Miss Wen has taken quite a liking to this adorable creature. as she has taken such good care of the little rabbit that has remained by her side. After much contemplation, I believe this gift is most befitting for you. Rabbit, I'm adorable. Golden eagle, I'm not charming? Thank you, esteemed leader of the manor. I truly cherish these gifts, as they suit me splendidly. Indeed, these two items have touched her heart, and she joyfully accepted them. Congratulations to the player for defeating the Eastern Barbarian and successfully reclaiming the manor, earning the reward, a bottle of body refining elixir and an azure-winged golden eagle egg. Acquired the title expert in resisting the Woku, which grants 1 strength, 1 stamina, and 1 agility. When facing Eastern Barbarians, enters a state of defiance, granting 3 strength, 3 stamina, and 3 agility. A new title has been triggered, directly enhancing attributes. The Eastern Barbarians are indeed commendable. They offer her experience and titles. She must live up to this honor. Miss Wen, may I handle these weapons from the Eastern Barbarians? The materials used in these weapons are rather unique, and I would like to entrust them to my husband for study. In return, I can allow you to select any weapon from my husband's repository. The leader's words brought Wen Lan's thoughts back to the present. If you require these weapons, please take them. I have my own channels for acquiring weapons, and they are quite satisfactory. Securing weapons is not particularly challenging nowadays. The difficulty lies in their usage, as they do not inflict damage as severe as that of firearms. Moreover, possessing so many blades would be of no use to me. So it is also a good deed to do a favor. Oh, Miss Wen, might I see your weapon? The leader of the manor appeared intrigued. Wen Lan retrieved a long knife from her spatial pouch and presented it to the leader. The leader was momentarily taken aback by the weapon that seemingly materialized in Wen Lan's hand. Indeed, Miss Wen is impressive. She can even procure such legendary spatial items. It seems my gifts may pale in comparison. No. Wen Lan hastily waved her hand. This long knife is indeed remarkable. The material of the blade is quite extraordinary, with a faint glimmer emanating from the edge, making its sharpness hard to overlook. The leader praised, examining Wen Lan's long knife closely. However, while this knife is good, it is not the finest. I can see that it has already undergone a forging process, have I not? Wen Lan's heart stirred. She had indeed upgraded it recently. You can discern that? Yes, it was indeed forged and upgraded recently. This forging technique is indeed exquisite. However, no matter how skilled the technique, it can only enhance the weapon's sharpness and durability, not grant it life. What do you mean? Wen Lan was astonished. Is this a survival game turned mystical? Could it possibly forge a weapon spirit, transcending and transforming? The commonplace method of forging merely enhances the weapon itself. However, there exists a unique forging technique that can imbue weapons with enchantments, bestowing upon them extraordinary power. Although she had not yet reached the realm of immortality, Wen Lan was nonetheless profoundly intrigued. Having dabbled in games herself, she understood that enchantments could significantly augment a weapon's prowess. Esteemed master of the forge, may I inquire where one might enchant a weapon? My husband manages a renowned forging estate, and he possesses the very skill you seek. I shall pen you a letter of recommendation, and upon your arrival at my husband's estate, he will assist you in reforging your weapon. However, do bear in mind that the newly forged weapon cannot be treated in the same manner as before. Thank you ever so much, Master of the Forge. It is all too clear which option is superior. The Master of the Forge returned the long sword to Wen Lan, then took the pen and paper prepared by the woman in the green cloak, commencing to write the letter of recommendation, sealing it with a peculiar stamp. The emblem bore a resemblance to that on the VIP card, a circular design composed of various elements, somewhat perplexing to decipher. After handing the letter to Wen Lan, she expressed her intent to take her leave. She had been gazing at the spatial ring for quite some time. Lingering any longer would render her unable to depart. Miss Wen, I regret that our estate is not well equipped to host you at this time. My third sister has also been quite startled. Once we are settled, I shall extend an invitation for you to enjoy the hot springs. By then, my second sister will have returned, and I shall introduce you to them. Very well. I shall take my leave now. There is no need for you to see me off. With that, she hastily stowed her belongings into her spatial backpack and turned to depart. Initially, she walked at a leisurely pace, but soon she broke into a run. Congratulations, player, for leaving the Warm Springs estate. We welcome you to visit again next time. Chapter 40. The underfed carnivorous flower baby after leaving the platform. Wen Lan did not rush to continue her journey, as she had yet to thoroughly examine the rewards she had just acquired. The body refinement pill was clearly described, requiring no further inspection. As for the azure-winged golden eagle egg, a flying combat pet capable of carrying a passenger when fully matured. The conditions for hatching the azure-winged golden eagle are exceptionally stringent. It necessitates constant companionship, a daily story, and 100 gentle caresses. After 7 days, hatching is expected. Should it fail, the fault lies with the caretaker. Despite its fierce reputation as the ruler of the skies upon maturity, it is indeed quite the pampered darling in its infancy. Wen Lan was taken aback by the peculiar hatching method of the azure-winged golden eagle. Yet she deemed it manageable. She had yet to utilize the leather pouch she had received earlier, which was quite spacious. She retrieved it from her wardrobe, placed some bread cotton inside, and gently nestled the egg atop the cotton, securing it with a button. Although the leather pouch was not overly large, it was more than adequate for accommodating an egg of such size, and it hung comfortably across her body. The Grandmaster's letter of recommendation. Carrying this letter will lead you to the appropriate destination. Given the authority of the writer, you may present this letter to specific individuals to articulate your reasonable requests, and they will undoubtedly assist you. However, the outcome ultimately depends on your own exploration. It appeared that this letter functioned similarly to the previous pouch, acting as a ticket to guide her to designated platforms, albeit this one seemed to carry more weight. The sanitary pads she had crafted were ready and had been placed on the trading post. The bread cotton hanging at the trading post had been successfully traded, netting her 4 teaching tool upgrade cards, and she currently possessed 6 vehicle upgrade cards. After inspecting the eggs and seedlings to confirm their healthy growth, Wen Lan set out to cover the mileage for the month. She started her vehicle several times, only to find herself spinning in place. After a brief pause, a layer of snow had already settled atop the hood of her car. She alighted to assess the situation, discovering that the snowfall was quite heavy, with the snow on the ground exceeding the front of her vehicle's minimum height, causing it to become ensnared in the snow. After clearing some snow from in front of her car with a broom, she laid 2 wooden boards beneath the tires and climbed back inside to start the engine. The wheels gradually pressed onto the boards, and with a slight acceleration, she emerged from the snowdrift. Wen Lan dared not stop. With such significant snowfall, she feared that a moment's inattention might lead to being buried again. She carefully controlled her speed and drove cautiously. She refrained from stopping to open any crates along the way, prioritizing her mileage instead, and fortunately, the path was lined with wooden boxes. After roughly 3 hours of driving, the system notified her that more plants were ready for harvest, prompting her to finally halt the vehicle, having covered approximately 90 kilometers that afternoon. Today's total mileage amounted to only 170 kilometers, bringing her cumulative distance to 700 kilometers, leaving her 700 kilometers shy of her monthly goal. The carnivorous flower has matured. Would you like to harvest it? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have successfully harvested the carnivorous flower, gaining a combat pet. Carnivorous flower. The carnivorous flower, combat pet. The unfortunate child has never been fully nourished throughout its growth. At long last, a multitude of mice rushed towards it, its mouth agape, yet thwarted by an invisible barrier. The anguish of witnessing food, yet being unable to partake, was unbearable. It yearned fervently for a pair of liberated legs, enabling it to stride forth and indulge in the feast before it. Its legs could accompany its creator to any destination, as long as it could satiate its hunger. Its belly had the capacity to contain a mountain. If it were not starved, it might even consider lending it to you for a time. Its teeth were razor-sharp, its saliva paralyzing, and its gastric acid potent, capable of effortlessly shredding any prey and digesting swiftly. It would assist you in overcoming any peril, but please offer the remains as recompense. After reading the introduction, Wen Lan felt a pang of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that the carnivorous flower baby had never been full, leading to its introduction being solely focused on the need for sustenance. The petite carnivorous plant stood at the height of her calves, its blossoms strikingly magnificent, large and vibrant, with petals as soft as silk, albeit somewhat thick and elastic. Within its center, a few sharp fangs peeked out, and she could faintly see the tendrils writhing within. Its root structure appeared rather slender, no thicker than her thumb, and beyond that, the two diverging roots became even finer, truly supporting its upright stance. On the main stem, two large leaves were engaged, one clutching Wen Lan's trousers while the other was stuffed into its mouth, giving it an air of foolishness. Was the carnivorous flower baby hungry? Wen Lan gently caressed its petals and retrieved a pound of beef jerky from her spatial backpack. Take your time, baby. Let us first fill our stomachs, and later, I shall procure you more for dinner. The flower baby wrapped the jerky in its leaves and directly thrust it into its mouth, barely chewing, not even performing the act of swallowing. The sudden expansion of its mouth startled Wen Lan, as she distinctly observed the tendrils curling around the jerky being drawn inside. So much, so long, was it truly consumed in one bite? Sweetheart, we can take our time with meals. Only then can we savor the delectable flavors. If you gulp it down, wouldn't you miss out on the taste? Hurry and finish the snack, for it will soon vanish. We are not in haste. Eat slowly. You could also store some in your space, and when hunger strikes, you can enjoy it directly. Wen Lan divided the beef jerky, offering a piece to the carnivorous flower. The little plant extended its leaves and began to nibble on the jerky slowly, seemingly relishing the joy of tasting something delightful, its petals quivering with excitement. She instructed the flower baby to store the remaining jerky on the table in its spatial pocket for later. Holding the bunny on her shoulder, Wen Lan raised it before the carnivorous flower, allowing them to gaze at each other. Our adorable carnivorous flower baby, come, allow me to introduce you to another dear companion of ours. This is Sister Bunny. She is quite remarkable, and both she and I will protect you henceforth. To her surprise, Bunny was now also an elder sister. Hello, little carnivorous flower, Bunny said, extending an ear to gently stroke the tiny plant. The flower, in turn, warmly embraced Bunny with great enthusiasm. Referring to it simply as little carnivorous flower was somewhat cumbersome, so Wen Lan decided to bestow upon it a name. How about we call you Wawa? Your flower, Wawa, is both exquisite and formidable. The little carnivorous plant excitedly embraced Wen Lan's calf, nodding vigorously. Wen Lan clicked to view Wawa's information. Species, carnivorous plant, battle companion, name, Wawa skills, flurry of slaps, bite, paralytic venom, internal space. Giant growth strength, 67 stamina, 61 100, related to satiety. Agility, 31. The disparity between agility and strength is quite significant. No wonder those two legs appear incapable of swift movement. Nevertheless, it undoubtedly surpasses one's own abilities by a considerable margin. Chapter 41. The Lily of the Valley Shield, binding the carnivorous flower as a battle pet. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance. The shy little carnivorous flower nuzzled against Wen Lan's calf affectionately. I sent a private message to the esteemed chef, Xiao Fugu, requesting his assistance in preparing all the remaining beef at once. Today, it is imperative that the little flower enjoys a hearty meal. Afterwards, I shall take it upon myself to cook, as the household has grown increasingly lively, and it would be inconsiderate to continually trouble others. I also arranged for a craftsman to custom-make a bathing tub, incurring a cost of 1 point. Lily of the Valley has matured. Shall I harvest it? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have successfully harvested the Lily of the Valley, granting you the Lily of the Valley Shield. Lily of the Valley Shield. The creator's vehicle appears perilously fragile. A mere touch could damage it, and it may become sullied with dirt, which the fastidious little lily cannot abide. Upon activating the Lily of the Valley Shield, it shall safeguard your vehicle from peril while simultaneously shielding it from outside dust, rain, and snow. Each lily flower constitutes a protective barrier. Once all the lilies fade, the shield shall vanish. You may replenish the shield's energy using energy stones. How considerate! The lilies are resplendent, their pink blossoms cascading in a row. Upon counting, there are a total of 31 delicate flowers. Shall the Lily of the Valley Shield be bound to the vehicle? Once bound, it cannot be altered. Bind. Binding successful. Placement is now possible. Wen Lan placed the lilies near the driver's seat, ensuring that the sight of the exquisite blooms would elevate her spirits while driving. Placement successful. Shall the shield be activated? Yes. The safety of the vehicle is now assured. In the vacant flower pot, I planted dandelion seeds and morning glory seeds, consuming 1 unit of ordinary soil. Having 1 remaining ordinary flower pot, I decided to use it to plant the final seed, mint. Currently, the materials remaining include 1 unit of primary soil, 1 unit of primary hydroponic nutrient solution, and 2 units of ordinary soil. Dandelion seed maturation time, 96:00:00. Remaining planting attempts for the flower pot, 3. Remaining usage for the soil, 3. Morning glory seed maturation time, 2400 hours, 00. Remaining planting attempts for the flower pot, 3. Remaining usage for the soil, 0. Mint seed maturation time, 2400 hours, 00. Has this talent material vanished after the novice period? I have yet to encounter it thus far. Dinner from Chef Xiao Fugu and the craftsman's bathing tub have both arrived. Due to the generous portions, the meal is rather simple, primarily consisting of roasted meat and steak, all thoughtfully cut into small pieces for her convenience. To balance the richness, Wen Lan also prepared some lemon soda and mint soda. The little carnivorous flower lacked a cup, but fortuitously, I had received 2 portable water cups previously. I offered one to the little flower, which it adored. The cup features a slanted strap, and it immediately slung it across its petals, occasionally opening the straw to sip. Fortunately, the cup is not overly large, as I feared it might crush it. What if it could no longer grow tall in the future? The little carnivorous flower continues to eat heartily, with grease coating its leaves. Flower, we have time now. Dining should be a leisurely enjoyment. Eating too quickly robs us of the pleasure of the meal. Wen Lan, holding the towel she had previously discarded, wiped her hands and presented a wooden fork to the little carnivorous flower. Here, dear flower, use this fork to impale the meat and then place it into your mouth. But do remember not to consume the fork itself, as it is our sole utensil. Demonstrating the act, the small carnivorous flower mimicked her actions splendidly, earning praise from both Wen Lan and 2G. Observing the little flower relishing its meal, Wen Lan and 2G found themselves indulging a bit more than intended, ultimately succumbing to the delightful excess. It occurred to Wen Lan that if the little carnivorous flower were to become a competitive eater, it would undoubtedly achieve great fame. With the battleground now featuring only the flower, nearly 30 pounds of beef lay before it. Were it not for the flower's still insufficient satiety, Wen Lan might have suspected she was force-feeding it. The little carnivorous flower sat at the table, surrounded by towering heaps of meat. It seemed to revel in the joy of dining, taking bites of meat and sipping soda with evident satisfaction. 2G remained by its side, but Wen Lan, feeling overly full, stood to alleviate her discomfort. Once the flower had devoured all the meat, its satiety level finally peaked at 99 out of 100, astonishingly not quite full. Despite its petite appearance, this little creature certainly had an impressive appetite. Wen Lan instructed 2G to take the flower on a tour of the camper van, introducing it to its companions along the way. Meanwhile, she retreated to the bathroom to prepare for a medicinal bath. The bathroom was just spacious enough for a bathtub, and remarkably, the artisan had crafted a foldable tub. It even featured a seating area. How considerate! Wen Lan filled the tub with water from the shower and tossed in a medicinal tablet. The tablet resembled a piece of candy, but upon dissolving, it transformed the water into a clear green liquid, emitting a faint herbal aroma. After placing her changed pajamas and an egg on the toilet seat, she slipped into the bath. Initially, Wen Lan felt little sensation and began to question the tablet's efficacy, pondering if some form of stimulation was necessary to indicate its effectiveness. She had mentally prepared herself, having read in novels and seen in dramas that such potions often incite excruciating pain, cleansing one's very essence, leading to rebirth. The body would be coated in a thick, foul-smelling mud, and once washed away, one would emerge transformed, no longer simply white, but powerful. However, the bath was rather pleasant. She felt herself unwinding. Submerging fully and closing her eyes, she began to savor the moment. Before long, she felt somewhat restless. At this juncture, some music, a show, or perhaps a scented candle would elevate the bathing experience. 2G. Flower. Come here, please. It's too dull alone. I need some entertainment. What is the matter, sister? 2G inquired, opening the bathroom door, the little flower curiously peering in beside it. Dewey. Let's put on a little show. I'll teach you to sing, and Flower can dance. Wen Lan exclaimed with anticipation. If expressions could materialize, they would surely be adorned with numerous large question marks. However, 2G declined the invitation, remaining steadfast as a stoic swordsman, indifferent to song and revelry, preferring silence instead. Undeterred, Wen Lan quickly devised another plan. How about I tell you a story? I'm quite adept at storytelling. After all, the carved egg requires a tale each day, so we can accomplish this together. Rabbit and Flower were quite enchanted and immediately expressed their agreement, settling down to listen to the story. In a humble little town, there lived a charming young girl who, disliking the act of washing her hair, donned a hat every time she ventured outside. Due to their meager means, she could only afford a gray hat, and thus everyone affectionately referred to her as Little Gray Hat. One day, Little Gray Hat set off to deliver steamed buns to her grandmother. Rabbit inquired, "Where's steamed buns? Are they delicious?" To which she replied, "Steamed buns are a different kind of bread." She was unsure how to explain it to Rabbit. She had seen steamed buns before and presumed they must be tasty. Little Gray Hat's grandmother resided deep within the forest, and to reach her, Little Gray Hat would have to confront the wild beasts that inhabited it. Rabbit asked, "Is Little Gray Hat very skilled? Is she a warrior?" Little Gray Hat did not possess martial prowess, but she had her own clever methods. With a swift motion, she removed her hat before each beast that sought to devour her, causing them to recoil in disgust, too repulsed to approach her. Eventually, she and her grandmother joyfully enjoyed their steamed buns together. Rabbit exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. However, I have yet to finish the tale." Because Little Gray Hat had not washed her hands before removing her hat, flakes of dandruff and fleas fell onto the steamed buns. After finishing their meal, both she and her grandmother suffered from severe stomach ailments. Rabbit's eyes widened in shock, and his ears perked up. "Do you know what this story teaches us?" he asked. "One must wash their hands, avoid getting dirty, and cherish cleanliness. Filthy things should not be consumed." Flower nodded in agreement from his side. "Excellent. You are both so clever." Wen Lan felt a deep sense of storytelling talent within herself, marveling at the effectiveness of her narrative. Chapter 42. The Carrot Club. As the conversation flowed, time slipped away unnoticed. Wen Lan glanced at herself. She appeared immaculate, devoid of any dirt. Turning her gaze towards the water, she observed no alterations. Could it be ineffective? Oh, no. The scar on her chest had noticeably faded. It must have been beneficial. Upon exiting the restroom, she realized the day had turned to night. She opened the chat channel she hadn't paid much attention to throughout the day, only to discover a drop of over 1,000 participants. What could have happened? In such a vast chat channel, the number of active participants was remarkably low. Survival Group 66. Why has our district suddenly lost so many members? ISNT. The event scheduled for tomorrow. Pure Love Warrior. Today, someone triggered a large-scale multiplayer event with 1,000 participants. The idea was that with so many people, mutual support would be ensured, but everyone ended up absent. Survival Group 66. What kind of event is this? So perilous? Pure Love Warrior. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Only that it's called Hide and Seek and was triggered at the orphanage station. It doesn't occur every time. Let us luck. I had no idea it was so dangerous. Not a single soul showed up. If I didn't dislike dealing with children, I might have almost participated. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. I was also considering signing up. The rewards were enticing, including talent materials and spatial stones. However, I registered too late. When Lan's thoughts began to stir, it seemed that station events could yield talent materials, albeit with a high risk factor. I love eating mushrooms. I feel the same way. I really wanted that spatial stone, but I couldn't secure a spot. After all, how could someone like me, always on the waiting list, stand out among nearly 100,000 people? Fortunately, I didn't get in, otherwise I wouldn't have made it out. Let us luck. When will you trigger an event? I'd definitely join you, huh? Craftsman, same here. Survival group, 6-6, I'll do my best. Wen Lan also aspired to participate in a station event. It would likely yield unique rewards. The carrot has matured. Would you like to harvest it? She almost forgot that the carrot was ripe today. She eagerly anticipated little carrot. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining the carrot club. A burst of white light enveloped her, and the carrot from the soil appeared in her hand. It resembled a regular carrot, only larger and thicker, lacking any foliage. Had she not heard the system prompt, she might have mistaken it for something edible. Carrot club, weapon. This fragrant and sweet carrot was born to be consumed. Yet it, Niohu Lu carrot defies fate and rebrands itself. Now, it remains just as fragrant and sweet, but dare to eat it, and your teeth shall shatter. The nearby carnivorous flower is the same. It boasts formidable resilience, impervious to blades and firearms. It features an automatic targeting function. When thrown, it will automatically lock onto enemies and deliver a crushing blow. It's a remarkably powerful club. For other functionalities, please develop them yourself. What is the matter with the carrot family? This marks the second weapon already. Would you like to bind the carrot club as your own weapon? Wen Lan hesitated. Her long blade had served her well, and she had recently unlocked a fragment of a secret technique, albeit incomplete. Suddenly, I felt a tug on my trouser leg. Looking down, I saw Hua Hua, one leaf grasping my leg while the other pointed toward a carrot, then back at itself. To ensure I understood, it gestured once more toward the rabbit's carrot. Do you desire this weapon? Hua Hua nodded affirmatively. It seemed she had noticed the rabbit's carrot and wished for one of her own. I handed the carrot headpiece to Hua Hua, which fit her perfectly. She swiftly wrapped her leaf around it, struck an attack pose, and then, astonishingly, stuffed it into her mouth. To my astonishment, she was rewarded with a tooth lost to the carrot, collapsing in pain upon the ground. Before I could offer any comfort, the rabbit chastised her with its ears, exclaiming, "Didn't my sister just tell us not to eat random things? Why do you shove everything into your mouth?" Hua Hua, feeling wronged, closed her petals tightly. I rushed forward to console her. "Open your petals. Let me see your teeth. Does it still hurt?" Obediently, Hua Hua revealed her sharp teeth, now missing one, appearing somewhat comical. I struggled to suppress a laugh. This is not food. It is a weapon, quite formidable, capable of knocking out your teeth. How impressive. Moreover, the rabbit's carrot is also a weapon, not for eating. It can fight alongside you, as a partner. Do you still want it? Instantly, Hua Hua clutched the carrot headpiece tightly, nodding vigorously. After this, will you still indiscriminately stuff things into your mouth? She shook her head emphatically. It appeared that Hua Hua had learned her lesson this time. I shall entrust this carrot headpiece to you. You must protect it well, for it will safeguard you in return. You are partners now. Hua Hua nodded, rubbing her petals against the carrot headpiece. Would you like to bind the carrot headpiece to the battle pet Hua Hua? Yes. Binding successful. Hua Hua was quite fond of this weapon, yet holding it with one hand proved somewhat awkward, causing her to lose balance. As her frame was still slender compared to the carrot, I pondered a moment and privately messaged Heart Bigger Than a Needle's Eye, seeking assistance in crafting a weapon holder for Hua Hua, which would allow her to carry it without hindering her movements. Upon receiving my request, Heart Bigger Than a Needle's, I promptly replied with an affirmative, expressing no need for compensation, suggesting that just a bit of scrap fabric would suffice. Give me 2 minutes, and I shall have it ready. Before long, the weapon holder arrived, a small crossbody pouch with a hidden clasp. The strap just the right length to fit through Hua Hua's 2 leaves, allowing it to rest upon her. The pouch was perfectly sized to accommodate a carrot, secured with a button. It even featured a painted small red flower, which Hua Hua adored. She cast aside her water cup, eager to don the pouch first. After fastening the pouch, she glanced back at her water cup, hesitating as she yearned for the fizzy drink, ultimately reaching for it and stuffing it into her mouth. I was taken aback, quickly intervening. Didn't we just discuss not shoving things into your mouth? Hua Hua, how could you eat your water cup? Hua Hua looked at me, opened her mouth, and promptly expelled the cup. Wen Lan stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, as she watched Hua Hua playfully grasp a water cup, only to hastily empty its contents once more, reveling in the amusement. Eventually, Wen Lan recalled that Hua Hua possessed an inner space. All right, Hua Hua, let's cease this frolic instead. You should place the water cup within your space for safekeeping. Should you find yourself devoid of soda, summon me to refill it. Hua nodded thoughtfully, and after a brief moment, retrieved the cup again. With the tip of a leaf, she gently tapped the cup, indicating that it was not yet full, and requested Wen Lan to replenish it. Wen Lan was left both amused and exasperated, thus resignedly refilling the cup with soda. Afterward, Hua bowed gracefully to Wen Lan, displaying a commendable sense of politeness. Chapter 43. The first battle of Hua and the Carrot Club. Another flower pot has become vacant, leaving only carrot and tomato seeds. The tomatoes I planted on the terrace have already borne small fruit. They should be ready to harvest soon. Perhaps I shall plant tomatoes this time. Consuming one tomato seed grants a countdown to maturity of 48,000, with 14 uses remaining for the flower pot and 4 uses for the soil. It seems the more advanced the item, the greater the number of uses. The dandelion has returned from its travels and is now resting in its vase. Hua is quite curious about this new companion, poking it repeatedly with her tiny leaves, while the dandelion can only dodge back and forth. Bunny quickly intervenes, urging Hua to settle down. Wen Lan opens her spatial backpack, eagerly anticipating the gift brought by the dandelion. The previous 2 gifts had delighted her. She wonders what this one might be. Is that a daisy? Has it picked a flower to present to her? Wen Lan retrieves the daisy from her backpack, and the previously calm dandelion suddenly becomes animated, shifting within the vase to make room for the daisy. Is it eager to be near the daisy? Wen Lan tentatively places the daisy into the vase, and the dandelion promptly scoots over to nuzzle against it. Is it trying to find companionship? However, the daisy lacks roots. It may not survive for long. Initially, she thought this daisy might be extraordinary, perhaps a magical entity, but the system's description reveals it to be merely an ordinary daisy. Wen Lan pours a bit of water inside, pondering whether frequently changing the water might prolong its life. The nighttime monsters are arriving rather late this evening. It is nearly 8 o'clock, and there is still no sign of them. Wen Lan decides to retreat to the pumpkin house to study her martial arts manuals. Though she lacks experience in learning martial arts, she assumes that mimicking the illustrations should suffice. Following the diagrams, Wen Lan practices diligently, while Bunny practices wielding a knife. And Hua imitates Bunny. One wields a carrot knife, and the other a carrot club, creating a scene of delightful harmony. They continue practicing until around 10 o'clock. And as Wen Lan prepares for bed, the nighttime monsters have yet to appear. Glancing at the chat channel, she finds that others are in a similar situation, with some speculating whether the nighttime monsters have been cancelled, though most dismiss this idea. Regardless, Wen Lan resolves to sleep first. Waiting indefinitely would be too exhausting. She feels conflicted about where Hua should sleep, but Hua immediately sets her sights on the sunflower root pillow, declaring that she can sleep anywhere as long as there is a pillow. Very well, the bed is quite spacious. If necessary, they can expand it later. Today, there is also a task to touch the egg 100 times. She cradles the egg in her arms, counting as she touches it, persevering until she has counted to 100 before drifting into a deep sleep. She sleeps soundly until awakened at 3 a.m. by the commotion outside. The monsters outside dare not approach the nightshade lantern, hindered by the protective shield, yet they are exceedingly noisy, as if their roars could kill. Despite the baby carnivorous plant just having been born, it possesses quite the temper and is now charging outside with an object in tow. Wen Lan quickly follows, not even changing out of her pajamas, fearing it might get hurt due to its inexperience. As Wen Lan rushed outside, she failed to notice the deep snow that had accumulated. The moment her foot sank into it, she was engulfed, falling into the white expanse and creating a human-shaped indentation. "Sister, are you all right?" Tubby stood at the doorway, hesitant to descend, for if it jumped down, it would truly be lost. "I'm fine," Wen Lan replied, awkwardly rising and brushing the snow off her clothes. She quickly returned to the car to fetch a coat. The cold was unbearable. The battle outside had already commenced. Hua unleashed a spray from her mouth. No, it was not merely saliva, but rather a paralyzing venom, causing the movements of the 4 nocturnal monsters to become momentarily stiff. Hua hurled a carrot-headed sledge at the farthest creature, which automatically locked onto its target without the need for aiming. Meanwhile, She unleashed a series of slaps upon the nearest monster, the sound of which drowned out the beast's roars. After delivering a blow with the sledge, it returned to Hua Hua's grip, who then proceeded to hammer the heads of the other two monsters in a manner reminiscent of a whack-a-mole game. Congratulations, player! You have successfully slain LV2 Nocturnal Monsters 4, earning experience 40. Tubi 249-4000, Wen Lan 361-4000. Wen Lan was astounded by Hua Hua's combat prowess. However, unlike Tubi, Hua Hua could not level up. Was this the distinction between a combat pet and a companion? Seeing that the raucous monsters that had disturbed her slumber were now subdued, Hua Hua dashed over to Wen Lan, clinging to her leg and whimpering. She pointed her sledge at the fallen monsters, as if chastising them for interrupting her rest. All right, Hua Hua, they are no longer a threat to your sleep. You were truly magnificent just now, and your coordination with the sledge was exceptional. Suddenly, Wen Lan recalled something from Hua Hua's introduction. It seemed that the creatures she had slain were meant to be consumed. Hua Hua, do you wish to eat these monsters? Hua Hua nodded and shook her head simultaneously, gesturing to the carcasses and then to her own teeth, mimicking the action of devouring something before lying down as if lifeless. Wen Lan watched in confusion until Tubi provided clarity. Hua Hua stated that one should not eat indiscriminately, as it could lead to broken teeth or worse. Oh, I see. Then let us decompose them instead. Upon hearing Wen Lan's words, although Hua Hua did not fully grasp the concept of decomposition, she felt as if her meat might fly away, hastily grasping Wen Lan. She produced a fork used for her dinner that evening, and mimicked the action of spearing meat and then placing it into her mouth. This time, Wen Lan comprehended. Hua Hua desired the cooked meat from that evening. A sudden realization struck Wen Lan. Had she perhaps overcorrected herself? It seemed she had inadvertently added a considerable burden upon herself. What was she to do now? Would she have to decompose everything on her own? The thought overwhelmed her. If this were to become a regular task, it would be exceedingly burdensome, akin to digging a deep pit for herself. The system was truly a burden. If only it were more generous when it came to decomposing. She would have felt confident suggesting to Hua Hua that the system handle it. Wen Lan donned a new outer garment and lingered over the wolf carcass for quite some time, uncertain where to begin. Ultimately, she decided to sever the hind legs of 8 wolves, and Hua Hua expressed her satisfaction, as it was just enough for a hearty meal. She found herself in a rather gruesome situation, as she was unaccustomed to gutting animals. Typically, her culinary endeavors involved pre-prepared meat, sparing her the sight of blood. With utmost caution, she meticulously removed the fur, leaving behind 8 grotesque wolf legs. She opted to leave the legs outside, treating them as if they were merely being refrigerated. Fortunately, the frigid weather masked the overwhelming scent of blood. The crimson liquid had been absorbed by the snow, which was subsequently blanketed by fresh flakes, rendering the scene less reminiscent of a crime scene. The sight of the 4 carcasses strewn about was indeed unseemly, prompting her to experiment with the system to see if it could decompose the remains. To her surprise, it worked. However, this time, not a single hair remained, and she decided to treat it as refuse. The rabbits, still relatively clean, returned to their resting place, for the young ones needed their sleep to support their growth. Unfortunately, due to her inexperience, she had managed to get blood splattered all over herself and would need to tidy up. Chapter 44. Is it only the 5th day, and already there is no escape? As Wen Lan finished her preparations, dawn was approaching, and the snow outside had accumulated to a depth that rendered driving impossible. She resolved to continue sleeping, confident that by the time she awakened, the chat channel would likely have devised a solution. Upon rousing again, she noted it was already 7:05. Checking the weather, she found it was snowing heavily, with temperatures plummeting to minus 40 degrees Celsius. It was the 5th day of the cold wave, and her mileage goal had been reduced to 30 kilometers, though the target had decreased by 10 kilometers. The road conditions truly made driving unfeasible. Opening the chat channel to glean insights, she discovered a chorus of complaints. Many had decided to abandon any effort. Numerous individuals began sharing pictures of their breakfasts or leisurely lounging about. Wen Lan was skeptical. If everyone were to give up, The survival rate in this region would hardly remain so high. In the chat, someone inquired whether shovels were for sale, suggesting a point exchange at the trading post. Sanitary pads flew off the shelves whenever restocked. Yesterday, combined with the newly added stock, they had garnered 35 points. She now had 212 points. Why buy a shovel? One user asked, is anyone still using shovels as weapons? Should I sponsor you a knife instead? Could it be that someone simply wishes to shovel snow? Another user suggested, do you really need to be so competitive? It's freezing outside, and you want to shovel snow? You're such a buzzkill. We were just discussing taking a day off. I love mushrooms. Chimed in another, you can slack off, but don't hinder others from putting in the effort. I'm secretly shoveling snow too. Haha, big shot. I have an extra shovel to sell you. Wen Lan promptly received a private message from I Love Mushrooms, stating that the artisan had distributed a shovel to each of them for snow removal, and hers should be in the system mail. She was urged to check it immediately. Upon opening the artisan's private message, she indeed found an email awaiting her signature, a wooden shovel. After expressing her gratitude to both the artisan and I Love Mushrooms, she set about preparing breakfast while perusing the chat channel for amusement. Usually, she did not notice, but when it came time to cook, she realized that aside from electric cooker, she had nothing else. Reluctantly, she decided to check the trading post. However, prices were exorbitant. 250 milliliters of cooking oil cost 5 points, and 10 g of salt was 2 points, let alone other seasonings. Ultimately, she begrudgingly purchased only 10 g of salt, suddenly acutely aware of her financial constraints. When she attempted to cook, she discovered that her car's battery was dead, having forgotten to recharge after stopping yesterday. And with her limited use of electricity aside from driving, opportunities were scarce. She inserted a 10-minute unlimited power card and was finally able to use electricity. With the power card plugged in, cooking felt like a stroke of luck. After all, with an unlimited power card as long as conditions allowed, she could recharge as much as possible within those 10 minutes, though her actual usage remained minimal. She managed to prepare a plate of pan-fried wolf meat, spicy stir-fried cured beef, and spicy stewed wolf meat chunks. It was edible, but hardly delectable. Fortunately, the two little ones did not complain and devoured everything. Fully equipped, Wen Lan stepped outside to shovel snow, while 2G cheered her on from inside the car. Hua Hua, however, ventured out to assist her, delivering a series of playful slaps in the snow, nearly burying her before she shooed her back into the vehicle, even clad in a bread-like cotton garment. The biting chill still penetrated through various seams, and fearing that the egg would turn into a frozen one, Wen Lan tucked it into her clothing, using her body warmth to provide solace. Her circumstances were relatively favorable. Others must be enduring far greater hardships. While shoveling snow, Wen Lan opened the chat channel. Arrogant sky. Hee, fortune smiled upon me as I obtained a retractable hammer that can expand to a colossal size. Instead of shoveling snow, I could simply crush it and proceed, though the path is a tad slippery. Heavenly dumpling. Quickly toss the ones upstairs out. I cannot bear such words. Is truly frigid. Wasn't it said that moving would generate warmth? Why do I feel increasingly cold the more I labor? Strawberry boba. You should consider the temperature and the wind. I fear this month-as cycle will bring excruciating cramps. Rabbit's grief. Are you all shoveling snow? How diligent. My mother is elderly, and I worry she cannot endure it. I told her not to shovel, yet seeing everyone else at it, she cannot sit still for a moment. Strawberry boba. If one is able, they should work. If the snow continues to accumulate like this daily, we will struggle to meet our mileage goals. King of Mahjong. As long as we can still labor, we should. Once we enter the game, those minor ailments vanish. Not working is akin to waiting for death. Vividly alive. This game is truly relentless. ISNT, it's supposed to be about survival on the road. This is only the 5th day, and we can no longer drive. The conditions are excessively harsh. What are we to do with another 25 days ahead? Blooming prosperity. Let's take it one day at a time. Proceed slowly, shovel a bit, rest a bit, and avoid succumbing to hypothermia. Completing our daily mileage should not pose a significant issue. Wen Lan, too, alternated between shoveling and resting, striving to avoid prolonged exposure to the cold. In the meantime, she stocked up on all the chili peppers, known for their warming properties. The entire morning was spent shoveling snow, and she had only managed to cover 10 kilometers, leaving her utterly exhausted. She simply boiled some instant noodles and ate them with bread. Although Hua Hua consumed a great deal, she was never picky and was quite easy to care for. The entire afternoon was similarly devoted to the labor of shoveling snow. But fortune favored her as she unearthed 4 wooden boxes and 1 bronze chest. Experience gained: 30 rabbit essence, 279-4000, Wen Lan, 391-4000. The treasure chests belonged to Hua Hua, and the monsters were dispatched by her as well. Primarily, the rabbit essence vanished into the snow, and after such prolonged shoveling, Wen Lan's arms felt utterly fatigued. Hua Hua's luck was quite remarkable. Perhaps it was due to her fondness for food, for all that dropped was sustenance, exhibiting a severe bias. For packets of instant noodles, 3 cans of ham, 3 meat buns, 1 Orleans-style chicken wing, and a 6-inch chocolate cake were retrieved from the bronze chest. Among the 5 encountered monsters, there were 4 rabbits and 1 sheep. Hua Hua voluntarily requested the system to decompose the rabbits, as they resembled the rabbit essence, and she had no desire to consume them. The sheep's carcass was stored in her space. She found it quite adorable, fluffy, and white, and decided to keep it until the time came to prepare it for a meal. The wooden boxes yielded 16 planks, and Hua Hua cherished the bronze chest, stating she wished to store her little secrets within. After shoveling a grueling 30 kilometers, Wen Lan could endure no more. Her arms had lost all sensation. Today would suffice. Survival Group 6-6. In the midst of it all, how is your progress? I love mushrooms. Only 1 kilometer. Pure love warrior. Are you being lazy? How could it only be 1 kilometer? I love mushrooms. Snow shoveling is not suited for me. I am cultivating new mushrooms to pave the way. Let us good luck. Impressive. Just remember the brothers and sisters in the group when the time comes. Craftsman, I have devised a simple snow shoveling device. Though it is still in its infancy and requires manual clearing of the snow within the apparatus. Pure love warrior. What is it? Hurry and show us. The craftsman shared an image in the group, showcasing a shovel resembling an excavator with a substantial capacity, though it must be lifted manually to dispose of the collected snow. In the midst of it all, I feel I lack the strength to lift it. I love mushrooms. So do I. Pure love warrior. Same here. Let us good luck, me too. Craftsman, I'm also working on developing an automatic excavation device, but it is proving to be quite challenging and will require some time. Heart bigger than a needle's. Keep it up, brother. Sell it to the brothers first when it's ready. In the midst of it all, indeed, technology transforms our lives. Keep pushing on. It seems that there are many capable individuals here, and I believe this situation will not last long. Chapter 45, New Members. Is the Morning Glory ready for harvest? Indeed, we have new companions. How exhilarating. Harvest successful. Congratulations, player, for acquiring Morning Glory Broadcast. Morning Glory Broadcast. The Morning Glory is adept at gathering information, swiftly collecting any data within a 100-kilometer radius and disseminating it. Every morning at 5 a.m., it broadcasts the day's events and hidden rules. At 5 p.m., it provides a weather forecast, predicting the temperature and weather for the next 3 days. At other times, it randomly shares any information, so do not miss out. Knowing today's events and rules in advance, Wen Lan feels incredibly fortunate. Her talent is truly exceptional. The Morning Glory broadcast is remarkable. Morning Glory broadcast successfully bound. Please place. Wen Lan positioned it near the entrance of the pumpkin elevator, ensuring she could hear it both upstairs and downstairs, not wanting to miss anything. Unfortunately, the weather forecast time has already passed today. Mint is ready for harvest. Yes. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring mint. This time, she harvested ordinary mint. Yet the properties of mint are quite commendable. She now possesses 2 mint plants, which she arranged together. The mint vanished after use due to being in a standard pot and regular soil. In another pot, she planted tomato seeds, consuming 1 unit of ordinary soil, with a maturation time of 48, 00, 00, and 2 uses remaining for the pot. Hua Hua expressed a desire for dinner featuring the food she obtained from the box, claiming it as her spoils. Undoubtedly delicious. Considering Hua Hua's appetite, Wen Lan prepared all the food obtained in the afternoon, even frying some wolf leg meat to add to the noodles. Wen Lan and Tuji only served themselves a small bowl, accompanied by a meat bun, which was sufficient. Huahua enjoyed eating directly from the pot, relishing the experience of slurping the noodles, finding it quite amusing. Since the chocolate cake was produced by Huahua, she was the one to slice the cake. It was divided into 4 pieces, one for each person, with Huahua insisting on sharing the remaining piece with the other seedlings, ensuring they would not go hungry. Wen Lan felt that Huahua was hinting at her. Tuji took a bite, his ears perked up in surprise at the delightful blend of sweetness and bitterness. Yet it was still exceedingly delicious. Huahua savored each bite, taking small morsels to prolong the flavor. Even divided into 4 pieces, Wen Lan, having just finished dinner, found herself unable to consume it all and wished to share some with Tuji and Huahua. They both declined, believing that such a delectable treat could be saved for later. Sister, would cake be delicious if frozen? Tuji seemed to recall the previously frozen durian. It should be quite good, right? Wen Lan had never tasted frozen cake. If you wish to try, you could save a bit to freeze for later. I have never had frozen cake either. Tuji and Huahua immediately offered their pieces of cake, eager to freeze them right away. The snow around the vehicle had been cleared by Wen Lan, and the protective shield could block the snowflakes, leaving the area quite clean. Although it did not insulate against the cold, it remained quite chilly. Wen Lan placed the cake outside, and after a few minutes brought it in, only to find it had become firm, lacking the softness it once had. However, the taste remained delightful, particularly the cream, which evoked a sensation akin to indulging in ice cream. The 2 little ones found this experience novel and thoroughly enjoyable. Just as they were relishing their treat, a sudden, crisp cracking sound pierced the air. Wen Lan quickly opened her bag to check, and with a sigh of relief, discovered that the eggs inside were intact. But where did that sound originate? A series of bright chirps followed. It was the eggs. Today, in the flurry of shoveling snow, she had overlooked them, not realizing they had begun to hatch. The freshly hatched chicks had yet to open their eyes, their sparse feathers damp and clinging together. Wen Lan gently wiped them with cotton and then carried the nest to the terrace. She soaked some bread in water, unsure if they would eat it. To her surprise, the chicks detected the aroma and feasted heartily, alleviating her worries. In her childhood, she had kept chicks as pets, but for reasons unknown, they tended to perish rapidly, prompting her to refrain from raising pets thereafter. Cautious not to overfeed them, she stored the remaining food and poured some water, allowing the chicks to explore on their own. With the arrival of the chicks, Wen Lan's evening training sessions involved leaving the terrace door open, facing it during her practice to keep a watchful eye on the little ones. Huahua was intrigued by the new addition, sitting beside the chicks and observing their antics. The night's monsters arrived unusually early as darkness fell. Besides 3 wolves, 2 eagles also appeared, persistently interrupting her battles and consuming much of her time. Fortunately, Huahua assisted her in managing the pressure. However, the 2 eagles proved cunning, soaring high above, invisible in the darkness, occasionally swooping down for a surprise attack before quickly retreating. Frustrated, Huahua managed to lure one down, ultimately allowing Sunflower to eliminate it with a Gatling gun. Congratulations, player, for defeating 3 level 2 night monsters and 2 level 3 night monsters, gaining experience 60 rabbit coins, 339-4000, Wen Lan 451-4000, and earning points 60, total points 272. Other players shared her plight, equally vexed by the Eagles. The total number of players dwindled by several hundred, forcing many to retreat to their vehicles, further deepening their despair. Cheerful dog, how are we supposed to play? There's simply no chance to survive. In this weather, driving is impossible, and the treasure chests are buried under snow. I haven't found a single one today. I can't possibly shovel away all the snow. With the monsters refreshing at night, just as we manage to deal with the wolves, aerial combat ensues, which is truly disheartening. Sweet pastry, indeed. The emergence of new monsters today suggests that even more troublesome creatures may follow. They are genuinely leaving us no room to breathe. I haven't even completed my mileage for today, just 5 kilometers short. I'm truly at my wit's end. Einstein, why are we even playing this game? It's utterly maddening. Tomorrow's monsters will be 6 too, and as they accumulate, it will inevitably lead to a dead end. Strawberry boba milk. Is there anyone who has successfully slain the eagles who can share their strategy? In this darkness, it's impossible to see them. A sudden strike, and you won't even notice. They are exceedingly agile. The props can hardly make contact. The lone wolf. After the wolf's demise, the eagle will feast upon its carcass, potentially poisoning the remains to incapacitate the eagle's ability to fly before delivering the final blow. Strawberry bubble milk. Ranked first on the leaderboard. Thank you, esteemed one. I feel invigorated once more. Einstein carpet. Wow. This is the first time the esteemed one has spoken in the chat channel. Truly remarkable, as one who seldom appears, yet resolves such significant issues upon arrival. This is what a true master is. Pure love warrior. Thank you, esteemed one. Please refrain from sarcasm, dear friends. The number of participants in the chat channel has finally stabilized, and a batch of venom has appeared in the trading post, predominantly extracted from venomous snakes. Likely the result of monster disassembly. They're being sold at a high price, 5 points per vial, yet demand continues to exceed supply. Wen Lan couldn't resist seizing 2 vials, as the esteemed one shared strategies that undoubtedly saved much time and effort. Ever since Hua consumed the food obtained from the treasure chest, it has suggested that the system should handle monster disassembly instead. In the future, it will merely open treasure chests to ensure balance and diversity in future development. Hua and I agreed that each of us would open 1 chest at a time, alternating our turns. Hua expressed no objections, as it now manages to eat its fill every day. Successfully disassembled nocturnal monsters, obtaining 800 G of wolf meat 3, wolf skin 10. This time the system has been particularly generous, allowing for such a substantial disassembly. Chapter 46. The morning broadcast of the Morning Glory returning to the car to freshen up. The messages in the group chat were flashing frantically. Survival Squad, 6-6, Pure Love Warrior, what? Someone actually decomposed an eagle's corpse and found an egg. It has been ages since I last had an egg. Why do I only have wolf fur? I want an egg too. Lettuce Fortune. Let me tell you some even worse news. Someone just decomposed a hatchable eagle egg, and if it hatches successfully, it can bind a battle pet. Pure Love Warrior. Battle pet? What sort of advanced gameplay is this? If you have the ability, play the game yourself like I do. What S with the battle pets? I despise the lucky ones. Heart as big as a needle's eye, he. Pure Love Warrior. What are you so smug about? Heart as big as a needle's eye. He, I love eating mushrooms. I have a bad feeling about this. Heart as big as a needle's eye, he. Lettuce Fortune. You didn't also decompose an eagle egg, did you? Heart as big as a needle's eye. Not that. Lettuce Fortune. Then what S with the hee-hee? Heart as big as a needle's eye. But I decomposed a wolf cub, hee-hee. Lettuce Fortune. Kick this person out. Pure Love Warrior. Breathing machine. Bring me the breathing machine. I can do without it, but my brothers absolutely cannot. I love eating mushrooms. Who taught you to speak like that? Here is a bomb mushroom for you. Blow yourself up with it. Seeing you again. Battle pet? Pure Love Warrior. Yes, didn't the big shot know? Someone triggered the battle pet leaderboard yesterday afternoon, granting a double buff for 1 hour. Wen Lan was stunned upon seeing this news. She had missed the buff bonus again. Alas, never mind. Her own gains were not too shabby. Seeing you again. I'm at the platform and didn't receive any news. This is the 3rd time I've missed the buff bonus. Lettuce Fortune. Patting the big shot, I suddenly feel less gloomy. I love eating mushrooms. Don't be envious. Just look at the top of the battle pet leaderboard. Lettuce Fortune. The clown is me. Even though the big boss didn't trigger the battle pet leaderboard. The battle pets are formidable. With so many people in the world, what difference does one more lucky person make? Wen Lan also opened the leaderboard, showing her battle pet type and strength value of 98, which should be calculated based on all attributes. She hid the information, leaving only a string of asterisks. In the level leaderboard, she had become 2nd, while the first was still the lone wolf, who was already at level 3. She truly wondered how he leveled up. The charm leaderboard had dropped to 3rd. It seemed everyone had encountered some fortunate events. In the mileage leaderboard, she ranked 5th with 740 kilometers. It could sprint for a spot in the top 3. The vehicle comfort level remained 1st, with a score of 542, a staggering lead. After completing a series of bedtime tasks, Dandelion returned, bringing back a shiny little stone. The system merely described it as an ordinary stone. Dandelion flew up and pointed at the vase with its stem, indicating for Wen Lan to toss the stone inside. Understood, she thought. This was a gift for its wife. Today, I recounted the tale of the Condor heroes as a bedtime story for Jiaodong. He showed little reaction, yet Huahua's martial spirit was ignited, compelling her to drag Tuji into teaching a few moves before finally succumbing to slumber. Throughout the night, she dreamt of rehearsing these techniques, becoming an unwitting victim who could only retreat to a corner and drift back into sleep. Today, a distance of 40 was accomplished. Welcome to the news broadcast. This is the Morning Glory Radio. Today marks the 6th day of the cold wave season, with 433 individuals remaining in Huahui District 6666, a densely populated area. In an effort to diminish the survival rate, the system has decided to transform today's special event into a grand competitive activity called Ice Block Elimination. The event commences at 2:00 p.m. and includes all residents of Huahui District 6666, lasting for 1 hour. The activity will be conducted in a solo mode, featuring a score leaderboard. The top 3 participants will receive bountiful rewards, while those scoring below 20 will face immediate demise. 4 ice blocks will appear each time, with one randomly eliminated, allowing the others to vanish. The ice blocks will randomly bestow penalties and rewards, necessitating both luck and skill, with a danger rating of 3 stars. Hidden rule: the distance covered during the activity will contribute to the total mileage. Players are encouraged to seize this opportunity. Indeed, Wen Lan was roused by the news broadcast, instantly losing any semblance of drowsiness. What does it mean to reduce the survival rate? Such malice is overwhelming. Furthermore, a scoring system has been implemented, mandating participation, with failure resulting in death. In the morning, it is wise to conserve strength to prepare for the afternoon's event. Survival Team 66 advised against excessive energy expenditure, suggesting the preparation of offensive items. Pure Love Warrior: I've been shoveling snow for half an hour. Has the big shot received any news? Let us good luck. You are working too hard. Are you preparing to trigger the platform event? Count me in. I will conserve my strength. Survival Team: this is not a platform event. It is a server-wide activity with higher risks involved. I love eating mushrooms. Is the big shot's information reliable? I haven't heard any notifications. However, I do not plan on shoveling snow today. My explosive mushroom is nearly ready. Hee. Survival Team: the news is trustworthy. I wish everyone success in this event. Pure Love Warrior: I'm already feeling anxious. Do any of you have extra items to sell me? Heart as big as a needle's eye. Count me in. Count me in. Pure Love Warrior: you already have a battle pet. Let me take a look first. Heart as big as a needle's eye. Do you even have heart? My battle pet is still weaning. Artisan: I've sent you several spike traps and spike cages. Pure Love Warrior: thank you, brother. You are truly my kin. Thank you, sister. I received mine too. Pure Love Warrior: Needle Eye, you are also my good brother. These are truly splendid items. In an instant, Wen Lan too received the item sent by the artisan, and I love eating mushrooms. 3 spike traps, 2 spike cages, 4 hallucinogenic mushrooms, and 1 bomb mushroom, rumored to be a failed product of the explosive mushroom. Heart as big as a needle's. I also sent a leather armor set, granting 10 defense. To her surprise, he truly crafted a complete set. Let us luck. Hee. I have just devised something remarkable, and I am sharing it with you all. However, this creation is quite challenging to produce in mass quantities. Wen Lan received 2 lettuce grenades, which possess significantly greater power than the fiery chili peppers. Pure Love Warrior: you are truly impressive. I am grateful to all of you for your guidance. Looking again, you are indeed formidable. I sincerely thank all of you for your assistance. Wen Lan felt it was inappropriate to accept something for nothing, and she wished to offer them points in return. But her offer was declined. They insisted that among friends, such matters need not be divided so strictly. If she insisted on giving points, then they too would expect points in exchange for her valuable information, which was deemed even more precious. She felt quite touched by their camaraderie. As she examined her possessions, she realized she had little of value to offer. The drop rate for the fiery chili peppers was disheartening. She currently had no stock to speak of. Thus, she resorted to preparing a few cups of soda to present to them as a token of her gratitude, perceiving them as the true power players in this realm. Chapter 47. The Ice Block Elimination Event. Wen Lan pondered for a moment and decided to remind everyone in the chat channel. A little birdie told me that you should conserve your energy this morning. There may be an event in the afternoon. Strawberry Bobo Milk. Oh, can you really get advance notice of the event? Then I shall shovel snow for an hour this morning, as the snowfall has ceased, and I don't want to waste it. Besides, I have a goal of 30 kilometers today. Outsider. Who would know about the event in advance? I don't believe it. It's finally not snowing today, and the temperature has risen by 10 degrees. I need to run more kilometers. Einstein blanket. Exactly. Are you trying to trick us into slacking off while you secretly put in the effort? Strawberry Bobo Milk. The big shot is not that kind of person. They are already so impressive. Why would they need to deceive you? Heavenly Dumpling. Would you be able to reveal what the event is? If not, it's fine. Wen Lan felt indifferent to whether they believed her or not. She had already given the warning, and now it was up to fate. Throughout the morning, Wen Lan engaged in training. The good news was that she had managed to replicate the wave-cutting technique and was now practicing for proficiency and fluidity. Hua Hua was either amusing the chickens or eyeing the tomatoes. Yes, the tomatoes had ripened, yielding a total of 8 large fruits. Hua Hua always pretended to casually pass by, stealthily touching them until Wen Lan promised to prepare sweetened tomatoes for it in the afternoon, after which it began urging the chicks to dig in the soil. After lunch, Wen Lan indulged in a rare nap, waking up 20 minutes before the event commenced. Everything was already in place. Congratulations to all survivors in Huagua District 6666 for enduring the 6th day of the cold wave, making it the district with the highest number of survivors. To encourage players, the system has transformed today's personal special event into a collective ice block elimination activity. The event features a points leaderboard with substantial rewards for the top 3 participants, and all players can earn corresponding rewards during the event. Players failing to achieve a score of 20 will perish. Please participate actively. Strawberry Bobo Milk. What the big shot said is indeed true. I'm in peak condition now. Heavenly Dumpling. There are rewards too? Not bad, not bad. Thanks for the reminder. I'm all set. Wang Fugui. We must achieve at least 20 points, or we'll die. I feel uneasy about this event. Perhaps the system is using it as a guise to reduce the player count. Heavenly Dumpling. Whoa, brother. You may have a point. That's a chilling thought. Countdown to the event. 3, 2, 1. You're about to be teleported to the event scene. Ice blocks will appear on the road every kilometer. Tools are required to eliminate the ice blocks. The event lasts for 1 hour, and system trading is disabled within the scene. Good luck to all participants. The event scene had not changed much. The snow had vanished from the road, but the surroundings remained the same, with white snow and black mist. For large ice blocks obstructed the road, with an ice-picking tool placed nearby. With only 1 hour for the event, Wen Lan immediately disembarked and seized the pickaxe. The chisel possesses a durability of 10 points, signifying that she must procure a new tool before the current one deteriorates completely. Wen Lan casually selected an ice block and smashed it, her right hand ever poised to retrieve a long knife from her spatial inventory, while Hua Hua and 2G stood ready. Congratulations, player, for vanquishing Ice Block 1. The slumbering ice serpent within has been awakened. Please eliminate it promptly. Fortunately, Wen Lan remained vigilant, drawing forth her long knife to deflect the serpent's sharp fangs. Seizing the moment, Hua Hua struck the ice serpent at its vulnerable spot, sending it flying, followed closely by a head but that crushed the serpent's skull. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating a level 0 ice serpent. The ice blocks advance 1 space, earning 1 point. The next row of ice blocks lay a kilometer away, prompting Wen Lan to hastily drive towards them. She realized that her luck might not be favorable and decided to let either Hua Hua or 2G take turns at chiseling the ice. Hua Hua volunteered, and indeed, she was more fortunate than Wen Lan, as she did not summon any monsters and instead received a buff that doubled the reward from the next ice block, gaining 1 point. Disappointed by the lack of results, Hua Hua lost interest in the subsequent chiseling opportunity, which she relinquished to 2G. 2G, even luckier, managed to unearth a chisel directly from the ice block, and with a doubling buff, she acquired 2 chisels, ensuring a minimum of 20 points. Wen Lan admitted to feeling somewhat spurred on by their success, convinced that her next attempt would yield better fortune, rationalizing that her luck was not entirely devoid of merit. However, the adage of not overly trusting one's luck held true. Congratulations, player, for defeating Ice Block 1. You have gained an ice surface buff for 10 minutes, earning 1 point. The roadside beneath Wen Lan's feet was suddenly coated in ice, rendering it perilous and likely to cause a fall. She relinquished the privilege of chiseling ice, acknowledging her role as the one dragging behind. Driving cautiously, she was wary of the tires slipping. Without her hindrance, everything progressed smoothly. Even when monsters appeared, they were swiftly dealt with, as they were all low-level threats. 2G enjoyed remarkable fortune, chiseling out an ice lotus seed from the ice block, which enhanced sensitivity to the icy elements in the air. Was it becoming fantastical? 2G claimed to have faintly sensed the water element within the radish knife, rendering the ice lotus seed somewhat unnecessary. Hua Hua expressed her preference for spicier flavors, wishing for a dinner of spicy stir-fried cured beef. Thus, Wen Lan could only consume this opportunity with sorrowful acceptance. Upon finishing, she felt a peculiar warmth, as if the cold had lessened. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for thorough contemplation. At last, the ice surface buff expired, granting Wen Lan 5 points, placing her in second place overall. The leading player, named Single Draw Out Miracles, had a total of 6 points, a mere point ahead. With the buff dissipated, Wen Lan accelerated her pace, pressing forward. Given the low-level monsters thus far, she instructed 2G and Hua Hua to disembark and chip away at the ice blocks while she remained in the vehicle, ready to provide support with her sunflower Gatling gun, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Hua Hua has also proven to be quite formidable, having acquired a 10-minute acceleration buff, enabling her to traverse to the next ice block in less than a minute. She proceeded smoothly through 14 ice blocks, with the monsters' levels escalating to 2 or 3, posing no challenge for both 2G and Hua Hua at this stage. Currently, they have amassed a total of 21 points, including 2 instances of double points rewards. Securing the first position, 2G unearthed a refreshingly cool stone, but the system offered no description, so Wen Lan could only set it aside for the time being. Hua Hua consistently procured beneficial buffs, with only one misstep resulting in the acquisition of a banana peel buff. Fortunately, the path was straight, allowing for a swift glide. The speed matched that of the acceleration buff, though braking required considerable effort, nearly causing collisions with the ice blocks on several occasions. The second chisel is now nearly depleted, and once this ice block is carved, it will be honorably retired. It is now Hua Hua's turn to chisel the ice block. Chapter 48. The event concludes. Congratulations, players, on successfully vanquishing the 20th ice block and activating the ice elemental behemoth. Please eliminate it swiftly. So, this simple task was merely a prelude to this. A humanoid ice figure, towering approximately 5 meters, emerged from the shattered ice. If it were a tad smaller, it might have appeared rather endearing. The glossy ice surface reflected light, exuding an impression of formidable hardness. Clutched in its grasp was a colossal ice hammer, aimed menacingly at Hua Hua. Wen Lan hastily disembarked and hurled a lettuce grenade at the behemoth's face, the tremendous explosion forcing it to stagger back a few steps. Hua Hua skillfully evaded the attack and distanced herself from the beast, tossing her carrot-headed hammer at it repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tuji transformed into her heroic rabbit form, wielding a long blade and leaping to assault the giant creature. However, their efforts yielded little more than scattered shards of ice, provoking the behemoth into a furious roar as it violently swayed, shaking them off. The creature's hammer swings failed to reach Tuji and Hua Hua, thanks to their commendable agility. Particularly Tuji's. Hua Hua managed to narrowly avoid the blows, shielded by her carrot hammer. Realizing its hammer could not land a hit and was draining its stamina, the behemoth opted to crush the agile nuisances beneath its feet. Sunflower Gatling attacked the behemoth's left leg. Hua Hua shouted. In a moment of distraction, she found herself pinned under the beast's leg, but the timely assault from the Gatling gun slowed its descent. Wen Lan rushed over to pull Hua Hua out just in time. Employing her whirlwind blade technique, Tuji seemed to wield it differently this time. Previously, her strikes left numerous scars on the surface, yet this time, no marks remained. How could such a powerful move fail to produce even a single shard of ice? Suddenly, the behemoth knelt, its left leg's ice beginning to splinter from within, transforming the once clear ice into a mottled white before erupting into powder that danced in the air. Wen Lan caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Cola. Could this be the water elemental power from the carrot blade? The behemoth had lost a leg, rendering it nearly immobile. Defeating it was now merely a matter of time. Wen Lan joined the fray, executing her still unrefined wave slash, while deftly avoiding the behemoth's swinging hammer. Gradually, she sensed something extraordinary. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to invigorate, and the scattered ice shards did not fall to the ground, but instead encircled her, sparkling brilliantly. It felt as though she had entered a wondrous realm. She perceived the glimmering shards slowly merging with her being, ultimately coalescing at the edge of her blade, accompanying her strikes. Boom! The behemoth toppled, crashing down as its remaining leg slipped from beneath it. Wen Lan snapped back to reality, momentarily bewildered by the turn of events. Congratulations, sister. You've learned to harness the ice element. You're truly brilliant. Wen Lan was left even more perplexed. What ice element? Hadn't she merely used the wave slash? She felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. It seemed she had accomplished something extraordinary by severing the behemoth's other leg. It must have been the ice lotus seed that allowed her to sense the ice element around her and incorporate it into her technique. Although Wen Lan struggled to recapture that earlier sensation, the colossal beast collapsed to the ground, revealing a luminous blue crystal embedded in the back of its head. Wen Lan sensed something amiss, speculating that this might indeed be its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment before the beast could rise, she ascended to its head and extracted the crystal. Instantly, the creature beneath her transformed into shards of ice, and Wen Lan found herself tumbling onto the icy fragments, painfully landing on her rear. Congratulations, player! You have successfully slain a level 6 ice elemental beast, earning 10 points and a random battle pet skill book 1. A level 6 monster. No wonder it was so formidable. The previous ice blocks had been so simple. It turned out this formidable foe had been lurking here all along. With little time to examine her spoils, she hastily stowed everything in her spatial backpack. Only 8 minutes remained in the event countdown. There was still time for one final dash. The ice lotus seeds she had just consumed proved to be quite useful. She still yearned to reap the benefits of this endeavor. In a display of extreme dexterity, Wen Lan managed to break 4 more ice blocks in the remaining 8 minutes, though none yielded anything extraordinary, just monsters or buffs along with a chisel. Considering they were her own spoils, she decided to keep both chisels. If only the ice blocks could be collected, she would have relished the opportunity to take a few home and open them leisurely. Thank you to all players for participating in this ice block elimination event. The event has concluded. Congratulations to the 431 players in District 6666 of Huagua who survived this event. Your strength and luck have prevailed. Here are the top 3 rankings of the event. First, I'll Eat You If You Look Again, 35 points second. Miracle from a Single Draw, 26 points third. The Artisan, 22 points reward for the top 3 have been dispatched. We encourage all players to continue striving and look forward to the next event. After the announcement of the survival numbers, Wen Lan felt a profound sense of despondency. Before the event, this district boasted over 90,000 players. This single event had claimed nearly 20,000 lives, all striving to survive. The entire chat channel fell into silence. Starstruck girl, I've lost my best friend. We felt so fortunate to be in the same district. Every day, we would video chat while driving, believing we could endure through any hardship together. Spring blossoms. My son is gone too. He was only 21. Such a splendid age. Why do we participate in this wretched game? Life seems so disregarded. Outsider. This event is merely a covert means of culling participants. The chisels given can only be used 10 times. How does one earn 20 points? The drop rate for chisels is abysmally low. If I hadn't found a chisel just before my last durability, I would have been left to perish. Einstein, moreover, the creature summoned from the 20th ice block, was overwhelmingly powerful. It was impossible to defeat. Thankfully, the event concluded just in time, or I would have met my demise. Strawberry bubble milk. It is precisely because of these hardships that we must strive even harder to survive and cherish our lives. I believe one day we will escape this cursed game. Our families will eventually join us. And I don't want them to face not only danger, but also the despair of losing loved ones. Pure love warrior, indeed. We must endeavor to grow stronger. Once I am powerful, I will shatter this accursed survival game with a single blow. Heavenly dumplings. Surely, everyone has gained something from this event. This game has only just begun, and many more dangers await us in the future. Let us gather our spirits and set forth once more. As long as we grow stronger, we shall conquer whatever challenges the system presents. Strawberry bobo milk. Hey, have you noticed that the mileage from the event is counted towards our daily total? I can shovel less snow today. Pure love warrior. Indeed. Haha, I'm still about 10 kilometers short of completion today. Let's go, brothers. Let's finish today's tasks first. Let us fortune. Charge, charge, charge. The chat channel gradually regained its vitality. Though sorrow did not vanish. It was merely buried deep within, transformed into a driving force propelling us forward until we surmount the mountain before us. Chapter 49. Battle Pet Skill Book 2. The atmosphere in the chat channel shifted, alleviating Wen Lan's heavy heart slightly. Survival Squad. 6 heart as big as a needle's eye. Congratulations to everyone for surviving. Let the flowers bloom. Pure love warrior. Let the flowers bloom. Moreover, 2 of the top 3 in this event are from our group. Ha ha, amazing. Let us fortune. Indeed. Thankfully, the Great One reminded us this time, allowing us to prepare in advance. By the way, how are the rewards this time? Are they impressive? The event rewards have already been distributed. A grand gift bag of talent materials and a golden treasure chest. Finally, one can replenish their stock. Craftsman, talent materials gift bag, and a bronze treasure chest. Look again and you will be devoured. Same, the chest is golden. I love eating mushrooms, wow. A golden treasure chest. It has never appeared before. Perhaps the Great One might obtain the first prize reward. Pure love warrior. So the second prize is a silver treasure chest then? The reward seemed to dwindle a bit after the first place. Let us fortune. Eagerly awaiting the Great One's chest opening. I'll go shovel some snow first. I still need a few more miles. Wen Lan hastily opened the materials gift bag, which she had anticipated for a long time. Upon opening, she received a high-grade flower pot 1, high-grade soil 1, primary nutrient solution 20, and a mysterious seed 1. Not bad. The high-grade flower pot and soil could be used 30 times, and the nutrient solution will last for a while. Wen Lan was quite curious about this mysterious seed, as it was the reward for first place. It surely cannot be of poor quality. She quickly planted it in the newly acquired flower pot, but there was no countdown to maturity. Logically, it should be plantable within the talent materials, right? What could have gone wrong? The system provided little information about this seed, and just as Wen Lan contemplated giving up and storing the materials in the cupboard, she caught sight of the hydroponic nutrient solution beside her. This might not be impossible, right? Wen Lan replaced the soil with the primary hydroponic nutrient solution and placed the seed inside. Mysterious seed maturity countdown. 120. 00. 00. Success at last. However, this must be the plant with the longest maturation time thus far. Consuming primary nutrient solution 4, it gained a countdown of 2,400 hours. 00. Harvest will be possible tomorrow, which is quite exciting. The other seedlings should mature by tomorrow at the latest, so there is no need to waste a nutrient solution. As for the remaining golden treasure chest, Wen Lan decided to wait for the rabbit to regain some stamina before opening it, as the monsters emerging from the golden treasure chest are undoubtedly more formidable than those from the previous silver treasure chest. Oh, it seems that just now, after defeating a monster, she received a skill book. Wen Lan quickly took it out from her backpack. It was a random battle pet skill book, which relies on luck. Flower, I have a battle pet skill book here. Would you like it? The skills obtained are random. If you want it, I'll leave it to you to open. At that moment, Flower was practicing dodge with headbutt, having almost been stomped by a giant beast today, which put some pressure on it, motivating it to enhance its speed. Upon hearing Wen Lan call, Flower Flower hurried over, scratching its large petals as it gazed at the skill book in her hand. This book can unlock skills you can learn, such as the consecutive slaps and paralyzing venom you already know. Once learned, you will possess an additional skill. Upon hearing, Hua Hua tugged at Wen Lan's pants and stamped her feet, expressing her strong desire. Wen Lan handed her the book. Then you may open it yourself. Random Battle Pet Skill Book learned successfully. Gained Ice Spell 1. Wow, this skill is impressive. Indeed, everyone in this household, except for her, is extraordinarily lucky. Hua Hua eagerly opened the skill book, which transformed into a burst of white light and entered her body. Excitedly, she aimed at the corner of the wall and unleashed the ice spell, instantly encasing the corner in a thick layer of ice, demonstrating commendable power. Meanwhile, Tuji was recuperating on the sunflower mattress, and Wen Lan ventured outside to shovel snow, still needing to cover 6 kilometers to meet her daily goal before Tuji fully regained strength. After over an hour of effort, she finally reached her mileage target for the day, thanks to Hua Hua's assistance, as the latter continuously cast ice spells onto the snow, clearing a path ahead. However, Hua Hua's hunger levels were plummeting, prompting Wen Lan to prepare spicy stir-fried cured beef to replenish her energy. At that moment, a private message from the butcher, Pao Ding Jianyo, arrived, informing her that he had obtained the butcher's inheritance during the ice block elimination event, allowing him to gain experience and abilities by disassembling animals. He inquired whether she wished to continue their collaboration. While the system's disassembly had a slim chance of yielding battle pets or other special items, the odds were quite low. If there were any animals she wished to disassemble herself, he would only take a 10% cut of the meat. Wen Lan readily agreed and promptly handed him the sheep she had stored in Hua Hua's internal space. She had previously inquired after the cold wave season, but everyone was busy enhancing their own capabilities, and the harsh weather had led to refusal. Yet, the fact that he could acquire an inheritance was intriguing. It seemed that each person had their own opportunities, making her position as the top contender feel less remarkable. After Hua Hua was well fed and Tuji had rested, it was time to open the box. Wen Lan intentionally chose a spot a little distance from the vehicle, yet close enough to swiftly return to the protective shield. This time, it was the turn of the lucky Tuji to open the box, and the quality of the loot was promising. I spell. Almost instantaneously, as a shadow darted forth, Wen Lan commanded Hua Hua to cast the ice spell. It struck the wild boar's front leg, causing it to tumble to the ground. The wild boar, with long tusks and a back bristling with spikes, did not rush to stand but instead launched its back spikes at them. Wen Lan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a counterattack. Sister, retreat to the protective shield. Tuji's voice jolted Wen Lan back to reality. Defending with her long blade, she retreated into the shield. A barrage of spikes rained down, and soon, the Lily of the Valley protective shield shattered, only to be replaced by a new one. Wen Lan felt a pang of anguish. However, this close combat was not ideal. Was Tia just a ranged attack? She had those too. Sunflower Gatling. Target the wild boar. Attack. The Gatling's firepower brought the wild boar's spike assault to a halt, bullets exploding against its body, leaving countless wounds. It let out a furious roar, and its back spikes elongated, enveloping its body, rendering sunflower bullets temporarily ineffective. Sunflower Gatling ceased her fire, realizing that it was no longer prudent to waste ammunition. She retrieved an extraordinarily fragrant lettuce, enveloping the poisonous mushroom within its leaves, and hurled it towards the wild boar. This peculiar item had languished in her possession for quite some time. Mistaking its appearance for food, she had only discovered its true nature while preparing dinner that afternoon, when it inadvertently mingled with her ingredients. The wild boar, irresistibly drawn to the lettuce, began to slowly gnaw at it, savoring the taste long after it had finished, smacking its lips in delight. Noticing the creature's unsteady gait, it appeared that the effects of the poisonous mushroom were taking hold. Hastily, Wen Lan commanded Hua Hua to cast a freezing spell upon the boar's limbs. The wild boar was immobilized, its mouth agape in a furious roar as it struggled to escape its predicament. In an instant, Tutu transformed into a heroic rabbit, directing a whirlwind blade technique towards the wild boar's open mouth. Upon ingestion of this skill, The boar's mouth erupted in a flurry of snowflakes, accompanied by fragments of flesh, as it coughed violently, racked with pain. Seizing the moment, Wen Lan carefully aimed and forcefully thrust her weapon into the boar's eye, penetrating deeply into its brain and stirring it about. At last, the wild boar ceased its thrashing, though Wen Lan lamented the state of her attire, now sullied. Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the level 6 spiked wild boar. Experience gained 52-389-4000. Wen Lan 501-4000. Hua Hua danced with uncontained excitement nearby, celebrating their victory. Tutu returned to the vehicle, shaking off the snowflakes that clung to him, glancing back at them at the door. Wen Lan found herself in a quandary. Should she allow the system to decompose the boar, or should she do it herself? After all, the last giant serpent had yielded equipment upon disassembly. This creature was a product of the golden treasure chest. Surely its rewards could not be inferior to those of the silver treasure chest, even if its demeanor was less than favorable. Chapter 50. A bountiful harvest today has been nothing short of extraordinary. I managed to decompose an item and obtained a pet skill book. What a windfall! I hastily entrusted the skill book to Hua Hua for her to study. Upon completion, a layer of fine fuzz sprouted on her petals. It felt soft to the touch. Yet when Hua Hua employed her skill, the fuzz hardened instantaneously and was launched forth. The spines were finer and sharper than needles, making them more adept at penetrating the skin while remaining inconspicuous. These spines were also infused with Hua Hua's own corrosive and paralyzing toxins, a formidable attack indeed. Hua Hua was overjoyed, suddenly feeling exceptionally powerful within a single day. I stowed the wild boar meat into my spatial backpack and proceeded to inspect the treasure chest. Congratulations, player! You have opened a golden treasure chest, acquiring a mental training primer 1, an automatic fishing net 1, a spatial stone 1, and a refrigerator blueprint 1. Mental training. What a splendid find. The automatic fishing net is equally remarkable. It can be programmed to capture specific contents, automatically retrieving anything within a kilometer radius. Congratulations, player! As the first to open the golden treasure chest, would you like to announce this across the entire region? Doing so will grant you a chance to select a regional buff. Absolutely. Please make your selection. A myriad of buff names appear before me, overwhelming my senses. After capturing a photo for further examination, I hastily chose a buff that would melt the snow, eager to accelerate my progress. Congratulations, player! You have activated the first regional buff for 1 hour. Wishing all players an enjoyable game. The pristine whiteness vanished before my eyes. I didn't even have time to decompose the treasure chest. I hastily grabbed my belongings and got into the vehicle. First, I bound the automatic fishing net to the vehicle and set it to automatically retrieve treasure chests before speeding off. With the fishing net, I didn't pause for a moment, pressing the accelerator to its limit and charging ahead. After the buff expired, I had covered a total of 160 kilometers, bringing my cumulative distance to 930 kilometers, marking nearly half of my goal achieved. I felt I was quite competitive until I checked the mileage leaderboard and found myself plummeting to 21st place. What on earth were these players doing? How could they be moving so swiftly? Antflower Cup. Haha. Thanks to the generous buff from Wang's Eye. I never expected my Candy Crush acceleration card would yield such immediate results. I've already completed half of my monthly goal. How exhilarating. Heavenly dumplings. I've installed a snow jetpack, yet I still haven't cracked the top 10. I despise you lucky ones. Strawberry boba milk. You have a jetpack, so please refrain from complaining. I, however, truly have nothing. Nonetheless, I'm grateful to Wang's Eye. The pressure for my monthly distance goal has significantly lessened. These players are indeed riding a wave of fortune. It seems the Ice and Snow Candy Crush event has bestowed upon them many valuable items. The automatic fishing net successfully retrieved 6 wooden chests, 2 bronze chests, and 1 silver chest along the way, which is quite a stroke of luck. Hua Hua eagerly volunteered to open the chests, eager to practice her newfound skills, and I wholeheartedly supported her. The monsters within the wooden chests were easily dispatched, falling in mere seconds with a single blow to the head. The bronze treasure chest requires a combination of paralysis spikes and a headbutt to be overcome. The silver treasure chest reveals a familiar foe, the colossal python. Upon sighting the serpent, Tuji sprang into action, brandishing a carrot knife. Hua immobilized the snake's tail and hurled a headbutt towards its vulnerable spot, causing the giant python to roar in pain. Following Tuji's command, Hua launched spikes into the creature's mouth. The initially insignificant pricks gradually induced a numbing sensation, rendering the python's head completely incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Tuji struck at the python's eyes and mouth with 2 swift slashes, the energy from the blades penetrating its skin and exploding within its bloodstream. Congratulations! Player has successfully slain an LV4 giant python, earning experience 30. With the experience gained from previous foes, Tuji, 429 for 000, and Wen Lan, 571 for 000, celebrated their triumph. Hua, you performed splendidly, Tuji commended, appreciating their excellent teamwork. Sister, you did well too, Wen Lan remarked, recalling the fierce battle with the python, a pang of pain gripping her chest. She expressed her gratitude, acknowledging her modest contribution. Wen Lan had merely collected the remnants. For chickens, 2 black-striped snakes, a sheep, a bat, and the giant python. The chickens and sheep were sent to the butcher for processing, while the rest were submitted to the system for decomposition. They acquired black-striped snake venom 2, giant python gloves 1, and giant serpent venom. The venom proved to be quite useful, often coming to their aid. While the giant python gloves seemed far too formidable to be part of the same set as the python scales. Giant python gloves, impervious to ice and fire, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to all poisons. Wen Lan quickly donned the gloves, which fit her hands snugly without any discomfort. Unless one closely observed the faint scale patterns, they would hardly notice she was wearing them. Opening the chest yielded energy stones 2, vehicle upgrade cards 2, vehicle upgrade card fragments 5, an exquisite tableware set 1, a fruit basket 1, a 12-inch durian pizza 1, attic blueprints 1, glass 3, and screws 4. Decomposing yielded 24 wooden planks, 2 iron sheets, and 4 silver ingots. The food items revealed the identity of the treasure's opener, as the fruit basket contained 3 types of fruits, watermelon, orange, and cherry. The attic blueprints were a delightful surprise, allowing for the addition of a second small space to the vehicle. They could not have emerged from a silver treasure chest. Since the pumpkin house was already bound to the vehicle, it constituted a part of it, and these blueprints could also be utilized within the pumpkin house. Soon, the pumpkin house would boast a small attic. Attic blueprints construct a 5 square meter attic. Required materials: space stone 1, wooden planks 20, glass 10, iron sheets 10. Fortunately, she possessed all the necessary materials to commence construction. Do you wish to consume space stone 1, wooden planks 20, glass 10, iron sheets 10 to construct the attic? Yes. Construction successful. Due to the pumpkin house's uniqueness, it is incompatible with system materials. This construction consumed space stone 1, and the other materials will be returned. The pumpkin house is remarkable. This means a substantial saving on materials. The swing elevator beside the passenger seat now descends directly to the pumpkin house and the attic, with a button on the swing rope to choose between the 2 destinations. Wen Lan arrived at the attic, a modest space with a curved ceiling and a skylight above. However, all that greeted her was an expanse of darkness, devoid of starlight. Nonetheless, it served as a splendidly private retreat for slumber. Chapter 51. Solar-powered flying dandelions. The sunflower mattress and carpet were seamlessly transferred, instantly filling the space and providing a profound sense of security. Hua exhibited an unusual curiosity towards the newly emerged attic, exploring every nook and cranny. Wen Lan could barely stand upright, often inadvertently grazing the ceiling, thus opting to retreat to the pumpkin house. The attic appeared to be an additional extension, leaving the pumpkin house unchanged, yet it felt more spacious without the mattress. She retrieved another blueprint acquired today. Refrigerator blueprint. Construct a 200L refrigerator, requiring tool iron sheets, 2010, plastic, 1910, screws, 85. The materials are sufficient. Shall we proceed with the construction? With ample supplies at hand, there was no doubt about proceeding. Construction successful. Please place. Wen Lan positioned it beside the kitchen, creating a designated space for the meat to be prepared. Dandelions have matured. Shall we harvest? Another new companion has arrived. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining solar-powered flying dandelion. Solar-powered flying dandelion. Has the creator encountered difficulties? A mere snow-covered terrain is no challenge. The little dandelion handles it with ease. If walking is not an option, then flying is the solution. Once the flight mode is activated from the control seat, the little parachutist will attach to the vehicle and commence flight. In a fully charged state, they can soar for 1 hour as per instructions. Please forgive the limited battery life of the little parachutists. They are, after all, quite diminutive. As battery levels dwindle, they will return to their charging station, requiring only 10 minutes to recharge before they can take to the skies once more. Wen Lan was momentarily overwhelmed by this introduction. No matter how impressive others' vehicles might be, can they fly? She possessed a flying dandelion. She truly owned a vehicle in the literal sense of the word. Moreover, she need not pilot it herself. She merely had to set the course from the control seat. Eagerly, Wen Lan bound the flying dandelion to the vehicle, placing it atop the pumpkin house to ensure it received sunlight from all angles, resembling a small antenna. She was keen to test the flight mode, and upon accessing the control display, a flight mode button appeared. Wen Lan clicked to activate it, setting the vehicle to drive centrally along the road. She felt no sensation of movement. However, the snowy landscape gradually receded from view until the vehicle completely emerged from the snow, moving forward slowly, appearing as if traversing a thick blanket of snow from a distance. The speed was modest, akin to coasting without pressing the accelerator. Through the window, she could faintly see several little parachutists rotating, diligently striving to propel the vehicle, which elicited a twinge of guilt in her, as if she were an unscrupulous employer. Hua and Tuji found the experience particularly fascinating, standing at the control panel in observation. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hua climbed onto the vehicle's hood while Wen Lan was distracted, intently watching the little parachutists. Noticing that Hua's antics were not interfering with their work, Wen Lan allowed it, knowing she would return shortly. The 4 chickens and 2 sheep entrusted to the butcher had been neatly processed and dispatched to her. The refrigerator, already brimming with meat, could not accommodate it all, compelling her to set some on the preparation table, planning to cook more shortly. There remained 2 substantial bundles of wool, which Wen Lan entrusted to Xan, whose heart was larger than a needle's eye, seeking his assistance in processing them. The electric cooker was too small to manage a large batch at once. Wen Lan discovered a sizable pot at the market, intending to prepare a hearty stew of tomatoes and lamb, planning to make enough to last for future meals. The smaller pot was reserved for frying lamb chops, and the delightful aroma soon attracted Rabbit and Flower, who had already settled at the table. With Flower having procured her own cup and fork, they feasted on the pizza that Flower had made, savoring the delicious stew alongside it. Flower had a fondness for lamb chops, relishing the crispy meat along with the bones, while Rabbit preferred the tender, sweet lamb stew. Wen Lan initially anticipated leftovers, but to her surprise, everything was devoured. She had fried 4 pounds of lamb chops and stewed 5 pounds of lamb, accompanied by a large pizza, with Flower being the principal contributor. "Flower, are you full? Would you like some fruit?" Wen Lan inquired, noticing Flower's lingering appetite, seemingly unsatisfied. Were it not for the visible 99-100 stamina, she might have tempted herself to fry more lamb chops. With Flower around, she no longer worried about refrigerator space. Flower expressed her desire for the largest watermelon in the fruit basket. Alas, the watermelon turned out to be seedless, shattering her dreams of watermelon freedom. Wen Lan sliced a piece for herself and placed it in the refrigerator to chill, while Flower wanted to freeze her portion, but Wen Lan declined, knowing that frozen watermelon loses its charm. During this time, Wen Lan activated flight mode once more. Although each time the little paratrooper recharged, she had to restart flight mode. She had saved a considerable amount of time and energy thanks to it, which she fully accepted. She opened the introductory manual on mental power cultivation, entering a state of learning. As the manual unfolded, its characters transformed and entered her mind, where the contents materialized effortlessly. The manual stated that mental power serves as a bridge to communicate with elemental forces. Following its guidance, She focused her mind and attuned to the subtle energy fluctuations around her. Initially, Wen Lan felt nothing, and fleeting memories occasionally flickered in her mind. She endeavored to dispel distractions and slowed her breathing. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, points of light emerged, vibrant and varied, some bright, others dim. The brightest were green, followed closely by white. Wen Lan endeavored to connect with the light points in the air. Aside from the green and white points, the others ignored her. The green light was willing to play, yet would not be harnessed, ultimately dispersing into the surroundings, while the white light proved exceedingly cooperative. Guiding the white points to converge, they formed a luminous sphere, which she then propelled outward. A crash startled her awake. The large pot that had been precariously stacked in the sink had toppled to the floor, leaving a small dent and remnants spilling onto the ground. Alongside a fallen ice cube, Wen Lan quickly rose to tidy up the mess and wash the dishes, realizing that one must not succumb to laziness, lest they unwittingly invite trouble. However, the manual was impressive. She must have made significant progress. Once the cleanup was complete, she noticed that night had fallen. The vehicle had halted, and the little paratroopers had returned to recharge. To her astonishment, she had been absorbed in her cultivation for so long without even realizing it. "Sister, have you completed your cultivation?" The little rabbit's head peeked out from the elevator entrance of the pumpkin house. "I have finished. What are you and Hua doing?" "Hua is taking care of the chicks, and I'm keeping her company. By the way, sister, the dandelion has just returned, and it appears somewhat unhappy." Wen Lan hurried upstairs to check. The dandelion in the vase seemed to have lost its vitality, drooping at the mouth of the bottle, while the nearby daisies also looked rather wilted, with two petals having even fallen to the ground. She opened her spatial backpack, eager to discover what the dandelion had brought back that could have affected its spirit so adversely. Chapter 52. The Traveling Dandelion Sorrow and the Tomato Hemostatic Pack. A heap of soil had mysteriously appeared in the backpack, conspicuously situated beside two gleaming stones. Wen Lan carried a vase to the terrace, extracting the soil from her backpack, revealing a small mound that nearly smothered both the tomato seedling and the durian sapling beneath it. The dandelion perked up a bit, leaping from the vase to entwine the small daisy with its own roots, planting it atop the soil pile. Although the sight seemed peculiar, Wen Lan appeared to grasp the dandelion's intent. The daisy, bereft of roots, could no longer absorb nutrients, leading to its deteriorating condition, and the little dandelion was unwilling to let it fade away. Upon examining the soil mound, Wen Lan discovered it to be mere ordinary dirt, inferior even to the fertile soil acquired from her earlier endeavors. The dandelion anxiously circled the daisy, dejectedly returning it to the vase. Meanwhile, Hua, oblivious to the dandelion's sorrow, burrowed into the pile of soil to play. "Sister, can the daisy be planted in your pot?" Just like the dandelion, Rabbit Chi, attuned to the dandelion's emotions, expressed a desire to assist. Wen Lan was uncertain of its efficacy, yet she retrieved the pot containing the airborne dandelion and inserted the small daisy within. Everyone's hopeful gazes were fixed on the daisy, yet remained unresponsive, and the system offered no indication of progress. Suddenly, a recollection of the introduction from her first activation of her talent surfaced, mentioning that mental soothing could aid in plant growth. Perhaps it might prove beneficial. Closing her eyes, she cleared her mind and sought to commune with the elemental forces in the air, reaching out to the daisy in her grasp. Her earnest wish to assist the traveling dandelion propelled her swiftly into the realm of elemental magic. She recognized the white essence as ice, while the green represented wood, which, though somewhat resistant to her command, was worth attempting. Wen Lan directed the wood element to converge upon the small daisy, and this time the process unfolded remarkably smoothly. She witnessed green luminescent orbs gradually coalescing into the form of the daisy, eventually amalgamating into a singular entity. Hastily, she opened her eyes to find the daisy had vanished from pot, transformed into a seed nestled within the soil. Time remaining for daisy to mature: 48,0000. Success. Wen Lan retrieved a bottle of basic nutrient solution and poured it in. Tomorrow heralded the promise of harvest. Traveling dandelion, your daisy is safe now. Tomorrow it can be harvested. However, she could not guarantee what its final form would be. Instantly revitalized, the little dandelion emerged, affectionately nuzzling Wen Lan's cheek with its fluffy tendrils. It recognized the pot as its birthplace and felt certain that the daisy would soon sprout. In the future, when you bring plants home, ensure you also bring their roots. Do not pick the flowers, Wen Lan advised, placing the daisy next to the dandelion. Yet, considering that the little dandelion now had a daisy, she hoped it would refrain from plucking any other flowers. As Wen Lan tidied the terrace, returning the soil to her spatial backpack, Hua hesitated, reluctant to part with it. Ultimately, Wen Lan held onto an unprocessed golden treasure chest, pouring a bit of soil into it for Hua to bury and play with. She had yet to find a moment's respite when the nocturnal monsters reappeared. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed, announcing the ripeness of her tomatoes. Without hesitation, she prioritized the harvest of the tomatoes. Tomato harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining a tomato hemostatic pack. Before her hung 9 tomatoes from a tree, resembling images printed from a screen. Tomato hemostatic pack. Do not be deceived by the slenderness of these tomatoes. When applied, they instantly halt bleeding. Each pack contains a blood supplement that is compatible with all blood types. It is said to be a favorite among vampires, providing a means to replenish blood without stepping outside. The hemostatic packs refresh daily, so collect them promptly or they will be reclaimed. She had cultivated a medicinal product with remarkable efficacy. Hastily, she bound the hemostatic packs to her vehicle, placing them on the terrace, and collected today S9 packs. The official cold medicine had already been released in a limited batch, which she had missed, but a new batch of cold medicine and hemostatic powder would be available tomorrow evening. Her hemostatic packs should surpass the powder in quality if she pursued a premium approach. They could be exchanged for substantial rewards. Wen Lan sent 5 hemostatic packs to the other members of her survival team as a belated gesture of goodwill. She planted carrot seeds in the flower pot, which would mature in 24 hours without the need for nutrient solutions. Rabbit, flower, let us venture forth to battle. They had been clamoring for quite some time, creating quite the commotion. Wen Lan intended to experiment with integrating ice elements into her strategy, using rabbit and flower to distract the other monsters, as her primary combat prowess would be on display today. 3 wolves emerged beneath the glow of the eggplant lantern, their howls echoing ominously, while 3 other creatures remained concealed. As Wen Lan stepped out of the RV, a piercing eagle's cry resonated. She knew the other 3 eagles were lurking in the darkness, observing her every move. Brandishing her sword, she charged towards the trio of wolves. The deep snow hampered her movements, but she felt the vibrant ice elements around her and infused them into her blade, striking at one of the wolves. An ice shard appeared at its neck, seemingly staunching its bleeding wound, momentarily stunning the beast. An eagle swooped down to ambush her, only to be repelled by a powerful headbutt. It's all right, I'm still getting the hang of this. She reassured herself. This time she would succeed. Channeling the elemental force in her technique, she unleashed a wave-like slash. With a swift motion, she released an icy blade that cleaved the wolf in 2, encasing the wound in a thick layer of ice, with no blood spilling forth. It was exhilarating. At that moment, she felt like the fiery protagonist of an anime. The thrill of battle igniting her spirit, her combat abilities soaring as she roared and fought. Before she realized it, the battle had concluded. Gasping for breath in the snow, she struck a pose, only to be brought back to reality by rabbit-s praise and flower-s applause. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she was grateful no one had witnessed her moment of awkwardness. She called for Rabbit and Flower to hurry back to the vehicle, momentarily forgetting the field of fallen foes. It was Rabbit who reminded her, prompting her to turn back and address the aftermath. She contemplated hastily having the system decompose the bodies, eager to return. The scene was far too awkward for her liking. Successful decomposition. Obtained complete wolf bone 1. Eagle feather 1. Stone 1. Wolf meat 1 kilogram. The items obtained from the decomposition puzzled Wen Lan. The complete wolf bone appeared rather impressive. Could it be used for a broth? And a stone. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Even if she was a hoarder, fond of collecting treasures, which were, in fact, mere trinkets, this stone was clearly worthless, better discarded. Who would have thought monsters also suffered from the burden of stones? Today's acquired points, 60. Total points, 332. Experience, 65. Rabbit G, 494-4000. Wen Lan, 636-4000. Today's distance completed, 264 kilometers. Tasks remaining, tell stories, and pet the sculpture egg 100 times. This is the Morning Glory broadcast, welcoming you to the weather forecast for the next 3 days. Tomorrow's temperature will be minus 38 C with strong winds. The day after tomorrow will reach minus 40 C with light snow, and the following day may see a blizzard at minus 42 C. Please upgrade your vehicle to an RV as soon as possible, prepare your supplies, and refrain from going outdoors. The blizzard is expected to last for 1 day, followed by a brief period of sunshine. For more detailed weather updates, please stay tuned for tomorrow's forecast. Goodbye. While listening to the broadcast in the bath, Wen Lan was momentarily taken aback by the news of the blizzard. However, she reasoned that as long as she remained indoors, there should be no issues. Her vehicle had already been upgraded to an RV. She took the elevator to the loft. Time to commence her daily routine of 100 pets and stories. What tale should she share? Chapter 53. The official release of rice seeds awakened by the early light. Wen Lan rose at dawn. Having retired to bed early the previous night, Hua Hua and 2G were still in slumber, and she refrained from rousing them. Activating flight mode on the driving seat's control panel, she retrieved the letter pinned by the estate owner and placed it upon the dashboard, hoping to encounter a station. Having collected the points from selling sanitary pads yesterday, she also withdrew a fresh batch from the crafting table for sale. Selling sanitary pads yielded a daily harvest of 60 points. After completing her morning routines, she simmered the last 2 tomatoes with lamb, then proceeded to the pumpkin house to commence her morning exercises. "Sister, are we having stewed meat today? I can smell its delightful aroma," called a rabbit head peering down from upstairs, adorned with a large flower on its head. "Indeed, are you hungry?" Wen Lan inquired without pausing her workout, merely glancing upward. "Not yet. Hua Hua must first feed the chicks. I will gather the fruits." Currently, Hua Hua was responsible for the chicks, while 2G took on the task of collecting the daily refresh fruits. Once Hua Hua descended, she skillfully tore bread into small pieces, soaking them in water. The chicks, obedient to her commands, had even begun to find soil for their necessities. The chicks chirped merrily, scampering after Hua Hua, while 2G tended to the durian, hoping for it to flourish, as Hua Hua had yet to taste durian. The increasingly lively atmosphere brought her immense joy. Feeling grateful for the companionship of her fellow survivors in this game, the RV halted its flight, gently descending. "Let us go. It is time for breakfast," Wen Lan said, wiping her brow and guiding the 2 little ones downstairs. Welcome to today's news broadcast from Morning Glory Radio. After a 2-day suspension, the hot spring resort has reopened, introducing a milk hot spring that has received widespread acclaim. Surprised by the news of the resort, she thought how wonderful it would be to experience the hot spring someday. "Sister, today's meat is delicious," exclaimed Hua Hua, savoring the well-stewed meat, which had absorbed all the flavors and was tender to the bite. Though not particularly fond of this texture, she opted to enjoy the stewed meat alongside some beef jerky. Wen Lan sipped her soda, feasting on the stew while listening to the broadcast and gazing at the snowy landscape outside, feeling utterly content. As the dark mist receded, it unveiled more of the scenery, tall trees that, once the cold wave had passed, would hopefully yield more resources along the roads. Survival Team 6-6, Pure Love Warrior, brothers and sisters. I can hardly wait for tonight, ha ha ha. Heart is small as a needle, sigh. I'm looking forward to it too, but I lack soil, so I want to participate today. Wen Lan couldn't help but wonder what was happening tonight. Were they to seize medical supplies? But what did that have to do with soil? Are you all going to snatch medicine tonight? Another voice inquired. Certainly, if we must, replied Heart, as small as a needle. But today brings another significant event. The officials have released rice seeds. I love mushrooms. The big boss must not have been paying much attention to the chat channel. Previously, a player had discovered rice seeds and sold them to the officials. The authorities have successfully cultivated a batch for their own use and will be selling another batch of seeds for players to cultivate. The fertile soil in the game has streamlined many steps and is suitable for novices. However, to fully harness the potential of the rice seeds, Only players with fertile soil will be able to make purchases. Upon further reflection, one may ponder the prowess of the official sources. However, how could they ascertain whether players possess fertile soil? Let us good luck. The rice seed trade can only be conducted with a handful of fertile soil. A mere handful of soil holds no bearing on the players, yet the officials seem to amass quite a collection of it. Upon further reflection, is it possible to exploit such a bug? Can one trade handful of soil? Pure love warrior. Indeed, the officials have conducted experiments. It appears that if the system detects the value of this handful of soil exceeds 0.5 points, a transaction may occur. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Are you planning to seize it? At 8 p.m. tonight. Simply keep an eye on the official trading post under the ID of H Province. I, unfortunately, cannot partake as I lack soil. Alas! Upon further reflection, could you assist me in acquiring it? I shall save seeds for you once they are cultivated. Wen Lan harbored doubts about her speed, as she had never successfully snatched anything before. Moreover, should she procure 2 items, 1 pot and 1 handful of soil, it would be utterly perfect. Heart bigger than a needle's eye, certainly. I, for one, tend to stay up late. I must also express my gratitude for the hemostatic pack you provided yesterday. Its efficacy surpasses that of the current official medications. It is truly a life-saving remedy. Pure love warrior. Indeed. Much appreciation for the hemostatic pack. I have been cherishing it. Upon further reflection, by the way, have you all upgraded your vehicles to motorhomes? There's a high likelihood of a snowstorm the day after tomorrow. Those whose vehicles have not been upgraded to motorhomes may struggle to withstand it. However, it is already the 7th day, surely. There cannot be anyone who has yet to upgrade to a motorhome. I love eating mushrooms. A snowstorm? This game is utterly excessive, just when so many have perished. Upon further reflection, do you know anyone official? It would be beneficial to convey our concerns to them. It would garner greater attention. Currently, the officials seem trustworthy and hold significant credibility in the eyes of the players. Their words carry weight, and many are inclined to believe them. The last time an event was announced, numerous individuals failed to take it seriously. Artisan, I shall take it upon myself to speak. Would you like me to introduce you to the officials? You could converse face to face. Upon further reflection, please, no. I suffer from social anxiety. Pure love warrior. Oh, my friend, you are quite the enigma. Perhaps you could provide some early insights on new developments from the officials in the future? Artisan, I merely have acquaintances. Today, I encountered a limited number of boxes. I salvaged only 3 wooden boxes in the span of a morning, yielding 1 bamboo basket, 1 vehicle upgrade card fragment, 1 kitchen knife, and 3 pieces of plastic. From disassembly, I obtained 12 wooden planks and 1 wild chicken carcass. The other 2 creatures were merely rats. Experience gained, 13. Upon observing these drops, it became evident who had opened the boxes. The 2 young ones were engrossed in their gossip, leaving the task of box opening solely to her. Since the flight of the dandelion took over the vehicles, Wen Lan had ample time to hone her knife skills, and she now executed the wave slash with remarkable fluidity, increasingly mastering the powers of ice elements. The mysterious seed has matured. Will you harvest it? The system's voice interrupted her practice, stirring her curiosity regarding this enigmatic seed. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring Ice Crystal Lotus Platform. Ice Crystal Lotus Platform. Rich in ice elemental power. Meditation upon the platform accelerates the absorption of ice elements and possesses body temperament properties. Wen Lan could hardly contain her eagerness to bind the vehicle, eager to experiment with the absorption of elemental power. Of course, this was merely a test, as the previous pill, intended to enhance her physical prowess, had yet to yield any results. She positioned the lotus platform within the pumpkin house, where Hua Hua, with curious hands, began to explore, only to freeze and stuff leaves into her mouth. Wen Lan instructed Tuji and Hua Hua to keep a vigilant watch over her. Should anything seem amiss, they were to swiftly remove her from the lotus platform. Initially, seated upon the lotus, she felt little sensation, but gradually a wave of chill enveloped her, leaving her somewhat rigid with cold. As she closed her eyes, she discerned that the surrounding ice elements were exceptionally abundant, the blinding white light nearly overwhelming her senses. Tendrils of white mist began to seep in, In response, Wen Lan quickly summoned the ice elements around her to impede the encroaching vapor. The ice elements cocooned her body, effectively blocking most of the white mist, allowing only a slight trickle to penetrate through the icy barrier. Yet this frigid sensation remained bearable. Chapter 54. The two little ones worry upon awakening. Night had already fallen. "Wah, sister, you're alive. You frightened me to death." Rabbit and Flower, noticing that the ice enveloping Wen Lan had vanished, hurriedly opened their eyes and leaped into her embrace, disregarding the chill of the lotus platform. "What happened? Why are you so upset? You even lost your little golden beads." Wen Lan comforted them while descending from the lotus platform. "Sister, shortly after you ascended, you turned into an ice statue. We thought you were frozen. Flower and I tried everything to wake you, but we couldn't break the ice. It terrified us. I'm sorry, my dear ones, for causing you such distress. I'm perfectly fine. I was merely in meditation, practicing with the ice elements. I didn't anticipate that it would take so long. I should have awakened sooner to reassure you." Wen Lan gently stroked the two little ones, observing the significant decline in their stamina and fullness, realizing they must have expended many skills to save her. "From now on, I will let you know before I meditate, ensuring our safety first, all right?" Wen Lan felt a pang of guilt for having worried them for so long without a word. "It's all right, sister. What matters is that you're safe. Please remember to inform us next time." Rabbit and Flower clung to Wen Lan tightly. "Then let me prepare some delicious food for you. I can see your stamina has diminished greatly." With the two companions in tow, Wen Lan began frying pork chops and lamb chops, feeding them as she cooked, providing a feast of comfort. She continued until Flower's fullness reached a perfect 100. "Sister, we're full now. You should take a break." Such thoughtful little treasures, still concerned for her well-being. "All right, let us go welcome our new companions." The system had already notified her of the plant's maturation, but she had been too engrossed in her meditation to hear it. "Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining delicious tomatoes, delicious tomatoes. True to its name, a noble fruit, exceptionally tasty, capable of restoring stamina while having a chance to randomly eliminate a negative buff. It bears only 3 fruits daily, so cherish them. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining Carrot Warrior, a splendid assistant for training, possessing formidable defense, and capable of self-repair. The Carrot Warrior automatically retains the skills of attackers, providing appropriate feedback, a must-have partner for experts. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining Little Daisy. The Little Daisy lacked extensive system introduction, appearing as an ordinary Little Daisy. The traveling dandelion had been waiting nearby, elated to see the harvest of the Little Daisy, and promptly took it back to the vase, where they could remain together henceforth. After binding them all to her vehicle, she placed the tomatoes on the terrace and the Carrot Warrior in the pumpkin house. Flower was captivated by the wooden warrior. Wasn't he this just an enlarged version of the headbutt? It could even evade attacks. After enduring several of Flower's strikes, the Carrot Warrior sprouted arms and legs, engaging in a vigorous spar with Flower, effortlessly neutralizing each of her moves, infuriating Flower as she hurled her headbutt in frustration. Wen Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she felt her practical skills were lacking. The arrival of this martial child was most opportune, and he was remarkably strong and intelligent. Rabbit also became captivated, launching an attack towards the martial child, who held his ground effortlessly against the two. Upon examining the gifts brought back by the traveling dandelion, she discovered a single seed. Eagerly, she retrieved it for inspection, a mysterious seed without any description. Wen Lan was filled with anticipation, having not acquired a new seed in quite some time. The little dandelion performed admirably. She encouraged it to continue its efforts next time. Opening her personal information, she noted her physical abilities had increased by 2 points and her mental acuity by 5 points. This lotus platform indeed possessed remarkable qualities. Glancing at the time, she saw it was nearly 8 o'clock. The rice seeds were about to be up for grabs. Hastily, she searched the official trading post, entering it with excitement, her fingers tingling in preparation to seize the opportunity. 3, 2, 1. Yes, she had succeeded. Ha ha. This was her first successful acquisition. My heart swells with joy. Big brother, I managed to snag it for you. Ha ha. I'll send it your way. And regarding the wool you gifted me last time, I've crafted a woolen garment and a wool blanket. The leftover scraps I'll keep for myself, hee hee. Looking back at him, she replied, "Thank you." 2 rice seeds were now in her possession. Just as her tomato seedlings were harvested and not yet replanted, she decided to use the rice seeds. Another seed was planted in a flower pot, yielding a maturation time of 48,000. The other 3 seeds comprised 2 tomatoes and the mysterious seed. Consuming 1 unit of ordinary soil. Alas, she had no ordinary soil left. The unknown seed would mature in 120,000, while the tomatoes required 48,000. Both of her initial flower pots had but 1 planting left. With 5 units of basic nutrients remaining, Wen Lan applied them to the rice seeds and the mysterious seed, leaving none behind. However, she pondered when she might next acquire talent materials. As night fell, the anticipated monsters had yet to appear, prompting Wen Lan to occupy herself with other tasks, refusing to wait, especially since they had arrived as late as dawn on a previous occasion. By the end of the day, she had traveled 57 kilometers. As dawn broke the next day, the night monsters had still not shown themselves. Inquiring with Rabbit, she learned that the monsters had indeed arrived last night, but were swiftly dealt with by them, their remains now residing in Hua Hua space. In the chaos of the previous night, she had forgotten to mention this. Such considerate little darlings. After activating flight mode, she prepared breakfast for them and washed cherries, reminding Hua Hua to save the seeds instead of swallowing them, so they could eventually plant cherry trees. "Sister, have you already harvested all the plants?" she asked. "When I went to collect them this morning, they were already placed in the basket." "What? Not at all. It was a Hua Hua." Hua Hua shook her head. "Who else could it be among us 3? Surely, we Haven Tea had a thief in the house." Without lingering on the remnants of the previous day's chaos, Wen Lan hurried to the terrace for inspection, only to find that all the plants had been neatly harvested and arranged. The basket that had originally been in the cupboard was now on the terrace, holding the freshly picked plants. The entire terrace looked immaculate, teeming with the vitality of the plants. This was truly perplexing. What on earth had transpired? Wen Lan harbored concerns about the peculiar creatures that could infiltrate their RV unnoticed by the system. For anything capable of breaching the Lily of the Valley's protective shield must possess remarkable prowess. "Rabbit, let us search separately and scrutinize if anything unusual has entered," she suggested. "All right, sister," came the reply. Wen Lan turned the entire vehicle upside down in her search, yet found nothing, leaving her breathless and weary. Surely, neither of them could be sleepwalking, as they had descended to tidy the terrace and tend to the plants. Could it be that they were haunted? The more she pondered, the more unsettling the thought became. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the vase of travel dandelions. Wen Lan exchanged a glance with Rabbit and cautiously approached the vase. Inside, delicate white daisies stood, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of the uncanny. Holding her knife, Wen Lan positioned herself before the vase as the daisies quivered, as if something was about to emerge. She held her breath, preparing for an impending attack. Chapter 55. The little daisy fairy's small head gradually emerged from the mouth of the vase. "What is this?" As the sight became clearer, Wen Lan could hardly believe her eyes. "Hello, my name is Xiao Ju. I am the little daisy fairy." A shy feminine voice resonated, and the figure, equally bashful, retreated back into the vase after introducing herself, revealing only her green crown and the delicate white petals of the daisy atop her head. Wen Lan admitted that her mind was momentarily blank. "Sister, she resembles you, but she is so tiny, even smaller than my radish knife. Is the little daisy fairy born from this daisy?" Facing the confusion of 2G and Hua Hua, she still found herself at a loss. It must be so. Wen Lan put away her knife and beamed widely. "Hello, little daisy fairy, I am Wen Lan." Just then, she felt a tugging at her pant leg, nearly forgetting about the 2 little ones. "This is 2G, and this is Hua Hua. Greetings, little daisy fairy." 2G shook its small ears, while Hua Hua joyfully waved its leaves. A pair of tiny hands grasped the edge of the vase, and the small head slowly emerged. "Hello." She was an adorable girl, her green hair adorned with white daisies, her delicate face exuding a charming beauty, though she appeared somewhat shy. The fairy gradually fluttered out of the vase, allowing Wen Lan to see her in full. The fairy was only slightly larger than Wen Lan's thumb, with green hair styled into two large braided pigtails, embellished with more white daisies. She wore a petite white dress cinched with a green belt, her bare feet resting upon her daisy, and a pair of translucent wings fluttered gracefully on her back. Wow, sister, the fairy is so beautiful. The fairy stood bashfully on the daisy, fidgeting with her little dress. Observing her almost suffocating from shyness, Wen Lan hastily initiated conversation to break the ice. You are the fairy of this daisy, aren't you? Why didn't I see you yesterday? Did this daisy always have a fairy? She was genuinely curious. It was her first encounter with the notion that plants could possess fairies, prompting her to wonder if her other plants could also transform into fairies. Yes, indeed, I'm a fairy of this daisy. I had not yet awakened yesterday. I only came to life after digesting all the energy. Energy? What energy? She felt she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. All she had done was plant it and wait for the harvest. It is a warm, green energy that allowed me to take form. Initially, I had only a thread of consciousness. Warm, green energy? Does this refer to the power of the wood element? She recalled using the wood element's energy to assist the daisy in reverting to its seed state before replanting it. Can all wood element energies grant plants the ability to produce fairies? Wen Lan unconsciously voiced her thoughts. Yes, these energies enable us to take form. The little fairy seemed to muster a touch of courage. Sister, could you please help Apu take form? Upon finishing her request, her face turned an adorable shade of crimson. Apu? Is Apu the traveling dandelion? Did Xiao Ju name you after Apu? The little fairy shyly nodded in affirmation. Ah, splendid. Is it Yopo? And you, Xiao Jun? Oh dear. Dandelion, you rascal. Your discerning eye is truly enviable. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to ensure that everyone swiftly transforms. Gazing upon the exquisite little sprite before me, my heart nearly melts at the thought of possessing various enchanting sprites in the future. So, did you assist us in harvesting the plants on the terrace? And did you tidy up the terrace as well? Suddenly, Wen Lan recalled the primary purpose of today, to uncover the identity of the mysterious Tianluo girl. Indeed, however, my current abilities are insufficient. I can only manage this extent of cleaning. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed once more. Alas, is this the wife that Dandelion has chosen for himself during his travels? He truly has exquisite taste. Wen Lan examined Xiaojun's information. Species, daisy race, sprite, innate ability, insight into the human heart, capable of discerning good from evil at first glance. Personality, timid, shy, and diligent. Are you hungry, Xiaojun? Would you like to eat? What do you usually consume? Wen Lan inquired, unsure of what sprites typically ate. Thank you, sister. I'm not hungry at the moment. I usually just drink some water and consume a bit of green energy, Xiaojun replied. Hua Hua tugged at Wen Lan's pant leg, signaling her desire to play with Xiaojun. Xiaojun, Hua Hua wishes to play with you. Would you like to join her for a while? Perhaps she will transform into a sprite in the future as well. The sprite nodded and flew toward Hua Hua's petals, while Tootie watched the children play. Seeing them quickly engage in play, Wen Lan felt reassured and returned to tidying up, as there were still many dishes to wash. Just as she finished cleaning up, she received an email from the artisan and lettuce, containing an automated digging arm and a snow-clearing fan. She had seen the digging arm before, but the snow-clearing fan caught her attention. It utilized the rapid rotation of lettuce leaves to clear the snow-covered ground, which was quite impressive. However, as she already possessed the flying dandelion, she no longer needed these items. She decided to return both tools, expressing her gratitude, and contemplated selling them at the trading post for points or perhaps exchanging them for something valuable. She had also heard rumors of various innovative snow-clearing machines being developed, with some chemists creating specialized snow-melting agents that could dissolve snow with just a spray. Unfortunately, these were not available for purchase on the market, as even the inventors found them insufficient for their own needs. Additionally, some individuals had ingeniously installed skis beneath their RVs. The source of such creativity was truly a mystery. In any case, everyone employed their respective methods to accumulate mileage, having experienced the consequences of failing to reach the required points in the past. No one dared to gamble with the repercussions of not completing the monthly mileage. The officials had already announced early this morning the impending blizzard set to arrive the day after tomorrow, urging players who had not upgraded their RVs to do so promptly. The transaction volume of vehicle upgrade cards at the trading post was steadily rising. The authorities had even organized an account specifically for selling upgrade cards to players with unupgraded vehicles, ensuring that the majority could endure the snowstorm. Wen Lan was still 11 upgrade cards and 2 energy stones away from her next vehicle upgrade. She returned to the pumpkin house to continue her training, aspiring to harness the surrounding wood elements to assist more plants in giving birth to sprites. In the car, Tuji, Huahua, and Xiaoju engaged in a delightful game of hide-and-seek. Tuji willingly undertook the task of activating flight mode, allowing Wen Lan to focus on her cultivation. Sitting cross-legged upon the ice crystal lotus platform, she summoned the ice element to envelop her entire being, thereby slowing the influx of white mist in her body and gradually enhancing Wen Lan's physical form. Simultaneously, she attuned herself to the surrounding wood element, guiding it to merge with various plants, adeptly managing 2 tasks at once. Wen Lan merely directed the wood element to integrate with each plant once, and upon opening her eyes again, she found that it was already 1 in the afternoon, emphasizing a gentle distribution of resources. Surrounding the lotus platform lay a scene of tranquility as the 3 adorable little ones slumbered on the floor. "Sister, have you finished your cultivation? The energy feels so delightful. I absolutely adore it." Tuji, still in a dreamy haze, opened her eyes, and the other 2 little ones stirred awake. "It feels wonderful. Xiaoju really enjoys it." Xiaoju appeared to have relaxed significantly, her cheeks no longer flushed. Huan nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Team Station, are you hungry? Did you enjoy the self-heating rice I left for you? Wen Lan, concerned about the uncertainty of her cultivation duration, had prepared some instant meals for them. They had already eaten, though it seemed Hua might still be peckish. "All right, let's have a little more together." Wen Lan prepared some fruit for them to snack on, while she set about simmering chicken soup and stir-frying a dish of chicken. Hua showed no interest in the soup, but delighted in the stir-fried chicken, relishing the combination of meat and chili peppers. Xiaoju had a fondness for soda and wanted to save some for Apu. Upon realizing this, Wen Lan promptly suggested they wait until Apu returned before pouring it out, assuring them there was plenty to go around. After their meal, a significant amount of chicken soup remained, which could be reheated for later. Wen Lan glanced at the envelope in the driver's seat, which had been there for 2 days. Why hadn't the station appeared yet? The last time, it had been easy to trigger. Just as she pondered this, a fork in the road suddenly materialized before her, as if her thoughts had summoned it. "Congratulations, player! You have triggered the station, Peach Blossom Village. This is an event-type station. Once the event concludes, the station will vanish. Players are required to assist the villagers in overcoming difficulties. The expiration time is set at 1 hour. Failure to gain the villagers' approval within the hour will result in a penalty, having current resources and expulsion from the station. Current exploration participants, 1-3. Players may invite friends or recruit from the world. Will you enter the station? Countdown, 5 minutes. The station will disappear in 5 minutes." Wen Lan quickly deactivated flight mode. To her surprise, this station came with a description and was a team station. She had initially thought it would be the Forge Villa, given the token. However, considering the known penalties, she felt it was worth investigating. "Congratulations, player! You have entered the station, Peach Blossom Village. Current exploration participants insufficient, less than 3. Please invite friends or recruit from the world." As she ventured down the path, the snow covering the ground thinned, revealing a quaint village. A somewhat dilapidated sign read Peach Blossom Village. Opening the team chat, she noticed a message. "Is anyone going to the 3-person team station? We need to help the villagers solve problems. Failing to gain approval means halved resources, with a time limit of 1 hour. Let us good luck," responded. "Look at me. Big shot. I can do it. I love eating mushrooms," added. "My new mushrooms are at a critical growth stage. I cannot leave for now." Craftsman chimed in. "I can join as well. Is anyone going?" Let us good luck inquired. "Okay, I'll send the invite. This station might have unknown dangers, so please bring your gear." "Absolutely. We cannot take our lives lightly," Let us good luck affirmed. I love eating mushrooms added. Return safely. After sending invitations to Lettuce Good Luck and Craftsman, both were promptly accepted, and the trio was pulled into a temporary chat group. By Wen Lan's vehicle, two uniquely designed RVs appeared. One was a vibrant green, adorned with several upright leaves atop its roof, while a lettuce plant sprouted at the front, its leaves drooping under a sprinkle of snow. The other was a true RV, resembling a wooden cabin, showcasing numerous wooden mechanical parts beneath it, complete with wheels and a wooden mechanical arm at the front. At a glance, Wen Lan could easily discern the owners of these vehicles. The window of the green camper van swung open, revealing a young man adorned with a green woolen hat, exuding a vibrant energy. Hey, Wang Zai, your vehicle is like something out of a fairy tale. Haha. Wow. Master Craftsman, your camper is incredibly cool. Your vehicle is quite green as well. A burly man with a scruffy beard stepped out from the door. As Wen Lan leaned out the window, a voice rang out. Wang Zai, you look so youthful. Wen Lan smiled shyly, suggesting, shall we head into the village? We only have an hour to explore. She felt a tinge of social anxiety, especially since it was her first time meeting online friends. It seemed best to dive right into the matter at hand, while also sharing the platform's system prompt with the group, ensuring they were informed about the event. Let's go inside, the man said, returning to the camper. To her astonishment, what she had initially perceived as wheels transformed into four long legs, allowing the camper to rise and walk freely through the snow. Wow, this is astonishing, Wen Lan exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Wow, brother, your camper is so cool. If you have the chance, do invite me for a ride. Lettuce's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to crawl out of his own camper for a closer look. Wen Lan activated flight mode, driving into Taoyuan Village, with the other two campers following closely behind. Exploration participants 3-3, welcome to the Taoyuan Village platform, wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As the vehicle entered the village, every door stood tightly shut, rendering the place akin to an abandoned settlement. Leaving Hua Hua to guard the vehicles, Wen Lan, accompanied by Tutu and Xiao Ju, disembarked. Although Xiao Ju could not engage in combat, her talents allowed her to hide and provide discreet reminders. Upon seeing Wen Lan alight, Lettuce and the craftsman also exited their campers, approaching Wen Lan, marking their first genuine offline meeting. Hello, I am Wen Lan. Beware, I might just devour you. She jested while introducing herself. Hello, Wang Zai. I'm Qinhuaju, but you can call me Lettuce. Your camper is so cool. Did it just take flight? Greetings. I am Gu Nanmu, the craftsman. The atmosphere felt quite similar to their online conversations, which eased Wen Lan's nerves somewhat. Do you sense that someone is watching us? Lettuce remarked, scanning the surroundings with an involuntary shiver. There seems to be someone observing us from inside the house, the craftsman noted, his gaze fixated on a window of a nearby building, exuding a keen awareness. Should we knock and inquire? He proposed. Have we brought the props? Time is of the essence. It's better to be direct. Yes, we have everything. Wen Lan confirmed as they made their way towards the house the craftsman was watching. Knocking on the door. Before long, a crack in the door opened, revealing an elderly woman peering out with a look of fear. Who are you? What do you want? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Dear grandmother, do not be afraid. We are merely passing through this village to rest a while. The snow is quite heavy, making travel difficult, Wen Lan reassured her. The old woman studied Wen Lan and Lettuce's youthful faces, seeming to relax slightly, though her gaze darted nervously towards the craftsman. Wen Lan hurriedly stepped forward to allay her grandmother's concerns. Grandma, he merely has a large frame that may appear intimidating. By the way, could we exchange some food here? We have consumed all our provisions and are willing to work for sustenance. Lettuce seemed to grasp Wen Lan's intention. Indeed, Grandma, we are quite industrious, particularly this gentle giant. He possesses skills in various tasks, especially in furniture repair. Even if it has been ravaged by pests, he can restore it to its former glory. The elderly woman's gaze turned inquisitive as she regarded the artisan. After a moment of contemplation, and under Lettuce's encouraging gestures, he finally spoke. While I can repair what has been hollowed out, it will not be functional. I can, however, create something anew for you. Very well then, please come inside, she replied. Chapter 57, Taoyuan village at last, when Lan and her companions entered the modest yet neat abode. The furnishings were sparse, with a central charcoal stove surrounded by 2 low stools. "Please have a seat. I shall fetch 2 more stools for you," she said, making her way towards the inner room. "Grandmother, let me assist you. You needn't tire yourself with such trivial tasks," shouted Lettuce, her eyes darting with determination as she followed closely behind the elderly woman. Before long, she emerged, carrying a stool. "Thank you, dear. But where are your children? How is it that you live here alone?" Wen Lan inquired as she helped the grandmother settle down. "Oh, my poor fate," the old woman sighed. "My son and daughter-in-law were married, but a short while before tragedy struck. While gathering herbs in the mountains, a tiger took them. Since then, my husband and I have been childless, and so life has continued. Recently, my husband succumbed to a chill, leaving me as the sole survivor." Wen Lan and her companions exchanged glances, filled with sympathy. "We are truly sorry, grandmother, for reminding you of such sorrow. Is there anything we can assist you with? We would be more than happy to help." Lettuce eagerly offered. After a moment's hesitation, the grandmother spoke. "In truth, I had not intended to hold a formal funeral in this weather, opting instead for a hasty burial. However, I hear that this young man possesses carpentry skills. Might he craft a coffin for my husband, allowing him a dignified resting place, free from the threat of wild beasts? It would also provide an opportunity for the villagers to pay their respects at the ancestral hall. Certainly, provided there is sufficient wood and tools. I can complete it within half an hour," Wen Lan assured her. "Marvelous. The carpenter at the end of the village has both wood and tools. I shall give you a basket of eggs. You may trade them," mentioning that Lin Chunhua from the village sent you. Wen Lan and her companions readily accepted, for they were keen to undertake this task. The old woman handed Wen Lan a covered basket of eggs, instructing her that the carpenter's home was easily identifiable by a cart stationed outside. "I would also appreciate it if you could invite the villagers to join me in mourning at the ancestral hall in half an hour." "Of course, grandmother. You can count on us," they replied. Not far from the house, Lettuce voiced his confusion. "Isn't there a carpenter in the village? Why not ask him to make the coffin directly? It seems rather complicated otherwise. Moreover, when I entered the kitchen with that elderly woman, I saw no signs of a shared life. There was only one set of dishes. Did she dispose of her husband's belongings so soon after his passing? We should tread carefully. The grandmother appears more complex than she seems. Additionally, the system did not prompt us to accept a quest, suggesting either we are off course or have yet to meet the necessary conditions. The moment I laid eyes on her, Xiaojun warned me to be cautious. Moreover, my previous experiences with NPC quests always involve system notifications. That old woman is not to be underestimated. Her legs are strong, and her palms are calloused, indicating a life of labor. Let us first visit the carpenter and assess the situation. This village is disturbingly quiet. The artisan's keen observations elicited a wave of admiration from Lettuce. The village was not particularly large, and it took less than 3 minutes to reach its end. Naturally, to save time, they opted to drive. As they journeyed along, Wen Lan observed that every household was adorned with lanterns, covered in snow that had not been cleared away. From a distance, they resembled a row of white lanterns, creating an eerie atmosphere in the lifeless surroundings. The carpenter's house was easily identifiable. Every home was meticulously clean, save for a cart positioned at the entrance of his abode. Wen Lan knocked on the door and waited for quite some time without receiving a response. Just as she was about to knock more forcefully, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a face lined with wrinkles that startled her. The artisan, quick to react, swiftly pulled her behind him. It was then she noticed that the man had no arms and was using his teeth to grasp the rope of the latch. Hence the close proximity of his face at first. "Hello, may I inquire if this is the carpenter's residence? We have come to assist Lin Chunhua at the village entrance in exchanging lumber and tools. Here are some eggs for the trade." Wen Lan leaned forward, smiling at the elderly man while extending the basket in her hand, appearing obedient and understanding. The old man's expression was stern, but upon hearing Lin Chunhua's name, he softened slightly. "Come in," he rasped, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of a throat burdened with phlegm. He led them to a warehouse, not sparing them a glance, nor uttering a single word throughout the journey. "Everything is here. Finish your work before you leave," he stated curtly, turning away without even taking the basket of eggs. Before them stood a tree that had been struck by lightning. Its bark was charred black. However, when one brushed their hand against the surface, the black soot fell away to reveal the intact inner grain, as pristine as ever. Is this lightning-struck wood? Do they use lightning-struck wood for coffins? Though I am not well-versed in the matter, I have read enough novels to know that it seems rather unsuitable, said Luo Ju, gazing at the tree with hesitation. Sister, this tree bears the essence of its kin. Its energy is faint and on the verge of dissipating. Can you help it? Little Ju, hidden in Wen Lan's collar, tugged at her hair. Wen Lan closed her eyes, attuning herself to the surrounding vitality, a sensation she often experienced while channeling wood elements to plants. Yet, this tree evidently had lost its life force. Why did little Ju sense the presence of its kin? Wen Lan summoned the wood elements around her, gathering them towards the front. Gradually, they coalesced into a small human form, yet it was not absorbed. What is this? Why is there a transparent little person? Wen Lan opened her eyes to behold a tiny sprite, clad in a delicate pink peach blossom dress, her black hair adorned with peach branches. Unlike little Ju, this sprite was ethereal, transparent like a ghost. Greetings, outsiders. Welcome to Taoyuan Village, the sprite exclaimed, her lively voice resonating. Wow, it spoke. Luo Ju marveled, circling around the sprite in wonder, intrigued yet hesitant to touch it. The sprite surveyed her surroundings, seemingly recollecting something, and instantaneously appeared somewhat forlorn. Outsiders, did you awaken me? I sensed a familiar essence within you. Could you assist me in a matter? The sprite gazed at Wen Lan, her petite, youthful visage adorned with a serious expression. Speak, Wen Lan replied. It is not that Wen Lan wishes to appear aloof. Rather, the two individuals beside her have been gazing at her intently, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Might you assist me in eliminating all the villagers, scattering their ashes in the peach blossom grove at the village entrance, so that Taoyuan Village may return to its serene state? Congratulations, player. You have triggered the villager quest. Restore tranquility to Taoyuan Village. Will you accept? The three exchanged glances and agreed to accept. Congratulations, player. You have accepted the villager quest. Restore tranquility to Taoyuan Village. Thank you. I shall offer you my corporeal form as a token of gratitude. The little sprite smiled joyfully, revealing its tiny canines, before dissipating into the air. It vanished. Xiao Ju's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Where did it go? Let his fortune searched high and low, hoping to find the sprite once more. Wen Lan and the artisan wore serious expressions. Wen Lan was the first to speak up. What shall we do next? Shall we continue with the coffin? Yes. Who says a coffin must only be a coffin? No, my friend. What riddle are you trying to unravel? What do you mean a coffin is not merely a coffin? Very well. Let us invite the villagers to the ancestral hall. We shall reconvene in half an hour. Wen Lan tugged at the bewildered lettuce fortune and strode out. Chapter 58. Settlement Rewards after notifying the last household. Wen Lan made her way towards the ancestral hall, as directed by the villagers. Along the path, she encountered a few villagers hurrying towards the hall, their hands clutching bundles wrapped in cloth, but there was no exchange of words. The village, consisting of merely 20 households, was peculiar. Each household housed only an elderly individual, accompanied by neither the young nor the able-bodied, and some were afflicted with disabilities. Oh, you have finally returned. Guess what I just saw? Exclaimed one villager. Each villager placed a bundle into the coffin. The old lady mentioned it was a gift for her husband. It seems he held a significant position in the village. Before Wen Lan could step through the door of the ancestral hall, a villager named Lettuce Yuhao whisked her aside to whisper conspiratorially. She had notified the last household alone, instructing him to return early and assist the artisan, while also seeking information. Is her husband's body inside? Wen Lan mused, her curiosity piqued. I had no idea. I must go take a look. With that, she dashed away in a hurry. At the center of the ancestral hall lay an unsealed, jet-black coffin, surrounded by a congregation of elderly individuals kneeling in reverence. Directly opposite, an altar was adorned with numerous memorial tablets, while incense wafted from a burner on the table. Wen Lan counted a total of 67 tablets. Inside the coffin, there was no body, only 67 bundles, and upon accidentally bumping into a villager, she glimpsed what appeared to be ashes. The artisan, noticing Wen Lan, approached her. This aligned with a number of memorial tablets, and she began to piece together the story behind it. "Thank you all so much. This coffin is exquisitely crafted," the old lady said, her gnarled hands clasping Wen Lan's in gratitude. "We have finally," she began, but her voice trailed off, too faint for Wen Lan to comprehend. "Everyone is here. It's time to seal the coffin. My old bones lack the strength. Could you lend me a hand?" Wen Lan glanced at the artisan, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to acquiesce. With their combined efforts, the three of them secured the coffin. As they stood, all eyes turned towards them, fixated with an unsettling intensity. "What on earth? Why is everyone staring at us? It's quite unnerving." Lettuce Yu-Hao shivered, rubbing her arms against the chill. "It has been ages since our village has seen youthful spirits. Why not remain here with us?" The old lady's frail form belied the chilling tone of her words. Unable to contain himself, Lettuce Yu-Hao lunged forward, but his weapon passed right through, inflicting no damage, causing him to stagger back. "You cannot contend with us. Charge!" The villagers transformed into grotesque visages, lunging towards them. Congratulations, player has successfully defeated LV3 Obsessive Ghost 1, gaining experience 15, shared among the squad. Before them loomed a towering 2-meter-tall black wooden automaton, wielding dual wooden swords, resembling a miniature version of a transformer. What in the world is this? A coffin transformed into Optimus Prime? Lettuce Yu-Hao gaped, incredulity etched across her face. Wen Lan was equally astonished, as even the rabbits and little chrysanthemums concealed within her garments peeked out in surprise. The black automaton dispatched all the ghosts effortlessly, inflicting no harm upon them, while the system incessantly chimed notifications of kills. In our country, such robots have existed for quite some time, which is hardly surprising. As the artisan finished speaking, he was met with 2 pairs of skeptical eyes. "Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating all the lingering specters. Taoyuan Village is on the verge of collapse, with a countdown of 3 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. The task of scattering the ashes has been entrusted to you." The trio hurried back to their vehicle, racing towards the highway. The artisan's car, with its long legs, accelerated swiftly, moving at an impressive speed. Wen Lan deactivated flight mode, switching to driving mode. Otherwise, they would never make it out in 3 minutes. Fortunately, the snow on the platform was not overly thick, though the tires did slip a bit. Let us good luck closely follow behind. Suddenly, a wooden block was hurled from the vehicle ahead, exploding in midair and scattering a cloud of powder. Wen Lan glanced in the rearview mirror, watching as the village gradually faded into the ethereal. What was once a desolate village entrance blossomed with peach trees. Congratulations, player, for completing the mission. Rewards have been dispatched. Congratulations, player, for successfully clearing the stage and departing from Taoyuan Village, gaining the villagers' approval. This platform will no longer be accessible, and stage completion rewards have been sent. Just as the car was about to plunge into a snowdrift, Wen Lan activated flight mode, the narrow path had vanished, and her 2 companions had returned to their highway. Sister Tuji and Xiao Ju emerged from Wen Lan's collar. Xiao Ju appeared somewhat disheartened, reaching out her finger to gently stroke its little head. Sometimes, an ending is merely a new beginning. Wen Lan opened her emails to claim the mission rewards, receiving 1 seed of the Higanbana and 1 land deed for Taoyuan Village. Higanbana seed. Nurtured by countless bloodlines, it harbors immense spiritual power. Taoyuan Village land deed can be bound to Taoyuan Village. Would you like to bind Taoyuan Village to the vehicle? Yes. Binding successful. Please set the entrance. Wen Lan designated the entrance at the passenger door, creating an inconspicuous button that, when pressed, would manifest a white vortex. Thus, both the elevator and the entrance to Taoyuan Village were conveniently located in one spot. Xiao Ju, let's explore inside once more. Wen Lan, accompanied by Xiao Ju, Tuj, and Hua, ventured into Taoyuan Village. It seemed only a small section of the village had been unlocked, surrounded by a dense fog. A tender green sprout emerged from the barren land, and Xiao Ju excitedly fluttered around it. Many stories are cliché. Tragedies are not perceived as such by all. Within a small group, someone tagged themselves. Artisan, hey look, let us good luck. Consider this robot as a reward for exiting the platform. I have some materials left and can craft something small for you, though its attack power might be lacking. Yet, the materials are quite effective against supernatural entities. Let us good luck. Thank you, my dear brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Look again, and I might just devour you. Thank you, my dear brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Let us good luck. Grateful to both of you for guiding me, huh? I cleared it painlessly and even obtained a shape-shifting stone. Integrate it into a weapon, and it can transform into any desired shape. Wen Lan couldn't help but mention this brother's weapon, a mere lettuce. When he first revealed it, Wen Lan thought he might be hungry. With this shape-shifting stone, it should indeed become quite impressive. Wouldn't he it? Pure love warrior. Ah, I merely indulged in a brief afternoon slumber. What a monumental error. Let us good luck. Haha. You have no idea how amazing my brother and sister are. Are you familiar with Transformers? My brother created one. And how about little fairies? They absolutely adore my sister. Heart as big as a needle's eye. Woe is me. Cease your words, for I am envious to the point of tears. I adore mushrooms. Enough. Allow me to present you with 2 stuffed mushrooms to silence you. Heart as big as a needle's eye. Why 2? Could it be? I adore mushrooms. Do not overthink it. Once one is consumed, a new one shall be provided next time to spare me from further efforts. Wen Lan remains quite confident in the craftsmanship of artisans and is eagerly anticipating the robot. Chapter 59. Seeking shade beneath the grain, the robot swiftly arrived, prompting a renewed appreciation in Wen Lan for the craftsmanship of artisans. At first glance, she believed it to be merely a basin, albeit one equipped with a seat. At the forefront was a remote control lever, accompanied by several buttons. Upon settling in, the vehicle reached her waist, leaving ample space, and she beckoned Rabbit and Flower to join her. Pressing the first button, 4 wooden wheels emerged from the base of the basin. How delightful! A remote-controlled car. Wen Lan began to maneuver the lever, though she frequently misjudged her turns, colliding with the walls. Curiosity led her to press the second button, and she distinctly felt an upward thrust, elevating the vehicle. Glancing down, she was surprised to see it supported by wooden legs extending just to her thighs. As she skillfully navigated the controls, she discovered that this mode could autonomously avoid obstacles, proving to be considerably more intelligent than the previous setting. How exhilarating! Yet, visibility outside remained an issue. Rabbit, filled with excitement, perked up its ears and bounced energetically, eager to glimpse the world beyond. Flower lifted Rabbit onto her pedals, allowing it to stand atop her bloom, while leaning over the edge to observe the moving scenery, thoroughly delighted. Little Chrysanthemum was also drawn to the commotion, perching atop Wen Lan's head to experience the thrill of the large wooden creation racing within its confined space. Wen Lan felt victorious at this point. Any further surprises would merely be a bonus. Once the cold wave season had passed, perhaps she could embark on adventures in the little car. As vehicles were not permitted to leave the roads, there remained a third button on the car, yet pressing it yielded no response, likely intended for transforming into a robot. But with someone aboard, it could not change form. Hastily disembarking, Wen Lan pressed the button again, and to her astonishment, the little car unfolded and transformed into a robot, truly reminiscent of a transformer. It appeared remarkably cool. The robot stood at Wen Lan's waist, possessing slender arms and legs. Drawing a short sword from its back, it began a display of slashing moves, though its striking power seemed rather lacking. Given this, she hesitated to send it into battle. The thought of potential damage was disheartening. Perhaps it would be best to reserve the third mode for a more opportune moment. The second mode had become her favorite. Flower, being quite astute, quickly grasped the operation after merely a glance, and was now leading Rabbit and Little Chrysanthemum on a whimsical adventure. They flitted from the pumpkin house to the vehicle compartment, even venturing to Peach Blossom Village, returning midway to pick up a little chick. Wen Lan settled at the Lotus platform to cultivate her spirit, striving to awaken the next little sprite as swiftly as possible. Drawing from her prior experience, The delivery of wood elements was significantly expedited this time, enabling her to accurately locate the plants, even discerning their shapes. Previously, upon closing her eyes, she could only perceive luminescent elements. Everything else remained obscured. After completing 2 rounds of elemental delivery, Wen Lan began to feel fatigued, the icy layer enveloping her body becoming increasingly difficult to control, signaling that she had reached the limits of her mental fortitude. Emerging from her meditative state, Wen Lan reviewed her attributes: strength, 15, stamina, 13, agility, 12, mental power, 18. Her mental fortitude had indeed experienced rapid enhancement, yet the other attributes remained somewhat lacking. With 3 doses of the body-enhancing elixir still available, she pondered whether these would yield significant results. After warming up some chicken soup, she prepared a spicy stir-fry with chili and cured beef, accompanied by bread, while reminiscing about white rice. She sliced an apple, discarding the seeds, and anticipated planting apple and cherry trees in the newly vacated flower pot. The surplus was stored in her spatial backpack, awaiting the expansion of Taoyuan Village's space for future cultivation, though the means to achieve this expansion eluded her. Upon arriving in Taoyuan Village, Wen Lan summoned some of her restored mental power to channel wood elements into the peach sapling. Earlier, during her training, she inadvertently infused the durian seedling with wood elements, awakening to find it had grown considerably taller. It then dawned on her that the terrace might not be suitable for durian cultivation, given its impressive vertical growth. The peach sapling unfurled its leaves, striving upward by an inch, while the ethereal mist of Taoyuan Village seemed to dissipate slightly. "It appears I must diligently nourish you," she mused, caressing the sapling's leaves, acknowledging yet another responsibility to tend to. Upon exiting the platform, Wen Lan had no intention of pausing for rest. She resolved to travel for an additional 2 hours that evening. This, however, placed a burden on her little soldier companions, prompting her to secretly reward them with extra wood elements as a token of appreciation. Having encountered the skilled artisan and the fortunate lettuce vehicle, the pressure-mounted. Talent was abundant in Huagua, and without a competitive edge, one risked falling behind, even in the survival game. After relinquishing driving duties to the rabbit, Wen Lan engaged in sparring with the carrotwood warrior, only to find herself severely outmatched. Fortunately, her opponent wielded a carrot-shaped pillow as a weapon. Otherwise, she might have emerged with a swollen visage akin to that of a pig. Nonetheless, she sensed an improvement in her reflexes, even if her stamina lagged behind, necessitating extended periods of rest. As the notification chimed, "The rice has matured. Would you like to harvest?" She lay on the floor, panting, her energy once again depleted. "Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining hybrid rice." The description unfolded. Hybrid rice. The growth of this petite rice variety embodies the hopes of countless individuals. Historically, the rice family had never seen the emergence of hybrid rice, seemingly cultivated by a human. This variety allows for greater sustenance, alleviating hunger. The hopes it carries led it to ultimately choose the path of hybridization, fulfilling the dream of shade beneath the rice stalks even in a foreign realm. Hybrid rice yields 20 seedlings daily, thriving with minimal environmental demands, only requiring soil to survive, producing 300 kilograms per acre with a maturation cycle of 3 days. Though yields may decrease post-harvest. Upon reading the introduction, Wen Lan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. A torrent of emotions lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. Although the yield per acre fell short of the esteemed standards set by Grandpa Yuan, the rapid maturation cycle of merely 3 days, coupled with its lenient survival requirements, was undeniably appealing. After binding the rice to a vessel, she placed it on the terrace, having harvested her first batch of seedlings. Once Taoyuan Village expanded, she would cultivate the rice, envisioning a golden expanse upon maturity, an undoubtedly splendid sight. However, prior to that, she could make a sale to earn some points, as she always felt that these points held significance. Regarding the pricing, she was quite conflicted, but ultimately decided on 5 points per seedling. It was not exceedingly cheap, yet affordable for everyone, and she could also save seeds for herself. Once listed, the seedlings were snatched up in an instant, even sparking lively discussions in the chat channel. Strawberry boba milk. Oh no, is Grandpa Yuan coming? In 3 days, I'll be able to eat rice. I feel like crying. Einstein blanket. Huh? What are you talking about? A hearty meal. Someone has listed hybrid rice seedlings in the trading post. They have a short maturation period and are not picky about conditions. You can plant them with just a bit of soil from anywhere, and you can even save seeds. Unfortunately, I didn't team manage to grab any. I decided to keep an eye on this trading post. I must secure some. Pure love warrior. With your explanation, it's even less likely I'll get any. Thanks a lot. Fortunately, she had chosen to hide the trading post information from the start. Otherwise, private messages would have been overwhelmingly lively. But had she forgotten something? Turning to glance at the golden box on the terrace, filled with soil, it dawned on her. Had she overlooked something? With ample soil, she could have planted on the terrace herself. How infuriating. Chapter 60. The Parasitic Robot. Unknown seeds have ripened. Shall we harvest? Indeed, unknown seeds. A thrilling sensation akin to opening a mystery box. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining Parasitic Vine. Parasitic vine, as the name suggests, it is a species that requires a host to survive. It selectively chooses, reluctantly settling on a small robot toy within your vehicle. Yet behold, a more favorable option seems to have emerged. Do you find your transforming robot lacking in intelligence? Do you believe its comfort could be enhanced? Fear not, for the parasitic vine shall address all these concerns. Shall the parasitic vine be bound to the transforming robot? The parasitic vine, an entity far beyond her comprehension, has even chosen a suitable body for herself. Wen Lan, ever trusting of her plant, agreed without hesitation. Binding successful, following the system's notification. Layers of vine enveloped the surface of the small vehicle, while thick cushions and a backrest were woven into the seats, presenting an inviting softness. The vehicle paused beside Wen Lan, as if beckoning her to take a seat, which indeed felt significantly more comfortable once she settled in, even fastening her seatbelt with thoughtfulness. A vine extended toward Wen Lan, blossoming into a small flower that nestled in her hair. How astute the parasitic vine is! Observing the nearby rabbit and flower, it eagerly invited them to join, bestowing each with a flower as well, and they joyfully took a ride in the pumpkin carriage, transitioning to the second mode without a hint of jostling. After gently carrying Wen Lan and her companions, the vine transformed into a robot, exhibiting enhanced agility and intelligence, even forming a grand heart shape for Wen Lan. This prompted Flower to earnestly attempt to replicate it, but alas, her leaves were too short and her flower too large, ultimately resulting in the parasitic vine teaching her to form a small heart in front of her, while assisting Rabbit in mimicking the gesture with its ears. Ha ha ha! It seems the parasitic vine is quite the extroverted companion, and merriment is surely on the horizon. In a vacant flower pot, she planted the seeds of the ghost flower and apple seeds, consuming 1 unit of ordinary soil. The remaining uses of the basic pot stand at 1. With no ordinary soil left. Ghost flower remaining maturation time, 72:00:00. Apple remaining maturation time, 48:00:00. The traveling dandelion has returned, accompanied by little chrysanthemum in the vase. She had promised little chrysanthemum to procure soda for Apu, and she must not forget, today, while out. Apu had not consumed any wood element, and thus required a special treat. Sensing Apu's joyful response, Wen Lan increased the supply of wood elements, ensuring Apu could accumulate some within, providing sustenance while away from home. Once her tasks were completed, she examined the items Apu had brought back, a piece of energy stone, meaning she now required only 1 energy stone. After expressing her gratitude to Apu, Wen Lan continued to engage in a battle of wits with the wood warrior. As their vehicle pressed onward, with no sign of the nocturnal monsters this evening, they practiced until 9 o'clock, at which point Wen Lan prepared for her nightly routine. Having been occupied until 10, Wen Lan was awakened by a gentle shaking, the wind howling outside. Daylight had arrived, with snowflakes swirling in the gusts. The scented geranium could muffle some sounds, but could not withstand the ferocity of the wind. With such a tempestuous blizzard, venturing out today was utterly impossible. 405, -50, blizzard, 9th day of the cold wave season. Daily mileage goal, 0. Today is not suitable for travel. By the way, was there no night monster last night? Could it be that I was sleeping too soundly to hear anything? Sister, it was Xiao Tung who discovered the night monster yesterday. Not wanting to disturb you, she teamed up with Hua Hua to slay the beast. Rabbit Chi seemed to sense that Wen Lan was puzzled and promptly provided an explanation. Wen Lan was deeply touched. Who could be so fortunate in survival as she was? She quickly rose to prepare a delightful meal for them. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of soda. Xiao Tong adored soda, extending a vine to slurp it eagerly. The name Xiao Tong was given by Hua Hua, and she accepted it, with Rabbit Chi communicating this to her. Since travel was off the table today, why not unbox instead? Yesterday, they traveled 872 kilometers and collected quite a few boxes. They had completed 2066 kilometers so far, and were close to the monthly goal of 2,400 kilometers. To prevent the monster's blood from soiling their dwelling, they devised a plan. Hua Hua would paralyze with her spines, while Xiao Tong would bind and suffocate the creature. They opened all the wooden boxes, totaling 21. Experience gained, 125. Rabbit Chi, 11,044,000, and Wen Lan, 12,46,4,000, also surpassed 1,000 with the experience from the platform and night monsters. Resources obtained. Vehicle upgrade card fragment 17. Rice cooker 1, electric grill 1, hot pot base 2, 250 milliliters mineral water 3, glass 7, plastic 9, iron nails 3, screws 5. The haul was rather meager. Who would believe it came from 21 boxes? There were still 6 bronze chests and 1 silver chest left, but luck was not on their side today. So they would save those for next time. They sent 10 chickens, 6 rabbits, 1 duck, and 1 goose to the butcher for assistance in dismemberment, while the remaining bats and snakes yielded 2 units of venom. They also disassembled the night monster, obtaining 5 wolf pelts, 5 kilograms of wolf meat, and 1 eagle egg. To her surprise, she even acquired a battle pet egg. She planned to sell it for something else, as she already possessed a sculpture egg, and the drop rate for eagle eggs was quite high. Survival Team 6-6. Looking for a trade. Is anyone interested in exchanging for an eagle egg? Heart as small as a needle's. Don't you need it, Big Shot? It's a pity. I can barely raise 1 wolf cub, let alone a second. I love eating mushrooms. I'll trade. What do you want in exchange, Big Shot? Looking to devour you. Seeds would be best. Blueprints would also suffice. I love eating mushrooms. How about a fungal strain? Looking to devour you. Perfect. I'll send it to you. Wen Lan sent the eagle egg to Mushroom and swiftly received a fungal strain and a blueprint in return. I love eating mushrooms. You must accept this, Big Shot. I have plenty of fungal strains. I can only throw in another blueprint. Otherwise, I feel guilty. This fungal strain is a new breed I cultivated, called the Possession Ghost Umbrella. Its effects are quite remarkable. Possession Ghost Umbrella? That name sounds impressive. The other blueprint is 4 Sofa Blueprint. Crafting a double sofa. Require materials, 1,000 G cotton, 8 hides, 5 wooden boards. Materials complete. Would you like to craft? Hides. It seems that wolf fur would suffice. And she also has some rabbit fur. Once everything is prepared, let us proceed with the creation. Success in crafting. Congratulations on acquiring a double sofa. Wen Lan positioned the sofa in the pumpkin nook, providing a place to rest after a workout. The sofa, a blend of gray long hair and irregular short white fur, was exquisitely soft and comfortable as Wen Lan reclined upon it. Adding a white wool blanket, crafted by her, only enhanced the coziness. In no time, a delightful gathering of little ones sprawled over it. Even the little vine had succumbed to a relaxed pose on the sofa. This surely must affect one's workout regimen. Chapter 61. The service area gameplay. The remaining wooden boxes were kept to plant today as harvested rice seedlings, which would mature in 3 days. The terrace could hardly accommodate so many boxes, so Wen Lan commissioned a craftsman to create a rack that could barely suffice. On this tempestuous day, Wen Lan found a rare moment of relaxation, her mind free of burdens, leading to a significant enhancement in her cultivation efficiency. After a restful night, not even the nighttime monsters made an appearance. As long as the vehicle met the minimum requirements, it felt almost like a day off. At 4:00 a.m., under clear skies and a temperature of 0°C, on the 10th day of the cold wave season, the daily mileage goal was set at 60 kilometers. Seeing such weather and temperature, Everyone was overjoyed, and the chat channel flourished with enthusiasm. The morning broadcast from the Morning Glory announced that the next 3 days would be sunny, and much of the snow would melt away. Having weathered the blizzard, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, although regrettably, not everyone had made it through. Last night, 2 tomato plants were harvested, one bearing 8 fruits and the other 6, allowing for a daily harvest, thus achieving true freedom with tomatoes. She planted parasitic mushrooms and cherries, which would take 48 hours and 72 hours to mature, respectively. Congratulations to the players in Huagwood District 6666 for achieving the monthly mileage goal and unlocking the service area gameplay. Players can purchase supplies and gather intelligence within the service area. Tasks can be posted in the service area, and upon completion by other players, corresponding rewards will be granted. Parking spaces are limited. Once full, no further players will be accepted, so please proceed to the next service area. Not every service area is safe. Players are encouraged to explore further for more gameplay options. Is it too intense? Just a few minutes after dawn, and they're already on the move? Wen Lan quickly activated flight mode, finding herself swept up once again. Breakfast consisted of burgers. Wow, a big shot has already completed the monthly goal. How enviable. I have only completed half. With such fine weather today, I shall strive to cover more distance. Outsider, a new gameplay has emerged. Do you think players will encounter each other in the service area? Einstein, haha, I have already arrived at service area 03. There aren't too many players yet, and it appears quite modern. The underground parking allows for elevators to various floors. I'm currently indulging in a massage. After such prolonged effort, it's time to unwind. Image of a shirtless massage, strawberry boba milk. The system warns that there are still dangers in the service area, so everyone should exercise caution, especially around other players. Heavenly dumpling. I've also reached the service area, but I'm at 11, haha. They charge for parking. It's 10 points per hour, far too expensive. However, it's quite bustling here, with everything available for food, clothing, shelter, and transport. I've already begun enjoying a family bucket. Image of a family bucket, pure love warrior. Wow. Is there chicken stew with mushrooms? I'm craving it. I must hurry. Once the parking lot fills up, entry will be denied. Heavenly dumpling. There should be. I just saw a restaurant. However, the prices are a bit steep, so I didn't eat there. The fried chicken smells delightful. A bucket is only 20 points. Sadly, it cannot be packaged. Strawberry boba milk. At present, both service areas 03 and 11 seem safe. Wen Lan felt a surge of excitement, eager to explore the service area herself. Meanwhile, Xiaoju was busy harvesting plants, adorned with a beautiful flower crown, made up of various blossoms, many of which she did not recognize. This is a gift from AP to Xiaoju during his travels, clearly reflecting considerable thought and effort. This morning, he prepared lemon-shredded chicken, leaving some meat on the bones which he stir-fried for Huahua, who relished this crunchy delicacy. Welcome to the news broadcast. You are tuned in to Morning Glory Radio. The nocturnal creature that failed to appear last night due to the snowstorm will join tonight's night creature. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. A neutral service area has appeared within 30 kilometers, with 26 out of 100 parking spaces remaining. No acts of violence are permitted in the neutral service area. Violations will result in confinement in a small room for 3 days. Although adequate bail can be posted to avoid punishment. A service area, just as I expressed a desire to go, here it is. The neutral service area seems relatively safe, making it a suitable choice. Morning Glory Radio truly serves as a reliable companion for exploration, mitigating numerous dangers. However, this system is rather unforgiving. No wonder yesterday felt so effortless. The tasks accumulated from yesterday must be tackled today, and now we face 19 monsters. Survival Squad, beware, or you shall be devoured. Tonight, we confront 19 monsters. Prepare yourselves in advance. Pure Love Warrior, 19? I thought it was 10. I love mushrooms. Are we counting yesterday and today? Pure Love Warrior, this is outrageous. Dear brothers and sisters, please sell me some items. Love you all. Artisan, mind if I relay this information to the officials? Survival Squad, not at all. Approaching service area number 09, with 67 out of 100 parking spaces available. Entry permitted. Wen Lan quickly adjusted the aircraft's path, veering onto a side road. Before long, A quaint, antique building appeared before her. Following the signs, she arrived at the underground parking lot, already occupied by numerous vehicles. After finding a corner parking space, a countdown commenced in front of her vehicle. 1 hour grants 10 points. Upon departure, the points will be tallied, or the vehicle shall remain locked indefinitely. Wen Lan's car stood out among the others. She placed all her energy stones beside the lily of the valley, wary of potential mischief. The parking lot's description did not guarantee the protection of vehicles from damage. It merely provided an opportunity to enter the service area, accompanied by an entrance fee. Xiaoji remained nestled in her collar, while Tudi perched on her shoulder, with Hua Hua trailing beside them. With the Battle Pet leaderboard already established, having a Battle Pet was no longer a novelty. Shouting donned her padded coat, appearing significantly larger. She filled it with vines, tying up the excess, and donned her helmet, making her robotic nature less discernible. Shouting's intelligence was remarkable. While Hua Hua could be deemed a special battle pet, a mere glance would not draw excessive attention, as it lacked the ferocity of a beast. However, an intelligent robot was an entirely different matter. A little disguise would allow Shouting to enjoy herself even more. Upon entering the elevator to the first floor, the first sight was an expansive indoor plaza, devoid of any obstructions, offering a broad view. Shops lined the perimeter, and there were only 3 floors in total. Players were already trading goods in the plaza, with a fair number of onlookers. Some players had battle pets accompanying them, causing most people to hesitate in approaching. Wen Lan intended to explore the service area first, seeking out worthwhile indulgences, for she currently possessed a remarkable 752 points, a veritable fortune. She took a cursory glance at the shops on the first floor, which predominantly offered food and beverages, and thus made her way directly to the second floor. The variety there was considerably broader, featuring service-oriented establishments such as beauty salons, sauna houses, yoga studios, and fitness centers. Notably, there were scarcely any players engaging in expenditures within these venues. Wen Lan ventured into each one to gather information. The most premium services boasted the potential to enhance personal attributes. However, the costs were exorbitant, requiring several thousand points for a single session, let alone an entire treatment course. The more affordable options held no appeal for her, as they merely represented frivolous expenditures for amusement, leading her to refrain from any purchases. Upon her departure, she could sense the staff's forced smiles beginning to falter. It was no wonder that this floor attracted so few players. The reality was that they simply could not afford it. Chapter 62. Dr. Lu truly is a kind-hearted soul sister. Do you see this emblem? It seems quite familiar, as if I have encountered it before. Tudi's ears pointed towards the sign in front of a medical hall. Wen Lan felt a sense of recognition. Did she possess something akin to it? Hastily rummaging through her spatial backpack, she finally spotted the familiar emblem on a card. It was the VIP card she had received from the hot spring resort. She recalled that the previously unseen second master seemed to excel in medicine. She intended to enter and take a look, though she was uncertain if the VIP card would be of any use, as it had merely provided a 50% discount at the resort. Upon entering the medical hall, she found only an elderly man consulting patients, while a young boy prepared medicine. Western medicine is on the 3rd floor. We do not sell medicine here. Wen Lan was met with this statement almost immediately upon stepping inside. I wish to inquire about my condition. Wen Lan indicated toward a notice on the table, which stated that consultations required 10 points, with additional fees for prescriptions based on the doctor's assessment. It seemed they were advertising for the Western doctors. Did this truly attract clientele? The elderly man looked up and replied, 10 points. Pay first, then we can proceed with the consultation. After scanning the code and having 10 points automatically deducted, Wen Lan was finally invited to sit down. The elder placed his hand on Wen Lan's wrist and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he paused, furrowing his brow. Wen Lan felt a wave of anxiety. She feared the doctor's somber expression more than a jovial one. What if she harbored some hidden ailment? Could it be the internal injury sustained from her battle with the giant python? Wen Lan mentally reviewed all her experiences since entering the game when the elder finally spoke. Have you consumed the body refinement pills? Yes, today is the last day, and I haven't used them yet. Wen Lan sighed in relief. At least she wasn't ill. Have you not noticed any effects until now? Doctor, you truly are remarkable. There is indeed no effect. Of course there is no effect. You have no idea how to use them. Such a wasted good thing. The elder looked pained, while Wen Lan appeared utterly bewildered. Huh? Wasn't it said to just soak in water? I followed the instructions exactly. One cannot simply soak. It must be accompanied by the cultivation of inner strength to absorb the medicinal properties. Inner strength cultivation? What on earth is that? Isn't it enough that I can wield elemental powers? Now, there's this inner strength cultivation. Doctor, considering I've only one day left, is there still hope for me? Wen Lan gazed at him with eager anticipation, as if awaiting a reassuring response from her beloved. There is no use, and you possess no inner strength. What? Does that mean my reward was in vain? Wen Lan felt a surge of realization. In the future, she must first ascertain whether she can utilize any rewards before accepting them. If not, she should promptly exchange them. Oh, how it pained her to waste a reward. How did you acquire these pills? Of course, I assisted someone and they gifted them to me. They even gave me a VIP card. She placed the VIP card on the table. The elder picked up the card, glanced at it, and said, "All right, enough of that. Since it is a token of gratitude, I shall provide you with another batch. It is not merely about inner strength. Despite my efforts, I still find myself lacking. Enough of this. Let's not squander precious resources. We have yet to express our gratitude, and even if others find no use for it, I must ensure you benefit from it. This foundational manual of internal cultivation and acupoint diagram is yours to study at your leisure." Casting a suspicious glance at Wen Lan, I added, "This is the most basic of internal arts, easily mastered even by a fool. If you cannot learn it, then perhaps you might trade it for a token of appreciation." Wen Lan's spirit was ignited. She was determined to learn swiftly and adeptly. "By the way, may I purchase medicinal herbs or seeds?" She tucked away her additional gains, recalling the primary purpose of her visit today. "This establishment does not dispense medications without a diagnosis," the elder remarked, gazing at her with profound significance. "However, should you complete the task set forth by the shopkeeper, you might earn a reward." It seemed this referred to the service area. Despite possessing a VIP card, she had still faced rejection, making her wonder about her prospects elsewhere. Nonetheless, this information proved invaluable. "So, dear doctor, do you have any tasks that require assistance?" "Ahem. After working so long, I find myself rather hungry. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a meal from Lu's private kitchen? The owner of Lu's medical hall has issued you a task. Will you accept?" "Indeed. You need to deliver breakfast for the esteemed Lu. They will ensure it reaches you." "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Your kindness is as remarkable as your healing skills." This task, equipped with its own strategy, was truly delightful. Hearing Wen Lan's praise, Dr. Lu's beard bristled in irritation. She had flattered him without hitting the mark, making her compliments almost a disservice. Wen Lan swiftly descended to the first floor, inquiring with fellow players until she located Lu's private kitchen. The establishment was modest, with today's menu displayed outside, offering only chicken stewed with mushrooms and peach blossom wine, available solely as a set meal priced at $2.50, while a family bundle required 20 points. No wonder business was slow. The prices were rather steep. "Hello, esteemed proprietor. I have come to collect breakfast for Dr. Lu." The restaurant owner appeared rugged, bare-chested and clad in an apron, resembling a butcher more than a chef. "Isn't today the day when Grandpa Lu comes himself?" "Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." A cute little head peeked out from the kitchen, speaking sweetly. It turned out the owner was this adorable young girl, also the chef. "Sister, it smells wonderful. Can we eat that today?" The enticing aroma had the little rabbit drooling, while the flower child stuffed leaves into her mouth, gazing longingly at the window. One serving cost 250 points. We cannot allow the children to suffer. She had just enough points to purchase 3 servings. A bell chimed, and the previously motionless giant in the shop finally stirred, retrieving the meal from the serving window and handing it to her. "By the way, can I use this card in your establishment?" Wen Lan produced her VIP card, hoping for a potential discount. "Certainly, dear guest. Presenting your card entitles you to a 50 discount here." The girl smiled, even sweeter upon seeing the card. "Then I shall take 3 servings. I will return to dine after delivering the meal." She had been addressed as dear guest, and with the discount, it was indeed a bargain. Dr. Lu. For breakfast, Wen Lan placed the meal on Dr. Lu's desk. Here, this is your reward. Dr. Lu accepted the lunchbox and handed her a blade of grass. Congratulations, player. For completing the task, the clinic's doctor rewards you with a Wen Lan Route 1. Congratulations, player, for being the first to trigger and complete the service area task. You are rewarded with 2 hours of free parking in all service areas. An announcement will soon be made throughout the region. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Anonymous. Congratulations, player XX, for successfully triggering and completing the service area task. All players are encouraged to actively explore the service area mechanics. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Please enjoy your breakfast. I shall not disturb you further. I will also head downstairs for a meal. Perhaps I will have the same set as you. The Lu family kitchen? You have quite the discerning taste. Go on, go on. After your meal, you can explore the grocery store on the 3rd floor. Dr. Lu waved his hand, signaling her to hurry along. All right then, until next time, Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu truly is a wonderful person, having shared yet another piece of information with her. Chapter 63. The efficacy of gastronomy and the black market. Not long after Wen Lan returned to the Lu family's private kitchen, the dishes were served. The portions were modest, merely enough to fill a rice bowl, yet the aroma was utterly intoxicating. Tuji and Hua had already immersed themselves in their meals, with Tuji, for the first time, voraciously gnawing on a bone, neglecting even the carrot knife, instead curling it up with its ears to liberate its paws for the feast. Any bone it could not manage to consume was deftly taken by Hua, who dipped it in the broth before devouring it. Wen Lan's curiosity was piqued. Could it truly be this delectable? Indeed, words failed her in capturing the experience. It was akin to the culinary delights portrayed in a gourmet show, her mind exploding with fireworks of flavor. She had no energy left to utter any sounds. Genuine delicacies spoke for themselves. Boss, may I have another set meal, please? The young girl leaned forward, glancing at the notice stating 1 meal per person. There were only 3 of them, thus no additional orders could be placed. Moreover, each set meal boasted a singular efficacy, and overindulgence would not yield further benefits. The esteemed guests would have to await the next offering. Hua and Tuji visibly slowed their pace, taking their time to savor each bone. Wen Lan was captivated by the term efficacy, having learned quite a bit about advanced projects today. Upon opening her personal information interface, she discovered that her strength had increased by 2 points. It now stood at 17. Tuji and Hua, however, showed no changes. Their attributes seemed solely tied to their levels. The effects of this chicken and mushroom dish were truly remarkable. Would the peach blossom wine also possess such properties? The wine, contained in a small cup, bore no scent of alcohol, only a delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. 3 hearty sips would likely deplete it. After requesting 2 small cups from the proprietor, she poured some for Xiao Ju and Xiao Tong. Although they did not consume solid food, they could partake in liquids. Wen Lan took a gentle sip, feeling as if she were enveloped in a peach blossom grove. The rich aroma infused with a hint of alcohol, exactly to her liking. Remarkably, just that 1 sip had elevated her stamina by 2 points. Having only sampled a taste, she offered the remainder to Xiao Ju, surprised by its apparent fondness for the peach blossom wine. Alas, the proprietor had no more for sale. She needed to accumulate points. She would return next time. She wondered if indulging several more times would fully enhance her attributes. How curious it was that some could daydream in broad daylight. Suddenly recalling something, she snapped a photo of the bottom of her bowl and posted it in the group chat, tagging Pure Love Warrior, announcing that she had already enjoyed the chicken and mushroom dish. Observing the amusing reactions from her friends elevated her enjoyment further. Naturally, she also shared the efficacy of the food, inviting them to partake in the experience. After spending 375 points, she had 377 remaining. A stroll on the 3rd floor led her to a corner where she discovered a cluttered little grocery store, easily overlooked in its disarray. She had accidentally passed by it twice. As Wen Lan entered, the tinkling of wind chimes accompanied her. A narrow passage, barely sufficient for 2 to traverse, was flanked by shelves overflowing with goods, overwhelming the senses. I have all sorts of wares from north to south. A head popped up from a pile of items nearby, revealing a middle-aged man. Dear customer, what may I assist you in purchasing? Anything can be sold here. I accept everything. The elderly man remained ensconced among the clutter, seemingly engrossed in sorting through his wares. Boss, I have a look first. Do you not have any organization here? Wen Lan intended to peruse the items herself, yet the disarray left her utterly bewildered. No, everything is right here. It is all a matter of fate as to what you may discover, he replied before squatting down once more to continue his task, disregarding Wen Lan and her companions. Observing that the little ones were quite intrigued, their bright eyes darting around, she decided to allow them to seek out their desired treasures, planning to settle the bill together later. She crouched on the ground, carefully sifting through the jumble, wary of damaging anything entangled in the mess. After a prolonged search, she found no inclination to make a purchase. The items appeared to hold even less value than those found in a 2-yuan store. It seemed she had overestimated her expectations. Unlike the protagonists in novels who unearth splendid finds, she was not so fortunate. Have you all chosen what you wish? Wen Lan resolved to stop searching. She simply could not fathom the utility of those pots and pans. Yes, sister. Rabbit Ears, clutching a pair of gray, patched boxing gloves, awaited her at the entrance. The other companions also squatted at the doorway, having selected their desired items, revealing her as the slowest of the group, still empty-handed. Boss, could you assist me in checking how many points these items cost? Wen Lan genuinely did not believe these items would require many points. A crooked swona, a cracked pot, and a pair of sunglasses missing a leg. Ah, you've made your selections, have you? Let me take a look. The elderly man poked his head out to inspect their chosen items. These gloves are 32 points, the pot is 11 points, the swona is 42 points, and the sunglasses are 37 points. What? They hardly seem worth such sums. Only the pot seemed to fit within her budget. Prices are clearly marked. No returns or exchanges. Would you like to proceed? Sister, do I not have enough money? Rabbit Ears inquired. Perhaps I shall not purchase anything this time. I will save up and return. The little one was thoughtful, yet Wen Lan could perceive its genuine desire. Otherwise, it would not have suggested returning to buy later. Nonsense, Rabbit Ears. We have points. Plenty of them. Boss, I will purchase everything. Let's settle the bill. Happiness is priceless, as long as they are pleased. Very well, a total of 122 points. Please scan the code beside you to complete the payment. Upon completing the payment, Wen Lan recalled that this establishment seemingly also accepted items for sale. She pondered what they might accept. Boss, do you indeed buy items? What are your rates? Yes, esteemed guest, I accept anything here. After appraisal, I will provide a price. However, if you choose not to sell, there is a 2-point appraisal fee. Wen Lan rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a crossbow that had long been idle and used only once. How much can this be sold for? It is decently crafted. I shall offer 2 points. The elderly man glanced briefly without emerging from his cluttered domain before announcing the price. So cheap? Surely this is worth more than any of the junk I just purchased. Ultimately, Wen Lan decided to sell it, for not selling would incur a loss of 2 points. All right, appraisal complete. This place is undoubtedly a black market. Returning to the second-floor clinic to seek out Dr. Liu was not a matter of reprimanding him, but rather a desire to inquire about the tomato hemostatic packs she had discovered while rummaging through her backpack. Dr. Liu, I have something quite special. Upon entering the shop, she found Dr. Liu dozing off. What is this special item? He yawned, appearing still half asleep. Wen Lan produced the tomato hemostatic pack and presented it before him. Oh, a splendid item? Is it a gift for me? Dr. Liu examined it closely, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Well, not exactly. I have several of these. Would you care to purchase one? Or perhaps we could barter for something else. Wen Lan hastily reclaimed the hemostatic pack, feeling a pang of regret for having spent 5 points on today's consultation. Though it was her oversight not to present her VIP card initially. The absence of a refund afterward was a lesson imparted by Dr. Liu, one she had certainly internalized. I can't trade for it, but it's worth 50 points each. What do you think? 50 points, she exclaimed, astonished by its value. Initially, she had intended to sell it for 25 points at the trading post, considering that the official hemostatic powder was priced at 10 points. Surely, her Super Plus version could command a slightly higher price, but she never anticipated it could fetch 50 here. The effectiveness of the item was indeed remarkable, rapidly stopping bleeding and replenishing vitality, while also promoting swift wound healing without fear of reopening. Sell. With 22 hemostatic packs, she amassed a staggering 1,100 points, returning to the parking lot with a beaming smile. Chapter 64. Urgently revoking a malevolent review and advocating to a friend upon entering the parking lot. She was met with a scene of violent destruction. A man wielding a shovel was smashing the windows of a camper van, with two other vehicles already vandalized nearby. The man appeared to be drawn back by the commotion caused by Wen Lan, halting his actions. I advise you to be sensible and leave quickly, or I shall turn my wrath not upon the car, but upon you, he threatened, brandishing the shovel menacingly. Wen Lan, thinking it wiser to avoid further confrontation, attempted to retreat, only to be obstructed once more by his shovel. Wait, I've changed my mind. You may leave, but hand over your belongings first. Otherwise, shouted on, come forth. At his command, a gray wolf emerged from the wrecked camper, food clutched in its jaws. Shouting, bind them. Wen Lan thought it perplexing that even with the assistance of shouting, they still had an advantage of 4 against 2. Shouting dutifully silenced their mouths. As Wen Lan drove away from the parking lot, shouting perched atop the vehicle, 1 human and 1 wolf in tow. 2 hours free, no parking fee required this time. Arriving at the security booth at the parking lot's entrance, she noticed a man dozing off, unmoving from her entrance to her departure. Wen Lan alighted and rapped on the window of the booth, startling the occupant awake. What is it? He grumbled, clearly irritable from being roused. Apologies for disturbing your rest, but I just witnessed this individual committing acts of violence against players' vehicles and making off with numerous belongings. Such behavior tarnishes the good reputation of our service area. I felt compelled to intervene. We cannot allow such individuals to besmirch our 09 service area, for fear that patrons will no longer patronize us. Moreover, if a player were to file a complaint, it would be even more troublesome. Old Dr. Liu had previously lamented about why he chose not to take on customers, instead recommending them to Western medicine. This was due to complaints received at the service center. Reasonable complaints would lead to consequences. While points were not deducted, the credibility score would be adversely affected, and a low score could result in the closure of the establishment. Yet, Wen Lan was more curious as to why. Without business to earn points, one would choose to operate a store here. Would it not result in a loss? Old Dr. Liu merely smiled, offering no answer to her inquiries. Upon hearing Wen Lan's account, the man's expression darkened further. It's my first day on the job, and I'm faced with this nonsense. How exasperating. Lower this scoundrel. Let me give him a good thrashing. His method of punishment was rather severe, and just witnessing it brought discomfort. Alas, to be complained about on my first day. I fear this job may not be for me. While lamenting, he landed a punch on the man, whose mouth was still gagged, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. Most of the items this man has stolen are still in his possession. You could proactively return the items to the players and announce the punishment across the service area. The losses could be compensated by him. In that case, players would surely see you as their ally, and the news would spread as prey for the safety of the 09 area. You make a compelling argument. Young lady, were it not for the risk of losing this job, I would adopt you as my sister. I shall look out for you from now on. The man's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm as he clapped a large hand upon her shoulder, thankfully cushioned by her thick attire. No worries. I shall take my leave now. You continue, big brother. Wen Lan boarded the car and departed from the service area. The ambience of the service area felt oddly peculiar to her, yet she could not articulate why. Once back on the highway, she activated flight mode, while a few adorable children exchanged tales of their newly acquired toys. Upon returning to the pumpkin house, Wen Lan was astonished to witness the transformation of several rags into splendid items, leading her to ponder whether the pumpkin house possessed some enchanting filter that rendered everything beautiful. Sister, look at the boxing gloves I bought. Aren't they lovely? The rabbit, adorned with pink gloves, appeared rather charming. Wen Lan took a glance at the gloves, which read, Charming boxing gloves. Upon wearing, it enforces the use of charming punch, rendering the opponent helpless to resist, for after all, the beautiful are granted privileges. Cool down. 5 minutes. Creator, a beautiful lady who wishes to remain anonymous. Binder, rabbit. Little one, do you have many questions? This is the same shabby glove? Wawa quickly raised her toy for Wen Lan to see. A palm-sized swana, quite delicate. Sleep swana. Though it resembles a swana, it is perhaps the quietest of all, for it produces no sound at all. Once blown, the user will fall into a slumber for 1 minute. Oh, this swana cannot be played at all. Ha! Cool down. 10 minutes, creator. A purveyor of cold jokes, binder. Wawa. Another weapon? Wen Lan mused as she observed the sunglasses handed over by shouting. Well, while they did indeed shine more brightly, they still lacked proper arms. Invisible sunglasses, as the saying goes, to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. As long as I cannot see you, you cannot see me. Upon activation, the user enters an invisible state for 3 minutes. Cool down, 30 minutes. Creator, a cool dude. Binder, shouting. Shouting's vines lifted ajar before Wen Lan's eyes, atop which sat Xiaoju, appearing somewhat bashful yet eager to showcase her toy. Wine Immortal's jug contains thousands of recipes for wine. As long as the materials suffice, you shall always have access to drink. Creator, a certain wine enthusiast. Binder, Xiaoju. Did you purchase all of these just now? Wen Lan still found it hard to believe. They had once appeared as mere rags, which one would not hesitate to toss into a trash bin if found on the road. Indeed, sister, aren't they beautiful? The rabbit turned and delivered a charming punch towards Mu Wudong, appearing utterly disconnected from any notion of a swordsman. Have these items always been this way? Have they never changed? Wen Lan was genuinely perplexed as to how she had singled out these treasures from a pile of tatters. Yes, they have always been like this. Unchanged. I've been thinking of peach blossom wine, which is why I spotted it immediately. Xiaoju directed shouting to place the wine jug beside the vase, not neglecting to answer her inquiry. It is pink, which is why I adore it. The others are unappealing, all tattered and torn. It turned out that the rabbit had a penchant for pink, which enlivened its entire demeanor. Hua held the trumpet of the swana next to her flower, blew into it. Yet no sound emerged, then pointed to her own mouth. Understood, she realized, for it was as round and large as its flowers, and like them, it could not speak. The little vine donned sunglasses and struck various cool poses, breaking free from its shackles, and vanished in a thin air. She comprehended that the little vine was a cool boy, unwilling to adorn himself in such cumbersome attire that obscured his handsome visage. Since mere mortals could not appreciate his charm, he would have to admire it himself. The fleeting duration of 3 minutes felt rather brief. Perhaps next time, she should wish for a suit of armor that would undoubtedly be striking. The little vine gave her 2 thumbs up, expressing his hearty agreement with her sentiment. Resolutely, she decided to retract her negative review. That was hardly a black shop. It was, in fact, a treasure trove. To assuage her inner guilt, she would ardently recommend this hidden gem to her friends. Surely, she had merely been short of luck, lacking the fateful clarity in her wish, which had led to its non-fulfillment. Next time, she would prevail. Chapter 65. The Points Mall is now open with the addition of more family members. Many tasks no longer required Wen Lan's personal attention. She entrusted the RV to Tuji for supervision and ventured to Taoyuan Village. In these past few days, she had been diligently infusing the peach trees with wood elements, significantly expanding the space of Taoyuan Village. If it grew any larger, she would transplant the durian tree, which had been stunted by the constraints of the terrace. Aside from mealtimes, Wen Lan was almost entirely immersed in her work. Whenever her mental energy waned, she would delve into the study of internal cultivation techniques, resuming her infusion efforts as soon as her energy was restored. Little Tongue had already mastered the art of cooking soups and stews, though she hesitated to fry, fearing the splatter of hot oil. Nevertheless, her culinary skills were quite commendable. At last, just before dinner, Wen Lan successfully expanded Taoyuan Village to over 300 square meters. Together with everyone, she transferred the durian tree and rice plants into the village, placing them neatly in a corner. Once the wooden crates were arranged, she dismantled them to yield 80 wooden planks. The soil scattered across the ground, which Wen Lan leveled with a shovel, while the official rice seedlings were set aside. The chicks in their nesting boxes were also relocated to Taoyuan Village, as there was ample space for them to roam. The chicks had grown considerably, and to prevent them from trampling the rice, Wen Lan constructed a wooden fence and hung a sign that read, "No entry for chicks." One significant matter was finally resolved. Congratulations to players in Huaguo District 6666 for achieving personal assets of 100,000 points. The Points Mall is now open. The Points Mall, 100,000 points. She was at a loss as to which revelation was more astonishing. Surely, 100,000 points must belong to some official player. With the recent sales of medicines and rice, they had likely amassed quite a fortune. Upon opening the system interface, she noticed an additional icon for the Points Mall. The first screen displayed discounted items recommended by the system: a multifunctional massage chair, a fascia gun, and a foot bath bucket. Even the cheapest item, after a 20 discount, was priced at 121 points. Surely, no one would purchase these, she thought, just as the massage chair was marked as sold for 274 points. In addition to the system recommendations, there were 4 categories: props, secret manuals, weapons, and blueprints. It appeared to encompass everything, yet there was a conspicuous absence of talent materials. The means to acquire talent materials were exceedingly scarce. The only opportunity had been through the Match 3 event after the official game launch, as if the system were reluctant to allow them to develop their talents. Among the props, she was particularly intrigued by the parallel road card. Although the system had mentioned providing a chance for a relative to parallel with her, she was uncertain about the criteria for defining a relative. While she shared a bond with her grandmother, there was no blood relation. The parallel road card allows designated players within the same district to traverse parallel roads. If one player enters the game, they can designate the other player to join them on the parallel road. Should one refuse, the card becomes void. Even when in parallel, the road treasure chest would still drop singularly, without increasing the yield, yet the risks would be doubled. Caution was advised. Currently, the parallel road card was priced at 10,000 points, with only 5 cards available, and one had already been sold. When Lan quickly assessed her available resources, she still had 27 portions of bread cotton unsold. Initially, she had intended to save them for a vehicle upgrade card, but for now, it seemed prudent to exchange them for points instead. She was uncertain if they would be restocked once sold out. What if she could not obtain them again in the future? Each portion of bread cotton was priced at 35 points, matching the cost of a vehicle upgrade card. In the realm of vegetables and fruits, larger items are worth 6 points, while smaller ones are valued at 3. As players accumulate points, prices have escalated. Items that once cost 5 points now demand upwards of 20. However, even with these sales, it remains insufficient. One can only hope that the affluent players in this district diminish in number. She intends to save enough points to acquire a parallel card. When Lan checks for items in other sections, she finds many affordable options already sold out. Particularly concerning are the manuals, with the cheapest aiming skill priced at 300 points, leaving her feeling quite impoverished. Beneath the sold-out items, the next restock times are displayed, varying in duration, with some marked as out of stock and their restock times uncertain. While searching for manuals related to blade techniques, she discovers only basic skill books, such as slashing and thrusting. These hardly qualify as true manuals. She had hoped to uncover additional techniques for the breaking wave slash, but must now resort to waiting for random drops. The weapons available are comparable to what players have crafted, and she eagerly anticipates modifications of the forge. The blueprints consist solely of simple furniture designs, obtainable through chests and considerably cheaper than those in the marketplace, resulting in minimal purchases. It appears that this point shop offers little of value aside from 1 or 2 useful items, with most being exorbitantly priced. Is its purpose merely to compete with players for business? Sister, dinner is ready. Xiao Tong has prepared tomato stew. Coming. Wen Lan gathered her thoughts and headed to the car, where Xiao Tong was setting the pot on the dining table. Hua Hua, fork in hand, was already eager to eat, while Tuji beckoned her to take a seat. Xiao Ju sat gracefully at the edge of the cup, a vine straw dangling beside her. Upon witnessing this scene, Wen Lan's anxieties dissipated. Surely, a solution would present itself, for she was not alone. Delicious. Xiao Tong's stew is even tastier tonight. She generously offered her compliments, prompting Xiao Tong to strike a charming pose that elicited laughter from everyone. Survival squad, pure love warrior, brothers and sisters. I have returned from procurement. Now, the trading market, service area, and point shop are three voracious consumers of points, and I find myself depleted. For the first time, I eagerly anticipate a surge of nighttime monsters to help me earn some points. I love mushrooms. Your talent must be akin to chives, continuously harvested. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. I have restrained myself. Many items in the point shop appear useful, but are ultimately lackluster. Truly, just a means to exploit players. Except for that parallel road card. Sisters. I am intrigued. Alas, the price is exorbitant. Pure Love Warrior, I noticed as well. I heard the officials purchased one and arranged for a Special Forces soldier to protect a prominent TCM expert, enabling her to focus on developing more medicines. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Indeed, only the officials have the means to afford it. However, this is a significant matter. My hands and face suffered frostbite from last time's snow shoveling, and I only recovered thanks to the frostbite ointment sold by the officials. Otherwise, I would have endured discomfort for quite some time. I wonder if the officials will purchase all 5 cards. I heard there is also an agricultural science professor involved. Pure Love Warrior. It's hard to say, yet acquiring all would entail a considerable sum. Although there is support, the risks are doubled. Without exceptionally skilled individuals, one should not dare to pursue such a course. Moreover, the points mall is accessible. Perhaps the service area platform may also be affected. A heart as vast as a needle's eye, one might say. That makes sense. Indeed, it is possible that both the platform and the service area could also benefit. After tidying up the aftermath, Wen Lan began to deliver wood elements to the plants. The wood elements for today have been credited. Please check. Wen Lan opened her eyes in surprise, feeling a surge of concentrated energy. It is the little chili pepper. Chapter 66. The Spicy Girl and the registration form. Wen Lan hurriedly rushed to the terrace, where a luminous sphere had already formed above Little Chili's head, attracting several others. Everyone held their breath, motionless, fearful of disturbing Little Chili. This was Wen Lan's first witnessing of Sprite's birth. She had been unaware during the emergence of Little Daisy and vowed not to miss such a moment again. As the luminous orb began to fade, a diminutive figure emerged. With closed eyes, it reclined within the glow, appearing even smaller than Little Daisy. Adorned in a red short-sleeved shirt and Green Lantern shorts. A string of vibrant red peppers dangled at its waist. Its hair was a glossy black bob, with 2 small red peppers standing upright atop its head. Its cherubic face, round and delightful, radiated cuteness. As the orb finally vanished, the little sprite opened its eyes. Without the orb's embrace, it plummeted, and Wen Lan gasped, rushing to catch it. Little Vine extended its tendrils. Bunny lay on the ground as a soft cushion, and Flower held a large blossom to serve as a landing pad. Little Daisy quickly flew over, eager to grasp the chili sprite. Startled, the little sprite flailed momentarily, but, quick to react, plucked a pepper from its head and flapped vigorously, allowing the pepper to suspend it in midair. The sprite patted its chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Wen Lan also exhaled, regretting that she had almost caught the little sprite. Curiously, the chili sprite gazed at them, and upon seeing the sprite Little Daisy, it playfully circled around it. Then, it fluttered in front of Wen Lan, crossed its eyes comically, tumbled on a bunny, who was soft and fluffy, and finally bounced upon Flower's petals, reveling in joy. Feeling overlooked, Little Vine transformed into a small car, whisking the chili sprite away for a ride. Aside from the delighted laughter of the chili sprite, a hush fell over the group. Even the outgoing Flower appeared shy in the presence of the playful chili sprite. Having seemingly exhausted its playfulness, the chili sprite approached them, cheerfully announcing, "Hello, I am a chili sprite. You may call me Spicy Girl, for I am bold and unafraid. Haha, Wen Lan, Popeye." Wondered if the song Spicy Girl was still in vogue. Could it be that her previous rendition of Spicy Pepper and Meat had become a trend? A wave of realization washed over her regarding the significance of leading by example. To avoid leading the children astray, she resolved to be more circumspect in her words and actions. "Hello, Spicy Girl. I am Wen Lan," she introduced herself. "Haha, I like you, because you enjoy my spicy peppers." The chili sprite flew over and pecked Wen Lan's cheek affectionately. "Hello, I am Bunny." Bunny's ears wiggled in greeting. "I like you too. So soft." The chilly sprite nestled into Bunny's fur, its voice muffled. "Hello, I'm Little Daisy. You may call me Daisy." Little Daisy felt somewhat bashful under the exuberance of the spicy girl. "Ha ha ha, we are all little sprites. Would you like to fly with me?" Upon seeing Daisy nod, the chilly sprite pulled her along, seating her in front, initiating a thrilling series of flights akin to a roller coaster. Typically slow and reserved, Little Daisy seemed to be swept away by the spicy girl's joy, breaking into a radiant smile. Flight experience concluded. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Your vehicle is quite cool. However, nothing can compare to my fiery peppers. Next time, I shall take you on an exhilarating adventure. The fiery maiden playfully patted the robot head of the little vine, exuding an air of authority. "You are my favorite. Our colors are perfectly matched. You truly have an eye for beauty." The fiery maiden gave a thumbs up to Huahua, who responded with a heart made of leaves. Instantly captivated, the fiery maiden flew over to learn this enchanting gesture. Soon, everyone was united in joyous camaraderie. One extraordinary being this E-class entity is. Wen Lan examined the fiery maiden's profile, species, pepper race, elf innate ability, pepper bomb. The peppers adorning the waist of the pepper elf are imbued with immense energy, surpassing the explosive damage of ordinary peppers by over 10-fold. It is best not to provoke her. Yield doubling. The presence of the pepper elf doubles the yield of her plant counterpart, while also significantly increasing the drop rate of explosive peppers. Personality, outgoing, fiery. To her astonishment, the fiery maiden possessed 2 innate abilities, both offensive in nature, and the yield doubling was particularly delightful. She could earn even more points. Moreover, the drop rate of explosive peppers was notoriously low. She only had 2 in her possession. "Sister, Apu has returned. He said he brought you something wonderful." Little Jew had already returned to the vase to keep Apu company. "Thank you, Little Jew and Apu." Wen Lan opened her backpack to discover a registration form for a racing competition. It only listed the rewards and the deadline for registration. The first place prize was 5,000 points and a talent package. Second place 3,000 points, and third place 1,000 points, with the deadline set for 9 a.m. tomorrow, just before the race commenced. The rules of the competition were not mentioned, yet the allure of the top 3 rewards was undeniable. Just when she was lacking in points, an opportunity now lay before her. However, she refrained from filling out the registration form immediately, since the event was scheduled for the next day. It was possible that the morning broadcast from a Morning Glory would provide further announcements, offering more information. She could always fill it out later. After supplying the traveling dandelion with wood elements, the points-giving opportunity arrived. Shall we battle? Indeed, we shall. These precious points. To the lamentations and roars in the night. Full throttle. With a 6v19 advantage, victory seemed assured. Oh, Little Jew was not included in the count. The sunflowers were factored in as a Gatling gun. Today, 2 humanoid monsters appeared, towering at 2 meters, their emaciated frames cloaked in a purplish hue. One wielded a giant axe, while the other brandished a long spear. They seemed to recognize Wen Lan as their primary target, charging directly toward her, while other ferocious beasts obeyed their command, evading the interference of Huahua and the others as they lunged at her. Activating firepower mode, the sunflower Gatling gun mowed down a horde of beasts, allowing Wen Lan to deliver the final blow. The giant axe swung towards her. She attempted to block it with her blade, feeling her hands go numb from the impact. The long spear swept from her side, and Wen Lan swiftly dodged the blow. Huahua, the fiery maiden, and the little vine coordinated with the sunflower Gatling gun to eliminate the smaller monsters, while Bunny transformed into Bunny Hero to counter the spear-wielding beast. Bunny Hero engaged in close combat with remarkable agility, making it difficult for the long spear to make contact. Yet, its defenses were formidable. Wen Lan's blade merely produced a crisp sound as it scraped against its skin. Wen Lan found herself overwhelmed by the giant axe monster. Unlike Bunny, she could not leap to evade its strikes and was forced to continuously block and dodge its relentless attacks. The window of the pumpkin house swung open, and something was hurled out, striking the giant axe monster, thereby shielding Wen Lan from its assault. It was the wooden warrior. After withstanding an attack, the wooden warrior initiated its defensive training mode, transforming to match the towering stature of its adversary for the first time. The clash between the wooden warrior and the giant axe monster appeared fierce. However, lacking the ability to deliver lethal blows, the wooden warrior merely countered each attack. Wen Lan first assisted Hua Hua and the others in dealing with the minions. Little Vine possessed no offensive skills, and the spicy girl's chili bombs were limited to just 5. After using them, she was rendered incapable of further combat. The ground-dwelling monsters were swiftly eliminated, and the Sunflower Gatling proved to be an extraordinary weapon. With the assistance of Little Ju, ammunition was ceaselessly supplied, although regrettably ineffective against humanoid foes. Rabbit G executed a whirlwind slash into the mouth of the lance monster, but aside from inducing a burp, it seemed of little consequence. Wen Lan unleashed 3 wave slashes, which merely adorned the foe with icy embellishments, showing little effect. Suddenly, the giant axe monster let out a tremendous roar, revealing a gash on its calf, exuding dark vapors. Seizing the moment while the wooden warrior held the beast at bay, Little Vine brandished her small wooden sword and unexpectedly inflicted a wound upon it. Could it be that these 2 monsters were cursed entities, thus susceptible to lightning-struck peach wood? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Wen Lan borrowed Little Vine's wooden sword and executed a wave slash. This time, the small blade penetrated the creature's waist, and the icy edge pierced through as well. The giant axe monster, in agony, half-knelt on the ground. Wen Lan hastened forward, aiming for its heart, fearing she might miss the location and thrust multiple times. Concerned it might be on the right side, she stabbed several more times. At last, the system announced a successful kill, leaving the monster's chest riddled with holes. Armed with the experience of having slain one, she swiftly handled the next adversary, primarily due to the presence of the wooden warrior, which alleviated her concerns about being attacked. Chapter 67. The compressed apple ball. Wen Lan meticulously counted the corpses and reaffirmed the system's kill notification, confirming that only 17 monsters had been vanquished. But where were the remaining 2? Gripping her wooden sword tightly, she remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, her right hand, which held the sword, began to rise slowly and seemingly beyond her control. "Sister, your shadow." At the prompt from 2G, Wen Lan turned to look at her shadow, only to discover a long-horned creature grasping her wrist, forcefully thrusting towards her. She could only struggle against it, while the fiery girl leapt onto the creature's shadow and began to stomp furiously. Finding this tactic ineffective, she spun anxiously. Little Vine extended its tendrils to assist her in resisting the shadow's force. She felt as though her hand might fracture. "Little Vine, let go!" In that fleeting moment, when Little Vine released its grip, Wen Lan seized the opportunity to pivot and thrust towards the shadow. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the ghost shadow. Experience 50, points 50. Only 1 monster remained, and Wen Lan kept a watchful eye on everyone's shadows. Yet, despite her preparations, unforeseen events can still transpire. A gust of wind swept by, and Wen Lan felt a sharp pain in her right eyelid. Instantly, she summoned the ice elements around her, freezing whatever assailed her. The ice shard fell onto the snow, and Wen Lan picked it up to find a tiny mosquito encased within, its abdomen swollen. In such frigid weather? Are there still mosquitoes? What she initially thought was a ghostly apparition turned out to be merely a diminutive mosquito. Wen Lan unleashed the ice elements. Hearing the system's kill notification, just like the ghost shadow, it too granted 50 points. However, this paled in comparison to the 2 humanoid monsters, which had yielded 100 points each. Wen Lan felt an itch in her right eye and reached up to scratch, only to discover a swollen lump. "Wow, your eye. It looks like a ball." The fiery girl curiously poked at the swollen bump, intensifying Wen Lan's discomfort. "Sister, is your eye all right?" 2G appeared somewhat concerned, and it was understandable given that Wen Lan's right eye was now so swollen it was nearly obscured. It throbbed with pain and itched, yet she dared not scratch. Wen Lan scooped up a handful of snow and pressed it against her eye, finding slight relief from the pain. The mosquito surely isn't poisonous, right? But this is a game, and one can never be too certain, especially with mosquitoes attacking in such sub-zero temperatures. With her mind racing, she hurriedly set about dismantling the remaining monsters, only to be surprised when disassembling the mosquito yielded a universal antidote patch. She hastily applied it to her eye, as not only her eyelid, but also her forehead began to swell. The antidote did not immediately eliminate the swelling, but it alleviated the pain and itchiness. Though the night had been fruitful, it was undeniably perilous. Had it not been for her fortunate encounter at the platform, where she acquired the lightning strike wood, she doubted she could have managed, even against those two humanoid monsters. This game is truly merciless, just as her abilities had begun to enhance. A creature requiring special items and skills emerged. It was indeed baffling. Upon returning to the vehicle, Wen Lan assessed her harvest from the evening. Experience points 550, with her current tally standing at 1654 out of 4,000, and a total of 1769 out of 4,000. She also accrued an additional 550 points, bringing her cumulative score to 3,009 after a previous successful venture. From her disassembly efforts, she obtained 2 skeletal frames, one resembling jade, while the other appeared akin to ordinary bone. This marked her 3rd skeleton disassembled. What was she to do with them? Was she to gather a table for mahjong? Still pondering whether to keep them, she glanced at her inventory space and decided to stow them away. Surely, they would prove useful someday. Additionally, she had 20 pounds of wolf meat and 9 wolf pelts. She sent all the pelts to a friend whose ambitions were grander than a needleless eye, considering it an investment in his talents, and strongly suggested he might consider crafting a face mask next time to avoid mosquito bites. However, no immediate reply came. Recalling the peculiar creatures encountered that night, Wen Lan opened the chat channel, where the participant count plummeted to 76,481. So many had perished. The chat exploded with activity. Is this new monster something we can combat? Our attack skills are completely ineffective. Don't waste your efforts, exclaimed a user named Bao and Arrow. My warrior's attack skills have no effect. This must be a bug. I couldn't control myself when I exited the camper. If not for my talents, I would have been done for. How can we even continue? Lamented another user, Proud Sky. Waiting for a guide from a master. In this dire situation, let us remain inside our campers. Our current offensive strategies cannot inflict damage. Let's conserve resources. Can anyone explain why there are mosquitoes in this frigid weather? And they've even infiltrated the camper. Aren't vehicles supposed to be safe? I'm covered in welts and my ears are buzzing. Yet I cannot locate the mosquitoes. Complained Braised Pork. Did mosquitoes get inside your vehicle? I didn't see any, even with my window open. Responded Strawberry Bubble Tea. Today, my vehicle was damaged at a service area by some bothersome creature. The door is gone, leaving me exposed to the wind all day, and now I'm bitten by mosquitoes. If I hadn't been dragged inside, I would have given him a beating. Thankfully, I smashed his vehicle too, so he can suffer a bit. Braised Pork recounted. Does a damaged vehicle affect safety? You should repair it quickly or upgrade as soon as possible. Suggested an auxiliary disciple, Zheng Yidao. The newly emerged monsters are malevolent spirits. I put some talismans on the market, hoping to assist everyone. If you have peach wood or willow branches, they should also be effective, he added. Thank you, Master, but I couldn't snag any. Could you possibly produce more? By the way, does my urine work effectively? Bao, an Arrow inquired. Wen Lan recalled her companions in the group and promptly sent a small wooden sword to her friend with grand aspirations. Having just seen the group messages, she realized that the artisan and lettuce had already borrowed theirs, and she was the slowest to react. Entering the kitchen to prepare a meal. After all, her battle pet, Hua Hua, required nourishment to regain stamina. She noted that there was an ample supply of meat available. Speaking of battle pets, the eagle egg was also on the verge of hatching today. It merely required one more day of storytelling and 100 strokes. With more children at home, she needed to expand her peach blossom oasis to provide them with ample space to frolic. The apples have ripened. Shall we harvest them? Indeed, the harvest was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the compact apple sphere. This diminutive apple offers vast potential. Each apple constitutes an independent space, with sizes varying randomly, but not exceeding 5 cubic meters. It serves as a storage solution, facilitating ease of transport, an essential item for travel. The apples mature every 3 days, with the yield being random. Space. Wen Lan was utterly elated. She anticipated substantial profits, for this game did not provide every player with a spatial backpack. Hers was a special case. Most players lacked such an advantage. Wen Lan bound the apple tree to her vehicle, placing the sizable tree within her pumpkin house, where it appeared somewhat constrained, as this was the smallest adjustment possible. The apple tree bore only 3 apples, each roughly the size of a palm. After enlisting Xiao Tong's assistance to pluck them, she discovered one apple measured 1 cubic meter, while the other 2 were 4 cubic meters. Quite commendable. Observing the grandeur of the tree, Xiao Tong fashioned a swing from her vines, and everyone took turns enjoying it. Chapter 68. Participating in the competition after much deliberation. Wen Lan ultimately priced the 1M compressed apple ball at 600 points and the 4M variant at 2,500 points each. After all, the maturation period for the compressed apple balls is somewhat prolonged, and the yield remains unpredictable. Who knows if next time there will be only one? Oh, curse that thought. After finishing her meal, Wen Lan's eyes had already begun to swell, but the effect was quite rapid. Xin Bai Zhen Yin graciously returned the small wooden sword to her, accompanied by a flurry of gratitude. Survival Squad 6-6, Pure Love Warrior. Thank you, my dear brothers and sisters, for saving my life. Today, I raise a glass of water in your honor. Image of a raised cup. I love mushrooms. 11Xin Bai Zhen Yin. Woo woo woo, this is so difficult. Thank you all. Why do I see a pig's trotter? Pure Love Warrior. What pig's trotter? It's from a mosquito bite. The fact that I can type to you all is already a sign of respect. Xin Bai Zhen Yin. What a coincidence. I'm a pig's head. If I look again, I'll eat you. Did we kill the mosquito? Disassembling it might yield an antidote patch. You could give it a try. I love mushrooms. Thanks. Let us good luck. Thank you for sharing. Artisan. Thank you for sharing. It appears everyone has been bitten by mosquitoes. Could this be the mightiest foe? As Wen Lan caressed the final carving egg, a fissure appeared under the eager gazes of many. Gradually, more cracks emerged, and suddenly, a claw burst forth from the upper diagonal, causing the egg to shake violently, soon followed by a second claw. It turned out the egg was upside down. Just as Wen Lan prepared to assist in adjusting it, the carving egg forcefully shook itself, correcting its orientation. Despite its youth, the core was quite stable. Wen Lan then heard a sound of shattering, with fragments falling to the ground. The carving egg turned around, revealing its small face, though its eyes remained shut. At present, only its claws and face were visible, while the rest of its body remained within the egg. Yet, it seemed unperturbed, rather scuttling about the room, followed by a cluster of plump tails. It dashed to the front of the sofa and came to a halt, seemingly wanting to climb up. After Wen Lan lifted it onto the sofa, it nestled into a soft spot and began to nibble on its eggshell piece by piece. The consumption of the eggshell took quite some time. By the time Wen Lan finished her morning routine, half of it remained uneaten, and it lay dozing within its shell. Upon catching a familiar scent, it waved its little wings, signaling good night. Upon reviewing the information of the little carving, she noted, species, azure-winged golden eagle skills, juvenile stage. Skills yet to be awakened. Strength, 10 stamina, 10 agility. 10 This was quite different from Huahua, as it still had a growth phase ahead. Wen Lan beckoned everyone to get some rest. Aside from her and Xiao Tong, everyone decided to sleep on the sofa, keeping the little carving company. Due to their size, she and Xiao Tong were left outside. Early in the morning, Wen Lan arose to prepare breakfast for the little carving. According to the spicy girl, Xiao Tong had already fed it once the previous night, but it had eaten little and was thus hungry again. As she prepared to feed the little carving, she noticed the spicy girl holding one of its claws, flinging it about in the air. Wen Lan hurried over to rescue the little carving, only to find it quite pleased, eager to run towards the spicy girl. In a rush, she resorted to using food to coax it back. The little sculpture's egg remains uneaten, dangling from its rear like a diaper, as if aware of its current nakedness and the need to safeguard its privacy. Welcome to today's news broadcast. This is the Morning Glory Radio. Today, the monsters will partake in a snow forest hunting event. With a player who reaches the finish line, first will receive an additional reward. The top 3 players will earn substantial points, while all others who safely arrive at the end will receive a participation prize of 200 points. The monsters range in level from 0 to 8. With no special creatures present, players wishing to participate are encouraged to fill out the registration form promptly. A hunting event? Thus, one must not only reach the finish line, but also evade the monster's attacks. With the highest level being 8, I feel confident enough to charge ahead. After discussing with everyone, I inscribe my name on the registration form. The Gatling gun is well stocked with ammunition, if necessary. I could unleash the formidable wooden warrior to fend off a wave of attacks. With everything prepared, we await the commencement of the event. Even little Chrysanthemum is on standby at the Gatling gun's ammunition refill point. The Spicy Girl's chili bombs have only been replenished by 2, yet she assures us that she can serve as a reliable pitcher, hitting her target with precision. Wen Lan entrusted her with the items, assigning her the responsibility. Once the competition begins, I assume that the flying mode will no longer be viable, as it is rather slow and difficult to secure victory. Players are detected as having registered for the racing event, which will commence in 10 minutes, and participants will be teleported to the designated map to await the start, wishing players good luck in their race. In the blink of an eye, Wen Lan found herself in a different location, the highway transforming into a forest. With her positioned on the right side of the road, the expansive road branched out into several smaller paths, yet snow blanketed the ground, obscuring visibility. The obstructive trees and shrubs made it challenging to discern the way ahead. 2 additional vehicles had appeared beside her, due to their presence. She was uncertain about the number of competitors in this race. "Sister, look!" Bunny pointed to the rearview mirror, and Wen Lan then noticed several cars had also halted behind her. Beep! Unsure which vehicle had honked first, the other soon followed suit, creating a cacophony that was rather bothersome. Fortunately, the race was about to commence, and a 10-second countdown appeared before her. As the clock struck 0, she pressed the accelerator and surged forward, choosing a small path to enter. Upon entering the forest, she discovered numerous forks in the road and various obstacles, testing her reflexes. Not long after, a few wild wolves appeared, charging towards her vehicle, only to be repelled by the lily-of-the-valley's protective shield. The wolves, seemingly indignant, began calling for their pack. The howls of wolves multiplied around her, and the vehicles that had been trailing her veered into adjacent paths. However, Wen Lan was unperturbed. These were old acquaintances with whom she sparred nightly. Well versed in the art of evasion, she maintained her speed, pushing forward, yet the winding paths made it difficult to shake off the wolves, who gradually closed in. Despite their relentless assaults, her protective shield kept them at bay, though their repeated impacts caused her vehicle to veer off course, nearly colliding with a tree trunk. Hua Hua and Little Vine climbed atop the vehicle through the windows, one preparing to hurl a headbutt while the other brandished a whip. The remains of the monsters, including the small vines, were gathered and stored by Hua Hua in her space. Wen Lan found herself wishing for even more monsters to arrive, as it would expedite her experience points. However, the wolves seemed to realize that the bone was too tough to gnaw, causing them to slow their pursuit and turn to chase after others instead. Some players, noticing the absence of wolves behind her, began to follow closely behind her vehicle, and everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Before her, the view gradually expanded, revealing an immense lake that seemed to stretch endlessly. Wen Lan quickly halted her vehicle. Although the surface of the lake was thickly frozen, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her. The cars trailing behind her also screeched to a stop, followed by a cacophony of horns and shouts. Impatient players behind her maneuvered past, heading straight onto the icy expanse. Within less than a minute, cracks began to form beneath their vehicle, ultimately leading to a collapse. The car slowly sank, surrounded by a swarm of fish that began to feast upon the wreckage, accompanied by the ominous sounds of metal clashing. A profound silence enveloped Wen Lan, and the players behind her fell into an unsettling quietude. Chapter 69. The competition concludes. The players behind were becoming increasingly congested, leaving no room for retreat. Numerous players surged onto the icy surface from the narrow pathways, and despite shouts of warning, many charged ahead, only to sink shortly thereafter. Some astutely noticed that as the number of vehicles on the ice increased, the monsters were unable to attack them in time, allowing them to follow the vehicles ahead safely. Quick-thinking players managed to evade the cracking ice just before it shattered. Others mimicked their actions, resulting in a growing number of vehicles on the ice and an increasing number of fissures. Wen Lan pressed the accelerator to keep pace. As the ice threatened to break apart, she hastily accelerated and swerved to avoid the impending danger, narrowly missing collisions with other evasive players. Many, unable to dodge in time, inadvertently provided opportunities for the monsters, while others recklessly crashed into them, prioritizing their own survival. With a swift reaction, sidestepping the cracking ice was feasible. The fish beneath the surface were still confined to the water. However, players behind her not only had to avoid the fractures, but also had to beware of veering into the ice holes. Suddenly, a significant fissure opened before her, the previously smooth ice surface being heaved up by tremendous force, causing nearby vehicles to be lifted, while the unfortunate ones plummeted directly into the icy depths. The protruding ice shattered, revealing the monstrous form of a gigantic turtle, far larger than her vehicle. The surface of the water rippled slightly, causing the surrounding ice to crack. And those players, stunned by the sight of the colossal turtle, fell helplessly into the water. Wen Lan activated her flying mode, which allowed her to ascend only a meter at most, enabling her to maneuver around the giant turtle. It was uncertain whether the vehicle's brightness drew attention or if the airborne car attracted the monster, but the turtle quickly locked onto Wen Lan, who was still at a distance. Meanwhile, the players near the turtle breathed a sigh of relief and scattered in various directions. The speed in flying mode was not particularly swift, and with the lake water below, Wen Lan observed the giant turtle approaching her. Hua hurled a headbutt at the turtle, only for it to retract its head, leaving Hua so frustrated her legs became entangled. The moment the turtle's head emerged, a small vine shot out to ensnare its head, preventing it from retracting. However, the force was insufficient, nearly pulling the vine into the lake. Tuji dashed forward with a powerful punch, stunning the turtle momentarily. Once it recovered, it furiously swung its head, opening its mouth to attempt to bite the vine. This was the moment. The spicy girl, having waited beneath a leaf for this opportunity, launched a chili bomb directly into the turtle's open mouth. With an explosion, the system's kill notification chimed. Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the LV-8 ironclad giant turtle, gaining 105 experience. An LV-8 monster, indeed. Thankfully, no matter how tough the shell, the interior of the mouth was soft. The spicy girl proved to be the finest thrower. The giant turtle's body gradually sank beneath the water, and the small vine could no longer hold on. Hua quickly slid down the vine, capturing the turtle within her spatial storage. The vine, losing its target, flipped backward several times due to the recoil, but did not forget to ensnare both Hua and the spicy girl, pulling them back. After ascending from the water's surface, Wen Lan switched to self-driving mode, accelerating forward. Although she had just been ensnared by a giant tortoise, various monsters began to emerge from the depths, attacking other players. The tortoise's intimidating presence deterred the creatures from approaching, allowing Wen Lan merely to navigate around the vehicles ahead, surprisingly gaining a competitive edge. Observing this, nearby cars followed in her wake, inadvertently drawing the monsters toward them. Wen Lan was astounded. Were they all mere followers? Regrettably, she had already reached her maximum speed. Unable to shake them off, Hua and shouting climbed onto the roof to assist in eliminating the monsters. The opposite shore was now in sight, but a swarm of creatures awaited on the bank, baring their teeth and preparing to pounce. The vehicles behind her gradually decelerated, with no formidable monsters in sight. Wen Lan resolved to charge ahead. Sunflower Gatling, clear the path. Before even reaching the shore, the sunflower commenced its barrage, while shouting cleared the roadway. And Hua delivered finishing blows, collecting the corpses into her space. They forged a path, and Wen Lan surged forward. However, the road behind her quickly became obstructed by monsters once again. Not far beyond the horde, Wen Lan spotted the finish line adorned with a banner. Upon crossing the red line, she finally relaxed. Suddenly struck by a thought, her foot pressed the brake, then the accelerator. Sure enough, in her rearview mirror, a gigantic toad plummeted onto her vehicle's tail. Fortunately, she had not heard the system alert and reacted swiftly. The toad, realizing she had not fallen for its trap, remained unfazed, resetting its ambush for the next unsuspecting prey. After advancing another 500 meters, a dilapidated wooden sign appeared by the roadside, inscribed with the words "Finish Line." Wen Lan maintained her speed, only stopping once she had crossed and the system announcement rang out. Congratulations to the player for being the first to cross the finish line. You are about to enter the waiting zone, where rewards will be distributed after the last player finishes. This race had proven to be relatively uncomplicated, with even the rabbit not being summoned. The main challenge had been the lake's surface, but with her quick reflexes, she managed to evade most dangers. Having already dealt with the largest monster, within 10 minutes, players began to enter the waiting zone, some even disembarking to converse. Wen Lan had already instructed the scented geranium to obscure the windows upon entering the waiting zone, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. However, the pumpkin atop her vehicle and the surrounding egg lanterns stood out prominently among the array of vehicles. Whispers circulated about her vehicle, yet her demonstrated prowess during the race left other players hesitant to approach. Thank you to all players for participating in this racing competition. A total of 108 players participated, with 763 successfully reaching the finish line. Rewards for this event have been distributed, and players will soon be teleported out of the event map. Returning to familiar roads, Wen Lan activated flight mode to assess her spoils from the race. A reward of 5,000 points had been credited. Coupled with the sale of compressed apple balls, her points total was now sufficient. Eagerly, she accessed the points shop to purchase a parallel road card, finally alleviating a weight from her mind. Currently, she had 609 points remaining. In the course of the competition, a total of 408 experience points were acquired from vanquished monsters. The characters Tuji, 2062 4000, and Wen Lan, 2177 4000, along with several corpses, were involved. Most monster carcasses were disassembled by the system, yielding a variety of meats totaling 412 pounds, alongside 11 pieces of assorted pelts and a single hard turtle shell. The remains of 3 deer were entrusted to a master butcher for meticulous processing. The turtle shell is a piece of equipment designated for battle pets. However, it is exclusively usable by turtle-type companions, rendering it currently unnecessary for her. Hence, it has been listed for trade at a price of 500 points. All meats have been placed on the trading market at a rate of 1 point per pound. Presently, there is an ample supply of food and water, as monsters can be disassembled autonomously, and melted snow provides drinkable water. Conversely, seasonings and similar items are somewhat pricier. The pelts have been delivered to a character known for their keen sense, who previously sent her a wolf fur hat, which grants a 30-minute agility boost of 2 when worn, ensuring warmth and efficiency. Chapter 70, Celebration and Post-Competition Follow-Up upon opening the Gifted Talent Box. I received a common flower pot and a quantity of ordinary soil, both rather meager. After harvesting apples yesterday, I had one last opportunity to utilize my beginner-esque pot, yet I found myself devoid of soil. I consumed 1 unit of ordinary soil, acquiring a carrot with a harvest time of 2400 hours, 00. By tomorrow morning, I should be able to harvest the rice. However, I pondered how to dehusk it afterward. I wondered if the developers had crafted a dehusking machine. Considering the rice had already matured, they must keep pace with the advancements. As I paused my vehicle, Wen Lan resolved to open the remaining boxes from the past 2 days before dinner. Hua Hua and Xiao Tung expressed their willingness to handle everything, eager to showcase their prowess in today as competition, already feeling quite buoyant. Wen Lan felt a twinge of concern, but 2G reassured her, promising to keep an eye on them and to swiftly return to the protective shield if necessary. Ultimately, Wen Lan decided to open the silver chest as well, curious to see what creatures resided within. The day before, she had 6 bronze chests and 1 silver chest left. However, yesterday, she had only acquired 7 wooden boxes, which led her to suspect an adjustment in her drop rates. Monsters below the silver tier posed no challenge for them anymore, resulting in an experience gain of 110, alongside various items: 12 iron plates, 28 wooden boards, 7 screws, 5 vehicle upgrade cards, 6 vehicle upgrade card fragments, 1 packet of tomato chips, 1 8-inch matcha cake, 1 hot pot base, 1 10-minute unlimited power card, 2 bottles of milk, and 1 energy stone. The monsters encountered this time were quite satisfactory, comprising her favorite edibles. So she instructed Hua to gather them for later, once the butcher had finished processing the previous deer. Only 3 upgrade cards and 1 energy stone remained for the vehicle upgrade. Previously, she had replenished the protective shield S energy, depleting 1 stone in the process. Upon opening the silver chest, a colossal plush spider emerged. Hua and Xiao Tang's assaults were thwarted by the spider's legs, and the venom it spewed corroded a hole into the snow. Hua, startled, retreated repeatedly. Wen Lan drew her long knife, conjuring a shield of ice with her left hand, and charged forward, leaving a wound on the spider. Fortunately, despite its venom, the spider's defense was not overly robust. Hua immobilized its legs with freezing magic. 2G, strike its left leg. I shall attack the right. With that, they surged forward, but to her surprise, 2G's blade cleaved through 8 legs with a single strike, leaving Wen Lan momentarily halted, appearing quite foolish. Sister, I've recently made breakthroughs in my swordsmanship, 2G proclaimed, landing atop Xiao Tang's head, innocently shaking its ears while clutching a carrot knife. Little 2G, could you kindly greet her before showcasing your newfound strength? Allow me the final blow, Wen Lan declared, preparing for the decisive strike, determined to deliver the blow. Whirlwind slash. The spider's head fell to the ground. Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the level 7 long-haired spider. Experience gained, 100. 2G, 2272 4000. Wen Lan, 2387 4000. Hey, my internal cultivation technique has shown some effect, and I didn't even utilize the ice element. This adversary had finally succumbed to her prowess. Wonderful job, sister. A round of applause erupted from behind her. Even Xiao Ju leaned out of the window to applaud, leaving her feeling rather bashful. Upon disassembling, a pet skill book named Paralyzing Spider Silk was obtained, enabling the user to expel silk to ensnare opponents. The venom within the silk seeps into the pores, rendering adversaries incapable of resistance. This appears to be yet another auxiliary skill, akin to the paralyzing spikes. However, Hua finds it rather unappealing, yearning instead for a potent offensive skill. After all, Sister Tajiji is exceedingly impressive. Hua aspires to emulate her prowess. Thus, Wen Lan decides to reserve this skill for the little sculpture, allowing it to decide whether to learn it upon maturation. The harvest was quite satisfactory, and thus a hot pot celebration is in order for today. My brew is also ready. I shall retrieve it. I shall accompany you. The spicy maiden hastily pursued Xiao Jun back to the pumpkin house, having surreptitiously taken a small sip earlier. It was quite piquant, much to her delight. She inquired whether Xiao Jun had added chili, to which Xiao Jun insisted otherwise. How could that be? Without chili, how could it be so spicy? Being a chili sprite, she is most knowledgeable in such matters. Wen Lan prepared for the feast by slicing meat, dividing it into 2 pots, a large one requiring the kitchen's induction stove, and a smaller electric pot placed upon the dining table. Wen Lan took the wine jar and poured a cup for everyone, leaving only the unfortunate little sculpture to merely savor the aroma. Cheers! Wishing everyone health and happiness. Wen Lan raised her glass first, with the small ones mimicking her. They glanced around, feeling something was amiss. With one hand cradling the little sculpture's eggshell, they clinked glasses gently. Ahem! With a grand gulp. She was caught off guard and choked, finding it quite spicy. Hastily, she took a few sips of the soda offered by Tajiji. Xiaojun, is this wine so potent? What sort is it? Wen Lan resolved to stick with soda. Wine, it appears, is not as delightful as anticipated. I only added water and dandelion. It must be the secret blend from the wine jar, a fixed flavor. Next time, I shall try fruit wine. It should be less spicy. Everyone here, save for Wen Lan, received the dandelion wine favorably. Oh well, soda's also quite nice. After tidying the table and dishes, she proceeded to nourish the plants with what elements, advising them that if they grew hungry, they could indulge in the cake. As Wen Lan prepared for her training, private messages from friends began to chime in. Several companions in the group had messaged her, stating that her vehicle image had been leaked. Wen Lan was utterly perplexed, wondering what this meant. Survival Squad. 6-6, what is going on? Why is everyone messaging me? Let us good luck. Big shot. Did you participate in an event today? Some players snapped a photo of your vehicle and posted it in the chat channel, claiming you're so formidable, topping several leaderboards. Yet you neglect to assist fellow players in need, thereby tarnishing your reputation. I love eating mushrooms. More importantly, some players chimed in, stating that following your vehicle significantly reduces the number of monsters attacking them. In future events, they should simply follow your vehicle. After all, they're all players. You, being so strong, could slay more monsters to ease their burden, and you'd gain experience as well. Artisan, you'd best make a statement in the chat channel. The current sentiment is quite disadvantageous for you. Wen Lan wore a bewildered expression. This situation was utterly incomprehensible. Opening the chat channel, Pure Love Warrior and Heart Bigger Than a Needle were already engaged in a verbal duel on her behalf against those disparaging her. Outsider, with such individuals, some still dare to call her a big shot? To abandon one's compatriots in peril. Does this epitomize the demeanor of a true leader? The Pure Love Warrior asserts, she is a formidable figure, not your parents. Why should she come to your aid? This is a survival game, not child's play. If you lack the strength, then it is prudent to remain cautious and refrain from participating in every event, lest you become a burden to others. The pillar of strength counters. It is not as simple as that. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Is it not commendable for her to assist more individuals, given her capabilities? After all, that is why she ranks at the pinnacle of several leaderboards. The Heart Bigger Than a Needle's Eye interjects, did you earn her top rank? She achieved it through her own merit, which has nothing to do with you. What are you ranting about? The cotton candy enthusiast remarks, I find a leader quite admirable. Do you not see how many players follow her to success? She has vanquished the most formidable foes. With a leader present during events, surely one would feel a sense of security. The Einstein's blanket retorts, security, indeed? It is merely a facade. Had she intervened, numerous players would not have perished. Midnight, dreaming reflects. That is a valid point. In future events, we should align ourselves with the leader. Her vehicle is unmistakable. Perhaps we could even secure a second-place finish by trailing behind her. Wen Lan scrolled for quite some time before finally locating the instigator of this discourse, who had directed others to share images of her vehicle. The provocateur who ignited this public outcry, I don't want to say much, states, since this game allows for parallel cards, it is plausible that there will be positioning cards, invitation cards, tracking cards, and similar items. Once I acquire such items, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to assist anyone. Your life is yours to safeguard. Today, someone sacrificed others for their own survival. When you threaten my safety, you become my adversary. This is a survival game. My only desire is to survive. The Heart Bigger Than a Needle's Eye agrees. The leader speaks the truth. Some players attempt to transpose their real-world online disputes into this game. Are you not living too comfortably to engage in such a war of words? The Rice Sale base comments. I have blocked the player who does not wish to say much. Surely they are too well fed and thus are idle. The drug dealer adds, I have also blocked the player who does not wish to say much. They must be in such good health that they are idling. Strawberry Bubble Milk exclaims, this is exhilarating. My milk ducts have cleared. The officials are also favoring Wang Zai greatly. The drug dealer clarifies, dear, our stance is not about supporting anyone. Rather, the actions of that player contradict the principles of peaceful development in a challenging survival environment. The current survival conditions remain dire, and such provocative behavior is unacceptable. I urge all players to focus on their own development. The officials will strive to provide logistical support. Concerning the handling of nocturnal monsters, the officials have contacted numerous relevant individuals and are diligently working on creating items, which will be available tonight at 7 p.m. Players are encouraged to stay informed. An antidote for insect bites is now available in the trading hall, and defeating mosquitoes will yield universal antidote patches, which I hope will be beneficial for all players. With the officials' intervention, the community gradually shifted their focus away from the incident's protagonist, and even Wen Lan could not resist venturing into the trading hall to procure the antidote. Chapter 71. The phantom beyond the outcome was that her dexterity rendered her unable to seize the opportunity. The Survival Squad, 6'6", Pure Love Warrior, esteemed one. You ought to exercise a modicum of caution during events, Your vehicle is exceedingly recognizable. The Devourer. Very well. Thank you, everyone. Heart as vast as a needle's eye. No worries, esteemed one. We are all here to assist one another. Wen Lan swiftly set aside this minor interlude. She had numerous tasks yet to accomplish. Having awakened from her meditative state, night had fallen once more, yet her gains were commendable. Her spirit had risen slightly, and it was now 7 p.m. Sister, have you completed your training? Dinner is ready. You should eat first. Rabbit G, frolicking in the apple tree, called out to Wen Lan upon noticing her awakening. Little Tongue had crafted a large hammock from vines in the apple tree, which everyone adored. Even the soft sofa had lost its appeal. Xiao Jiao remained nestled within the satchel, while the caregiver role had shifted to Little Tongue. After hastily finishing dinner, they hurried to Peach Blossom Village to deliver wood elements. This was the troublesome aspect. It required 2 trips, perhaps 3, and there was also a poo. The chick had transformed into a mature form, clucking away. Wen Lan gently patted its rear. Splendid. Eggs would soon be forthcoming. The durian tree had also borne fruit. Upon relocating it to Peach Blossom Village, Wen Lan commenced its wood element delivery, witnessing rapid growth. The phantom flower has matured. Do you wish to harvest it? Yes. Just as Wen Lan exited Peach Blossom Village, she received a system notification. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining. Phantom Beyond. Battle. Phantom Beyond. Even as a seed nourished by blood, it embodies the villagers' fervent wishes, brimming with a yearning for a peaceful, happy existence. Yet, it understands that only through strength can it attain the life it desires. Otherwise, it risks becoming like those villagers. Recognizing its body as a potential vulnerability, it resolves to forsake its corporeal form, ensuring no one can inflict harm upon it. To her astonishment, yet another battle companion had emerged. Greetings, Creator. You possess a scent that feels familiar. The Phantom Beyond opened its crimson eyes, gazing at Wen Lan with an aloof demeanor. Hello, Phantom Beyond. For some reason, your gaze evokes a sensation akin to conversing with a superior. I detect the fragrance of Little Tao. Is it still alive? Indeed, it is merely a sapling at present, thriving in the Peach Blossom Source. Would you care to visit? Boss, Peach Blossom Source? Such a familiar name. But does it truly exist? Wow, you are breathtaking. Are you also a spirit? How is it that you are so tall? Like me, you lack wings. The spirited girl twirled around the Phantom Beyond, seemingly captivated by her presence. Yet, the Phantom Beyond was indeed strikingly beautiful, standing as tall as her forearm, with long legs and arms, and hair cascading to her knees. Her jet-black tresses were smooth and lustrous, adorned with a vivid red phantom flower atop her head. Dressed in a red Warring States robe embroidered with dark crimson phantom flowers, she exuded an air of grandeur, though the peach blossom branch at her waist somewhat softened her imposing presence. With porcelain white skin and delicate features, she resembled a finely crafted doll. Her somewhat translucent form lent her an appearance of fragility. Spirit? I am not a spirit. I am a phantom. The ethereal specter extended its slender fingers, yearning to touch the fiery maiden, yet they merely passed through its form. Oh! All the companions stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such a spectacle, leaning in closer, eager for the specter to caress them. This was merely the price of gaining strength, Creator. It seems you possess some necromantic artifacts? Though the specter appeared aloof, it did not shy away from the pleas of the adorable ones, granting each a touch. Necromantic artifacts? Oh, are you referring to the skeletons I have disassembled? Wen Lan finally recalled the 3 skeletal frames tucked within her backpack, just one short of a complete mahjong set. She produced them, and the pumpkin house instantly became crowded. This is rather splendid. May I entrust these to you? The specter maintained its cool demeanor, yet the pink hue on its pale visage betrayed a hint of shyness. Certainly. Feel free to use them if they serve your purpose. I currently have no need for them. No sooner had she spoken than the specter soared towards the alabaster skeleton. The skeleton glowed with a crimson light, exuding an eerie presence, adorned with blooming, ghostly flowers. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to witness the pitch-black eye sockets of the skeleton snap open. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton shrank to a height of about 1 meter, its porcelain skin flourishing with ghostly blooms, while a dress enveloped its form. Soon, a genuine specter materialized before them, though certain areas appeared incomplete, revealing the ghostly flowers and jade bones beneath, exuding an aura of danger. The specter seemed to be acclimating to its new form, each movement accompanied by the crackling sound of bones. Suddenly, the wolf skeleton trembled and stood, causing Wen Lan to draw her weapon in alarm, only to be halted by the specter's timely intervention. "It is under my control. There is no need for concern." A ghostly flower blossomed at the center of the skeleton's brow, and the wolf skeleton bowed beside the specter, who then gracefully perched atop it. "Isn't that uncomfortable? Should I prepare a cushion?" Wen Lan was still lost in thought, while the others had completely lost their composure. Even little Ju approached in astonishment, eagerly touching and asking questions in a cacophony. "Fiery maiden, how did you suddenly grow so tall? What happened to that large entity? Do you possess a space like Hua Hua?" "Ethereal specter, this is my possession skill." "Bunny, how did you animate this skeleton, and why is it so obedient?" "Ethereal specter, I can control necromantic artifacts, but for now, I can only control one." "Little Ju, your hair is beautiful. What is your secret to maintaining it?" The specter looked towards Wen Lan, her expression one of pleading assistance. Ignoring those who could speak, Hua Hua had already climbed onto the skeleton, sliding down its spine, while Little Tongue transformed into a vehicle, eager to race the wolf skeleton, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Only the still infantile Little Diao had drifted into slumber. However, ISNT Little Tongue, crafted from thunderstruck wood, a potential danger to the ethereal specter? Alas, the specter has just arrived. Let us take our time to understand it better. For now, let us disperse and allow it some respite. Wen Lan hurriedly stepped forward to shoo away the curious little ones, granting the specter a moment to breathe. The otherworldly specter. These little beings are indeed quite curious about you, devoid of malice. There is no need for trepidation. I am not afraid. I merely find this warmth somewhat disconcerting. Transforming into a diminutive specter, barely over a meter in height, I sat upon the skeletal remains of a wolf, gazing up at her, and in that fleeting moment, I found her utterly endearing. She bore no resemblance to a superior. "Oh, otherworldly specter, would you bind yourself to me?" "I must decline." Wen Lan did not anticipate such a response, momentarily taken aback. "I harbor an aversion to constraints. I shall accompany you in the quest for the true peach blossom spring, for that is my destiny." A weight suddenly enveloped Wen Lan. She was not fond of the term destiny, yet she honored the specter's resolution. "Very well, welcome aboard, otherworldly specter." Wen Lan extended her right hand, grasping the specter's icy little hand. The small ones, who had been observing them closely, scampered over to shake hands with the specter, instantly reigniting the lively atmosphere, alleviating some of the heaviness in her heart. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Wen Lan inquired about the reason behind the specter's fearlessness towards the little vine, discovering it was due to the peach branch gifted by the Peach Blossom Fairy. Chapter 72. The Parasitic Ghost Umbrella and the Injured Bunny. The parasitic ghost umbrella has matured. Shall it be harvested? Yes. Harvest successful. Congratulations on acquiring the parasitic ghost umbrella. Parasitic ghost umbrella. The spores of the parasitic ghost umbrella adhere to flesh, draining all blood before shriveling and falling off. The spores rapidly penetrate the subcutaneous tissue, inducing a slight paralysis, allowing the prey to be drained of its blood unbeknownst to it. The parasitic ghost umbrella produces spores once a day, with yield dependent on moisture levels, so please water it diligently. Wow, what a formidable item. Wen Lan placed it in the corner of the terrace, having collected the first spore of the day. Only one. She hurriedly watered the parasitic ghost umbrella, hoping for several more spores by tomorrow. Creator, I sense the aura of the undead drawing near. The otherworldly spirit floated in the air, gazing out the window. You may call me Wen Lan. Creator sounds rather peculiar. Then I shall call you Sister Wen. The spirit looked at her. That works. Hearing you call me Sister Wen send a shiver down my spine. Let us go, little ones. We shall earn points. Wen Lan brandished her knife and set off with a troop of junior scouts to slay monsters. Just as they exited the protective barrier, the otherworldly spirit pulled an apparition from her shadow, swiftly devouring it. Bunny and Flower, unwilling to be outdone, also sought to showcase their prowess in front of their new companion. unleashing their most impressive moves with flair, aiming for a decisive blow. Wen Lan found herself without a chance to engage, while Little Vine attempted to assault a skeletal figure but seemed to be at a disadvantage. After all, Little Vine only had the advantage of attribute restraint, lacking techniques and evasion skills. As Wen Lan lifted her foot to assist, the otherworldly spirit had already soared in front of the monster, which stood motionless, allowing Little Vine to attack freely. The spirit reached out, seemingly extracting something, and swallowed it whole. The monster collapsed, burying Little Vine, who was still trying to strike at its legs. Before the towering creature, Little Vine appeared diminutive. Though leaping high enough could strike its knee, emerging from the debris, Little Vine realized there was little it could do and began cheering for the otherworldly spirit. Wen Lan had come fully equipped, ensuring that mosquitoes could not find any gaps to bite her. Indeed, the mosquitoes did not bother her, but they did sting Bunny's ears, causing them to swell and turning the white for nearly unrecognizable. The pink gloves barely contained the swollen mass. Enraged, Bunny transformed into Bunny Hero and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The small monsters were quickly dispatched, yet the mosquito remained unscathed. Sister, Bunny Hero, with teary eyes, approached Wen Lan, feeling very wronged. The swollen ears hung like a candied hawthorn on Bunny's head. Wen Lan counted the kill notifications, 10 minus 1 mosquito. Wen Lan encased Bunny Hero's ears in ice elements, hoping to alleviate the pain. However, the moment the ice was applied, Bunny Hero was pulled down by the weight of the swollen ears, face planting into the snow, and this time Bunny truly cried. "Oh no, Bunny, I didn't mean to. You get in the vehicle first. I promise to avenge you and slay that wretched mosquito. I shall create a detox patch for you." Wen Lan hurriedly picked up the rabbit and gently brushed the snowflakes off its face before placing it into the vehicle. She unfastened her helmet and summoned ice elements around her head, closing her eyes to sense the movements of the surrounding elements. Suddenly, a gap formed in the gathered ice elements, prompting her to swiftly control the ice to encapsulate them. An ice ball struck the snowy ground, revealing dark spots within. As she commanded the ice elements to explode, the body was decomposed, yielding a universal antidote patch. According to the feedback from other players, this antidote was expected to drop, but the mosquitoes proved exceedingly difficult to combat, and one could easily perish without even knowing where. Wen Lan promptly applied the antidote patch to the rabbit's ear, noting that the gauntlet was constricting and causing it to swell and turn purple. With a pang of sympathy, she cradled the rabbit, who was experiencing pain for the first time, its tears flowing freely. Hua Hua and Xiao Tong energetically posed in amusing ways to elicit laughter from the rabbit, while Xiao Ju and the lively girl blew gentle breezes near its ear, hoping to alleviate the swelling. The spectral presence of the otherworldly ghost enveloped the area in a chilling aura, raising goosebumps on Wen Lan's skin. "Thank you, everyone. The pain subsides with the antidote patch, though there is still a bit of swelling," she remarked, watching as the lump gradually diminished. She swiftly removed the rabbit's gauntlet and tenderly massaged its ear. Once the rabbit's ear returned to its original state, Wen Lan sighed in relief, remembering that her companions were still waiting for her items. She hastily sent over the small sword. "Sister, I am fine now." The rabbit seemed somewhat shy, burying its little face in Wen Lan's embrace, embarrassed by its earlier tears in front of so many friends. "Rabbit, you are of great importance to us, and everyone cares deeply for you. Those pesky mosquitoes can inflict quite a sting. I shed tears when I was bitten yesterday, my eyes swelled up, and with the gauntlet constraining you today, it must hurt even more. Our brave little rabbit." The rabbit perked up its ears, gazing at Wen Lan and then at its companions, feeling a profound sense of happiness from their concern. It realized that not only did it possess the carrot knife, but it also had invaluable friends. A surge of strength erupted within, and it gained new insights into its swordsmanship. After expressing gratitude to everyone, the rabbit immediately entered a state of cultivation to assimilate its newfound understanding. Wen Lan, staring at her empty embrace, felt momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the brilliance of this world. Xiao Tong took over the late-night snack duties while Wen Lan set about cleaning the battlefield. Today, she gained 350 experience points. 350 points, 10 pounds of wolf meat, and 1 leg bone. The luck of decomposition seemed insufficient today, yet the leg bone, being a weapon, was a pleasant surprise. Leg bone. Zombie leg bone. Sturdy, deals double damage to similar foes. This weapon could be particularly effective against such unique monsters. Wen Lan shared the information about the leg bone in the group chat, inquiring if anyone desired it, only to find the chat bustling with activity. Pure love warrior. If I have committed any sin, let the law punish me, not the mosquitoes torturing me. Woe is me, my delicate hands. Let us good luck. I would gladly trade a monster's lifespan for a world free of mosquitoes. I love eating mushrooms. Once I develop mosquito-repelling mushrooms, I shall rid the world of these pests. Looking again, someone remarked, leg bone. Is anyone interested in this? Let us good luck. You're truly a legend. I have successfully dismantled the splendid zombie wig. Oh dear, I cannot bear to keep it. It is simply too unsettling. Pure love warrior. I am either a tooth or a fingernail. What purpose does this serve, other than to disgust me? I adore mushrooms. Esteemed one, I desire it. Sell it to me. How many points does it cost? If you gaze any longer, I shall consume you. No need for points. It is merely a matter of time before you dismantle weapons as well. We are quite familiar with each other by now. I adore mushrooms. Then I shall offer you some items along with mushroom spores. If you gaze any longer, I shall consume you. That will suffice. I would prefer the type of spores that can be cultivated in water, just like last time. After harvesting the lycoris, that flower pot has become useless. Now, the only remaining option is a high-grade flower pot along with basic hydroponic nutrient solution, which has specific requirements for the plants. Chapter 73. Harvesting rice, I sent the leg bones to my friend who delights in mushrooms, and soon received her fungal cultures along with a pound of assorted mushrooms. The cultures consist of water-cultivated, white, jade mushrooms, which are quite delectable. Tomorrow, we shall indulge in a mushroom soup to cleanse the palate, as though hot pot is delightful. Excessive consumption can become tiresome. To avoid wasting the hot pot base, they plan to savor it over the next few days. Once the otherworldly spirit entered Peach Blossom Village, it seemed reluctant to leave, reclining upon the branches of the peach tree, caressing its leaves. The peach tree has grown taller than Wen Lan, and the village has expanded considerably as well. Otherworldly spirit, wait while I fetch a bed for you. No need, I shall rest on the little peach tree. It has been ages since we last met. Noticing its apparent joy, with its dangling legs swaying, Wen Lan permitted it to remain as such, merely laying down a fur rug beneath the tree in case it fell asleep and tumbled down. The wolf skeleton lay obediently nearby, while another skeleton was stored away for when the otherworldly spirit's powers grew stronger, enabling it to control more undead entities. Time in Peach Blossom Village flows similarly to the real world. At night, the moon and stars shine brightly in the sky, allowing for visibility even without streetlights. Apu had returned long ago, but Wen Lan had not found the opportunity to provide it with wood elements until now. After everything settled, the entire caravan fell into a serene silence, as everyone found a comfortable nook to enjoy a deep slumber. Thank you, sister, for your hard work. Wen Lan gently patted Xiaoju's head, examining the items Apu had brought back that day. What is this? A beehive? It certainly resembled a beehive. Yet Wen Lan hesitated to handle it carelessly. Yes, sister, do not worry. Apu has already conversed with the queen bee. The external environment is unsuitable for their survival. But as long as you provide a suitable habitat, they are willing to work for you. Wen Lan was thrilled. Bees are capable of numerous tasks, such as pollination and honey production, which is also highly nutritious. Peach Blossom Village, with its spring-like climate year-round, is perfect. When fruit trees and flowers are planted, it will undoubtedly be a beautiful sight. Apu mentioned that the honey they produce is exceptionally fragrant, and she hopes everyone will have a taste. Observing Xiaoju's rosy cheeks and bashful demeanor, it was yet another charming day. Thank you, Apu and Xiaoju. This gift is truly splendid. Tomorrow, we shall place the beehive. After a gentle wash, she drifted into slumber. A bit to the left, further from that durian, lest we mistakenly knock the beehive down. At dawn, Wen Lan directed Xiao Tong to assist in setting up the beehive. The peach tree was closely guarded by the otherworldly spirit, so they had to settle for placing it on the durian tree instead. Fortunately, the bees are not picky. Once set up, they swiftly emerged to explore. Perhaps due to the limited flora in Peach Blossom Village, they circled around and soon returned. There were still some leftover cherry and apple seeds, originally intended for pot cultivation. Given the scarcity of current materials, it would be prudent to plant them in Peach Blossom Village. When they bear fruit, seeds can be retained for future use. The cultivation process is considerably more intricate than merely placing seeds in a pot. After carefully tending to the seeds and awaiting their germination, the time arrives to harvest the rice. The rice ears are heavy and abundant. Even with just 20 plants, the yield appears substantial. In contrast, the official rice seeds have yet to yield any ears, suggesting a longer wait ahead. A sheet is spread on the ground, and wooden boards are propped up around it as the threshing begins. Hua is exceptionally intrigued by this activity, enlisting Shouting's assistance, which results in a flurry of energetic strikes. With each blow, not only do the grains fall, but the stalks also break into disarray, necessitating meticulous collection. Ultimately, they resort to earnestly beating the rice ears. Though Shouting's whip proves effective, yielding a notable harvest with each crack. With everyone's help, the threshing is completed in under 10 minutes, while some scattered grains are eagerly gathered by the chickens. All the rice is stored in a golden box, filling it to nearly half its capacity, resembling a treasure trove of gold. Wen Lan rejuvenates the field to plant a new batch of rice seedlings. After mentioning scarecrows to them once, they eagerly set about crafting their own, and although 2 of them remain silent, Wen Lan can sense their spirited discussions. After planting the new rice, Wen Lan turns around and is startled by the sight of a scarecrow. Standing as tall as Shouting, it is adorned with lush vines and embellished with chrysanthemums. A bright red chili pepper pierces its face, and it is draped in a makeshift cloth that leaves much to be desired in aesthetics. Sister, we made this according to your instructions. Does it look good? Xiaojun even added a few flowers for you. Bunny, how can your sweet exterior utter such cold words? A chuckle escapes even the spirit perched on the peach blossom tree. Wen Lan is genuinely impressed. They did well, but next time, they should refrain from attributing it to her guidance. To honor their labor, she places the scarecrow version of Wen Lan beside the rice field, transforming sorrow into appetite. A hearty breakfast is enjoyed. Suddenly, the thought strikes her that the artisan must be acquainted with the officials, who would surely seek his expertise in constructing a thresher. Since the officials have distributed rice seeds, have they approached you for the thresher? Asks Wen Lan. Do you want one too? Give me 10 minutes, replies the artisan. Thank you. I'll share some with you then. Wen Lan also takes the opportunity to inquire about the techniques for building a wooden house, as Taoyuan Village is expanding, and she contemplates constructing a small dwelling. The spirit remains predominantly in Taoyuan Village, making it an ideal resting place. Listening to the artisan explains that it's not particularly difficult. Wen Lan plans to start with a tree house to practice her skills, placing it atop an apple tree, which will surely delight Hua and the spicy girl. The construction of the tree house proceeds smoothly, largely thanks to the assistance of Shouting and Xiaojun. Some unstable areas are securely bound with Shouting's vines, while rough edges sprout charming daisies, imbuing the little treehouse with wild charm and vitality, thus achieving a natural sculptural beauty. Placed atop the apple tree, it harmonizes beautifully. Shouting crafts a slide from vines, and even Bunny and Xiaojun revel in the fun. Looking at such a splendid treehouse, Wen Lan feels a surge of confidence and heads to Taoyuan Village with her materials. Today's news lacked any significant events, filled instead with trivial gossip, which inadvertently led her to consume more than usual. Wen Lan began marking the area near the peach tree, driving wooden planks into the soil, expending considerable effort. Just as she completed a circle, Rabbit hurried over. Sister, come quickly. It seems our car has collided with a creature, and it has even produced 3 little ones. Wen Lan hastily set aside her tasks and rushed outside to investigate. Could her car truly be so formidable? Chapter 74. The growing commotion in Taoyuan Village. Through the car window, she noticed a sheep anxiously cradling its young one beneath its belly for warmth. When their eyes met, the sheep, overwhelmed, knelt before Wen Lan, revealing a wound on its hind leg. The sheep gazed pleadingly at Wen Lan, licking its offspring as if hoping for her assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Lan sensed that today bore a peculiar significance. Moreover, the creatures would not seek out players unless during certain events or at night. Thus, she resolved to investigate. Approaching the sheep with caution, she reached out to touch the little lamb, which had grown somewhat stiff from the cold. Quickly, Wen Lan tucked several lambs into her clothing and carried the sheep back into the car. Wrapping the lambs in a blanket, she offered the mother a bowl of warm water. After drinking, the mother sheep began to lick her wounded leg. For a fleeting moment, Wen Lan found herself at a loss, until a soft bleat shattered the tranquility as the frozen lamb began to revive. The mother sheep gently nudged the revived lamb, grooming it tenderly before placing it beneath her to nurse. The spirited girl wished to join in the feeding, but was halted by Wen Lan, leaving her momentarily disheartened. Recalling the milk she had previously procured, she opened a bottle to share with everyone. Before long, the other lambs had also revived. Their eyes closed as they sought out their mother's milk. They were utterly adorable. Wen Lan mused on why the lambs will seem to multiply after their mother's grooming. Was the little creature without will devoid of a mother's affection? Yet they were distinct. The young lamb would grow beautiful feathers, unlike the rabbit and the other lambs. The spirited girl had always assumed the little lamb would remain as it was. Suddenly, the previously silent mother sheep bleated loudly, prompting a chorus of bleats from outside the vehicle. Wen Lan pulled back the curtain, revealing a throng of sheep surrounding the car, their forms blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. The mother sheep nudged the other lambs toward the door, glancing back at her, seemingly urging Wen Lan to open it. Wen Lan complied, and the mother sheep leapt from the car, momentarily stumbling due to her injury. From the flock emerged a large ram, who began to converse with the mother sheep. Once their exchange concluded, the mother sheep picked up one of the lambs and placed it in Wen Lan's car before leading the other two lambs away with the flock. Sister, that sheep has forgotten its child. The spirited girl tugged at Wen Lan's hair to draw her attention. Perhaps it was unable to carry all three lambs, which explained the abandonment of one. The rabbit affirmed that the mother sheep had indeed struggled to hold onto the one she had retrieved. Wen Lan regained her focus, realizing their assumptions were incorrect. The system had just notified her that the mother sheep wished for the lamb to enjoy a better life under her care. As a reward, she would no longer be attacked by sheep-like monsters, and should she encounter such creatures during her adventures, they would not manifest, allowing her to collect items freely. Additionally, aiding the sheep would grant her 3 points of charm. Would this mean she could never feast on lamb again? Never mind. She could always purchase it from the marketplace. Looking at the little lamb, she warmed some milk for it to drink, acknowledging her inexperience in caring for newborns. Yet, surely the creatures within the game would be far more resilient, wouldn't they? Wen Lan brought the little lamb to Taoyuan village, crafting a cozy nest for it with bread and a blanket, and providing some water as well. The ethereal spirit remained perched upon the peach tree, occasionally glancing at the lively scene of their frolicking. It seemed profoundly affected by the blood and obsessions of humanity, often lost in solitary contemplation. Only when the flowers played did it share fleeting glances with them, yet it refrained from joining in their merriment. This was precisely why Wen Lan aspired to build a house here, to infuse vibrancy into the surroundings, thereby leaving the ethereal spirit with no time for daydreaming. With the addition of the little lamb, the atmosphere would only grow more animated. The spirited girl frequently sought out the ethereal spirit for companionship, finding delight in this beautiful red figure akin to herself. Despite the persistent rejections, her determination remained unyielded. Meanwhile, Wen Lan continued her construction efforts. While the little vines discovered new game, they hung 2 ladders on the durian tree, engaging in a race to see who could climb the fastest. The exuberant cheers and encouragement drew the ethereal spirit's attention involuntarily. Rabbit G assisted her with nailing wooden boards, showcasing remarkable speed and precision in his craftsmanship. With Rabbit G's help, the surrounding walls were swiftly erected. When the artisan sent her a deshelling machine, he also included various components, such as door and window hinges, alleviating her workload significantly. The little vines fashioned a fence from vines, reminiscent of a botanical version of iron window tiers. Wen Lan opted for a flat roof for simplicity, envisioning a terrace on the second floor where she could place a lounge chair to stargaze at night. To conserve materials, she forewent a staircase, prompting the little vines to weave a climbing ladder, though they lamented feeling utterly drained. With a fence surrounding the terrace, the quaint wooden house was finally complete. However, she had exhausted her supply of wooden boards and iron nails, even purchasing additional nails at the trading post. As she gazed upon the wooden sanctuary, a swell of pride surged within her. Wen Lan relocated the pumpkin house south sofa to the terrace, laying a carpet atop it. Reclining, there was sheer bliss. Next, she intended to gradually fill the house with cherished items. After processing the rice, she collected the husks, aware they could be used for growing vegetables or feeding chickens. But uncertain of the method, she planned to consult her grandmother upon her arrival, setting the husks aside for now. She distributed some rice to the artisan before departing Taiyuan village to prepare a meal. Today's feast consisted of hot pot accompanied by mushroom soup and a bowl of rice. However, both Flower and Rabbit G were not particularly fond of rice, leaving her to relish it alone. The ethereal spirit seemed captivated by the wooden house, floating to the terrace and cautiously settling onto the sofa. The soft texture caused it to stiffen momentarily, yet it soon relaxed, nestling comfortably into the cushions. Adjusting the sofa's position allowed it to lie down while still admiring the peach tree. After dinner, she suddenly recalled the forgotten carrots, having been so engrossed in her construction that she overlooked their harvest. Harvest successful. Congratulations on obtaining the carrot revolver. Carrot revolver, a pistol with 6 carrot bullets, refreshing daily. Please harvest and store promptly. Carrot bullets possess immense power, capable of penetrating formidable defenses, burrowing into flesh before exploding. However, if the user lacks precision, all efforts are in vain. Another weapon? However, this weapon is quite commendable. It could serve as a means of self-defense for my grandmother. It is said that in her youth, she aspired to join the military, but since there was already a grandfather enlisted, she chose to remain and care for the elderly. Wen Lan put away the handgun, and the flower pot became obsolete after harvesting the plants. Currently, the opportunities for planting are limited. After she harvests the cherries, she plans to wait for the encounter of unique seeds before planting again. Chapter 75. Re-entering the hot spring villa aside from the nightly battles against nocturnal monsters. The ethereal spirits had ceased their appearances in Peach Blossom Village. The cherries had been harvested, yielding ordinary edible fruits, with the soil having 3 uses remaining and the flower pot retaining 13. Placing the cherry tree beside the apple tree made the space of the pumpkin house even more constrained. Fortunately, the cherry tree was not as robust as the apple tree, being somewhat smaller, yet adorned with numerous vibrant red fruits, exuding a festive aura. The arrival of cherries was met with enthusiastic acclaim from the villagers, even prompting little Chrysanthemum to gather some for winemaking. The little lamb quickly adapted to life in Peach Blossom Village, scampering about in pursuit of the hen, and upon reaching the drooping vines of the durian tree, it began to nibble. Quick to react, little tendrils seized tomatoes and cherries to rescue the vines from the lamb's mouth, subsequently tying the vines up high. When checking the chat channel before bed, it became evident that many players, upon witnessing injured monsters, had taken matters into their own hands, directly slaying the creatures before their carts. Consequently, the enmity level of those monster types had increased, leading to a situation where encounters with such monsters during treasure openings or events would trigger a vengeful mode, doubling their attack power. Conversely, players who had assisted animals were rewarded, and thankfully, she had recognized this as a potentially special event in time. In the ensuing 2 days, aside from the nocturnal monsters that emerged each night, no further special occurrences transpired, even at the station or service area. Wen Lan enjoyed 2 blissful days of pastoral life. Were it not for the nightly monsters, she might have forgotten that she was in a survival game rather than a farming one. Daily, she harvested 2 eggs, and with tomatoes and cherries flourishing, the durian was nearing ripeness, accompanied by an abundance of companions. The 2 apple trees and 1 cherry tree planted in Peach Blossom Village had grown into saplings, making the wood elements consumed over the past 2 days worthwhile. Apu had unearthed a red rose and a pink rose, this time remembering to uproot them entirely. Wen Lan planted them beside the wooden house, allowing the bees to finally resume their work. Yet, for some unknown reason, the drop rate for road treasure chests had significantly diminished, a concern echoed by other players. In flying mode, she could cover at least 280 kilometers daily, but over 2 days, she had encountered merely 11 wooden chests, containing nothing particularly special, only food and materials. Nevertheless, this had allowed her to level up to level 3. While Bunny was still a little short, the experience required for the next level feeling rather disproportionate. Level LV3 experience 52 6000 strength, 17 stamina, 15 agility, 14 mental strength, 21 charm. 6. She had precisely 20 upgrade cards for vehicles, needing only 1 energy stone to facilitate an upgrade. The edible white jade mushrooms had also been harvested yesterday, with a handful growing anew each day. Congratulations, player! You have triggered the Hot Spring Villa Station. The exploration time for this station is 2 hours. Would you like to enter the station? Wen Lan promptly adjusted her direction, veering onto a smaller path. Unexpectedly, after such a lengthy wait for the forging villa without success, she found herself approaching the Hot Spring Villa. Ahead, a horse-drawn carriage drew nearer, and as Wen Lan caught up, she had already arrived at the entrance of the Hot Spring Villa. The maid at the entrance hurried to the car door to await their arrival, while the estate was surrounded by an increased number of patrolling guards. Following the maid into the estate, Wen Lan found herself amidst a lively atmosphere, filled with numerous women who, like her, were ushered into various private rooms. After the maid led Wen Lan into one of the chambers, she closed the door and waited outside. Inside the room, there was a private hot spring, and the air was imbued with a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. A small wooden tray beside her held a cup of wine and an egg. Wen Lan had already learned that the hot springs here offered a plethora of benefits, including skin whitening, body slimming, and the treatment of hidden ailments. Choosing a hot spring suitable for cultivators, she noted that although its effects were not quite equivalent to those of body-tempering pills, they were fairly similar. The cost was steep at 999 points per room, but with her VIP card, it seemed a worthwhile investment if the results were satisfactory. After changing into a bathing robe and stepping into the hot spring, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, banishing her fatigue. A few small creatures, either disliking water or the temperature, exchanged greetings with Wen Lan before following the maid outside to play. The maid had mentioned earlier that there was a children's entertainment room in the estate, where some ladies would leave their children to amuse themselves during their visits. Wen Lan placed the egg into a netted pouch embedded in the stone wall, allowing it to sink into the hot spring, knowing it would be ready to eat shortly. After closing her eyes and circulating her internal energy, she sensed a slight increase in her physical capabilities. Upon cycling her energy once more, she realized the enhancement was singular. It seemed to possess a one-time effect. The hot spring egg should be ready now, and upon taking a bite, she found the yolk still runny and delicious. The wine was equally delightful, and she unconsciously finished the entire cup. It was not until the maid knocked on the door that Wen Lan emerged from the hot spring. Her cheeks flushed. After changing back in her clothes, she checked her personal information and discovered a further increase in her physical abilities and strength, along with a 2-point attribute boost for leveling up, making the expenditure well worth it. Miss, the third master requests your presence. Please follow me. The maid invited as Wen Lan stepped out the door. She followed the maid, recalling that she had only met the Grand Master previously, while the third master had been present but unseen. She wondered why he suddenly wished to meet her. Miss Wen, please come in. The maid gestured as she entered the reception room, which appeared much neater and more elegant than before. The third master now occupied the seat previously held by the Grand Master. Miss Wen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I apologize for not being able to express my gratitude in person during your last visit due to my health. I hope you can forgive me. The third master rose to greet Wen Lan, ushering her to a seat before taking his own. It is quite all right, third master. The Grand Master has already compensated me. She replied graciously. In truth, my visit today is not solely for thanks. I would also like to request your assistance. Please do tell, she encouraged. aware that such intelligent NPCs often had numerous side quests. In recent days, I have heard from guests that a few wolves have occasionally been spotted along the road to the estate. While no injuries have occurred thus far, such news could tarnish the estate's reputation. I wonder if you might help us resolve this matter. Wen Lan finally comprehended the source of her discomfort regarding these NPCs. In a survival game, it is expected that every aspect is tailored for the player. However, certain NPCs also seem to be subjected to scrutiny, which creates a paradox since these characters should, to some extent, assist the player. For instance, the escape route she initially encountered at the sewer station was evidently designed solely for the player. In contrast, the hot spring villa serves as a neutral station, with service areas also categorized into neutral zones. Had she not eliminated the invading forces occupying the hot spring villa, it would have transformed from a neutral station into a hostile one, depriving her of the opportunity to benefit from the attribute-enhancing hot springs. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A neutral station provides players with an additional layer of safety, while also allowing for personal attribute enhancement. According to the guard's investigations, wild wolves predominantly roam the rear mountains, and the few that descended may have been scouting the area. Congratulations, player. You have accepted the quest. Eliminate 200 wild wolves in the rear mountains. By the way, Miss Wen, I would appreciate it if you could bring back the carcasses of the wild wolves. My skills in preparation are quite commendable, and the ladies of the villa are eager to sample some game. In return, I can offer you 7 vouchers for complimentary meals at the Liu family private kitchen, which you may redeem for a delightful feast. This is splendid. The meals at Liu family private kitchen are rather expensive. I shall choose the most extravagant dish to enjoy at no cost. Excellent. Chapter 76, Departing from the Villa, when Wen Lan arrived at the children's playroom. Several little ones were joyfully engaged in their activities. As she called them away, the children's gazes made her feel like a notorious villain. Following the guard's instructions, she ventured to the back mountain, where the thick snow proved to be quite treacherous. Impatient, Hua urged Xiao Tong to scout the path ahead. Shortly thereafter, a few growls echoed from the distance. Hua and the others must have encountered a pack of wolves, prompting Wen Lan to quicken her pace. Upon her arrival, she found Hua and Xiao Tong embroiled in a fierce struggle against the wolves, which were lunging at them in overwhelming numbers. Without hesitation, Wen Lan plunged into the fray, carving a path through the chaos. Her recent internal training had yielded remarkable results, enabling her to wield blade-like energy. She summoned ice shards that shot into the eyes of the attacking wolves, piercing their skulls with deadly precision. Rabbit stood on her shoulder, assisting by dispatching any unnoticed foes from behind. Hua played a sleep-inducing melody on her instrument, causing the wolves to collapse instantly. The fiery lass targeted the densest clusters of wolves with chili bombs, swiftly clearing the area of the beasts. Glancing at the task progress, Wen Lan noted that 20 wolves remained, which puzzled her. She hadn't seen any escape. Were there still wolves hiding nearby? Nevertheless, Rabbit had finally leveled up to 3. Enhancing all attributes by 10 points, which elicited a wave of envy from Wen Lan. Additionally, Rabbit had acquired a skill called Bond Blade Technique, though it remained gray, leaving its activation a mystery. After instructing Hua to collect the carcasses, Wen Lan resumed her search for the remaining 20 wolves, reasoning that they could not be too far away. Eventually, at the mouth of a cave, she spotted 2 wolves lingering at the entrance. With a flick of her wrist, she commanded the ice elements to pierce them fatally. Gazing into the pitch-black cave, she surmised that the remaining wolves must be hidden within. Grasping a shield formed from ice, Wen Lan cautiously navigated the stone walls. Suddenly, a wave of warm, foul air wafted toward her, prompting her to raise her shield defensively. Rabbit leaped up, slashing toward the source of the disturbance, resulting in a heavy thud as something fell. Progress 1. The cave was engulfed in darkness. Xiao Tong, extend your vines to tether me, and keep Hua close. Do not stray. After a lengthy trek, Wen Lan began to acclimate to the obscurity, but she worried about potential forks in the cave that could lead to disarray. Upon reaching what she believed to be a turn, she pivoted, only to collide with Xiao Tong. Sister, it seems this cave has reached a dead end. Wen Lan confirmed by touch that 3 sides were indeed walls. Had she misjudged? Were the wolves not within this cave? Just as she contemplated exiting, a sudden searing heat caused her hand to retract instinctively. What had burned her? Hesitant to probe further, she swung her blade toward the source of the heat. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared in the stone wall, revealing a glimmer of light. Wen Lan get fought foul, and the sudden brightness left her momentarily blinded. Just as she intended to move forward, Xiao Tong yanked her back, revealing a small pond before them, inexplicably unfrozen despite the frigid weather. The surface of the water gradually revealed the lifeless body of a fish, an eerie sight indeed. Suddenly, a surge of warmth emanated, causing Wen Lan to take a couple of steps back. Was this a hot spring? Yet it seemed not quite so. A howl echoed as several wild wolves emerged around the spring, circling and fixating their gaze upon her, exactly 17 in number. Xiao Tong, take me over there. With a flick of the vine, Wen Lan found herself on the opposite bank, launching a powerful wave slash at the approaching wolves. Rabbit Chi leapt upon the bodies of the wolves, deftly navigating through the pack, each strike claiming a wolf, eventually landing gracefully on Wen Lan's shoulder. Player has successfully killed 200 wild wolves. Quest can be submitted. Though it took some effort, the task was accomplished. Unfamiliar with the local paths, Wen Lan resolved to retrace her steps. Sister, look in the water. Is there something glowing? Rabbit Chi's observation drew her attention to a shimmering point beneath the surface. Surely, this cannot bode well. Xiao Tong, noticing, extended the vine into the water, only to retract it swiftly, scalded. Wen Lan, cautiously dipping her hand into the water, gasped at the scalding heat. Summoning ice elements to her palm made the temperature bearable. She shed her outer garments and footwear, enveloping herself in a frosty aura, and leaped downward. Sister, be careful. The deeper she descended, the sparser the ice elements became, and the heat intensified, reddening her skin. As her hand reached for a stone, she nearly burned herself. Observing the blister forming in her palm, she felt the ice elements fading rapidly. With tears welling, she gritted her teeth and stored the stone in her spatial bag, her hand now a painful mess. Fortunately, once the stone was secured, the temperature around her diminished, and the ice elements returned, soothing her wounds. Clambering back onto the shore, she swiftly applied a tomato-based hemostatic patch to her palm and donned clean clothing. Opening her bag, she discovered an inscription reading Fiery Jade, detailing its purpose. Until she deciphered its use, it would remain in her bag. She lacked the courage to retrieve it again. Retracing her steps, this time without the need to seek out monsters, she moved with remarkable speed. Upon returning to the villa, the maid led her to the backyard, where the third and fourth masters awaited her arrival. Miss Wen, you are indeed formidable, resolving a dilemma that has plagued us for so long in such a short time. Wen Lan chuckled, instructing Hua Hua to expel the corpses, as she was quite unaccustomed to being praised. Indeed, this is a token of gratitude for you, Miss Wen. The third master produced a plaque and a stack of vouchers from his sleeve. Congratulations, player, for completing the quest of slaying 200 wild wolves in the back mountain. You have received the Liu family Token 1 and 7 consumption vouchers. Accepting the reward, Wen Lan examined the token, realizing its exceptional value. Once adorned, it would elevate her standing at all neutral stations and service areas to friendly, doubling the chances of triggering quests and rewards. Thank you, Third Master. By the way, do you happen to know anything about Fiery Jade? Wen Lan pondered, suspecting that an NPC might hold the answer. I cannot say, but my brother-in-law's forging villa might possess such knowledge, as they frequently deal with ores. Very well, thank you, Third Master. We shall take our leave now. Armed with new information, she decided it was time to depart. May Miss Wen journey safely. The three estate owners gazed at Wen Lan's departing figure, remaining motionless for an extended period. This time, Wen Lan had not anticipated such ease. Not only did she relish the experience, but the task was also straightforward. The rewards commendable, and she even enjoyed the additional benefit of waiving today as expenses. Yet, when shall she encounter the Forging Manor? Congratulations to the player for successfully departing from the platform Hot Springs Manor. Chapter 77. A new event? Congratulations to player XX for successfully triggering the tower climbing event at the 9-level tower. For each level conquered, players will receive a completion gift pack. The event accommodates 3,000 participants, with the system randomly grouping players into teams of 3 for the climbing challenge. The exploration period for this platform is set at 3 hours. Players who fail to exit the tower within this time will remain trapped in the 9-level tower. The countdown for event registration is 10 minutes. Should the participant count remain insufficient, the event will be canceled. Congratulations to the player for successfully registering for the tower climbing event. Teleportation will occur once registration concludes. But she hasn't registered? She is still contemplating. What is going on with this system? Survival Squad, 6-6, Craftsman. If you keep staring, I'll devour you. Did you register? If you keep staring, I'll devour you. I didn't register, yet the system enrolled me automatically. Pure Love Warrior. I see others in the chat channel mentioning they were forcibly registered as well. What is happening? Craftsman. I was also enrolled by the system. It seems the top 10 on the leaderboard are mandated to participate. Heart as big as a needle's eye. Indeed, those conversing appear to be primarily on the leaderboard. Let us good luck. Why the compulsion to participate? Is it to enhance the clearance rate or eliminate a batch of top players? Pure Love Warrior. It's hard to say. Last time, that event with 1,000 participants ended disastrously. This time, with 3,000 participants, the risk surely escalates. Heart as big as a needle's eye. Then let us all refrain from registering. Didn't they say the event would be canceled if the numbers fall short? Wen Lan found the situation rather peculiar. Since forced registration is possible, the cancellation of the event doesn't seem adverse. Whether it is dangerous remains uncertain. The rewards do not appear particularly enticing. Upon checking the registration numbers, including the forcibly registered players, there were barely 300 participants, and it had stagnated for quite some time. She surmised that the event is unlikely to proceed. The registration numbers for the tower climbing event have now met the requirements. Player XX has utilized an event activation card, and the system will automatically match players for participation. The participant count is sufficient, and teleportation to the 9-level tower will commence. Is this even possible? A twist like this? Congratulations, player, for entering the first level of the 9-level tower. Team matching is in progress, and team matching was successful. Each level culminates in a passage to the next. May players enjoy the game. Wen Lan disregarded her suddenly appearing teammates and dashed forward. She was oblivious to the nature of the rewards compelling that player to activate this event. However, the event must be fraught with danger, otherwise. The top 10 players wouldn't be compelled to participate. Clearing all 9 levels in 3 hours will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult, so she must not squander excessive time and energy on the lower floors. Seeing Wen Lan speed away, the other teammates hastily followed suit. Upon forming a team, the system automatically added them to a temporary group. Strawberry Boba Milk. I'm actually in the same team as a big shot. Don't worry, I want to hold you back. Leaf. Although I'm reluctant to partake in this event, I'll strive not to lag behind. Unexpectedly paired with Strawberry Boba Milk. Wen Lan noted her decent contributions in the chat channel. If only my teammates were more compliant, it would certainly simplify matters. The division into groups indicates that this activity undoubtedly involves a degree of teamwork, and those who have reached this stage must possess a few hidden cards. Wouldn't you agree? Upon closer inspection, the first layer appears to be a plain expanse. After 4 to 5 minutes, not a single creature has been sighted. The vehicle jolts, revealing numerous potholes on the once smooth grassy terrain. A sudden upward thrust emerges from beneath the vehicle, and hordes of rabbits and mice burst forth. Scurrying towards them, Wen Lan does not decelerate, but rather accelerates towards the approaching beasts. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain a level 1 mouse, earning 2 experience and 2 points. Easy. Killing monsters grants points. Should we pause to accumulate some? Strawberry Bobo Milk? Time is limited. We have a total of 9 layers. Let's not waste too much time here. Easy. You're right. Ignoring the continuous notifications of kills, Wen Lan forges ahead. Xiao Tong was initially poised by the window to loot corpses, but here, the defeated monsters dissolve directly into the ground. Sister, I see the passage. In the distance, suspended in the air, there is an ink-wash door, likely the gateway to the second layer. Congratulations, player. You have successfully entered the second layer. earning a completion treasure chest 1. The treasure chest has been opened, revealing a 1M marine ecological simulation pool. Wen Lan's eyes sparkle. This is rather novel. If only the seawater could be transformed into freshwater, perhaps there would be an opportunity to cultivate fish and shrimp, although the aquatic life within is already quite appealing. She immediately anticipates the treasure chests that lie ahead. The second layer remains uncomplicated, populated by level 2 creatures, albeit slightly larger in size. With the Lily of the Valley shield in place, they can either charge through or circumvent obstacles. Yet the vehicles of her 2 companions sustain minor damages. Congratulations, player. You have successfully entered the 3rd layer, earning a completion treasure chest 1. Congratulations on obtaining a 2M freshwater ecological simulation pool. Wen Lan gazes at the beautiful lotus flowers, knowing that lotus seeds and roots are quite delectable, though it is a pity that fish cannot be cultivated within. It is no wonder the other player was so eager to initiate this event. The treasures yielded from these 2 completion chests are enticing enough, especially considering the additional rewards for the initiator upon task completion. This layer feels familiar. She tosses 2 lettuce grenades to clear a path, driving back several wolves. Wen Lan escapes the encirclement, but the 2 vehicles behind her soon find themselves surrounded by the pack once more. A tremendous explosion erupts, and Wen Lan glances into the rearview mirror to see a small mushroom cloud rising, followed by the 2 vehicles emerging from the ensuing mist. Wow, this item is incredibly powerful. Upon entering the 4th layer, the treasure chest reveals a floating cloud, capable of setting various weather conditions. Peach Blossom Village is about to experience localized rainfall, much to her amusement. The first 3 layers took less than 40 minutes in total. However, upon entering the 4th layer, the previously employed brute force strategy seems to wane. Only 4 creatures remain, yet their destructive capability far surpasses that of the previous layers. Let us disembark to clear the monsters. I'll take 2, and you each take 1. Wen Lan disembarked with Hua Hua, who had chosen a cobra, quite literally, as it wore an enormous pair of spectacles. The ice covering the glasses shattered abruptly. In that fleeting moment of fragmentation, Wen Lan leaped high and plunged her blade into the serpent's right eye, causing its lifeless body to crash to the ground. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying the LV-4 nearsighted snake, gaining 10 experience and 10 points. Excellent. She relished the hunt for this serpent. Hua Hua opted for a giant monster, delivering a headbutt that struck true to its forehead, before the creature could regain its balance. She leapt atop it and unleashed a flurry of slaps to its visage, her petite hands forcing the beast to stagger back repeatedly. Prizing open its jaws, she fed it a paralyzing spiked dart, rendering it momentarily unable to close its mouth, saliva trickling down the corners. Following this, she unleashed several doses of corrosive venom into its maw, which the creature unwittingly swallowed, resulting in a torrent of blood mixed with shredded flesh erupting from its mouth. Congratulations to the player for successfully slaying the LV-4 giant monster, gaining 10 experience and 10 points. Wen Lan stood in bewilderment, pondering who had taught Hua Hua such formidable combat techniques. Chapter 78. The first place? 2 monsters remained as Wen Lan deftly evaded their attacks and dashed towards the vehicle. Only 1 car remained behind. The other had fled while she was preoccupied with slaying the creatures. From the vehicle behind, a petite girl emerged, clutching a pink board. Wen Lan decided to linger, intrigued by how other players engaged in battle. The girl balanced the board on one hand while rhythmically tapping it with the other. The sound was oddly familiar, prompting Wen Lan to lean out of the window for a better view. To her astonishment, it was a keyboard. The sound of the keys being struck caused the 2 monsters to halt in place. Wen Lan observed a red light illuminate on the keyboard, and the girl swiftly pried it off and tossed it aside. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted, and Wen Lan received 2 notifications of successful kills. The girl didn't return to her vehicle, but jogged over to Wen Lan's open window. Big boss, I am Strawberry Bobo Milk. You could just call me Bobo, as I adore Bobo, she exclaimed. Your outfit is quite unique. Wen Lan touched the face kini on her face, satisfied that her sense of security remained intact. This black, plush face kini had been crafted to accommodate her needs after she expressed them, and aside from being a bit warm, it was quite comfortable during the event. A message popped up in the temporary group chat. Yezi, I apologize, everyone. I was just so frightened that I wanted to run away, plus I can't fight monsters. So I'll wait for everyone on the 4th floor. Forget about her. Let us get in the car and head to the next layer. Soon after, Yezi sent several similar messages, but after realizing no one was responding, she finally fell silent. Congratulations to the player for successfully entering the 5th layer. Receiving a completion treasure chest 1. The treasure chest opened successfully, granting a 10 square meter prairie tile. At the entrance of the 5th layer, Wen Lan noticed a camper parked nearby, but chose to ignore it. She seemed reluctant to be the first to proceed, waiting for Wen Lan and the others to lead the way. Strawberry Bobo Milk angrily honked the horn. Had it not been for the temporary group chat after entering the platform, she would have unleashed a torrent of complaints. This layer featured 5 monsters, and Wen Lan learned of Bobo's 2 skills, a stunning strike that incapacitated for 5 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown, and a powerful bomb that required 30 minutes of continuous tapping on the keyboard to charge. The 5-second stun was a formidable control ability. After Bobo stunned the monsters, Wen Lan stepped forward with a whirlwind slash, efficiently dispatching all 5 creatures, earning her the admiration of Strawberry Bobo Milk. Big boss, you are incredible, Bobo said, giving her a thumbs up. Fortunately, her attributes had seen a slight boost that day, and combined with elemental power and inner strength, she could deal maximum damage to level 5 monsters. Shall we allow her to follow us? Let's see how it goes. This time, Yezi did not rush ahead, but instead lingered at a distance, waiting for them to finish off the monsters before she slowly caught up. They journeyed to the 7th layer, where the monster configuration seemed to have shifted again, from 6 monsters in the 6th layer to a solitary rock monster in this one. Its defensive posture appeared formidable. Wen Lan and Bobo had coordinated well in their previous encounters, and this time Bobo took the lead in controlling the monster while Wen Lan focused on the attack. With a single strike, the rock monster was cleaved in 2. Is that it? Why has it become increasingly simpler? Strawberry Bobo halted her keystrokes, a look of disbelief on her face. The stones upon the ground began to levitate gradually, coalescing without a trace of injury. What is this? Bobo's controls were still in the cooldown phase, while Wen Lan rushed forward to restrain the monster. Each strike felt akin to slicing through tofu, yet the creature healed almost instantaneously, a veritable cockroach that could not be exterminated, depleting her stamina relentlessly. She focused intently, observing the stone monster's healing process, hoping to uncover a means to counteract it. However, she gleaned nothing, whereas Hua Hua seemed to have made a discovery. After Wen Lan bisected the stone creature, Hua Hua unleashed a flurry of slaps upon its upper half. Fragments of stone cascaded to the ground as Hua Hua seized an object, causing the stone monster to disintegrate into dust, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Wow, is this the battle pet ranked first on the leaderboard? To think it could discern the creature's weakness so swiftly. Hearing the praise, Hua Hua strutted over proudly, extending her leaves to reveal a stone within. Wen Lan picked up a stone, labeled Keystone, key to unlock the next layer. It turned out that entry to the subsequent layers required a key. Thankfully, she hadn't bypassed the monster out of convenience, despite having forgotten in the first place. Let us proceed to the next layer. Back in the vehicle, Wen Lan lavished praise upon Hua Hua, learning from her description that the latter had noticed the stone due to a surge of vitality. By merely attuning her mental energy, Wen Lan could soon uncover it. Would you like to lead all team members into the 8th layer? Can we choose not to bring someone? You currently lack that authority. Quite redundant, indeed. The monster in the 8th layer remained singular, and with prior experience, they dispatched it swiftly. This type of creature possessed no special abilities and did not attack proactively. Its essence was surprisingly fragile, aside from the keystone that enabled its restoration. Upon reaching the final layer, however, 3 monsters emerged. Wen Lan exchanged glances with Bobo. Surely, this doesn't mean we each require a key? Uncertain, they decided to each take a key to test their luck, noting the keystone embedded in the creature's left eye. Just as Wen Lan prepared to attack the monster for the keystone, she noticed the leaf, which had been trailing behind them, hastening toward the passage below. Bobo, Ignore her. Secure the key first. Wen Lan swiftly acquired the keystone and returned to the vehicle, while Bobo's bomb was fully charged and hurled toward the monster, grasping the keystone just as it was about to fall. Following closely behind Wen Lan, they reached the passage's entrance. But they spotted the Leaf's vehicle anxiously darting back and forth through the ink-wash gate. What is happening? Why can't I exit? Why? The Leaf shouted in distress. Wen Lan disregarded her words, clutching the keystone as she passed through the ink-wash gate. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the 9th layer of the tower. You are currently the first player to finish. Should the instigator of this event fail to emerge from the 9th layer, her rewards will be bestowed upon the first player to complete it. What a delightful surprise. Not long after her departure, Wen Lan received a friend request from Strawberry Bubble-Milk. Strawberry Bubble-Milk, esteemed one, I eventually shared the strategy for clearing the level with EZ. Whether she succeeds now rests upon her fortune. Thank you for your guidance today. Wen Lan, no need for formality. It was a pleasure collaborating. Chapter 79. Preparing for the snowstorm after activating flight mode, Wen Lan ventured to Taoyuan Village, where she enjoyed a bountiful harvest today. She carefully positioned the awarded 1M Marine Ecological Simulation Pool and the 2M Freshwater Ecological Simulation Pool. The two simulation pools appeared as though they had been excavated from their original locations. The Lotus Pond was notably deep. The Marine Ecological Simulation Pool was not very deep, allowing glimpses of the sandy bottom and the crabs lurking within. Should she acquire more simulation pools in the future, Taoyuan Village would soon boast its own ocean. A 10-square-meter grassland section was placed with a peach tree at its center, transforming the once barren soil into a vibrant expanse of life. Kneeling down to touch the grass, she felt its softness and the moisture of the earth. A little lamb sniffed the grass below and began nibbling eagerly. Perhaps this patch of land would gradually influence its surroundings, slowly expanding in vitality. Upon releasing the floating clouds, they automatically drifted into the sky, drawing the attention of the ethereal spirits from the other side. The clouds felt bouncy to the touch, akin to jelly, yet even softer. The ethereal spirit floated onto the clouds, its delicate sensation sparking a glimmer of excitement in its eyes. Sensing that the clouds could support its weight, it playfully bounced a little before reverting to its aloof demeanor. The spicy girl and little Jew began playing hide-and-seek among the clouds. Seeing Huahua's eagerness to join, the ethereal spirit was dismayed that the floating clouds hovered above 10 meters, rendering it unable to ascend. Thus, it descended to lift Huahua up, inadvertently bringing along little Two as well. Huahua joyfully bounced, but due to her slender roots, her legs and roots penetrated the clouds, causing her to sway comically above while her roots twisted helplessly below. Ha ha ha, Huahua, you are too amusing, the spicy girl laughed, tumbling into the clouds and disappearing from sight. Little Two, adorned with tiny pink boxing gloves, was still distinguishable to Wen Lan as it remained nestled within. Little Vine, would you like to join us up there? She inquired. Little Vine waved her hand, indicating that the clouds were too small for everyone, and it would be better to wait for another opportunity to play. After a struggle, Huahua finally extricated herself, and in frustration, she tugged at a handful of clouds. The area from which she pulled quickly sprouted new clouds, yet the clump she had seized remained firmly in her grasp. Wen Lan, with a spark of inspiration, called out, Hoa, why don't you gather everyone to tug at the clouds together and fill in the surrounding areas? We can enlarge the clouds so Little Vine can join the fun. Seeing the effectiveness of her suggestion, the cloud became a hub of bustling activity, with the ethereal spirit diligently constructing a base atop the clouds. It seemed that once the clouds reached the size of 10 square meters, further expansion would be limited. However, it would suffice for Little Vine to play. To her surprise, they began building houses on the clouds, with Little Two crafting a gigantic carrot-shaped abode. Huahua molded a mysterious shape that even she could not identify. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, and Wen Lan watched for an extended period, nearly straining her neck. She retrieved the handle accompanying the clouds and maneuvered it above the saplings, pressing the rain button. A gentle shower cascaded upon the little trees, saturating the yellow soil beneath. How splendid! This was merely the reward from 4 treasure chests. Yet the contents of the remaining 5 chests were not quite as remarkable. A can of 100 earthworms, a small wooden cabin 1, an outdoor parasol 1, stone paths 20, and a street lamp 1. The earthworms can aerate the soil, and the small cabin is genuinely diminutive, only reaching the waist of Wen Lan, who would find it impossible to enter. Placed by the roadside, it serves as a delightful refuge for a few adventurous creatures. A stone path is arranged between her handcrafted cabin and the peach tree, with a street lamp positioned near the cabin, while the outdoor parasol graces the cabin's terrace. Gazing upon this scene, Wen Lan mused that perhaps this was merely a farming game. This event yielded a total experience of 1624 for the rabbit, 2,561 6,000, and Wen Lan, 2,676 6,000, alongside a score of 1624, total score, 6,053. Despite the lurking dangers, it undeniably proved to be an excellent venue for amassing experience. The 9-layer tower event has concluded. 187 players successfully participated, wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. Without the customary system notification, Wen Lan discerned that there were no further rewards, yet her gains were commendable. Survival Squad 6-6 Pure Love Warrior. Seeing your avatars still glowing alleviates my anxiety. The survival rate for this event is dismally low. Let us good luck indeed. I noticed the second spot on the leaderboard has changed. Some anonymous players remain uncertain, indicating that many seasoned players must have fallen during this event. Heart bigger than a needle's eye. So, how challenging was this event? Artisan. I exited just in the last few moments. Having been stuck at the rock monster for quite some time, only after shattering it did I discover a special stone. At my age, still experiencing life and death moments. Artisan. The monsters weren't overly difficult, but it greatly depended on teamwork. My friend, who ranks first on the leaderboard, nearly didn't make it due to a teammate's blunder. I love eating mushrooms. What? You actually know the top-ranked player? Is it mandatory to bring teammates for this event? Can one manage independently? Artisan. He's a soldier. Some instincts are ingrained. Even in a game, they can't be altered. Pure Love Warrior. Respect. Just looking will devour you. Respect. I love eating mushrooms. I am merely curious. What rewards could possibly compel someone to engage in such perilous activities? Heart bigger than a needle's eye. Leaving the survival game? Pure Love Warrior. You wish. Observing that her friends had also emerged safely, Wen Lan felt a wave of relief. She anticipated such a low survival rate for this event. It was only then that a hunger pang struck her. After a simple meal, she began to nourish her plants with elemental power. Despite her consistent efforts over the past few days, why had no new sprites manifested? Welcome to the weather forecast. This is the Morning Glory broadcast. A severe snowstorm is expected to commence tomorrow. The next 3 days will persist with blizzard conditions. All players should prepare supplies to cope with the impending extreme weather. If the snowstorm lasts over 10 days, an avalanche will follow. Wen Lan halted her chopping, furrowing her brow at the mention of an avalanche. The Morning Glory weather forecast typically only broadcasts the forthcoming 3-day weather. However, judging by the subsequent description, the duration of this blizzard could be extensive. Moreover, what should one do in the event of an actual avalanche? Wen Lan hastily accessed the trading market to procure provisions, particularly salt and meat. Should the situation persist for an extended period, it is imperative that supplies of food and energy remain unbroken. Fortunately, with the aid of the dandelion parachute, her electrocard has seen minimal depletion. She purchased enough sustenance to last approximately 12 days, and with an ample supply of meat stored in her refrigerator, along with daily harvests of vegetables and fruits, as well as rice, she anticipates no difficulties in sustaining herself for around 20 days. Survival Squad. Observe closely, for soon you shall be consumed. A sustained blizzard is forecasted to commence tomorrow, lasting over 3 days. It is advisable for everyone to swiftly acquire provisions and energy sufficient for about half a month, as prices will undoubtedly rise thereafter. I love mushrooms. Are you suggesting that this blizzard could endure for half a month? Pure Love Warrior, what? Such a duration. Artisan. Once everyone has made their purchases, would you mind if I inform the authorities? Survival Squad. That would be acceptable. There will certainly be those who seize the opportunity to inflate prices. With official forewarning, prices will remain more reasonable. allowing for a greater number to survive. Survival Squad. If the blizzard persists beyond 10 days, avalanches may occur, prompting the authorities to devise countermeasures in advance. She had only encountered such a vast expanse of snow since entering the game, entirely unprepared for the aftermath of an avalanche. Let us good luck, an avalanche. How dreadful. Artisan, thank you. Chapter 80. The first day of the blizzard. I hope this blizzard does not linger for too long. Her mileage has already surpassed the limit, and she currently holds the second position. Little did she know, she was the one who had been elevated to that spot. The tasks at hand have been completed, and after a day filled with activity, the little sculpture has also indulged in a day of slumber. It has grown somewhat larger, sprouting soft fuzz, and the shell now fits snugly against it. Big sister, Apu has returned, chirped Xiaojun, tugging at Wen Lan's hair as a reminder. According to him, Apu's energy has nearly reached its peak, and it would only be a matter of days. All right, just a moment, Wen Lan replied, swiftly finishing washing the last bowl and rinsing her hands before heading to the pumpkin house. You worked hard, Apu. She concentrated on gathering the wood element to provide Apu with a supplemental meal. Xiaojun appeared quite anxious, clutching her hair tightly. It was somewhat painful, yet bearable. Perhaps it was due to an improved routine or an enhancement in attributes, but her formerly fine, limp hair had become more voluminous. It remained delicate, yet no longer drooped. Nevertheless, she still found it bothersome. Whenever it grew long, she would simply cut it with a knife, as adapting to short hair was indeed far more convenient. A burst of white light erupted, causing Wen Lan to hold her breath, feeling as if a handful of her hair might be yanked out. I'm sorry, big sister. I'm a bit nervous, Xiaojun confessed, letting 2 strands of hair fall as she clasped her hands behind her back, appearing somewhat flustered. It's all right, I am nervous too. Wen Lan reassured her with a smile, indicating that there was no need for concern. Little Tongue, noticing the situation, hurried away. Upon returning, he was accompanied by a large group, including the ethereal spirits from the other shore. Recently, the spirits had been enjoying their time with everyone, even spending less time in a daze. Hua was still holding a fishing rod, with half a worm dangling from it. He adored fishing in the lotus pond, despite her numerous reminders that there were no fish to be found there. The white light erupted once more, and when Wen Lan opened her eyes, she beheld a striking little daisy with short white hair, clad in a white shirt and white trousers, adorned with a green vine around its neck. What a dashing little sprite! Apu flew to her side, taking little Xiaojun's hand before soaring into her view. Greetings, beautiful creator. I am the traveling dandelion, and you may call me Apu. With a gentlemanly bow, Apu elicited a smile from Wen Lan, who thought, no wonder he could find a partner. Handsome and polite, he was indeed a fine child. Hello, you may call me Wen Lan, or simply sister like the others. Though it felt somewhat peculiar to be addressed as sister by a boy, they were all her children. Sister, I have brought back today's gifts. I hope you will like them. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaojun. Please introduce Apu to everyone, Wen Lan said, observing the little creature's wide-eyed fascination with Apu. Yet they patiently awaited the conclusion of their conversation, which she found utterly adorable. Rabbit led them to Peach Blossom Village, a spacious area with many secret hideaways. Wen Lan opened her spatial backpack to inspect the gifts brought back by Apu. Little Yellow Duck. The lost little yellow duck was taken away by the mother goose. During another practice flight, it fell and fortuitously encountered the traveling dandelion. The little yellow duck expressed its willingness to follow the traveling dandelion to a new home, provided it would not be forced to continue practicing flight. This is splendid. The steps of hatching the egg have been entirely spared. Wen Lan took out the little yellow duck, its small body soft and warm. She crushed some rice and mixed it with soaked bread to feed it before sending it off to Taoyuan village. Watching the little ones play joyfully, she reminded them to rest early, then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following day, she awoke at her leisure. Aside from Apu, who had already left for work, the other little ones were still asleep, oblivious to how late they had played the night before. Leisurely preparing breakfast, she listened to the news while scrolling through chat channels in the Points Mall. The parallel highway cards had long been sold out and had yet to refresh. The daily discounted items appeared quite appealing, yet their utility was limited, leading most players to rely on the Points Mall over time. Oh, it seemed there were new items in the prop section. Mystery Exploration Card. Upon use, it randomly transports the player to a realm for exploration, which includes categories such as narrative, gathering, quests, and combat. All resources acquired in the realm are exclusively for the player. All players are encouraged to explore actively. Wen Lan noted the price, 500 points per card, with a total of 1,000 cards available. She intended to purchase the maximum quantity, but was promptly informed that each person was limited to 1 card per day. Hastily, she secured today's card. The system displayed items in order of price, from highest to lowest. It was only by flipping to the third-to-last page that she discovered it. Had the price been slightly higher or lower, it might have been sold out already. She quickly shared this news in her small group, relieved that during these stormy days, they wouldn't have to remain cooped up in their vehicles. If the blizzard truly persisted for 10 days, the accumulated monsters would be overwhelming, not to mention the potential for avalanches. The last time, 2 days of monsters had claimed over 10,000 lives. This time, who knew if new special monsters would emerge? It would be ideal if there were enhancements. However, Wen Lan decided against venturing out today, knowing that some players would likely jump at the chance, gathering more information to increase their odds. After warming up her meal, she headed to Taoyuan village. Upon entering, she spotted a little sheep nibbling on a lotus flower, accidentally falling into the water. Wen Lan rushed over to pull it out. Are you truly so careless for the sake of food that you don't even watch where you're going? Soon enough, I'll have to fence off the lotus pond. Even if I allow you to eat, you won't be able to. While scolding it, she cleaned the sheep up. In pursuit of ensuring rice was served at every meal, Wen Lan had initially planned to cultivate more land for rice planting today, but upon entering, she was met with yet another task. After digging up 2 plots of land, she noticed the little sheep heading towards the seawater, grimacing at the saltiness. Ha ha ha. I see now. You're having a bad day with water. It's best you keep your distance from shore. Wen Lan lauet li. Her spirits lifted as she continued to cultivate the land. It was only when she planted the seedlings she had harvested that she noticed the rabbits entering. Rabbits, have you eaten? Yes, sister. Is there anything we can help you with? Just as Wen Lan was about to say no, a bee buzzed in front of her, seeming to seek her attention. Following it to the durian tree, the ripe durians released a fragrant aroma, mingling with the sweetness of honey. Could it be that I'm to harvest honey? Wen Lan pondered, having never collected wild honey before. What should she do? Wen Lan gazed at the beehive above, momentarily at a loss as to what to do, and decided to remove it first before devising a plan. The bees had already departed from the hive, leaving behind a cumbersome structure. After contemplating for a moment, Wen Lan sought the assistance of a craftsman to create a beehive. Initially, she worried that the bees might not enter, but to her surprise, they proved quite intelligent and adapted swiftly. Chapter 81. The value of floating clouds continues to rise. She broke off a small piece of honeycomb and offered it to Rabbit to taste. Wen Lan sampled a bit herself and exclaimed, "Wow, how sweet." The sweetness was overwhelming for her. She thought it would be delightful mixed with water or made into a refreshing beverage. She squeezed some honey into a wooden jar for preservation, leaving the remainder for Xiao Ju to brew honey wine, which would surely be fragrant. She scooped a few spoonfuls to mix with sparkling water and added a touch of lemon. Quite delightful. She decided to save some in the refrigerator for when Xiao Ju and the others awoke. Upon opening the point shop, she discovered that the exploration cards were sold out. Yet no one in the chat channel had mentioned it. It seemed everyone intended to stockpile for themselves. The more people who were aware, the lower the chances of obtaining them. The officials had not announced whether the snowstorm would last long. Firstly, they were uncertain of the duration, and secondly, such news would incite panic among players, leading to chaotic stockpiling and market disturbances. It was wiser to keep resources in hand, releasing a portion daily to ensure most could endure the storm. However, some players, noticing others hoarding food, promptly began to stock up as well, showing their awareness. Survival Squad. Pure Love Warrior. Brothers and sisters, I can't wait any longer. I'm diving into the exploration. I'll share my findings upon my return. I love mushrooms. Be prepared. The first to take the plunge. Wishing you success. Take a look and you'll be devoured. May everything go smoothly. Hey, spicy girl. Don't rush off just yet. I've prepared some delicious drinks for you in the fridge. Enjoy those before you go. Wen Lan called as the spicy girl, and Xiao Ju dashed towards the floating clouds. All right, love you, sister. Thank you, sister. After Xiao Ju's birth, she had become considerably more lively. Wen Lan had anticipated they would take some time after drinking, but to her surprise, they held their cups high and soared towards the floating clouds. Unable to resist, she looked up. A magnificent castle made of clouds had appeared on the clouds. Enchanting and dreamlike. No wonder they had slept until now. Comparing their castle to the wooden house she had constructed, she concluded that the difference lay in the materials. Sister, do you want to come up and play? The spicy girl poked her head out to invite her, though Wen Lan could hardly see her. I can't go up. You all play, Wen Lan replied, genuinely intrigued but unable to fly. Suddenly, something was dropped onto the floating clouds. Was that a cloud basket? Sister, climb up. Come play with us. The spicy girl swooped down on her pepper, tugging at Wen Lan's hair as she headed towards the ladder. All right, I'm coming. Just let go of my hair. Wen Lan freed her hair and squeezed herself into the small basket, which became slightly deformed from the effort. Does this floating cloud have an elevator too? How did you discover this? Wen Lan pondered, holding the remote control in her hand, unaware of such functionality. Seeing her settled, the spicy girl flew back up. Wait, sister, we'll pull you up shortly. Huh? What do you mean by pulling me up? Wen Lan felt the basket being slowly lifted. Due to its ill-fitting nature, she found herself unable to escape and dared not make excessive movements. Initially tense, Wen Lan gradually relaxed and even began to appreciate the scenery of Taoyuan village. It was not that the skills of the young women were particularly steady, but rather the pace was leisurely. At times, the basket would pause in midair for a considerable duration, prompting Wen Lan to abandon her struggle. Strangely enough, from this height, the view resembled an expansive grassland. Gazing at the lotus pond below, an idea struck her. Could it be possible to dig it a bit larger and fill it with more water? It seemed feasible. Wen Lan mentally planned out Taoyuan village, her mind drifting into a daze. Eventually, a ghost from the other shore emerged from the wooden cabin to lend a hand. Once she finally ascended to the floating clouds, Wen Lan understood why these little beings adored playing up there. The sensation beneath her feet was extraordinarily soft, and the clouds could be freely customized. Couldn't T relish playing house in their childhood? Given such delightful conditions, one could easily go wild with joy. There were slides, swings, and seesaws aplenty. Upon entering the castle, however, she found it rather barren. They had merely constructed the castle the previous night, and while they had already assigned rooms, the interior would be decorated later. The little chrysanthemum seemed a bit shy, as the ghost from the other shore had already fashioned a sofa and reclined upon it. Excellent. The rooms were assigned, and the value of these floating clouds continued to rise. After a thorough exploration, Wen Lan returned to the pumpkin house to train. Her endurance had improved significantly lately, allowing her to last longer in battles against the carrot warrior. Moreover, she had practiced the wave break slash to great proficiency. If only she could master the complete technique, but alas, the chance to encounter the pirates again seemed uncertain. Wait, besides the manual, she seemed to have also received a letter at that time. Many of the characters were now blurred and unreadable, and a few decipherable words were unfamiliar to her, leading her to discard it momentarily. As she perused the letter, she could recognize the character for ship, while the rest appeared to be in Japanese. After consulting with her companions in a group chat, she inferred that they understood a tad more, piecing together that they were setting up camp at sea. The rest remained elusive. It was unclear whether this was merely ordinary information or a quest item, so she opted to tuck it back in her backpack. She had also gleaned news from the sea. Could there be a secret realm by the seaside? Surely, the next map could not possibly be a nautical chart. She found it hard to believe that the system could construct a road over the ocean. She should have inquired with the three estate lords about the pirates last time. Who knows what insights she might have gained. Nevertheless, casting aside her distractions, she immersed herself back into training. By the time dinner arrived, there was still no word from the pure love warrior. Were it not for the glowing avatar, she might have feared something had gone awry. Did secret realms not have time constraints? Surely, it had been over half a day since their departure. The chat channel bore no news pertaining to the secret realms. Sister, are we having durian today? I want to eat some, Rabbit reminded her, jolting Wen Lan's memory of the forgotten durians. She had initially intended to harvest a few after collecting honey, but had completely overlooked it. Xiao Tung, could you please help me pick a durian? This task was ideally suited for the long-armed Xiao Tung, ensuring safety and efficiency. The spirited young woman could hardly endure the foul odor and hurried to Taiyuan village in search of the ethereal spirit. Meanwhile, the little figurine exhibited no particular preferences, consuming whatever was available with a dazed demeanor. The survival squad, with Let Us Good Luck expressing concern, wondered when the pure love warrior would make an appearance. Surely nothing has gone awry? Heart as expansive as a needle's, I retorted. PSH, everything is fine, everything is fine. It may simply take more time. As long as the avatar remains illuminated, there should be no issues. Let Us Good Luck replied. I too harbor some worries. Thus far, no news has emerged regarding the secret realm, and its nature remains unknown. Fear not. Trust in him, came the reassuring voice. Before his venture into the secret realm, Wen Lan had prepared some fiery peppers, parasitic spores, and a tomato-based first aid kit for him. Surely, he must possess some foundational supplies of his own. Otherwise, who would grant him the courage to forge ahead? She herself could not muster such bravery. Chapter 82. The decision to explore the secret realm before dawn broke. I awoke to the howling winds of a snowstorm outside. With determination, I opened the Points Marketplace, ready to seize the secret realm card. The image still grayed out, my fingers relentlessly tapping in anticipation of that moment of refreshment. Success. I managed to acquire it, and in an astonishing 10 seconds no less. What a lackluster performance from this generation of netizens. The snow outside had accumulated to considerable heights, yet it failed to breach the protection of the bellflower shield. I reasoned it would likely withstand any impending avalanche. However, there remained no news from the pure love warriors in the chat, and a sense of worry began to creep in. Last night, before retiring, I had discussed with everyone the plan to expand the Lotus Pond today, specifically urging them not to linger too late in their merriment. Last night, Apu had brought back a carp, its belly notably swollen, suggesting it might be with fry. Soon, the Lotus Pond would be home to numerous carps, and Huanhua would no longer have to swim alone. With an increase in fish, the pond's capacity would likely be insufficient. Thus, it would be prudent to enlarge it while the opportunity presented itself. Additionally, by cultivating more lotus seeds, we could enjoy an abundance of lotus roots and flowers, providing the ducklings with ample space to swim. Though the idea was splendid, the actual execution proved to be a formidable task. After an entire morning of labor, with the assistance of my companions, we managed to expand the pond by circumference. Fortunately, the pond was not particularly deep, and with ample experience, our efficiency improved. By around 4 in the afternoon, we had successfully enlarged the Lotus Pond to approximately 10 square meters. I was utterly exhausted, my body caked in mud, and I collapsed onto the ground. Rabbit's fur had transformed into muddy, brown tufts, while Huanhua resembled a small flower with brown speckles. The Bone Wolf, under the guidance of the ghost on the other side, assisted in digging the earth. Shouting was responsible for transporting the soil, remaining relatively clean. This soil could even be utilized for planting rice. As I introduced the carp into the pond, I summoned floating clouds to hover above and activated the rain mode, allowing the raindrops to rinse away the grime clinging to me. I meticulously cleaned the Bone Wolf, which was far too large to fit into the bathroom. After tending to the Bone Wolf, I took Huanhua and Rabbit for a wash, the rain continuing to fall, promising that it wouldn't be long before the Lotus Pond brimmed with water. I had never formally bathed Rabbit before, and suddenly realized I lacked a hairdryer. Instead, I wrapped Rabbit in a towel, rubbing it gently, and then swaddled it in a fluffy cloth to sunbathe on the wooden terrace. Once I had cleaned myself as well, the water in the Lotus Pond reached its full capacity. Just as I prepared to plant the rice seedlings, the pure love warrior finally made an appearance in the chat. Not with text, but with an extensive voice message. Pure love warrior, I'm finally back. I can hardly believe it. The secret realm I entered was absolutely horrendous. It made me twist screws. The catch was that if I failed to complete the task within the designated time, the monsters would advance, and the rules were such that being caught by a monster meant certain death. Do you have any idea how long I twisted those screws? Over a day. Not a moment's respite was granted to me. Oh no, I did catch a breath, only to be overwhelmed by the monster's foul breath, which made me vomit. My arms can barely lift now. Woe is me. Let us good luck, brother. You're finally out. I was so worried. But haha, your luck is truly something else. I have a fondness for mushrooms. As long as safety is assured, it's all good. But this secret realm truly tests one's endurance. How are the rewards? Pure love warrior. The rewards are quite commendable. Hee hee. I received a screw processing factory. A single iron piece can yield 25 screws, which is an exceptionally high conversion rate. Ha ha ha. I have a fondness for mushrooms. That's great. But aren't there few places that require screws nowadays? Heart larger than a needle's. Aye. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat, as long as there is demand. Even the smallest can be profitable. Ha ha. Pure love warrior. Indeed. Moreover, I was awarded a title that grants 5 agility. Let us of fortune. That's rather impressive. I shall take a proper rest today. Tomorrow, I too shall venture into one of those realms. But why did you take so long? Is there no time limit? Artisan, congratulations. A second glance may devour you. The harvest is quite satisfactory. Pure love warrior. I don't have that luxury. I can only exit upon completing the task. However, different secret realms have varying conditions, right? Additionally, only individuals can be transported into the secret realm. Your vehicles cannot enter. Thankfully, I purchased a compression ball and brought some supplies in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted a day without food or water. Heart larger than a needle's. Aye, really. Can battle companions be taken along? Pure love warrior. I'm unsure, but it should be permissible, right? Artisan, battle companions can accompany you, but the conditions within the secret realm are unpredictable. Everyone should carry additional items just in case. Upon hearing that battle companions could enter the secret realm, Wen Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She was certain she could bring Hua Hua, but she wondered whether Tuji could accompany her. She also planned to seize the secret realm card tomorrow and experience it herself. After planting 20 stalks of rice, she packed the items she might need for the next day, ensuring she had sufficient supplies, and then began her rest to prepare for tomorrow. In the evening, Apu returned with a plump calf, round and adorable. Dairy buffalo. The temperament of the dairy buffalo is gentle, and its round belly is filled not with fat, but with abundant milk. The milk from a dairy buffalo is rich in nutrients and can be used directly without any processing. An adult dairy buffalo can produce up to 1 ton of milk daily. So, when you notice its belly swelling, please ensure to relieve it in a timely manner. What is Apu thinking? Does she wish for her to start a farm? After inquiring with Apu, I realized I had overthought. She merely wanted Xiao Ju to enjoy sweet milk every day. Today was yet another day of bumps and bruises. The calf was temporarily placed with the lamb, and after the secret realm concluded, she would build them separate quarters. The fully self-service open grassland is something the dairy buffalo adores. Wen Lan entrusted the household matters to Xiao Tong and the phantom of the other shore, while Tuji listened nearby. If Tuji could not accompany her into the secret realm, having Tuji around would ease her worries. The phantom of the other shore appeared quite intelligent. It was often influenced by human negativity. Perhaps it was due to being nourished by the bloodshed of humans at the moment of death. Those images would repeat incessantly, engulfing it in despair. Recently, however, things have improved slightly. With an increase in positive emotions, the impact of negativity has begun to wane. I wish to follow you, yet an internal force continually restrains me, leaving me in torment. These were the exact words of the phantom of the other shore. Wen Lan felt that this sentiment sufficed. They were now companions, and one day, it would truly learn to master itself. Having laid out all the necessary precautions, Wen Lan finally felt at ease to retire for the night. Uncertain whether the news had leaked, she was dismayed to find that the secret realm cards had been snatched up in less than a second today. Regrettably, she had not managed to secure one. Confirming the use of a random secret realm exploration card. The realm is being randomly generated. Please hold on. Welcome to the secret realm of Little Pony's farm. Your mission is to rescue Little Pony, with a duration of 3 days. Failure will result in becoming a member of the farm. As Wen Lan glanced at the flowers and the little rabbit beside her, she let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a stir in her pocket, she looked down to see a small eagle had followed her. indicating that the system had presumably transported everyone together. Detecting that the player possesses compatible animals for the farm, matching identities. Your current identity is that of a newcomer to the farm. Here to learn. We wish you an enjoyable game. Chapter 83. Magoo is not little Magoo, as Wen Lan stood amidst the boundless expanse of grass, grappling with her sense of direction. A series of rapid hoofbeats echoed in the air. A dark figure approached, gradually becoming more distinct. A diminutive man, mounted on a towering black horse, halted beside her. "Who are you, and how did you come to my farm?" he demanded, brandishing the hunting rifle slung across his back, seemingly poised to fire at the slightest hint of threat she might pose. Wen Lan quickly raised her hands in a gesture of peace. "Hello, I'm a newcomer here to learn at Little Ma Ji's farm." This was the identity bestowed upon her by the system. Surely, this man would recognize it. Yet, Rabbit and Flower had also readied themselves for a potential confrontation, just in case. "Learning, you say? Ah, so you're the one who wishes to introduce a batch of animals and start a small farm. I never expected you to be a woman." The man's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Wen Lan's words, and he lowered his weapon, circling her to scrutinize her closely. "Indeed," Wen Lan replied, her knowledge limited to her own identity. Whatever he claimed was as good as truth to her. "What is this?" he suddenly inquired, pointing at Flower. "This is a doll. Isn't it adorable?" Wen Lan cradled Flower in her arms, relieved that it had remained still, or else she would have been at a loss for words. "Can you ride?" The man's abrupt question caught her off guard. "No, I cannot." He whistled sharply, and shortly after, a horse galloped towards them from distance. "From that far away? You could hear it? Get on, follow me." Without waiting for her response, he turned his horse and sped away. "Hey, wait, I can't ride." She was flabbergasted. The horse lacked a saddle or reins. Was this some sort of jest? Wen Lan approached the horse, attempting to touch it, but it evaded her, pacing restlessly. Wonderful. A temperamental creature. This just adds to the challenge. "Sister, the man has vanished from sight. Shall we pursue him?" Rabbit inquired, glancing up, and indeed, the figure had disappeared. "I warn you, you had better behave. There are no soft persimmons here," she exclaimed nervously, gripping the horse's mane and leaping onto its back. Before she could steady herself, the horse took off. "Wait, there's someone still trying to mount." Wen Lan clung tightly to the horse's neck, glancing back to see Flower clutching its tail.